Hello, hello, welcome into Saturday Night SUPERVIVE. We are here for the Turbo Cup. It's Europe time, and I'm Mad Magical, joined in by Relic and Samiria. Let's start off with how you guys are doing. Relic, let's start with you.
Cold, very cold. A proper cold, in fact. 6 degrees as opposed to Mad Magical's 20s. That's in Celsius, by the way. But who the hell cares about kilometers, folks? Because right now we've got the Turbo Cup, big money's on the line, and some of EU's best in our lobby ready to get going.
That we do, and so let's check in with Samiri before we start talking about our team. Samiri, how you doing?
Yo, good. Just like Relic, I'm also, appropriately chilled, it feels like. But, I think we've got the games to warm us up, which is obviously, a great boon. Was it 8 games, I think, of craziness we're expecting today. So, man, I can't wait to get into it.
Exactly, 8 games to play, so a lot of SUPERVIVE ready for you guys, and a lot of money on the line, $2,500 to play for, with some Theorycraft coins as well. So players have a lot that they are fighting over on the Breach, and kind of going over things that we've already had happen. We had some qualifiers that happened yesterday. We'll talk about those in a little bit. But we also have the games that we had happened last week that we can talk about with our video submissions, and we have some winners that we've been able to dole out for our best plays of last week from the Saturday Night SUPERVIVE games. If we take a look at those, we're going to see who are our top 3 plays from that one. And Samir, you and I got to cast some of those Europe games, and I gotta say there were some good moments from that. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a lot of our European players.
Oh, dude, they were just amazing, man. I can't wait to get a look at these. I think I even submitted one of the clips potentially, so, who knows?
Wait, you submitted a clip? But you were casting! How'd you submit a clip?
Dude, it was that good. It was that
good.
There's
no rules. He's allowed to. I'm going to back my boy here.
I found that sketchy. But, now, did you submit it on behalf of a player, or?
Oh, no, I've not submitted it in that sense. It was more just like I made the clip, and maybe it's just like tumbled its way upon, the eyes of the judges, sort of thing. Who knows?
Okay, so
profiting
we
off
are
other people's work. We love it.
Yeah, so we are gonna go and watch these ones, so we have the words in the clips themselves. So we will be back on the other side of watching these clips, and we'll see who our winners are through this.
Wicked.
Here are the top 3 plays from the 3rd weekend of Saturday Night SUPERVIVE. Every weekend, players can submit their best plays for a chance to win cash prizes. And our 3rd place goes to Pineapple.
I'm ulting.
Big, triple nade. It's like a double triple nade. New team. I'm down.
Try to get the kill. Oh, they got it.
Wait, I'm alive. Oh, these guys suck.
2nd place goes to Orlandos.
Le cœur leur apparaît dessus là, s'il
On
reste.
va être sandwich, on va être sandwich, je pad.
J'ai déjà mis.
Faut pas d'os.
No, it's not.
Oh.
We all died to heart.
And our 1st place goes to
I'm
Lemur.
I broke all their armors.
I might be gettable here.
In all of you.
He's gonna probably help us, yeah. Just try and live, actually. Or might be able to live. Look at us. Gamer's alive. Pick up the crown. Wait, kill him? Get that guy!
Yeah.
Oh!
Resets. I'm ulting.
Oh, no.
Idle. Oh, it's out.
Wait.
You keep pressure on him. Dash to 2. He's one.
I can go this guy. You can go bottom.
No, I got
Roll on. Dead. No. No. Rick, I'll let him rest. Good stuff. Nice, well played, man. Oh, you're too good.
Thanks so much for joining us for this weekend of SNS, and we hope to see you next Saturday night for more SUPERVIVE.
So there you go. Lemur wins it. So that was a very long series of plays that actually happened in the EU games. That was Lemur playing in the European games with, I believe it was RTK and Pineapple on the same team. And they played and were able to win a game off of some absolutely heroic moments from Lemur. So, like, what did you think?
I think it's a testament to the player. and the person. I'm going to say it here, mostly because, sorry guys, this might be my final SUPERVIVE cast. We'll wait and see what the future holds. But if this is to be my last cast, I want to put it out here and say it right now. Lima is our faker. He is the greatest player of all time, able to do it on any ping, such a positive influence on the community, and the fact that he's cracked to go with it as well, my goodness, very deserving of that first place. What a clutch.
I agree, but Samiri, I didn't see as many EU clips, like from different EU moments outside of like obviously Lemur playing in EU, and we did got to see the angle from the full wiped team heart TP. I was hoping that we got to see that. Was that the clip that you were talking about?
Yeah, that was like one of them for sure, you know, because I remember it was just only seeing the tail end of that, and then obviously seeing it from Valve's perspective was just, you know, super nice, and of course, 3OP, as you were mentioning, and then the one clip I was actually thinking of was that fight on the train tracks, man, when me and you were casting, and it was the US team versus Rat. Oh, that's the one I was thinking of. Unfortunately, I don't know if Mecky Mac made the submission or not, but either way, you know, it was still an amazing set of clips that we just saw there. Really, really nice place from Limo, especially at the end. Woof.
That's the thing. There's only spot for 3, and when you have so many good plays that are happening throughout the weekend, only so many people can win. So, but congratulations to our 3 winners, and especially out to Lemur for getting first place. But now let's shift our gears back over to what we have in store for us today, because we have the big prize pool, as we talked about, that we are playing for, and we had games that already took place yesterday for our qualifiers. So we get to see which teams made it through here into the finals that are really playing for the big lion's share of the prize pool. And I'm kind of look at this one, and I already know that there are some things that will shake up the standings a little bit. One being that EV placed pretty decently for their quals. They've barely been managing to get back into finals out of the last tournaments, but in this one, at least for the first few qualifiers, they're able to make a good stand to get themselves into final, Samiri.
Yeah, 100%, and it's really nice to actually see that kind of progression, that kind of ascent. You know, as they've stuck around with the game, they've actually managed to, you know, get in the qual straight off the bat. But you know, for this first scoreboard that we're actually looking at for the leaderboard, you know, this is only Group A, so you know the top 7 teams did make it through automatically, but the bottom 5 actually then had to go through to Group B qualifiers, which we'll see very, very shortly. There we go.
And big names that we saw that didn't make it through entirely. Missed MST 200 being one of those, not making it through. Shies, we saw that they were at the bottom of that last qualifiers, but here really dominating, making sure that they made it through. And Apex, another team that we've kind of talked about before back in the original Turbo Cup, they're able to narrowly sneak their way into the finals with a huge win in the final game of qualifiers. But here they are the last spot that made it through into qualifiers, but at least it is in a little bit of a bigger way.
100%. You know, what are your thoughts, Relic, as well? Are there any people that kind of stood out to you that should have made it through and didn't, and vice versa, or?
Well, yeah, I mean, MST 200 really is the big team to miss out, and I think that it's honestly a great showing from what we would consider tier 2 overall. We're starting to see a lot more crossover between the bottom of tier 1, top of tier 2. The Shies, I think, is a clear example of that, where sometimes they are game winners, serial game winners, and then there's other times like here where they have to have 2 bites of the cherry to actually make it through, but when they do make it through, they're dominant. So I'm glad to see Apex Hunters sneaking in there. They have been one of these consistent top of tier 2 teams for a while. Can they take that extra step when it matters most? I mean, 8 games of series, Magical and Cymeri. It's the longest series that you will see outside of a match point scenario, and it means that you can maybe drop 1 or 2 games, but anything more than that, and you're starting to already find yourself out of contention.
And I'm glad you brought that up, because there's going to be a lot of games to play for. And starting off, we'll have pretty much our standard affair where it will be 4 games before we have our bans that come in with the 3 most played hunters that will be banned out of the next 4 games after that. And then our very final one, we've introduced this for a while now, the spinning wheel, where we have the very last one determined based off a spinning of a wheel of what our final storm shift is going to be. Of course, you know, I always pull for the bullet train, but we'll see if that's going to be the case for these ones. But if we're looking at teams to kind of keep our eyes on, Samiri, what are the teams that you really want us to focus in on to start off with?
It's got to be like Bao, SB, 3LP. You know, the standard defenders. I feel like that are typically at the top of the leaderboards. But you know, there might be a couple of other potential names. Like, you know, if Shy have like a really good showing potentially. You know, as Relic was saying, you know, if they have their on day, they are on. But you know, only time will tell. So
only time will tell. And I'm gonna pass the reins off to you two to get us into game 1.
Thank you very much, Mr. Magical. Right, just to throw my 2 pennies into the hat, Saimiri. I feel like today is the day. It's been a long time coming. I think Stormbreakers is going to win their first major tournament competition. They are the serial podium finishers. And I know that they've been a little bit on and off with their players, and they've made a couple of switches in the 1.0 era. I think that they have a great shot today, but we cannot discount, of course, as you say, the likes of Three Little Pigs. Bao, I see there's a lot of Bao fans in chat, but here we are then, into the breach for match 1 of 8, and as is standard, it's normal weather, the skies are clear.
Yep, and we're also looking at armors. 3 teams have dropped relatively close to the armors. It looks like Blink has already found one. Rhapsody is, you know, already skirting down to the south side, but the key has been found, so we're able to get at least a couple more armors. Hopefully, Blink has got the last one. I think they're all suited up now, apart from Cookies, actually, in fact. We are seeing a little bit of skirting up to the north side, a little bit of a delay. Okay, they got the back now finally, so they are back as a full 3-man. And now we need to see what sort of approach Apex want to take, or Rat, or if they're just going to go for like a quick escape and just carry on forming mobs, which is probably the best outcome here.
Shout out to Noob, who had gained vision on Cookies as a solo player. And I think Cookies a little bit oblivious to the fact that his life was in genuine danger if Noob were a little bit more ready to go and commit to that. So I've always got to keep eyes on the minimap, folks. But we checking for the first time here with WAF, that's Wipe and Flex, Sheila Smold, and Vive Puppies merch, please. A, I totally agree. B, that's Chronoxius, a big old French team of big old players already hitting level 6 for all 3. And generally speaking, we're expecting a lot of these players now to have their grips, to have their kicks. There's been a little to speak of in terms of early engagements. This really, the first major one.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, it's also really nice to see as well with these kind of meta shifts with the patch that we had not too long ago. You know, we are seeing potentially a couple of Mercuries here and there, which is, you know, a really unconventional pick, or used to be in the past, as well as, of course, you know, Saros, the kind of reigning king for the past couple of patches. Hopefully, you know, there'll be some more alterations to kind of adjust his power level, or maybe he gets banned, but a fight straight off the bat. Uh-oh.
It's big old BB Blukes. A hook, a slam, and a thank you very much, ma'am. Apex Hunters, after securing some gold shields, are reduced to the single Rhapsody, who might be singing a song of lament if Numa is able to have their way. Myth versus Myth violence. They presumably have the Rain of Arrows, I'd imagine here, Rhapsody. Numa here with the chase, and here goes BB Blukes. Oh, they know, they saw you, they found you in the bushes. Rhapsody and Apex Hunters, our last team technically to make it into the Turbo Cup. Might be our first team to be eliminated in game 1, and that they are. Noob with the sweep.
That was a nice little kind of armor donation there right at the last second. So, you know, and a couple of kill points, of course, picked up as we kind of flick over to a couple of different teams across the map, kind of seeing how their power kev is looking. You know, EV already with the level 7s. On the top left-hand side, we're seeing like 2 to 3 teams as well. A couple of teams rotating in. There's probably going to be a lot of concentration potentially towards Mage Bog and Wraith Throw. But aside from that, again, it's actually relatively calm for EU, all things considered. Apart from that Dawn Caps and that kind of a scuffle we just saw, you know, it's relatively calm.
Yeah, it is a bit counterintuitive to what we see from EU, where generally speaking, they like to snowball into your level 7s and move on from there. But I think it is a different kind of vibe. Of course, Turbo Cup, a lot of money on the line. And even though you can drop maybe 1 or 2 games because of the volatility of EU and the meta right now and the general like power rankings that you see within this region, at the same time, you don't want your first game to be an absolute stinker. You want to get on the board and be there with a decent anchor point.
Yeah, 100%. As we flick over to 3LP and AUR, we've got this kind of a new arena that's been kind of just transplanted onto the map as we do see, you know, a little bit of LMBs being exchanged between both of these oaths in this scenario. Hopefully, Acklink is able to get enough damage off if possible. The tree's providing a nice bit of cover as AUR decide to jump ship at the last second. You know, there's only 20 seconds left till day 2, so of course, I think everyone wants to try and get over to those mob camps as soon as possible to kind of guarantee the extra XP, of course, for the level 7s. As you were just mentioning, just looking on Iron Acres on the minimap as well, there seems to be some crazy green on green violence, but you have to rotate back onto this fight. It looks like a spike grenade has caught Acklinks out, lost a decent amount of HP at the last second, and just below them, a potential big catch out here. Shy looking to get Sebi, they successfully capture him. And it looks like now AUR have to completely jump ship. There is a broken res on the south side. That's hopefully an opportunity for them to get back as 3 members.
So, Mary, I miss the capture ball. I miss the capture ball a lot. But obviously invoking its essence there, the Shies with a beautiful third party. Now for the battle of green teams as Stormbreakers go into battle against the 3 Setting Ducks. They got themselves a base camp, though, this forest green team of the Stormbreakers. A solid, secure, and happy hunting ground. TSD may be looking for the re-engage as Aurora will find their 3rd member back. Godefroy de Bouillon moving in now with that Shiv. Couple of pokes. Minato Blizzard waiting for the opportunity to unleash the nuclear salvo. Wow, big hook though! Misses with the Primal Slam, but there goes the Fusillade, and that's bad news bears for the Stormbreakers who split and fly.
Yeah, hopefully Deathbreak, I think he's got basically everything still in the chamber, so should be able to just keep continuously kiting here, as Bishop is basically the queen of it, feels like, in this scenario. Gecko's still down, but of course, yeah, there's like so many reses just above. And, you know, in the picture-in-picture, we did also see AUR getting the res on the full south side island, so they back as a 4-3 man. And there goes the res, big pickup, back as a 4-3 man, capturing there's a couple of more mobs. And I'm not really sure that a game plan is going to be afterwards, because a lot of the mob camps are going to be dead pretty much at this point after that scuffle, where they kind of burned a lot of time there that could have allowed them to farm even more XP. So, you know, there might be like 1 or 2 more camps at best, as we do see WAV looking to get the Mecha Boosters boots, which will be, you know, an extra bit of a speed potential, maybe on Smold or Chronoxus. Don't know who's going to pick it up in this scenario, but Broof is already encroaching upon WAF's territory. They've already dropped the Bon as well, it looks like, and the poke is continuously coming out from that Saros. Chronoxus has found a little bit of space behind the Exact to just kind of chill temporarily, but the Ore plus the nice aggressive dash, followed by the Abyssal Breaker. Chronoxus now 1 HP, has to pop the ult at the last second to try and provide an extra bit of healing for himself and for his teammates, but maybe that's bought just enough time, but obviously they've been forced off the boss now, and it's on actually really low HP. Maybe they can get a steal, but it's looking quite slim. Oh, for the last second, I think they did get it, but well, Bao didn't get it, I'm pretty sure, because they got level 10s, and no, to the right relic.
That's a number of teams who have heard the noises and have come to join the party. And sadly for WAF, things have gone a bit naff, and they've actually run into a 3rd team. Look at this. It's Noob on the train tracks, and they're going to skedaddle out of there. WAF, wipe and flex. Wiping the sweat off their brow that they've actually been able to survive that encounter. And now, just a little bit to the west, we've got Moo and Aurora, Mr. Fluffy Fish, with a couple of pokes. A lot of oaths I'm noticing back in the limelight, down in with the Shiv. And we've got the Reslam, we've got the Abyssal Breaker on in return, and the Summon Napalm ain't going to hit nobody. That Ghost is getting super isolated. Still alive, however. Ninja finally finds his target as Penumbra is going to be thunderbolted nearly out the sky. Okay, Railgun with the spike. Outstanding shot from Sebi, and it leaves this poor team on their back foot. Another team with a rat looking for a res tower.
Oh my god, this is absolute insanity to start things off. And, you know, that's kind of one of the things, the teams that you may not have actually seen a Relic recently. Moo is actually, you know, a relatively new formation with Treadsy and Penumbra and Hudis. So it's really interesting to see how, you know, they're going to start hopefully, you know, making some sort of coherent synergy. As Hachi is found dead in the blink of an eye, TSD look to try and potentially get another kill, this time onto Yasa. The dagger's already been used defensively now, and TSD, you know, going to be able to, you know, take dominion over this kind of a new island. Maybe look for the next day mob resets if there are any more that are left. And just as we flick over, we see Moo in this scenario and Bao. Broof is just maintaining control of the high ground as Penumbra just dashed to the left-hand side, looking for an escape. He's got the relics he needs, but the Reaper's come in. He's not lost a bit of position that he may have needed for a clean escape. Maybe just finds it at the last second with those wind rings, but AUR just below them. I'm wondering if they're going to aggress on this one. Oof.
Call him Vanilla Ice, because that was cool under pressure. 2 teams either side of you, still able to get out. Huge level disadvantage. Nice hook from Shin. Abyssal Breaker goes down onto the fellow Oath. Got Deatbarek watching briefs through 2 other teams in this fight here, and that's a big pick onto Shin. The Stormbreakers having to back up yet again despite level equity. The numbers and the formations simply favor WAF right now. Over into the ruins we go, and looks like Noob is on the back foot here against the Shies, and there's Aurora. So many third-party scenarios knocked off the Sky Shark. Heater on the engine. Down they go into the abyss. Numa falls. Weian runs away.
And just as we flick over, you see another fight, it looks like, unraveling. SB looking to go for the super aggressive chase, absolutely crushing Ash, and now Bao, just the definitive two-man, but the heart is, of course, not too far away, so it looks like you're already seeing a migration over there, but there is a team potentially waiting there. I think Eevee in this scenario might be waiting there, potentially in the bush, so it could spell a bit of trouble. They might lose another member, but hopefully he can evade around that one and stick the res, but we are also seeing WAF applying a bit of pressure onto TSD. They've, gone their own separate ways just temporarily, but are going to reunite on the train tracks. You're seeing another res, I think, on the south side, it looks like, for NWB, potentially back as a 4-3-man. And hopefully they don't collide with TSD, because they are also on the train tracks too. But, I think there's going to be just enough space, potentially, for those guys to escape.
These third parties are going to become a lot more common, let me tell you that, folks. 11 teams still alive. They're able to find 1 or 2 picks, but they're not able to take the entire team. Re-engage for Bao onto Stormbreakers, and look at that, 12s and 11. Gecko on level 10. It's a good thing he's on that oath, otherwise you'd imagine that health bar would be absolutely obliterated. Shroom taking down Blink on the other side of the map. 3LP versus Rat as we watch out with this one. The Minty Maniacs here. Bao holding ground really strong. Stormbreakers do have this base camp, but that's a Blink into... absolute disaster as Depberek is taken out by Ash, but Bao have to be careful because look, there is a team north here with the amphibious tech. We've got Aurora poking on Shin, who gets away via the wind rings, or are they going to get away? No, Mr. Fluffy Fish ultimately calls off the chase.
Oh my god, that could have been really sticky if, in that scenario, AWAR did apply pressure from the north side downwards. They could have maybe just completely collapsed on them, but they've just managed to slither through, both members looking for a res on their train again. We've just seen it before with another team, and now, it's going to be happening again. We are looking at Dragon Breath rounds in around 50 seconds. AUR maybe looking to, cancel this res as Shin does reunite with the rest of his team. And there goes the Reap to start things off onto Fluffy Fish with a couple of LMBs. He gets the roar, but unfortunately doesn't get the connection. Unfortunately, the Abyssal Breaker's popped by Fluffy Fish, along with the Napalm as well. Not doing too much damage across the board, it feels like. A lot of utilities being used, and Greninja actually gets blocked from getting any passage through with his ulti. And there goes another Abyssal Breaker, this time used by Gecko. The LMBs keep continuously coming out. Depberek actually misses the punch, and there's a surprising spike onto Gecko just afterwards. And SB again, and now in dire straits, running out of space rapidly, Relic. Uh-oh.
They just don't have any time to think right now, and here's the Shies looking at Depberek as a very juicy target, and right into WAF 2. The only way is up, Depberek, but you've got 2 Saroses basically trying to pick you off. Eventually, they find each other as more interesting targets, nay, more dangerous targets. The Stormbreakers, the absolute opposite of dangerous right now. They cannot catch a break. 3 teams. You can throw a blanket over all of them. The Milkers, that is a name which I hate saying, I'm not going to lie to you. Employment victims here as well, as the heart res comes through for Stormbreakers. And WAF goes into Aurora, and here's Shy on the other side. Abyssal Breaker onto Shi-Chi. Gets the wind up on the hammer, but is not able to find the pick. Here goes Fluffy Fish with the emergency platform, looking to get a little bit more purchase onto Lasmold. Got the flank here from Sebi and the Arcade Railgun. Lots of health bar to go through here for Lasmold. Into the blast off. Hachi on Shi-Chi. No Chi goes down for the moment as he's going to find the safety of land, but does not find safety from Sprokane's Railgun. Depberek taking down Minato Blizzard now. This is Stormbreakers right in the middle of hell on earth. Noob are here. Bungee Rope is out. We've got TSD in the mix as well. Shin and Depberek relocate. Gecko completely isolated from the rest of the squad. Kaizaro, Sprocane, a random spike in the middle of absolutely nowhere. Wayan's going to pick up that particular kill. Rain of Arrows goes down as Kaizaro falls right into the hands of Stormbreakers again. Through Shin, Depberek claims the kill on Kaizaro, who falls into the abyss below.
And somehow, SB managed to maintain ground as Minato is found at the last second through LP, looking to get that potential easy pickings. They've already picked up the armors. They're looking really, really healthy this time. It looks like Wayne just picked it up at the last second. They're able to chill on the island for the moment. We do see a potential fight on the right-hand side, but a kind of wide rotation, it looks like, by Rat, trying to go underneath her EV, but they're not having any of it. The Roars, unfortunately, not getting a connection from Levi, as Cookies gets a nice little decent spin on that Beyblade from Nyx. And Meki's already on super HP. Blinks is there with the reinforcement, trying to get a bit of extra damage onto Ice. Probably still got the chilling finale in the cook, and it's already actually popped it at the last second. Rat do have enough space to just keep getting away and actually doing a significant amount of damage to EV, but they've already managed to heal the majority of it up, trying to follow up this last couple of mobs in the end game. And aside from that, again, we're in another potentially slightly calm phase, but I think once this cycle completely closes in, I think it's going to be extremely chaotic again, as we did see on the north side. Looks like Raptor finally forced away EV. They're going up full north, it seems, and hopefully they find another sort of safer haven to just chill in for a little bit longer.
Yeah, Ratata rightly a favourite of chat. Undoubtedly one of the form teams right now with Cookies leading the fray. This is an awful position for TSD. They are going to get torn apart like vultures in the Grand Canyon, tear apart their prey. It is disgusting. They're down to just the one, but for how much longer, we do not know. Now, EV, though, employment victims find themselves in exactly the same scenario, and the ring waits for no man. TSD still waiting, their last player on the precipice. Minato Blizzard looking away through the ice storm, finds a hook. Shin goes down to VZ. Orlando's as 3LP, stopping up here onto employment victims. Ratata looking for an opportunity to third party, and third party they do in the blink of an eye. Crouch taken out by the Abyssal Breaker, but TSD is our 11th team, or our second team eliminated, I should say. 11th out, 10 teams remain.
Yeah, and this next circle, again, it's just keep squeezing teams together. We're looking at Rat also, kind of establishing a bit of a control territory. They're just trying to find any more goodies they can from the right-hand side and make sure they've got a bit of safe space. But of course, with the abundance of Saras's we're seeing, there's not really ever going to be anything guaranteed as the Avalanche comes in. A full send by Avalanche, at least getting one, from Ash. Deathbreaker Super HP finally dead at the last second. Abyssal Breaker's popped by Gecko. Hopefully that's bought him just enough time along with the Battlegum as well to kind of make sure it's going to be a convincing kill. There goes another dash through at the last second by Levi, trying to get a bit of chip damage onto Bao. Probably bit off more than they can chew. It looks like as there is ice now, trying to fend off all the damage that's coming his way. There goes the orb at the last second. The shift, the ult is used, but it's still not enough. And in this case, who this actually gets the kill onto EV, just left with 9 teams, but I think it's not stopping there. There goes a little bit of squid play in Wisp form. It's not enough. Win, maybe last live now for NWB as Ash probably sees maybe another open opportunity. It looks like it's already been taken potentially by Orlando's, and the rest of Bao looks like absolutely demolishing NWB. And just afterwards, Shy are full outed as well. What just happened there?
It's a cataclysm of effect. All these teams going north, rotating north, and finding themselves in the worst possible scenarios. For those who have held off, who've waited south, waited for their moment, they are reaping the benefits. Shy are taken out, leaving us with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 teams remaining. Surely make that 6 soon enough. Sebi with the crown going to be able to get away, though, utilizing that little boost in the glider to move his way onto a platform where the spike possibility is real. Quite extraordinary, I think, Cymeri, that Stormbreakers through all of this have been able to survive the absolute ruckus around them.
Yeah, exactly, and it looks like there's already an aggressive start ascending to start things off by Shin. Had to make his way through though, but he's used a lot of economy to kind of make that happen. Looks like Cookies is not having any of it. He wants Shin to pay for those kind of sins. It feels like as Gecko tries to get a little bit of LMBs at the last second, pops the bat to go. Nearly got the kill onto Blink, but the reset with the shift kind of saved him there. He was looking at 30 seconds as you were mentioning on Sebi as he dashes up to the north side. Looks like the sacrificial lamb might be fluffy fish here though, but the napalm does come out as well. And Blink has completely caught them out, being that concrete wall. It feels like they couldn't make their way through, and unfortunately AUR are outed as we do see another maybe sneaky escape. Who this couldn't make it out, unfortunately, and there might be some two-way shenanigans we are seeing on the top left-hand side of that heart as well, which is going to spell a bit more craziness as Moo are also outed 6th place.
Leaves us with a top 5. Again, extraordinarily, somehow, despite the absolutely miserable game that they have endured, Stormbreakers still survive, but their equipment, their itemization is rancid. Actually, a little bit better than when we last tuned in with them, but level 13s and 12s, awful armor. Look at everyone around them. Every other team with at least 2 golds.
Oh my god, we are seeing a raw being used by Cookies, not acquiring too much value. That's obviously one of the negative factors. The Abyssal Breakers use a massive catch out as SB finally come out of the bushes. Maybe they've been caught out. Potentially his Gecko's on super low armor. Health, he's got nothing left in the chamber. It feels like he's probably going to be dead here. The napalm also comes out. Rat also outed as well. What is going on this game? Absolute craziness. Maybe Gecko could be rested at the last second by Gecko, it looks like, but 3LP seems to be capitalizing on a lot of kills, it feels like, on the north side. Continuing their fight, it looks like with Waff just behind them. Small sends it in quite aggressively onto Acklinks and both Shroom, but Aiden's there with the LMBs. It looks like they're not, really going hard on the 3LP in this scenario because there are still a lot of teams surrounding them. It's, close proximity now. So if you make too much noise, of course, all the other teams are going to be alerted and they're going to be close enough to close the gap, which makes it really, really dangerous to go for a full send.
Right, Stormbreakers is absolutely the weakest out of these 4. And they didn't see Baru for Orlando's. They were completely invisible. What fair play! What a turnaround from Stormbreakers. His flankers completely caught them off guard. 2 sets of avalanches goes down. Shield broken here for this Bao. Oath still managing to poke away. But they've got themselves a jump pad. They're going to look to get back into the fray, or at the very least reconvene with their team. Then they have to go around, though. They have to go around. They've missed with the shield bash. In goes Shin around the outside. outside. A lot of health done. The shield broken for VZ Orlando's for the time spent in the storm. That might be time badly spent for Gecko, who's pushed out and eliminated. Deperek, though, has been able to rotate round. Shin's got the most wanted. Acolyte's buying the shot. Deperek sniped by Ash. This is not looking good for the Stormbreakers. A valiant effort indeed. Shin the last alive. Can they find a spike? Everyone else looking really healthy with their glider engines. To be fair, this wind tunnel is really horribly placed for any sort of dogfighter. Stormbreakers out at 4.
Dude, I can't believe that, and that just gave 3OP, especially that just open opportunity to get the res that they desperately needed. You know, they were in pretty dire straits there for a second, and it just got granted to them by SB. But now Bao in a little bit of a sticky situation. We are seeing the portal play by Bao in this scenario, or maybe been Waff. No, who is it in this scenario? Let's have a quick flick over and see. No, it must have been Ash, yeah. We are looking at 3OP. They've still got pretty wide dominion, but they don't want to be the sandwich. They're going to play this one very, very delicately in terms of their position. They have the water plan as well for a bit of a shield if they need to, or a bit of cover. And the two-way still might have a bit of a shenanigans still to be used, potentially. I'm not sure if they're going to get the drop onto anyone, though. I'm not sure who dropped that one in this scenario, but again, there's another pad play, it looks like. So it looks, not sure which direction they want to send it in. This is going to be a bit of an interesting one. Of course, the circle is pulling to the right-hand side, so... you know, it's kind of open. Oh, no, never mind. The nuke's been dropped to Waff. Have lost that space now, and now it looks like it's a potential free opening between 3OP and Bao to go for a full in. Aiden has lost the armor amidst this continuous R&B exchanges that Ash has provided, along with the Dragonbreath rounds, making it really, really hard to maintain armors, maintain that kind of effective health. I know it looks like another pull-in has happened as well, but not too much afterwards. Bao still, you know, playing the slow dance. They're not actually going for a full send, even though there might be the opportunity to. Of course, that's probably the right call in this scenario. We've seen the Chunker also being dropped as well. A little bit of poke with the Mortars. Saros R&Bs trying to fight for space. There goes the Abyssal Breaker by Smold. Here we go, Relic.
Moving rounds. I liked their position before, but I don't quite like the composition for this end game. Everybody knows that. I think Waff is getting compiled upon. But look at that. A little space in the storm opens up the Golden Beam of Mercury, buying them time to set up shop. Chronoxius through the rocks. And I fear for the nukes. Oh, it's a stray! A stray onto 3LP, who are down to 2. Will Bao go for it, though? Because the moment they go for a sort of prey onto their opponents here, they know that Waff were looking and searching. Maybe they've gone a little bit too early here. As 3LP, Aiden watching for what his best opportunity is going to be here. 70 seconds or a kill, and that teammate is back. It's Shroom, who's currently down. Major support. Smold with exotic armor on the Oath. Look at the state of that health bar. Count how many tickets it's got. Look at the Abyssal Breaker, though. Bao up against the wall. Surely they're going to be killed. Indeed they are. Ash is down. 2v3, Waff playing this beautifully, but can they find the kills to secure the win?
Dude, I really love that kind of instantaneous aggro. Once they saw Landers on the left side, they just absolutely went for a full send onto Ash, completely demolishing him, and that's brought, you know, Aiden so much time. 1 minute 20 seconds overall. He only has 40 seconds left now. He's dropped the cook for an extra, you know, potential bit of goodies. The Smold sends it in. The Abyssal Breaker's dropped by Aiden, trying to ensure that he can at least keep this member alive, but can't get out. No, only 30 seconds. Waff are looking to try and seal the deal here. They may be able to do it. They are able to take him out. Just 2 now. It's just a 3v2. Hopefully Orlando's can pull off some magic here, but it looks like Bruce is already in a very, very troublesome situation. Oh, he's already found dead. There goes the spin by Orlando's at the last second. He's Viruf's got the self-res on himself. It's already been stepped on there, unfortunately, so it is going to be a 3v1. I don't think Orlando's is going to make it out this one. Trying to survive as long as possible.
Wow, look at the health regen.
Insane lifesteal. No, Ashley's actually back on the south side doing some more extra poke there. They got the res off. Oh my god, crazy work, but I think it's still not going to be enough with Viruf live. Oh, he's 1 HP. He's trying to fight as much as possible in this Coliseum, it feels like. So much damage is being sent his way, and there we go. That is Waff taking game number 1.
Oh, dearie me. It was a slow burn. It was a slow burn. Got there eventually. I think Cymeria and Magical going to bring you back in here. I think a lot of that ultimately coming down to Waff and their positional sense, where the map was, taking their opportunities sparingly, but making sure that when they did take those opportunities, that they were effective, picking off bits and pieces of each roster. There was a scary moment there with the Knicks at the end, but apart from that,
yeah, for sure.
Very successfully done. Wipe and flex indeed.
There's a little bit of a scary moment. It was Knicks, and then because they forgot about the Oath res that can happen at the same time, almost had a situation where maybe there's going to be that comeback for Bao, but Waff still had that one in the bag. They were the team in control at the end. But crazy game to see, and it's great to see from WAF, especially because the team they beat is BAO, a team that they have so much respect for, that they've always said, like, the team that they want to beat the most out of any European team, it is that team, because they're both the French teams, and they want to be able to say which one is the better of the two. And today, starting off in game one, WAF end up coming out the better.
Dude, this was so good. Just looking at all these replays, man, there's been so many intricate, and intimate sequences between so many teams. There's so much fighting, for example, like on Manicorn in the mid game. In the early game, you see a couple of teams having a little bit of a scuffle here and there. And it did start, once it accelerated a little bit, it just went full, like, turn to 11, just permanently from then on out. They felt like, because we had so many teams living in the smaller circles as well, it just meant that there was just constant chaos. SB were having a lot of troubles in the early mid. They managed to stabilize a bit, but couldn't get there the whole way, crazy stuff.
Right. And then we had this chaos around the heart where we had, 9 teams that were still alive around the heart. And then still, as teams were falling, we saw so many teams grouped around their relic, where it just was this madhouse and this cacophony of just constant action that was happening.
I was saying in the moment that the teams that rotated in last are actually the ones who benefited from where the ring went, but traditionally speaking, you still want to rotate in first. It's just that there were so many teams rotating into the same position. It just became a cacophony of cataclysmic proportions. Fair play to Stormbreakers, though. I think that despite how undercooked they were for the majority of the match, they were actually able to extract a couple of kill points here and there. Obviously got a top 4 finish as well, which is really, really strong. But I want to give the most credit, honestly, to Wipe and Flex, because again, you're looking at this roster of an Oath, a Mercury, and a Saros. That is not a lot of damage per second on this squad. And so they really had to focus on, okay, where are we setting up shop? They lose their base camp early on, but check this out. They see that one of BAO is slightly off to the side. They even activate the Mercury ultimate just to secure the kill here. They obviously sniped Shroom out the sky early on as well with the Saros through one of their portals. And so slowly but surely, they started rolling the dice and finding the numbers in their favor.
And it really was working out for them, like just picking off these stragglers one by one. And going back to what you were talking about there, Relic, with this competition, it's kind of cool to see. It's a late game scaling comp with Mercury and Saros. Oath is always going to be strong regardless of what kind of comp you put them in, but just see how much they're able to do and how hard it is for teams to actually get onto this backline without like things such as Shiv that we're not really seeing in the meta anymore. And it allows WAF to kind of take this control, even if it's slow. It works out really well for them, where they just have to pick off a straggler here and there, and then they can look for the full fight afterwards because they already got so much control, Samiri.
Yeah, 100%. And one extra shout I'd like to give especially as well is to like Shichi. He's typically known as a ghost main, forever it feels like. He's now dabbling into like a couple of different characters, like Saros being one of them. And as you were mentioning, with that kind of backline concrete that they have, with Oath at the front line, everything's just like so cohesive it feels like. And especially with the Dragon Breath rounds they had in the end game, man, they were just able to just continuously get so much value. And with Shichi's kind of inherent aggression transplanted onto Saros, it's always just going to equal value.
But I kind of want to change the pace a little bit and look at like the larger picture. Since we do have 8 games to play with, that is a little bit more of a wiggle room for teams that struggled in this first game to kind of bounce back into the next one, Relic. And we look at a team such as Apex. They got eliminated day 1 right out of the gates. Bad fight early on. So do you have any words of wisdom to give to teams that might have dropped a little bit earlier than they would have wanted to?
Don't do what you did in game 1. And it sounds silly. It sounds silly, but really, the amount of teams that we see losing hot drops, for example, and they just keep on going for them like something's going to change. You have to get points on the board eventually. And so if it means not going for the hot drop, slowly building things up, being a little bit more cautious with your engages day 1, day 2, then that can roll on into what we saw Stormbreakers have, which was a very successful placement pick. Okay, you're not getting as many KP, but that's not the point. You need to find consistency in these results, and if you're consistently last, bad news. That's not a great look.
And then another thing that we can talk about before getting into game 2, Samiri, are like the hunter diversities. We've been seeing a ton of Oath, which means that I'm doubting we'll see too much of it in the later half of games. But do you think any teams might want to change what they've kind of drafted going into game 2, especially looking at a team like WAF, where they have what I would say is a very safe late game composition.
The only reason I feel like a team, it's only if they're doing like really bad, but I feel like a lot of teams, they've probably been practiced or well versed on a couple of different comps, because obviously with bans coming in as well, they kind of obviously have to modulate between a couple of different picks to, at least they played the game, of course. So I don't expect anyone to shift in game 2 or onwards, but of course when the bans come in, of course that's when we're going to see the biggest shifts, I think. And you might see a couple of people going, I'm feeding this specific character because the one I'm using currently doesn't work, but it looks like we're already heading into the next game.
I'm going to let you guys just roll right into it. I'll see you guys on the other side.
Awesome.
Thank you very much, Magical. Right, well, I'd agree with you. I don't think that we are going to see much change in terms of the composition, mostly because I feel like for a lot of these teams, they don't want to see Saros or Oath in the end game. There's a lot of Saros or Oath. And so actually, going back to the teams that are struggling, I think that those that went out earlier were going for slightly different comps. I mean, I remember Aurora dropping bottom 7. I mean, they were running Greninja on the Felix, for example. And so anything that disrupts the better comps later on, so long as they're not too far ahead points-wise, is going to be something that should benefit them. And it's great to see when teams don't take Relic's advice. As the same, actually, it is exactly the same 3 teams that we saw earlier, EV, Rat, and, oh, never mind, I apologize. Similar colors, different teams, though. Stormbreakers have gone north, Rattata are here, Apex Hunters are still here, and now Stormbreakers, the Gecko in particular, might pay for it, manages to spin dash away, but the first knock will be confirmed, surely. No, it won't. Oh, Rhapsody, how low health bar can you get, son? Through the wall on that myth there, and boy, are they lucky that they're on a myth, by the way. The Rattata are out for blood. They've come to the restaurant to eradicate. And they're going to eradicate Vipero, our first knock, but look at Stormbreakers. They're back with 2 golds, and they fancy some picks of their own.
Yep, Deathbreak does try punch, but unfortunately unsuccessfully against Mecha's Blink, just jump up to the top, not north side, but you see Shroom also taking down Greninja on the kill feed, and a nice little Batagum just potentially catch up Blink here, shutting in the Abyss for a prolonged period of time. Luckily does make it out at the last second. We also see Cookies back on full health as well, as he gets a decent chunky amount of damage and finally breaks the shield of Gecko as the bombing run finally comes in at the last second. I don't think it's going to be affecting anyone here, and Shin is still unfortunately found dead though amidst the chaos as Mech tries to get the dash, and it is successful, gets a nice little extra bit of LMB damage in, taking down Gecko, and we are just left with Deathbreak. There are obviously a couple of reses not too far away, but this is already sizing up to be a way more aggressive game. I mean, you thought people would, take your advice, but didn't seem to happen.
It's almost like, Saimiri, I've been playing this game for 2.5 years. I've been casting this game for almost as long. And I kind of get the vibe of what happens. And I mean, this was a great artist's impression, honestly, of some of my ranked games. Level 2, level 3, going up against a level 5 Nyx. Sure, why not? We can take it, surely. Spoiler alert, you can't. And now you've got TSD to worry about.
Oh man, and they've just come over, but there's still a bit of an armor difference because Kazaro still gets the hook, and unfortunately Deathbreak is going to be dead very, very quickly after Shin, as when he popped the dagger back now. Actually, not on the Nyx anymore as well, actually back on the Shiv. So, as you mentioned, there was a little bit of a change there for Shin. Maybe he's just experimenting with a couple of different characters, trying to find out which one is going to, fit the flow of the game. Of course, with Shiv being kind of inherently nerfed in a couple of ways. Over the last couple of patches have reduced her power level overall. Still a decent pick, but maybe not as crazy as she once was. We do see a bit of a circling around the heart as well between a couple of different teams. Bao trying to apply a little bit of pressure onto Eevee, but they're managing to hold their ground, trying to get a couple of buys in. It is going to be night in around 10 seconds as well. So, of course, the ghosts are going to be up for grabs wherever possible. We are seeing on the bottom left-hand side, NWB farming up completely free. Maybe a bit of a contact fight between 2 teams on Entrine as well. So it'll be interesting to see if we see any more evolutions between that, as Orlando's just get the scan on the UAV at the last second and completely jump ship, probably going to reunite in his team. But so many teams on the top right hand side of that circle. What is going on, Relic?
If you're Noob or the Milkers, you're wondering where everyone is.
Real.
They've been to the store with Papa, and they might not be coming home for a while. In fact, some of them might never be coming home because, quite frankly, I'd be shocked if we don't see a team elimination within the next few minutes or so. Wipe and Flex are game 1 winners, already taking a lot of pot shots, but I tell you what, this concoction from Mercury is such a lovely AoE just to deal damage out from and get that free healing, and you've got the Oath Q on top of that too. It's no wonder that TSD have called off the assault.
Yeah, it's looking like free pickings as well. And, you know, a lot of teams are going to have to make their way down to the south side. There is a Sky Shock available for TSD, but of course, Night 2 is going to be available. So I think they're going to farm up first and then look for a rotate, which is going to be definitely an easy option as SB tries to get a little bit of a sneaky farm, stealing it away from Bao, but Bao managed to maintain control over the majority of these minions that are still available on this kind of new arena island. Aside from that, we do see a bit of fighting potentially on Prisma Falls, but it's not evolved, I think, into a full fight yet, potentially. We are looking at the bombing run also dropping just a left of WAF. SB just beneath them. Gecko's been forced away again. I'm not really sure if SB, it feels like they may have just temporarily just lost a bit of confidence in that first fight, but, you know, they're definitely going to be able to regain it again. I think they've got, you know, the fortitude from, you know, all of the games that they played in the past competitively to just, you know, kind of reset their mental and, you know, send it for this one, you know?
Well, you were pointing out Shin going on to the Shiv. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, that's classic Stormbreakers, Shiv,
exactly.
Oath, Bishop. But, like, as chat has rightly pointed out, the game and players have both moved on a lot and also stagnated a lot, I think, in the Stormbreakers situation. And so a lot of teams are looking at these players and thinking, they probably haven't practiced as much. Let's go, you know, this should be easy pickings. And it means that for the second game in a row, they're on the back foot, attempting to try and find a way back. Lovely use of the anomaly from Cookie's. Really good map awareness. And I tell you what, Biruf was not expecting to be pounced upon by 2 of this Rattata roster. The rest of his team comes around the corner. That's a huge Saros orb that's going to double a load of anti-heal. And look at EV go. Look at what a third party that was. I'm shocked that he didn't get more damage. But here comes a fourth party. The Milkers are eviscerating Rat out of contention for the moment. Blink is taken down. There's still no second kill. Surely Crouch is going to be the second eventually.
No.
That's going to go over to Bao. And it's on Nyx. Going to activate the passive. Going 1v1 up against Levi, who heads through the anomaly to escape the rampaging Bao player. Still dangerous for Orlando's. They're going to take the anomaly themselves now.
Yeah, and it's one of those crazy things because the bombing run just, you know, kind of landed behind EV. They had to make a really decisive, intentional decision to just make the forward play continuously, because obviously if they played back on the on it, they would have had no chance to kind of escape, as Apex have found out at the last second. The hook does not connect Hachi, as we've seen the kill feed getting a nice little kill onto Shroom as well. Someone else also died as well, as Minato tries to get a bit of a flank damage on the south side. Maybe a bit of a distraction for Godefroy to actually go in with that kind of venomous LMBs, and there goes Kazara with the dash in, gets the dunk, and the slug wave do mega damage. Minato gets the kill onto Lizardo. 1 member left now for Apex. R&B doesn't connect, unfortunately. There are the win rings to provide an extra bit of distance, maybe just enough, but now they run into Aurora. This is looking so troublesome. The bomberman's also come out as well. Ash finds who this we see on the kill feed. Oh my god, this is looking crazy, but maybe just a bit of a sneaky escape there for Rhapsody right at the end. Oh, another fight.
Jerry Bobbins in the bombing plane alone has just saved Rhapsody and Apex Hunters. Outstanding work from the bomber pilot. They are on their last legs as Stormbreakers are able to shoo away this team and continue their traversal north. Meanwhile, TSD and Aurora looking for a couple of spores. Sebi almost finds the arcane railgun onto Minato Blizzard. They're going to move south and they're going to disengage successfully. The Shies, meanwhile, with a full team res, they're back in the game. Still 12 teams up as we're into day 3.
Yeah, it was insane to see that actually Hachi was last alive. I'm assuming maybe like some of them got spiked or something else happened there. That was really, really crazy that they got the res, especially in the center of the map. You know, looking at this kind of map overview, that's really insane to, you know, see that they got it off for free. I think a lot of teams just never actually want to be centrally located, but sometimes it's actually the safest place to be because everyone wants to be on the outskirts. You're going to kind of have to take that kind of inverse mentality, you know, from the kind of expected norm. As we do see 3LP, you know, trying to shift down to the south side. They've got a bit of damage onto Shin. The Abyssal Breaker's popped maybe at the most perfect time, and they do find a nice little free picking onto Shroom with that nice clean debt break ulti. Continues to send in those LMPs and displacement charges. Also taking down Akalinks. There's just 1 member left now. I think SB want to continue this pursuit potentially. This is looking potentially dangerous for 3LP.
Yeah, rocking the diadem there, Detberek, which is why their damage output was so much more excessive than perhaps 3LP was anticipating. Vipero in an awful position, not as bad as his teammates, though, who are buried deep in the storm. Briefly up to 3, back down to 2 as Vipero has somehow been able to survive the assault from Sebi and Fluffy Fish, although surely it's it's an effort in trying to delay the inevitable, heading back into the circle. Yeah, they're going to be eliminated, surely. Sebi basically with a free pickings there as Vipero falls into the abyss. And poor old Apex Hunters on the back for this Rhapsody last alive again.
Oh, and there might be a bit of a catch out here. Treadsy on his last legs, basically. Emu, unfortunately,
Whoa!
outed. That was really unlucky to see as Depbrek actually gets the last kill to Eevee as well. So many fights happening across the map, it feels like. Rhapsody might have an opportunity to get the res off if possible. If these two guys have a clean fight, potentially. It looks like one member's already been down. Orlando's in this situation. Bao are looking in a very, very sticky situation. Broof couldn't... Wait, Popsy, Abyssal Breaker right at the last second as this kind of almost dying wish. And you're looking at Ash going on the south side, trying to get a little bit of RMBs and Orbs in if possible. Gets a nice little dash.
That was
to cause a bit of space, but gets spiked midair. And surprisingly, Rats take out Bao. That was a crazy sequence. What is going on?
You could be a team that cooks, but sometimes in the kitchen, you're bound to get burned. Cymeri and Rattata are on the warpath. So very quickly then, down to 9 teams as we're into night 3. And Wipe and Flex looking to shoo Stormbreakers away. They have control over the catacombs, and they are more than happy to keep position here. Of course, one of the rare res towers left on the map, so this will be a major point of interest going forward.
Yeah, we do. We also saw in the picture-in-picture, 3LP got the res off as well, which is really, really nice to see. But they are, a little bit under-leveled, of course, because of SB applied so much pressure. They are walking up to the north side. They are potentially having a mini dance against TSB. I'm not sure if that's going to turn into something, full fat, but that level of disadvantage is potentially a bit bad, along with the armors as well. And there's not going to be many mobs, to be honest, in this part of the map to actually get even any more XP. So they may have to go for some sort of a weird bush strat to try and, actually ambush someone and then extract value that way, because it's going to be really hard to restabilize. Rhapsody still chilling on the right side, just waiting for a moment to stick the res. Maybe if Rat's Bonfire moves up to the north side just enough. SB looking to get the red drop pick as well, which is going to be an extra boon. There's also the red GA on the bottom left-hand side, which is also going to be extra good as well.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really strong. I think we spotted Masamune in there somewhere as well.
Yeah.
So Rattata moving south of the bombing run.
Meanwhile, they stuck it.
We've got 3LP. You were talking about their health or their level disparity. I think they're more than confident in their hands to do the business. So Apex Hunters, Vipero lost on one side of the rock, unable to join his comrades, and that's an awkward rotate with Aurora watching Brief on this side of the entrance.
And there is a crown there on the top right-hand side, so I'm wondering if that's going to be the kind of opportunity they go for. There is the res as well, not too far away from the crown as well, so maybe they do that. They have to take a lot of damage there as a crown pickup, but of course that's alerted all the teams kind of on the north side to kind of relocate towards Lizardo's position, and he is trying to escape on that ghost. He's feathering pretty nicely so far, but TSD, they've already got the vision nade there, so they definitely know that he's complete, there just waiting. It's going to be likely a free kill. There goes Godofray with the send-in, unless he gets a surprising spike. The daggers have been used defensively, along with the Fusillade and Zaro to seal the deal on Lizardo, but AU actually noticed this and potentially take advantage of this, already popping the Abyssal Breaker, completely forcing them off. Apex are fully outed, that was kind of expected. Out ninth place, and the hook comes in onto Kazaro. There he goes, but he gets it back in return. Can he get the dunk back onto Vivid Lukes? Maybe, I'm not too sure. Minato is taking so much damage from Sebi. A couple more LMBs will seal the deals. Hachi actually gets in a nice little ulti and not kind of... he gets the spike at the last second. What is going on? This is so crazy. And just below that, SB looking for some French free breakers onto Hachi. Abyssal Breaker absolutely catching him out of guard. And Depbrek is getting the kill. Wayan just managed to feather like an absolute god. There goes the Arcane Rogue and a couple more LMBs. Maybe he can get the spike. It's not enough. And NWB are outed 8th place. Wow, what a sequence, dude. Again.
It's another domino effect with all of these teams basically occupying the same amount of land. And as soon as you try to retreat and back up into another area, whoops, there's another team there. And Stormbreakers are the ultimate beneficiaries alongside Aurora, who started the domino run in the first place. 3LP and Rattata are looking pretty strong, but only one team's coming out of this team, of this battle on top, and that is Rattata. So the ever so brief res for 3LP is ever so short-lived. Aiden BY with the anywhere but here. And what on earth is that RNG? Are you joking?
The problem is he's already used the res as well, so he's going to have to go for crown. But still, nevertheless, it is a safe haven, though. So, I think he'll take it. The crown is obviously the direction he's heading towards. The Orb of Revival is also spawning in not too long as well, so that might be another angle if he gets that crazy last-hit LMB onto it to revive his team. He's got Air Blaster in his hands as well, potentially, to pull off some shenanigans, potentially. Maybe he can get a crazy spike in the Abyss. The Bomber Run is potentially separating him, so he's going to maybe just be looking for a bit of space down the top right side. Maybe has some sort of intuition that he knows that all the teams are basically super duper far away from him. We are seeing a bit of an aggressive fight here. There goes the drop as well for the bonfire. Maybe he's got enough money to buy a crown. Looks like that is going to be the case. And there goes the nuke drop as well, double nukes. He's looking for the reset. A little bit of a sneaky play here. I actually like that. Maybe kind of establishing some fake territory by dropping the bond and then looking to stick the res this way. Nice little cheeky bit of magic there. Kind of a cheap solution, it looks like. But AUR have actually noticed this. We do see Rat as well coming up from the north side. They are back as a full 3-man, but I think they're running out of space so rapidly. Shrew is probably going to be dead here very, very shortly, I think, because Rat and both the AUR are looking to feast. They've got one piece of the meal already. There goes a nice little reap to continue things as the Abyss Breakers finally dropped by Blink, and there goes the Avalanche. And I'm not really sure if that's going to catch anyone. They've managed to skirt around it, and Cookies has also managed to find his way out. I think AWAR probably want to jump ship now. I think they've had at least one piece of a meal, and that's all they can do, to be honest. Another res attempt is going to be successful. 3OP back again. These guys are just like never-endingly just coming back. Oh my god.
You saying a cheap solution, not if we take it literally by monetary wise. That was anything but cheap. The dude emptied his pockets. Oh, the ice wall. Oh, but the portal. Unbelievable from Sprokane, who's been outed. Shy's on their last legs. Shichi, will they activate? Oh, sorry, my apologies. I thought that was a Bishop player. It's a Saros player. It doesn't matter. Turns into a rat, falls into the Abyss. That's the end for Sprokane, but not the end for the Shys. Still someone else left on the map. Meanwhile, here comes Minato Blizzard with the engage. TSD looking strong, but that's Minato Blizzard going down. And here's 3LP with the third party. They are desperate for equipment. They're desperate for shielding. So this is honestly as good an opportunity as they're going to find. Shichi through the portal gets the res off, but here's a fourth party. It's Aurora looking to spoil everything. Fly to the Firefox to close down Chronoxius, who manages to get away with the blast back from the Mercury shift. And after all of that, Yazza dies somewhere else on the map.
No.
Rip
That's
Shy.
super unfortunate for Shy. Yeah, exactly. This is crazy stuff. We are seeing a kind of wacky escape by Smold going kind of up and then down again, kind of being able to reunite with his team. Somehow amidst the chaos, WAF just navigate that so delicately and perfectly, because AUL were waiting on the right side, of course, with that portal play. The bomber run is kind of reducing the amount of space that 3OP can play, and they have to make a decision again. They decide to go kind of on the south side of the bombing run. We are looking at Shin also taking down Kazaro. So that's another nice bit of a free picking. Rat are also building up a nice little structure there to kind of guarantee a bit of space. We are looking at the Arcane Railguns also being dropped. There goes the pad drop absorbed by SB, maybe looking for kind of a rotation round to the left side. Gecko taking a decent amount of damage. There goes the Abyssal Breaker by Fluffy, doing a decent amount of damage to Shin, but I think he's going to be able to survive in this scenario. Just enough space created by that for Shin to kind of wander back. Oh, Deathbreak being sent down to the south side from the spike grenade. He's going to have to, luckily get away. I think it was a little bit risky, but I think he's made it out there as a WAF go for a full send-in onto 3LP in this scenario. Aiden's taking so much damage potentially here. At the last second, he has to jump down to the south side. They found Depth Break now. And there goes the punch. Unfortunately, not getting the connection. There goes the Abyssal Breaker by a Gecko as well. It looks like it's going to be at least one person catch out here. Oh, no, it's going crazy now. Gecko getting that kind of tackling. The Beast Loss popped by Shin. And now Shroob is now trying to have a little mini fight. It looks like against Cookies. A Smold finds Aiden. 3LP. Oh, sorry, TSD are routed. Still one member left, of course, for 3LP. On his last legs, though, as Rat are looking to try and get that final kill.
Quite unbelievably, that was an extraordinary rotate from Stormbreakers. Look at where the circle's going. It was proactive, it was bold, but it somewhat paid off. But now they've been turned around by Wipe and Flex. 3LP is gone. So it's another top 4 appearance here for the Stormbreakers. But once again, they find themselves the weakest and certainly the most outcrowded here. Aurora on the other side. This is a hell of a rotate. Wow. That's a hell of a tactical nuke. That's another nuke that goes down, forcing Stormbreaker over the Abyss. They've got themselves an emergency platform, but the Abyssal Breaker goes down. Deperek is felled, followed by Gecko in quick pursuit. Shin, last alive, manages to scurry away as Rat goes for the third party on Wipe and Flex, closes off 2 teammates from the other. Shichi flies away. The Oath rejoins their teammates, and somehow in all of that, no team eliminated. Or are they? Because Stormbreakers, they've got the res quickly back, but they're on super low health. They've got no shields to speak of. Ratata awaits on the other side. It's into the welcoming arms of death. No matter where you look, if you're the Stormbreakers, unless they can go for another flight through the Abyss, and somehow they still are managing it. Shin, taken down by Aurora. Deperek, the last alive. Look at this. Everywhere you look, there are eyes and lasers and rockets and hammers trained on the demise of this Stormbreakers roster. A miss from the Arcane Railgun. Still Deperek survives.
And there is a crown very, very close to his feet as well. The nuke's already been dropped as well. Hopefully he can pick it and get out. And hopefully he's got the ulti as well, because he needs to delicately navigate this ultimate kind of angle. So he can, you know, maybe even get a spike potentially onto Rat. It looks like as WAF are actually playing a decent amount of pressure onto Cookies. But dashes through the wall at the last second, gets a couple of bit of LMBs for a bit of momentum. And there goes the bomb and run. There goes the nuke as well, potentially as well. There's a knock by Depbreak. He's going to be able to stick the rest. The Aiden dropped a long time ago at the last second. There goes the flight, the Firefox Bag and Ninja get with the massive send in. Hopefully no one dashed to the nuke at the last second. So the bombing runs. Luckily, they're not going to. Ninja just found a kill onto Chronoxus, and he's picked up an absolute monstrous size shield as well at the last second. It looks like a Waffer actually might be able to meet the demise here. There goes nice little LMB.
Oh, they got him!
Get the kill. They do get it at the last second. Small, it's got the Sulphurous though, so he might be able to stick it, but Blink is there to confirm that kill on the Wisp. And I believe at that point we are going to be left with only 3 teams. Wow.
One of them still Stormbreakers. Depbreak last alive. Rattata and Aurora will be more interested in each other than little Depbreak, who's got nothing to speak of. Over the bungee rope they go. A little bit of a defensive structure if they'd want it, but the ring waits for no one. They've somehow been able to find enough money scurrying through underneath the sofa to find the pennies to pick up a most wanted from the shop. But how on earth are you going to find a kill in all of this? Maybe it's going to start with this tactical nuke and bombing run. Eliminates that place of safety for Rattata as the bombing comes down. And it's a moment of reprieve for all in the final rings.
Yep, and just looking at the items and things of that nature, you know, Rat have got, you know, really, really super crazy items. Of course, Blink with the red G is you know, going to be another crazy kind of bit of chaos to add to it with the box resist. Depbreak is circled around. He's got the lip of the island to just chill on. 50 seconds left. He's going to be met by Cookies now. The punch comes in and bought an extra bit of time for Depbreak. He's going to be able to skirt down to the left-hand side as well, potentially, unless he meets the AUR in this scenario. I think they do notice this. He's trying to get a bit of money from the box or any of the goodies. There goes the ulti pop that I was talking about before. He's trying to time it properly, but I think he's not going to be enough. Unfortunately, Cookies trying to get that kill right at the last second, does get the kill. Just 2 teams left now, and another fight seems to be erupting. Double Abyss Breakers are popped on both sides. Cookies is flying in the air, just temporarily jumping over to the left-hand side. Pad's already been dropped very, very early as well. A couple of armor resets maybe as well, as it looks like there's going to be like another round 2 or round 3 between these last 2 teams.
Big respect to Rattata, who saw what way the wind was blowing and thought, okay, rather than throwing everything into this fight, which we might lose, by the way, because our armor is getting shredded, let's set up shop. And set up shop they most certainly have. Are you a fan, they say? Because we've got 5 of them. Putting up walls too. The carrot is in the oven. A handshake from Sebi. Respect, maybe a bit of BM, who knows? But over the top they go. In goes Greninja with the flame shield. It's a big abyssal breaker though. Huge health bar to go through with that flight of the Firefox popped. Back over to the other side now, and Rattata see the opportunity to strike. Much lower health bars, no armor to speak of. This is Rattata's to lose. Cookie eating a lot of health, but gets it right back with that passive, splitting Aurora asunder. But Aurora have now found themselves in temporary god spots. Out goes the Saros Orb. Greninja shredding through the bright shield. Blink forced away. Greninja now has to turn around. There's 2 around him. Flame shield. In goes the spin to win from Cookies, and the bombing run coming down now. Big stun. Are they going to get the final kill? No. Greninja using the fans, using every single fan to protect himself. Stay alive. Rattata with a 3rd engage required to take this team down.
And Meki's just having an absolute field day, continuously, you know, peppering those RMBs into AUR. They've tenderized them pretty much. I don't think they've got any money yet. There's no econ left in the tank for any more armor repairs. So it's going to be easy pickings as their Abyss Breaker. And the Abyss. But they may be able to turn it around. They've already taken a 1v. Definitive 2v2. It potentially looks like a Sebi's back now. It's a 3v2, and it looks like Blink will be dead very, very shortly after. I don't think you can get the red GA stick, it seems like, in this scenario, unless they manage to get the reset back onto Sebi again. Meki's trying to find the snipe desperately. I don't think he's going to be successful here because the Oath is consistently blocking the majority of the damage. Blink tries to, finish off at least one man, but Meki gets the kill onto Sebi at the last second. He separated them. Now it's the 1v2 potentially. They've cancelled the Whispers as well. There goes the LMBs, the dashboard by the Oath. Meki making sure that the kills have been confirmed whenever possible. They really, really tried to send on Greninja. This is surely going to seal the deal, unless he's got another heat shield. I think it's still going to be a cooldown. The dash is not going to be enough. He's back in the game. A 2v1 now. Oh my god, Relic, what is going on?
Greninja's still alive. He has to go in for the save. Abyssal Breaker down to Greninja. Q to speed up the process. They've got another big block on Blink. In fact, can they find the kill on Blink? Greninja's back. Unbelievable turnaround. Look at the shield in for Greninja. Through the bungee rope. Unbelievable. Outstanding. Blink gonna be stomped. Aurora gonna be flexing until tomorrow. What an end game. What a win. Greninja, the Firefox, outstanding, but that win, the clutch from Fluffy Fish on absolute cinema. Absolute cinema.
What the hell happened?
Dude.
That was wild! Oh my god! How did Aurora win that? Like, that is the craziest set of circumstances I have seen. Masterclass on Felix play there from Greninja. Fluffy Fish with the clutch res to get back in the game. We took a look at these replays, and we've had some incredible moments throughout all of Game 2, but nothing can top that finale.
Dude, I'm just like watching it again. I need to watch it again. I need to watch it maybe 3 or 4 times to just digest everything. The bomber runs, everything was so crazy in that last game. But, you know, we've got to obviously look at the kind of how AWOG kind of got to this position, of course, with, you know, picking up a couple of kills early game. A lot of other teams, of course, having major struggles in this scenario. Apex, they managed to survive to like at least the mid game. So they at least got maybe a couple of placement points. But man, they had a very, very rough game for this one.
I'm just almost speechless with like how that end game was, because from wisp to win, like literally they were down to pretty much death, and somehow Aurora pick up the W in that one regardless. And looking at the rest of the game, like Rat, you feel a little bad for them because they were very bloodthirsty in this game. They got a ton of kills before we even had a lot of other teams really getting knocked out of this. So just to see that they weren't the eventual winners, it was Aurora who just were the solid team throughout it all, kind of just making sure that they were able to find good fights in the mid game, get enough kills, and have enough gear so that their late game looked really solid as well. Relic, just props out to them. And being one of the few teams that's still playing with Felix, you just don't see anyone else with Felix anymore.
Does somebody have the fast forward button? Like, these highlights don't matter. These highlights don't matter. Just take us to the bit that actually matters. No, we have to talk about.
We could literally just put that last fight on replay the whole time. That's just play it 6-7 times for us.
You know, like wherever this game goes, like whatever happens from here on out, save that end game as a historical marker for what SUPERVIVE was all about. I mean, it was a real slow simmering game in general. You know, we saw some really heroic effort. Again, Stormbreakers being able to find their way into the top 4, finding a bit of consistency, and the unfancied Shiv. Shin proving that comfort picks, even at T1 level, massively important, but not as important as positioning and movement tech. There were some extraordinary relocation plays. Stormbreakers, key amongst them, a huge rotate from north to south of the ring, being able to weave their way through 3 different teams before eventually getting sussed and found out by teams with much better itemization and equipment, slowly but surely getting whittled down. WAF not able to pick up back-to-back games, leaving us with just Aurora and Rat. And I think it's so crazy, guys, to think that Rattata was in Godspot at that end scenario. I hope you won't mind, Magical, that I sort of take over hosting from here, since you and Cymeria are going to be heading into game number 3. But Cymeria, I find it so extraordinary that that's where we started. It looked like it was Rattata's to lose, with the Abyss in front of them, throwing down a bunch of fans at one point, I think, or was that Aurora? They switched positions so many times. It was difficult to keep up.
Bro. It was crazy, man. It's like, you know, they had the full kind of modern PC setup with all those fans at the front, like on the top of the island. And then, you know, we did see Depwreck as well with this crazy escape, or attempt to escape as well. You know, as I mentioned, he's going to try and pop the ulti through the Abyss, trying to get a spike if possible. Even though he had it correctly timed, of course, the character that he tried to hit it on was way too high HP. And, you know, kind of predicted or saw it coming. And then, you know, we're vastly, you know, quickly approaching the this massive, crazy fight. You know, one of the big call-outs is going to be that bombing run as it came across. And Fluffy able to get the self-res off at the most opportune moment as well while it was happening. So it just opened up so much possibilities for AWOG to kind of get the full reset, as the, you know, Meki was continuously getting snipes, and I think he killed Semi, I think twice across this whole fight. Yeah, and there it goes. There's the self-res. I think if Meki kind of realized this early on, because obviously he's a ranged character, he could have maybe, you know, stopped that completely. Or was it Orb? Was it
Look at Fluffy Fish, dude.
Oh,
that makes a lot more
Fluffy
sense.
Fish went into the storm saying, all right, you want to stomp the Wisp, you got to go into the storm, take that free damage.
Beautiful.
Out. Oh, just so smart.
And all the while, Greninja whittling down Blink to a point where Blink could not actively dive as much as he wanted, and he was caught out over the abyss. And so eventually, Blink being so low leads to Blink going down. It's 2v1. Meki Mek goes north. And that's how one of the best end games in competitive SUPERVIVE comes to a close. Magical, it's game 2. We got 6 more of these. EU never disappoints.
I was about to say, Relic, it's EU. Are you that surprised? EU's always got stuff like this. This is just like, to me, this just is the epitome of what European SUPERVIVE is. It is just chaos. It is insanity. It is beautiful to witness.
Might I add, still better than NA. Ooh, low jab, low jab, low jab. Ooh, it's a low jab. Right, well, moving into game 3 there. I mean, where on earth do you start with that? I guess if you're WAF, you're pretty happy, right? First, followed by a third, you should be in the points lead, one would think. I think as disappointing as it would be for Rattata, it's still a top 2 finish. It's still pretty good. If you're Stormbreakers, you're pretty happy, honestly. 2 very average early to mid games, finished up by a top 4 finish both times. But folks, we've seen the Milkers going out early, Apex Hunters with another early elimination. And so now the question I pose to you two, let's go to Magical first and then Saimiri, is with the bans on the horizon, we're seeing a lot of Oath and a lot of Saros. Do you commit to trying to get those off the table just to disrupt other people's formations? Or do you try and mix it up now, given that clearly what's happened the first 2 times, the first 2 games, hasn't quite worked for you?
I think when it comes to like the Saros Oath, you're expecting those are getting banned no matter what.
Sure.
So just keep playing them. If your composition has been relying on them, keep with it, because even if you drop them now, I don't think it's going to be enough to make any other hunters really overcome them into the standings and like make it so that they're played more. It's really going to be on that third, right, where things get a lot closer and a little bit more dicey for teams. And we have seen that before, where adaptations have happened going into the 3rd and 4th game, where you try to switch up your style so you can get something else banned.
So Mary, I'll hand it over to you, and indeed to you too, as game 3 is on the horizon.
Okay, it's the special one, Magic. That's why you're here. Game 3 is going to be bullet trains. That's what we're seeing on the top right hand side. We're hearing the whistle being ready, so I'm hoping to hear it numerous times over the course of this game. I think this might happen. I've just got this gut feeling, gridlock armors. Straight off the bat, we've got another couple of armors as well up for grabs, some perks as well. Teams are already starting to drop as well, picking their decisions. It looks like Entron has potentially 2 drops. I'm wondering who's going to go Coldfang. You've seen that recently. 3OP have actually rotated their strategy. They don't go Coldfang anymore. They go Mana, it seems like.
Yeah, and I'm surprised. It just looks like Aurora going to be the one team going down to Coldfang. But it's all about gridlock. We see that there is already one team going that way. It is going to be the Milkers by themselves. Yeah, no one else are contesting them on this drop. And there's going to be a ton of gold armor, not just from the gold armors that you get from the vaults and from all the chests in gridlock, but also the drop being gold armors as well. And seeing where everyone else is dropping, surprising to see how fanned out everyone is at the moment. There will eventually be Stormbreakers moving down to gridlock to contest Milkers on the golds, but they're going to be a little bit late to that party.
Yeah, and straight off the bat as well, SB, as you were mentioning, with free dibs on the armors. We do see the team bottom right move. I don't know if they're going to clash, though, is the question. It's like, 8 seconds till it spawns. There's a couple of mobs left to farm as well for SB. Elsewhere on the map, as you mentioned, there's super healthy dispersion of teams. So this is basically maybe the only bit of combat we're actually going to see, I feel, unless there's going to be a wide rotation with a Sky Shark that causes 2 teams to be relatively close to each other. But it looks like Hudis is slowly making his way over to SB now. And now I think he's seen the Megas, the aggressive dash forward. Gets a nice little hammer onto Shin, but the full heal orb was there. So it's going to be basically without issues. Look at like SB went for the rotation down for the armors instead, which is a nice little sneaky play. And they picked up all 3 now, in fact. So there's a big armor advantage now for SB. They just need to capitalize on it. Oof.
Yeah, right now, Penumbra taking a little bit too much damage, trying to go for the Oblivion Spin bat to heal up, but now down in Wisp. Shin hunted back a little bit by Hudis, but Milker's in a horrible spot, and we already talked about this as a team that's already dropped a couple times early. Another one, a third one, could be a death sentence for them here in Turbo Cup, and they're just literally letting Hudis die so that Treadsy can get away, the only one from Moo who survives.
And it almost kind of felt like SB just made the trap for a Moo in this scenario, and they just fell for it. They just fell for a hook, line, and sinker. Like, it felt like Shin was like, okay, I'm going to leave this green orb to be full healed. That'll to force them to be baited at least once. Then it looks like we're going for the Guardian, but in fact, we're just going to go for the full armor resets. And then by the time they're all in that mini island through the anomaly, it's not the mini island, the kind of mini arena, then it's like, yeah, we've got the massive armor advantage. Now let's fight. It's under our conditions, you know?
And they're still chasing Treadsy.
Yeah.
They spotted him right there. Gecko knows that it's a lone cow by themselves in a bush. And Treadsy gonna be easy prey for them to try to farm up. But Treadsy hopping over towards Academy. Might be able to get underneath the wall. But the crash from Sky Shark, the blast back. Treadsy gets under the wall, barely trying to shoot some damage back on his shin. But being overheating and an easy hammer to the face. Moo out day one.
Oh my god, that's a bit of an upset to start things off. It's, you know, we're in game 3, so there's still a decent amount of games, of course, with it being a longer series than we typically have. You know, a lot of teams can have that kind of one stinker game, but that's, you know, that's kind of your ticket being used now. You know, and now you don't have it. You got to make sure that you're on the money for all the rest of the games in this series. But NWB, let's have a quick talk about those guys. And TSD, you know, you've got Bibby Blukes this time on the Bishop, way in on the Ghost. Numo trying to get some LMB hits in on that Myth. And of course, once that level, you know, set level 7 hits with the Viridius Fury, you're able to get monstrous amounts of damage in. So this is quite a heavy damage, themed comp, as Kazaro just might find a pocket of space through the trees to get a bit of damage in, or tries it, but actually pays for it with his life. You know, that dunk was super unsuccessful, and I think that was just a clean opening afterwards for NWB.
And the 3 sitting ducks looking like sitting ducks as they try to run away from Newbie. Wyan chasing down Godford, but he's back over towards Kobayashi, so should be safe. But WAF have heard the fighting and they've moved down into Vanegrove. Same with Bao. And Bao last game, very uncharacteristic early exit for them, so they might be a little bit mad about that and look to bully some of these teams. Newbie gonna be the team they first look for, then WAF, as WAF had gone down the stairs, now staring down one another. 2 French teams, Baroof already in deep into the fight. Apex actually eliminated off screen by the Shies, as we still have the heal on WAF. 5 puppies trying to keep them going. Well, it's Orlando's who has to dash back, barely missing with that Abyssal Breaker from the Smold. But now, Bao resetting, deciding to go down south in Vanegrove.
Yeah, it's probably not a good exchange for them overall. Even though they had, you know, they were both level 7s in that scenario, but having the blue armors and actually losing quite a lot is a little bit of a kind of a tax you have to pay them to kind of repair the armors afterwards. Maybe it was a bit of a better exchange to kind of just look for any more mobs, but maybe they'd already cleared all the ghosts, to be honest. There's not really much to do, to be honest, so maybe having that little opportunistic fight, seeing if you get at least 1 pick, might have been the call there. You know, and as you're mentioning in the kill feed, we did see Shy as well picking up a couple of kills. They've walked down now, and it looks like they're being met in this scenario by SB. They're looking to try to get a bit of LMB damage in. The Abyssal Breaker's been popped by Yasa. The daggers would have been used backwards. There goes the second Abyssal Breaker by Gecko. They're trying to do as much damage as possible to potentially Yasa. A spike at the last second. They catch out Shin. It's a definitive 3v2 now, and I don't know if Shy, they just want to continue the chase here. I think they found their flow again. I feel like they lost it for a couple of games in the past, and you know, in Quals, for example, but I think they found their flow again.
What a barrel combination there on to poor Shin, who just got annihilated by that combo, forcing SB on the run. But Shies, as you talked about, looking really hot right now. Though I will say, the last 2 games, not their best performances, but compared to how some of the tournaments have been for them in the past, they are slowly but surely getting back into that rhythm. And after, I think it was a 7th place in game 1, it was a middle of the pack in game 2. They can win this one. They can definitely bounce back in the standings, because I would imagine with WAF having won game 1 but not winning the second game, and Rat being so close in both of them, that we're probably going to have a very close leaderboard going out of game 2. And that means if it's close, like the closer it is, the more likely, even if you struggle at the beginning, you can bounce back and catch up to the top.
Yep, and we do see AOR as well also having a little bit of a dance, but they've had to jump ship themselves at the last second. It looks like a lot of pressure's being applied, I believe by 3LP, but right at the last second they go for another rotation with the Sky Sharks. We are looking at as well, go to Freud trying to get a little bit of poke onto Bao, and from the north side, NWB, I think Bibby Bluke's trying to get a bit of LMB poke in before he can maybe send it with an ult if he finds that clean line in against their TSD. You know, they've been having fights in the past as well. We are looking at on the map, picture-in-picture, a little bit of poking going on between 2 various teams as well on Prisma cores, but nothing I think is going to result in a full fight, it looks like. Everyone has gone their own separate ways, because the Soul has spawned, I think, which is going to be the goodie that Bao are going to be able to get for free, potentially. I don't think anyone's going to be able to contest them, you know, from like scrims and qualifiers in the past. We've always seen the Bao be very Soul-oriented in terms of their like macro playstyle, and I think, you know, we're not seeing any changes here.
3 sitting ducks They are going to be scared off by the bungee, but it is very close. It should be secured by Bao regardless. So TSD a little bit late. Now Orlando's saying, all right, if you're going to be in Vane Grove, you might as well fight us. But that's a lot of damage dealt to Nyx, forcing back with the Nova Burst, trying to see if they can get some damage, but not enough for Bao. So Bao decided to go back to high ground. When we look at the minimap, there was more fighting. And it's going to be Rat versus SB, as Cookies has been brought back up to their feet, but they're trying to make sure that Cookies can get that health back while SB are very low on so many fronts. They get Mechty regardless, with Rat having brought back Cookies up to full. But a 2v3, not going to look good for Rat, so that's why they bail.
But of course, with it being bullet trains, and they're not too far from the train tracks, they can probably look for that as the kind of next rest potential. We do see TSD obviously following up the last remnants of mobs. Hopefully they can get the level 10. There we go, on Kazaro, so that's going to be an extra boon. It looks like Cookies is already back. It looks like from a kind of free res. And one of the pick I'd like to call out, actually, well, two different kind of pickups that have changed over maybe the past month is, of course, Yasser, actually now not on the Myth, of course, and now on the Oath. As the hook just come in at the last second, the dunk onto Shichi. A couple of LMBs to seal the deal, so nice little free pick for TSD. One extra kill point, of course, to add to their tally. And just to continue my conversation, sorry, the other pick as well to note is Shroom, actually. Just for this Turbo Cup, he's actually taking Saros to maybe kind of influence the bans. I'm not too sure, because he didn't play it in qualifiers, I'm pretty sure. So that's also a crazy one to see.
Right, not to see any Zeph coming in from Shroom. Yeah. Definitely a different change of pace for them. But looking at other players, and I'm glad you mentioned this, sir, not playing that Myth, playing Oath this time around, but still see Hachi onto their Bishop, Sprokane onto Saros. Unfortunately for them, though, doubtful that they're going to have both that Saros and Oath afterwards, which makes me wonder how they're going to change up pace, because very few teams playing that Kingpin. Kaizaro been one of the few still holding on to that here in EU while we have a full fight in Magebog. Smol trying to get onto the jump pad over everyone's head. DSD almost spotted him out, but Shines, they also wanted to chase down that kill. They'll have to let him get away, though. A little bit too aggressive if they want to try to chase down the crown kill when there's so many teams surrounding him.
Yeah, exactly. And it's not too... I think he's going to be fine this scenario. Just looking on the minimap, there's a decent amount of space for him to kind of continue down to the south side, should he want to. He could even maybe stick the res if he finds enough time. But no, there is a team actually close to it as we just flick over to the left-hand side. Broov has taken down Greninja. The Abyss Breaker's been popped, or the last remnants of it. We're seeing a bit of dancing around the train tracks as well. Fluffy trying to last as long as possible. I think TSD are looking for the chase, but I don't think they're going to find any kills. No. And I think they're going to be able to reunite without issue. So... that's that, at least I think for night 3. It will be day 4 very, very soon, though. It's going to be, of course, everyone looking to form the last remnants of XP that are going to be available. Basically, it seems like, of course, we've got endgame as well, but it is, if you don't grab it, especially I feel like on day 3 and 4, you're in pretty big trouble,
Mm-hmm. But right now, only down 2 teams. Both Melkers and the Apex Legends are out of here. Apex Hunters are out of here. So we still have 10 squads still remaining, with WAF being reformed off that crown from Lesmold. So now back into Magebog. Got to farm up a little bit before they start looking for these fights around the tracks. And some teams are already trying to trade a couple of blows here, Aurora being one of them, as they brought back up Greninja as well.
Yep. And now the space is becoming, dramatically reduced. There is a nice goodie on the bottom right-hand side. I didn't get a chance to fully look at which one it was, but Wayne is actually dead amidst the chaos. Godefroy is, hunting to try and find an extra kill. He's already got the dagger kind of preemptively placed upon Bivalux, trying to get this LMBs. Kazaro does seal the deal right at the last second with a nice clean dunk. And NWDB, if I'm not mistaken, I only have one member. Shichi was already dead as well by Sebi in this scenario. And now Shai looking to pick up even more kills. This is a massive snowball game for those guys. Crazy stuff. WAF are outed. What is going on? Oh! And how did you get so dumped afterwards?
That's a 10th place for WAF. That's a huge drop-off for them. Like Bao in Game 2, they suffer a pretty early exit. And Chai, they're in a bad spot. So many teams were trying to get out of Magebog into the circle. They run into one another, and so many teams and players end up dropping because of it.
Yep. And aside from that, I don't think we're seeing anything else happening for the moment. The rest is being stuck, so Shai going to be able to get back as a 3-man. It looks like, I think, Rat on the bottom right able to farm up that goodie. I think it might have been a rewind, if I'm not mistaken. Or they're just farming up at the last second. It's probably on its last phase. SB, decide to wander down. Yeah, it is a rewind. I just saw it at the last second. Shai back as a full 3-man. Of course, they've lost a couple of the armors that they managed to pick up. So that's that. They've lost that kind of stability they once had, but they've still got the XP, and they're looking to get a bit of a dancing or potential zoning against their SB back as a full 3-man now, trying to get their last buys in from the shop. and they are just looking to rotate down to the south side. I don't think they want to take this fight there because the Battlecom doesn't get a connection. Yasta has to dash back at the last second. Hachi looking for a potential punch angle if possible, or even the last couple of mobs. Of course, I don't think he's going to be successful in this scenario, trying to get a little bit of poke in. He's running out of space rapidly there. Shin tries to fight for it if possible. The shield brushes would have been used by Yasta as well, as the AD strafing dance continues by Shin, and I think at the last second, I think they're going to probably go their own separate ways potentially. No, they're actually... No, I think right last second there, they did decide against it. Orb Revival in around 45 seconds, and I think this is where the train is probably going to start picking up some kills, Magical.
We'll see right now, because there are still a lot of squads left up. Newbie are over the abyss trying to survive, but back over in Wraith's Row. Shy still trying to get away as Rat were able to pick up Shichi at the narrowest part of that Abyssal Breaker. And now using that portal to try to chase down the remnants of Shy. Yes, sir, is going to be the one spotted out. Hachi is already gone. It's only going to be Sprokane now in the middle of everybody. Well, Yasser is going to be hunted by Rats, keeping him on the outskirts of the circle with a little way to get back in too easily. He'll try his damnedest in order to do so, but back in the middle of the circle, there's Sprokane sniped out of the air by Baby Blues.
And that's might be in that Shy, unfortunately, are outed. This is a really unfortunate set of circumstances. I feel like they're still like kind of middle of the pack, or maybe even a bit worse, as we do see kind of who's in this scenario. I think AWAR, SB, yeah, it is, and NWB. Oh no, they're getting absolutely outed, stuck in this sticky situation, and just after the NWB. Oh my god, this is turning out to be a crazy game, Magical.
I mean, this is what I expected to have happen right when you get towards these narrow circles where you have very little real estate to play with. But with Aurora and Newbie taken out simultaneously, and Aurora having just won that last game off some amazing heroics from Fluffy Fish and Greninja. Very early exit, but this is what we talk about in Europe and why it is such a close region, because anyone can win, but that also means anyone can lose.
100%. And just a quick call out on kind of the red relics. We're looking at Aiden with the vacuum and Cookies with the rewind, so I'm expecting to see some craziness here. You know, back in the days from when Mech was playing KP, it used to be KP with the rewind, but instead it's not that, it's Cookies now. Of course, on the Nyx, we do see a bit of a dagger play at the last second by SB. They're trying to get a bit of poke onto TSD to kind of guarantee a bit of terrain. We are seeing a bit of a hard play.
TP?
Yeah, it might be. I feel like this has happened many times before, but they're just waiting for that right moment to kind of get it off if possible. And obviously, with the circle being on the train tracks as we'd expect, a lot of teams are going to have to make a slow, cautious rotation in and find some sort of a pocket of space. But I think it's going to be quite difficult for a lot of them. There goes the hard drop. They tried to bait it. That's what you'd expect. Oh man.
They're hoping the scan grenade was going to be the bait, that they would try to actually go pick it up and then immediately TP it on them. But wise call there from 3 Sitting Ducks, that all they did was attack the scan grenade, get rid of it that way from max range out of Minato. Now another TP. They're dragging this heart further and further. And they're taking it into the choke point, where the storm is taking us for Bullet Train, that we are going to have quite some chaos in some hallways.
And I think I hope that whoever's placed it doesn't accidentally misclick. Like, let's say, for example, Val get pushed and it's a misclick. That is a full team outed. So let's hope that doesn't happen as 3OP look to fight Eevee on this island, trying to force them off it. The roar's been used already by Levi, trying to get as much damage as possible, even with the spin on top. But it looks like it's going to be the sacrificial lamb in this scenario. So Eevee are probably going to have to stick this res. It was free pickings from Minato right at the end, so 3OP did manage to get control of the territory at the very least. Not getting the kill though, but they can maybe work around this one. But I think they are being pushed a little bit by Minato at the very least, trying to circle around along with the E-plat. But if they do it for too long, they're going to be running out of space. We are seeing a rest drop on the bottom left-hand side, so they are back as a full 3-man. Kazara on 1 HP, maybe even dying to the zone, unfortunately. So 3OP now have potential even more free pickings to get even more kill points.
And this is the problem for TSD, is how do you get into the circle too easily? You just don't. They try to go through too many teams that surrounded him. Godfroy had to be taken down by Mech, who now fights against Eevee, fully formed. Respawn Beacon out in the storm. TSD going to be back on their feet, but they got to fight their way through this one. Eevee right in front of him. Leve tried to go for the Oblivion spin, but Rat are hunting down these kills. Blinking backwards, going to be fine for now. With the chilling finale separating TSD. TSD spiked by 1. Here's the train, though. Gonna fight 2. Wiping out TSD. Getting 2 kills off that one as Eevee now have to escape from both Rat and 3 Little Pigs as the farm works against them. Mr. Ice-T no longer having chilling finale, instead skating to create platforms beneath him, hoping that he can survive, get back to Crouch. Might have enough time, but sniping him out of the air. There goes the platform. There goes Crouch. Eevee have very little hopes left.
Yep, and I think Bao still not actually dropped the 2-way, so they're still just playing the ultra slow game on the north side. We do see a team as well, SB, I think, in that scenario. They're just able to chill. they've not had any interactions for this kind of a last endgame circle. There's another two-way being placed as well. I think for their own bond, it looks like this time as Ice is trying to survive it as long as possible. That trade is going to be arriving in around like 5 to 10 seconds as a 3LP trying to force Ice out if possible. He's running out of space rapidly. Of course, the zone is going to be extra punishing. There goes the chilling Finale as well to trying to force out as much as possible in terms of utilization from Aiden. And there's a free picking there from Mekimek right at the last second onto Aiden. And there goes the last member of Eevee as well. So there's only now 4 teams left.
And Aiden's by himself as well.
Yeah.
When we look up north, Bao and SB, who had been sparing one another down for quite some time, traded a couple blows, but it's only broken shields, and there's that heart TP. Bao have put it now onto the tracks, while Rat, they moved up north, and they're going to fight against SB. But SB, no, barely paying attention, getting back as barely missing the heart. Aiden on the other side, hoping to revive 3LP, but they've got to jump their way through it and try to see if they can fight back through SB. But keep in mind, it is Bullet Train. You're fighting in the hallway. They're low. Portal's out. They might be able to get out of this one just yet, but SB, they find themselves locked in as well. Crown being warned, having to dash away. Shin's got to be careful.
Shin.
Little health left. Has got the bullet. Almost taken down by Rat, but sniped out of the air by Shroom, denying SB their miraculous play, while Rat holds on to the northern platforms, keeping 3LP pushed back outside of the storm.
Wow, the two TP sequence there was so crazy afterwards, because I was thinking, oh, they maybe take the pad play, but of course Saros just opens up those crazy angles that just allows you to do basically anything. It feels like you're breaking the map as Bao. They get the nuke dropped on them, but they've got that slither of space to stay safe. Even a portal's been used. So much damage being taken in the zone as well as Gecko tries to gatekeep the portals on the south side. There's one less angle that Bao have to play on. In fact, there's a Rat actually go down. There's a nice little kill by Mekimek at the last second. I think was that even to the heart? I just missed that one at the last second. Crazy.
But it doesn't matter. They still have the heart, and unfortunately for SB, spotted out in the storm without a coat, and dies off in that one, as now the fight between Rat and Three Little Pigs. They've kind of been on this weird, awkward dance in this northern part of the circle, now going back down to the southern part. But this is giving Bao that opportunity, not just to res, but to loot a lot of the boxes that were up north, and now have really good gear, while Rat are kind of locked into these corridors with very little ways to escape. Same with 3LP way down south. They're forced to fight against Rat, but not actually going to take that one just yet, waiting it out before they have to.
Yeah, this is a really sticky situation for 3LP. They were in this one not too long ago, and they managed to escape it safely. So I imagine they've got another plan up their sleeves as Blink to set up a couple of walls. He's got to do it quickly before Bao kind of walked down. I think he's done it successfully, but those walls will be teared down very rapidly with 3 people hitting them. There is a drop of it as well, potentially available if 3LP want to get it as well. They're also putting up their own walls. I'm not sure. Oh, they've even dropped the nuke on them. Double nuke! They're going to make a decision. Triple nuke! They're going to go super duper fast.
Oh my goodness.
Taking all that zone damage.
They're outlasted. Oh my god, but look at how much damage Acklings took. Look at how much damage was dealt to Shroom as well. The train barely gonna miss Blink. Blink paying enough attention to know, while 3LP are trying to heal back up in time, but will Bao intervene to help out 3LP, or are they just gonna wait until the very last moment?
I think that's going to be the case, as that circle is ultra small. This might have been the smallest circle we've seen in the whole of SNS, it feels like, for this next one that's coming up very, very shortly. We're looking at Blink trying to get a little bit of an LMB poke, or maybe just keep eyes on, or dibs on 3LP as the train rapidly approaches. It's not going to kill anyone in this scenario. I was wondering if someone had like an air blast or something like that, they can maybe kill Blink, because he's trying to stand on the ledge as long as possible, but there's not any options just yet. I'm wondering if Bao have any sort of arsenal that can deal with this as well.
Here comes the storm.
Yeah, this is the thing.
They gotta go up the Bao right here, and it's gonna be difficult. Do you have jump pads? What do you have in your inventory right now? 3LP, they use the portal, but it's right into Bao's hands a little bit too early. They have to take the portal back. The train eliminates 2 more. 3LP are gone. Bao hold control, but this is giving Rat an angle. That's Ash, gets pulled back in, tries to portal back up, but the nuke to help take down Ash, as now Bao out in the storm, almost wanted to be able to pick up that heart res again. E-plats are down, but they are locked in the fight. Rat have control. They go for the slam in the back line, but it's going to be the 2 standing in front of 1 as they try their best. They've already been able to get the revive with the help of the little cook, but now the portal back in. It takes down Ash. It's down to only 1 as Rat will take him out and win game 3.
11 kills. Big one. Oh.
3 big kills there. We have 4 train kills, I think, in that game as well. We're going to get back Relic in this one, but Relic, what are your thoughts?
it wouldn't be one last Relic SUPERVIVE cast if I wasn't muted in some way. Hi everyone. It's not a good. Basically, what I'm saying is it's not a good look for anybody unless you're Rat. Shout out to Sanani, who's been doing the stats in the background. They were tied 47-47 with WAF at the top of the table going into this one. WAF, of course, who went out in 10th. Aurora, who went out early. 3LP was the closest to them, but also they didn't win the game. Rat did. So it's all coming up for Rat here in game 3. But guys, let's start with Saimiri. I think that a lot of what we saw, especially in that end game, was honestly one of the most difficult things to try and navigate, because even without bullet trains, that's a very difficult end game circle to navigate with barely any room to maneuver, barring essentially the Saros portals.
Yeah, I think
with
that's going to be
bullet
like
train, my gosh.
Yeah, it's just like an extra barrier, right? I completely agree with you. But yeah, it's one of those things as well, you know, Saros, as you mentioned with the portals, is just able to create so many kind of new opportunities that, you know, anyone without the Saros comp can't do. And especially in a wall or mountainous area like we did see in this end game, you know, we saw so many two-ways, so many pads being utilized to kind of navigate around the map and find a kind of new area to be safe in. But man, this was such a chaotic game. But at least in the mid game onwards, I feel like, you know, when Shy got outed as well super duper early on, that was also really crazy on the top right side. We did see them actually racking up a decent amount of kills super duper early on, and then once they lost one member on the top right, it all went south from there. Oh god!
Shout out to Mr. Ice-T with the cool stuff in his veins. We also saw the heart being utilized to less of an effect than we were hoping. Magical, I mean, we did see it eventually brought into the center, perhaps a little too early. It was then later dragged out by Bao. Was it perhaps a little bit too much dilly-dallying around the heart, when really there could have been more KP picked up by just being a little bit more proactive rather than waiting and sitting back?
True, but you also, I think one thing that some players are realizing is while the heart plays are fun, they're cool, you don't get points for those. No, they don't count as points towards you. So it's like you can use it more. Like, I think what Bao was trying to do there is almost as though it's more of a respawn beacon than anything else. Gave them those angles. They dragged it back out there, so they almost had that angle if the circle had worked fast enough into their hands that they could have actually utilized that, because that's where the storm was eventually going. The problem was they had used so much trying to kill off 3LP, which sometimes is what happens when you're the team inside of the circle and a team is jumping on you early. You have to do that, but it allowed Rat where they're like, oh, okay, we have a pretty good angle on this one. We can easily start picking off one by one, and we can win the game.
Shout out to Ratata, by the way, for dropping the entire GDP of the country of Liechtenstein onto tactical nukes. That was quite extraordinary. Almost as extraordinary, the fact that 3LP were able to survive that total barrage. Meki Mek, though, getting a very important clip of one of the Bao players there, Ash. It was just a little nick from the nuke, but it's what sends them into the death box, which ultimately leads to a 3v2. Couldn't really do much from there. But now moving into game number 4. It's one game before our break, lads. And I think at this point, we're pretty set in the idea that Saros and Oath, they're going to get banned unless there is a revolution within the lobby that nobody picks Saros or Oath. I think it's pretty sure that they are going to be 2 out of the 3 of our bans. But are we looking at maybe Mercury as a third? Maybe Ghost? Maybe Nyx? It's
probably Nyx, I would guess.
Saimiri.
Yeah, it's got to be Nyx in this scenario. I feel like that's probably had the highest pick rate, you know, after the first 2 that you've already mentioned. You know, typically in scrims, you know, we've always seen this in the you know, in the recent scrims at least. So I expect that to happen again. You know, there's a small bit of influence happening, as mentioned, with Shroom, of course, you know, taking Saros instead to maybe guarantee that Saros gets banned. And you know, I think, for example, 3LP would have like a open opportunity to play a variety of different characters. You know, we've seen like Aiden and Shroom both on the Shiv before, so that's going to maybe make a lot more Shivs come back into the game after the bans. But you know, we're still just speculating right now. We don't actually have the counts officially just yet, but yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens.
I'm seeing.
I have a feeling, just to say, that I think everyone could drop Saros and Oath in this, and it's still going to be banned.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, it's already like the too much damage has been done, which honestly is exciting for all of us as viewers, because there's been so much Oath and Saros. There's actually going to be quite interesting to see where the pivots go to, whether we see that long range, maybe Shrike, maybe more Myth coming into the play, whether we see more Kingpin come back into existence. I'm seeing Rat with an 18-point lead, by the way, going into game number 4. I'm seeing poor Apex Hunters, the only team not to break double digits 2 solitary points from their first 3 games. I don't want to write off a team too early, Magical, but at this point, if you are sitting on under 20 points compared to the 78 that Ratata has been able to accrue, you're looking at a minor miracle, so time to get praying.
Right. I don't even think it's a minor miracle at this point. I think it is a massive miracle that all the teams somehow disconnect and you're just racking up kill after kill. We had one scenario weeks ago where it was 3LP racking up a 40-point game. You need every game to be that. If you want to win, you need every game from here on out to be that. Which, if we consider it happening once being a miracle enough, 5 times in a row, sorry guys, it's still impressive that they were able to get here into the finals, because that is a big thing. Playing through the qualifiers, beating out a team like MST, who we've seen in finals many, many, many times in the past.
Match number 4, and to my favorite Storm Shift, it's cross country. Shout out to Stormbreakers, by the way, currently third, 3 fourth places in a row. Can they find a 4th in match number 4? Magical, Samiri, back to you.
Oof,
Let's see, Samiri, if they do or not, or if we're going to have something a little bit spicier going into this one. So far, we have yet to have a repeat winner, but you never know, especially with cross-country Storm. And looking at where the Storm is starting us off, we are a little bit focused down south with golds way up north in Imotech.
Yep, and we're looking at EV maybe looking to drop on grind, maybe with another team relatively close to them. Looks like there might be another rotation actually over to Scav Bay, which might provide some extra goodies. We are seeing at least I think 1 or 2 teams maybe on Cold Fang, maybe just 1. I couldn't see that one too clearly enough. But aside from that, a lot of teams actually dispersed. Maybe 1 team at least on Immo, just a couple of teams below on Chaos, maybe for a late rotation afterwards. This is actually a really crazy drop pattern, I feel like. Some unestablished territory is maybe slowly being formed with how these teams are dropping. I don't know if there's like new biomes being picked up. Apex are there looking to contest the armors. SB have already picked up 1 at the very least, so I'm wondering if they can kind of get the second one. Really good stuff, so that's an extra fast boon.
I'm watching Gecko, see if they can get the 3rd. Yep, they got the 3rd. Yep. They have all 3 golds already. So for poor Apex Hunters, they were a team on the outskirt. They're nearby that of Rat, and Rat kind of seeing the writing on the wall. They're like, you know what? Maybe this isn't for us. There's a few teams here. We didn't get lucky on our first rolls. SB were the team in control of a lot of the majority of that loot. So now Hypero is going to be spotted out here, trying to dash back, but Shin's already on pursuit, and poor Zeph already sailing down below. Going to be the first casualty here in game 4. It's going to take a little bit of time, but SB find it.
It's a nice little free pickup to start things off. That's going to, kind of accelerate their snowball, but actually diminish Apex's one at the same time, of course. So hopefully they can find some stable ground again. It looks like Cookies is trying to farm this Guardian, but it's met potentially by at least 1 member of WAF, and the back is coming in. There goes the second one, Shichi there again on the Saros, gets an extra bit of poking to continue things as Cookies does manage to get the dash away with the LMB momentum, of course, as well, for an extra bit of distance onto the train tracks at the last second. But I think Smold is there. They're trying to get vehicular manslaughter if possible. They're trying to dash up to the north side. Looks like it might be a sneaky escape at the last second by Cookies, but he's in a combustion state, trying to chill in the cloud for as long as possible and trying to sneak out. I think he's going to be successful as the zone starts to close in.
Yeah, barely going to get onto that platform, trying to reset that heat, but WAF never relented, and that is a typical WAF style. They don't really like to let up on any kills once they have you in their sights. They either will die getting it or they will kill you, and right there, it was Cookies that fell.
100%. And looking at the zone, it's pulling down to the kind of south side as well, so that's going to force a lot of teams, at least for the minute, to kind of rotate down. And we are looking at Small potentially getting caught up, but there goes the Sky Shock, getting at least a minor crash onto Shea. He's already been forced away onto the island while the rest of his team is still in the abyss. I think they were able to reconvene and probably get out in this scenario. Both teams, hopefully. Yep, there goes a nice little hop on the Sky Shock, a nice little rotation around. They're going to potentially meet each other again at the wind tunnels, but I think they've got to be able to zoom past them at the last second. Everyone is making their way into zone. Looking at kind of points of contact, probably on the north side, we do see around 4 teams that are probably going to be meeting each other, unless they're able to rotate down south far enough, but only time will tell.
Especially because we had our goals all the way in Imotech, where we saw some of the early fighting, but we were being dragged all the way down towards Cold Fang with our circle, and it is cross-country circle, so we will have the trek across the desert alongside going all the way down south for the winter.
Exactly. On the top right-hand side as well, we are seeing Oath with the late rotation around. Is on his own, it seems like, in this situation, which might be a bit troubling, where there's like 2 red teams kind of amidst him as we flick over. We're looking at SB as well, maybe trying to get a bit of pressure onto Shichi if possible, but he's not taking basically anything. He's able to get in some poking at the last second as well, as Shin continues to chase. I think he's decided against it at the last second, goes in for an aggressive dash. Might actually meet Lizardo, who can hopefully escape as well in this scenario, but Shichi is in now dire trouble. Unfortunately, he's missed the shift as well, which provides an extra opening for SB, and they do pick up another kill.
Another kill as... I did see on the kill feed, we did have some adaptations here. Numa is now playing their typical Void and was able to pick up a nice kill on the screen. So having some adaptations from some of our teams and looking at other players swapping up some different styles. It's like a lot of our teams, for the most part, are kind of sticking to what was working for them beforehand. We are definitely going to see that Oath being banned away, but right here, 3 little pigs on the run. Bao. We're hunting down Akalinks, but Akalinks was able to get away far enough. But I think that's the last player for our 3LP squad.
Yep, and hopefully Apex can find that safe haven to completely reset here, because yeah, it's day 2. It's still level 6, of course. And, some teams have already reached level 7. TSD probably in a similar situation, going forward, trying to circle around, trying to get out of town if possible. We are seeing some action potentially on Entra, and there are a couple of the teams relatively close to each other. We are seeing a res attempt in the picture-in-picture as well at the same time. Penumbra getting a nice little reach to start things off onto Sebi, but Sebi is just sending it in with the aggression. Followed up with the backup of Greninja. There goes the Abyssal Breaker. Looks like a little bit of dashing at the last second from Tredsy, but still is found dead. Hudis is looking to go for the res on the right-hand side. There's a little bit of a temporary split here. Penumbra going down to the south, so maybe looking for some farm on Skyrats when the team can back on him. Hopefully that's like a clean thing for him to do. It looks like EV also found their sums level 9s as well, as there are double souls in Cold Fang. So I don't know if their teams are going to be magnetized towards that, but especially Bao, for example, that's potentially free pickings.
I was about to say, it depends on if you dropped there early or not, because we did have only a couple teams that were down there. Shy, they weren't a team that dropped, I think, onto Cold Fang, but they are going to be a team that was wrapping around. They had dropped all the way up in, I think, Wellspring, and now got their way down into the keep as we look at a fight between Bao and Aurora, taking down Greninja. Felix has fallen, and now looking to see if they can snipe out more kills. Sebi taking a lot of damage here, and Bao are hunting these kills, really want to move up in the standings, having a couple of rough early games here and ready to grab more and more kills as they try to see if they can catch up to that of Rat.
Yeah, and somehow I think AU are going to be able to kind of reunite with each other. But Sebi ideally wants to get some armor repairs in. I don't think Fluffy's even going to have the pleasure of doing that, as we are seeing a lot of pressure with those LMBs coming in from Baroof. You know, a little bit of a checkup on the north side to kind of ensure that there's not going to be a third party happening. We are seeing a massive convergence of teams on Catacombs as well. So I'm expecting to see something crazy happening here, Magical. Looks like the Zardo has managed to escape at the last second. Shichi kind of below, maybe looking for the chase. Wafa temporarily being separated here kind of by the cocktail at the last second. But Kazaro just find a kill onto Rhapsody. Again, Apex kind of struggling here. Numa tries to TP on the top side. Maybe looking for a pick onto Minato or something else, just getting a bit of scouting from the high ground. The Ghosts have also spawned for an extra smidgen of XP. Hopefully everyone can get their respective level 10s, but TSD are looking in a very, very rough position with regards to XP. And a hook dunk down. Gets 1 extra kill as well.
Taking down Minato. Newbie grabbing some nice kills for themselves as 3LP up in the north. On the run, it's just Shroom here, separated from the team, but nice snipe on Deshen, who is hoping for a Deathbox revive. But now it's SB on the back foot, another team down to only 1 player. As we look at some other teams that are struggling, Apex Hunters down Myth, only having Vipero and Lizardo trying to get away from the Milkers, who are hunting down these kills, but they don't know exactly the movements there of Apex.
We did see a kind of mini dance as well between Rat and EV, but I think they kind of managed to escape each other's wrath, it feels like. EV managed to maintain the armors amidst the chaos. There is a bit of a Skyshark rotation we do see from at least Mech as well, as Blink going down to the south side. It looks like Cookies is going for the kind of more direct approach, it seems, but he's potentially sandwiched if he's, unfortunately found by one of the teams. Hopefully he can make his way through. It looks like at the last second he has done it, able to back on his team as well. There is a res attempt we do see in the picture-in-picture. Deathbreak is able to get back both of his teammates, hopefully, but we do see a potential big engagement here. It maybe gets caught out. No, not sure if he can get out in this situation. It's looking very, very slim if he can, as Akalinks continuously applies pressure. Hopefully Gecko can make it out of this one. Gets the dash. It's got nothing left in the chamber now. If his shield is broken, he is cooked. Hopefully that is not the scenario, though. He's managing to feather. He's made it out. Really, really nice play there, but I think 3LP want to continue the pressure here. They're not going to let up so easily. But if they don't, now,
behind them is Bao. They got to be careful. They're so focused. They've tunnel vision onto SB. They almost got caught off by Baroof, who puts down an Abyssal Breaker. Lots of damage onto 3LP. But they have been able to get back to land, and now they're trying to see if they can reform, heal up in time. time, but Bao not giving him that angle as they already put down the orb, trying to get some damage, sniping down shields off of Shroom. But 3LP, now the team on the run, escaping from Bao the best they can, but that's given SB time to see if they can reform. Whoa, we had another team, Aurora, joining in from the south to push back SB towards where they had just fled from before, but they're going to go right past that of Bao and 3LP. Gecko tries to see if he can pull off another miracle by slipping away from yet another team.
I feel like he's managed to do that so many times in these series, but maybe he's getting caught out here finding out the last second. EV is maybe looking for free pickings, but AUR also looked for the kind of a nasty third party, catching them off guard after they've already used a bit of utility. Crouch not getting the punch, unfortunately. A couple of LMBs, sent both ways, but it looks like both teams are going to be okay overall as Bao. Now look to third party AUR. Oh my god. Oh.
It's like third party after third party after third party, and now it's Aurora, the team that finally gives. Sebi has been cracked as Greninja has to see if he can skate away from the battle, while 3LP, they had formed back up, but their shields are broken. SB, they found the targets, but they're trying to spin dash backwards again with the Fusillade pop, losing Aiden in the portals. 3LP will survive, but SB now chased down by Orlando's, barely getting away with the Missile Breaker, trying to help him out, but they're trying to snipe down this Oath. You can only escape for so long, Gecko, before you finally fall.
Yep, and there's still a lot of space for a lot of these teams to kind of rotate around in, but somehow people keep to bashing heads. It feels like as Moo somehow still in the game. Only level 9s versus level 12s, massive armor disparity as well. It looks like as Tredsy is caught up by the battle dome, gets the dash back at the most appropriate time. It looks like they might be able to turn this around. In fact, onto Shy, lost a considerable amount of health, and Penumbra's still a little bit low, but he's still got the last fight proc potentially to get as long as the festering jawbait to get an extra bit of healing in. But the punch gets a mega monumental connection, and Penumbra is now the last member alive. They have to jump ship.
Spro and Hachi there working together to absolutely annihilate the Milkers, leaving only with one player left. Looking at other parts of the breach, so many players have fallen in, yet we haven't had a team that has been eliminated just yet. We've gotten so close on so many of them. Which one is going to be the first here in match 4 before the bans? We have had every team somehow survive all the way until day 4, Samiri. But I'm looking at teams, and it is going to be something to give soon.
Yeah, it's always like that. The pressure is just unrelenting, of course, from the zone as it continues to close, and that's what's going to force these things to happen. Hachi actually finds a kill onto Aiden. We see on the kill feed as a WAF look to apply a bit of pressure onto EB in this scenario. Oh, sorry, Rat. They are going to try and get their way out of this one if possible. I think they're going to just dash to the left-hand side. They've still got a mountain of space, or a myriad of space, should I say, to play with. On the left-hand side, they can go up or south. There is the kind of mini island they can maybe potentially chill on, as well as Meki tries to go for kind of a roundhouse flank, trying to get an extra bit of damage in if possible. He's pretty successful at it, it feels like, actually. Getting Chronoxus already to half HP. The Red G8 is going to drop on the ground, centrally located in the circle, in around 30 seconds as well. So maybe Bao, for example, wants to go for that one as WAF decide to go down to the south side.
I'm looking at our teams. I don't think got a player here or there. Moo being one of them. Hoping for this respawn down south, but it has called in WAF. They know something's going on. They're trying to move in time, but there's also Apex Hunters who are nearby as well, and that's going to be the team they first put their attention on. Second win blocked by the shield, sniping Viper out of the air. Apex down to one player again, but up north, DSD and Bao trading blows. Orlando's already slicing through, trying to put down the orb as well for Ash to get some damage onto Godford. But him and Kaizaro have been able to weather the storm for now, trying to kite backwards and stay away from Bao.
Yep, we are seeing WAF as well, managing to hold their ground as well. Looks like, I think, Bao were applying a bit of pressure continuously onto them, but they did manage to make it out. I think the pressure's finally been relieved. They made their way up to the north side, it looks like. Pen, I think, is actually going to be able to get the box reses at the last second. Azado gets a surprising spike, I think, in the Abyss onto Cookies, which is extending Apex's lifespan. They aren't able to get the crown anymore. Obviously, that's now in the dominion of NWB and Rep, respectively. So we are seeing a bit of a E-plat play at the last second. I think there was a box res attempt as well that's also been forced away by NWB. So now Rat also looking in a bit of a sticky situation. Hopefully, they can get some sort of res opportunity. And, kind of looking from this top down, can we see Hachi going with the aggressive in onto WAF, forcing them away as well. So now they've got the dominion over the kind of remnants of the little cook goodies. So we are seeing a bit of a wide dispersion as well on the top right hand side. Baruf and Sebi, well, Baruf fighting Sebi, should I say? So there's a lot of, I'm pretty sure it's been found here. I don't know if they want to go for a full in. Yeah.
Rat are only down to 2 players as well.
Yeah, exactly.
A lot of teams have already used every resource to try to revive. So many respawn beacons have been used. 5 puppies going to be jumped on by it. SB, as they almost were able to get the dog with a golden beam, trying to heal him back up. Abyssal Breaker saving his life with a crown picked up. Listen, that is scaring off SB. They no longer want to hunt down that kill, not wanting to give WAF their angle back in, but it's going to be Newbie looking for the singularity play to pull back in the crown. Deny WAF their angle back into the game.
And again, we do see kind of 2 crowns centrally located, but there's so many teams kind of swarming over them, so it's really hard for the pickup to happen. Baroof gets a decently sized Abyssal Breaker, and a massive clean surgical dash from Orlando's takes down 2 members in the blink of an eye. A couple more LMBs are sent with the Reap and the spin, and hopefully Godefroy can somehow make it out of this one on that Shiv, but his time might shortly be up if Orlando's has the next dash off cooldown again. But there goes the dagger from Godefroy, able to make it out. Nice little clean escape, but as we're mentioning, res opportunities are looking slim nowadays. On the left-hand side, it looks like Chronoxus might be having a potential 1v1 against Lizardo. Hopefully he can make it out of this one. It might be the deciding factor here. Cookies is found dead as well, so there's only 1 member left for Rat, if I'm not mistaken. Shin actually getting that kill. Second kill, yeah, exactly. Oh no, there's the third one, it seems like then. Maybe they're all back. And the strike at the last second. TSD.
Our second team. Because Apex did get eliminated off screen, so our second team down, TSD. Almost threading the needle there, but there's 2 men. It's so crowded here with cross-country storm 2. There's Rat out at 10th place, your first place team after 3 games out at 10th place. This is anybody's tournament. We said that before here in EU. Anybody can win. Penumbra taken out by Mr. Ice-T, while WAF eliminated by Newbie.
Wow, the left side was just so concentrated with teams, and now we look at that kind of dramatic shift because cross-country is now coming into its full effect, of course, with those crazy wide shifts we're seeing. The Battleground's already been dropped, it looks like, by Baroof, trying to get the stick if possible. Unsuccessfully, not going to get a connection, kind of, having a different kind of glance at the map as well. We're kind of seeing Shy as well, looking to apply a bit of pressure onto EV. They're looking for the wide rotate. They might actually meet AUR, it looks like, in this scenario. SB looking for some sort of other rotation. They might either meet Bao or 3LP. It looks like there's a lot of damage in the zone being taken by,
Run, Cows!
Can they make it out? I don't know if they can. It's too much.
They stuck the respawn beacon. No, Cows will die. The Milkers are gonna die to the storm. And now Newbie, as they fight their way through, is right into Shy's territory, as well as EV. They almost were able to avoid a nice dunk onto them. Sprokane gonna get back with the team, but Bao, they've already pushed down south with 3LP right behind them. Stormbreakers, Jin is gonna narrowly get away while Numa try to see if he can swap out of there. Bao now gonna be pinched by Shy and 3LP. Newbies, they've been separated. It's gonna be Wine taking some of the attention, although Baroof is gone, and now as Newbie try to get away, Wine spotted out by 3LP. Another player down, but not out of the game. Numa is still alive, but this is so crowded, this desert. There's only room for 1 sheriff in this town.
Yep, and we did see the zone temporarily for a split second as it's going to rotate for the next one. It's going to be whiplashing back down to the bottom left again. Of course, it's going to be smaller in that next iteration, so it's going to be really tough for these teams to continue fighting. And Numa is potentially getting caught out here. Already used the TP. SB goes in for the big punch, just force Numa down, kind of a little bit to create a bit of distance. Actually goes in with the punch. Fluffy trying to get seal the deal with the kill. Unsuccessful. He's managed to escape. Should actually manage to kill Hachi, and I think SB Shy might be in trouble now. I don't know if he's got the singularity. Hopefully he can pull off a miracle here, but the Abyssal Breaker's popped. It's not enough. And NWB are outed here, and shortly afterwards, Shy.
So much chaos in the desert as Bao stick the respawn right in the middle of it, bringing back up Baroof. But Sebi, as he has barely any health, they're trying to see if they can reset with Greninja, but Aurora in a tricky situation as well. And they might be able to see if they can get out of this one. But looking at our teams and seeing how they are playing, Aurora, they're in a probably one of the weakest spots right now because they are so separated, and look at how under-leveled they are.
Yeah, if Greninja can make his way across, which he might be able to do, I think with a pad at the last second, can hopefully escape as Shin has taken a monstrous amount of damage. 3LP looking to really make sure that this territory is theirs. I think they've successfully done it. There is a pad play as well by Gecko. Maybe looking to rotate on the kind of bottom left-hand side. We are seeing a Crown in that new circle as well, quickly appearing. It looks like as EV maintaining control of the full south side for that little small pocket of space that is available. We are seeing Levi trying to go for a little bit of a jump in, but decides against it. Gets an actual Reap, pulls down all members at the last second, actually, which is a really screwed up AUR's game plan, it looks like. And the follow-up straight afterwards is really going to be a nice boon as well for EV. Nice kill pickup and actually screwing up AUR, but hopefully they got some sort of way to get out of this one. I did say that the Crown is there, so maybe that's their option. I'm not too sure.
But looking at our other teams, as there was the Mega Avalanche dropped by Aiden and by 3LP, keeping Bao on the high ground with their base camp, but Acklinks trying to break that with Aiden. Abyssal Breaker has been put down by Baroof, but has been blocked by the Bright Shield, but the Bright Shield now broken for Aiden. While Stormbreaker is coming in from the northern part of the keep, pushing them down. Well, EV, they've been hanging out this entire time, and they're looking for the fight against Bao. We're cornered. They've got them trapped, but now you got to fight your way out of this one. Low health, they try to put out of there. Bao barely holding on, putting down the Chili killing Finale, but now they've been separated. They've lost Ash. They're about to lose Baroof. He's got no health left, but somehow he's healing up. Nobody has noticed him.
My God.
Snipe out of the air. Shroom finds him, leaving only Orlando's left with broken armor. Now Levi spotting him, chasing him over to Greninja, but Greninja wants no part of it, being only 2 left for Aurora, under-leveled, waiting for the crown, and now Greninja having to use the Flight of the Firefox, try to get out of that one, while hunting away. Orlando's gets out of the keep, leaving Aurora in his wake, but now Shen tries to see if they can step down this kill, but now that you're about to overheat, Aurora almost put themselves in a bad spot, but it's going to be Bao, the team that falls.
Yep, and they actually only picked up 7 kills. So it's not the craziest game that they've typically had in the past. 30 seconds left for Fluffy to try and get the stick if possible. Shin is there on the top left-hand side trying to get poking, trying to be a bit of a guard there, and I was trying to reunite with this team at the last second because I think the pressure is going to be coming from all directions if they kind of overextend their boundaries too long. Shroom continues to get poking onto SB. They are rapidly running out of space. They've got to make a definitive decision here. It looks like they are trying to go down bottom right-hand side, it looks like, as Levi just get a nice little reap onto Gecko. Abyssal and Avalanche has popped, but Gecko's getting absolutely chunked at the last second. Crouch was going crazy mode. I've got to say as well, that previous sequence they had on the south side was super nice with that predictive ulti there as well.
As now Eevee, they see Aurora and see an easy target, try to chase them back into the keep, and with Cross Country playing into their hands, Aurora, they have to escape. It's going to be a chilling finale as they blow up Aurora, sending him to the heavens, taking 2 kills, but now SB, they try to fight back as well. Eevee do a great job of throwing that, eliminating another team. Just Eevee and 3LP, but they've lost one, sniped out of the air, but it's going to be traded back. One snipe for another, 1v2, all up to you, Eevee. You've got to somehow pull off a miracle against the 3 little pigs.
And just the way that he's kind of moving, it feels like he doesn't have a crown. So yeah, he's got 4K. He can maybe buy it if he's maybe just wait until the last second. There you go. There's the crown purchase. I was going to say, with only 2 teams left, you know, you got to just go for the send anyway. I don't think there's any Abyss either for them to look for something here. Accolade 3LP are back as a full 3-man. There goes a bit of utilization already. There goes the ulti up onto the north side. And I think Crouch is just trying to buy as much time as possible. Lingering. Oh, nice. The spikes as well in the zone. Extra damage being taken.
I was about to ask if you believed in miracles there, Samiri, but unfortunately, none to be had there for Crouch. 3LP. They controlled the chaos, and they will take game 4, being our victors for that one.
I think that is a very different looking table at the end of game 4 than what we had in game 3. That is for certain. Our top 2 in the table, not finishing within the top 6. 3LP and Stormbreakers, 3rd and 4th, finishing 3rd and 1st with 3LP. Shout out to Eevee as well, who were 3rd from last. Big chunk of points here at the end. So, Mary, really interesting end circle. We had a pretty early idea that we're heading to Cold Fang. There's a number of really crucial choke points. There's a number of areas where you can't jump up to where you want to go without the access of a jump pad, and that lack of itemization really hurts some teams.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, you know, all teams have got to know the kind of Z-axis of all the mountains to, you know, really maximize the value. And just looking at a couple of these replays, of course, Hachi, that's one of those monumental punches that it's going to be a clipper for sure. And, you know, surprisingly, again, had like a good early and mid game, but it feels like they're still having a bit of trouble kind of securing that end game at the last second as well. You know, we are seeing the kill feed, of course, from the replay. Apex, of course, having that super duper rough early game as well.
Poor Apex Hunters managed to survive to endgame. All 12 teams surviving until endgame. Still the first eliminated. I think for the 3rd time tonight, not the 4th. I think there was another team finishing 12th in game number 3. But Magical, really, the phrase that comes to mind is tunnel vision. There were so many moments with so many teams where they got so lost in the sauce. And well, you got to watch out because there's some piranhas going for your behind in those scenarios.
Especially when you have the cross-country storm that's moving you quickly and you're focused so much on the team in front of you, you forget about like the 5 other teams that are right behind you. When we went into day 4 and not a single team had been eliminated. That means there are so many teams that could possibly third party. At that point, you are getting 12th party. That's just, it's a reality of what's happening because everyone is still alive. And we saw how chaotic it could get as teams were trying to move and almost worked against our eventual winners of that game, 3LP, where we saw them early chasing and nearly getting sandwiched by Bao, had almost got themselves in a very bad spot. In fact, I think there's a moment in that game where they were only down to Aiden. They had 1 player left at the very beginning, yet they were able to battle their way back through the game. And it shows the patience that you can have in SUPERVIVE, where you're able to find these moments. They find a good fight against a team, maybe take advantage of a third party, loop back up, and now suddenly you are that team that is in control.
That was when they were chasing down Stormbreakers, wasn't it? And they got third party themselves.
Yeah.
Huge moment here. Want to give a shout out to Debrek, by the way. A huge haymaker knocking 3 or 4 into the Storm. But by this point, Stormbreakers had committed onto EV committing onto taking out a team. It really did. They gave 3LP, barring a minor miracle, the win for free. Not that 3LP are complaining. They're going to be delighted. They might very well be heading to the top of the table, but we're going to be heading over to a break, my friends. I think we've got 10 or 15 minutes on the clock while everyone calms down and takes in a swig of H2O. We're going to go and find out who our bans are for the second half of tonight. So we'll see you on the other side of this.
Here are the
easier
top
if we're not
replays
having to
from the
talk
third
over it.
weekend of Saturday Night SUPERVIVE. Every weekend, players can submit their best plays for a chance to win cash prizes. And our third place goes to... Pineapple.
I'm ulting.
Big, big, big. Triple nade, triple nade, triple nade.
You.
It's like a double triple nade. New team, new team, new team. I'm down, I'm down.
Try to get the kill, try to get the kill. Oh, they got it, they got it.
Wait, I'm
for you.
alive. Oh, these guys suck.
Second place goes to... Orlando's.
Le cœur leur apparaît dessus là
On
s'il
va
reste
être
un.
sandwich, on va être sandwich, je passe.
J'ai déjà mis.
Faut pas d'os.
No, it's not, it's not.
Oh,
We all died to heart.
And our first place goes to...
I'm
Lemur.
I broke all their armors.
I might be gettable here.
You know, you.
He's gonna probably ult this, yeah. Just try and live, actually. I might be able to live. Look at us. Gamer's alive. Pick up the crown. Wait, kill him? Get that guy!
Yeah.
Oh!
Resets. I'm ulting.
Oh no.
Idle. Oh, it's zap.
Wait.
You keep pressure on him. Dash to 2. He's one.
I can go this guy. You can go bottom.
No, I got him.
Roll on. Dead.
No.
No. Rick, I'll let him miss. Good stuff. Nice, well played, man. Oh, you're too good.
Thanks so much for joining us for this weekend of SNS, and we hope to see you next Saturday night for more SUPERVIVE.
Welcome back, everyone, to Saturday Night SUPERVIVE Turbo Cup. I am joined again by Mad Magical and Relic. You just saw the clip submissions again. Make sure for this week, you guys get the clip submissions in. There are cash prizes on the line if you get like a crazy clip in. We saw the crazy set of sequences happening, of course, again with Lima, with the crazy chilling finale. I'm hoping to see that some more of those type of clips again. Even from this week, we've had the crazy end game from game 2, for example, with Aurora, and I'm hoping to see a couple more games. The bans are going to be coming in very shortly as well. So, what do you guys think? Who do you think's in the lead so far?
For bands or for leaderboards?
Leaderboard.
That's the question.
You start off Magical. Yeah, go on then. Leaderboard.
Leaderboard. We already kind of know because we got a sneak peek, so we got to check and take this look at this and tell everyone else who it is. And to me, it's right now. If you're in first place as 3 LPR, that means they're going to get out early in this next game, right? Because that's what we've seen as a trend so far today. Whatever team is atop the pile ends up dropping uncharacteristically early in the very next game.
Okay, and then Relic, if what kind of games do you expect from like SB? What if the bans are coming in? We kind of have a pretty strong prediction that's probably going to be true about the bans, but like what do you think SB can like rotate to, for example, in terms of like hero roster?
So I think that Shin and Deborek are going to be fine, aren't they? Because they're on their Shiv, and Bishop is obviously Gecko on both, which is a little bit of a concern. Knowing Stormbreakers, I think that they're going to fight fire with fire. I can maybe see Gecko. Oh wow, that actually leaned into the point I was going to make quite a little bit better than I was expecting. I think they might pivot to Firefox. I'm not going to lie to Felix. I think that we've seen with Go Ninja that this Hunter has a great capacity to clutch up. And I think especially for what they're trying to do with Bishop and Shiv, I think that if you're able to capture a couple of people in the Flame Shield, that immediately enables those 2 Hunters. So that's what I would expect is Gecko onto Felix. Could be proven completely wrong, of course. I think just looking at this overall leaderboard, by the way, I think there's a pretty clear split. Yes, I understand there's only 13 points between Eevee and WAF. But look at where they are, comparatively speaking, to 3LP. There is a huge difference between 37 points, which is already a lot of points to overcome in the second half of the table, and then a straight up 50-point gap. I don't think we've seen that level of gap overturned where that team is able to also win the entire tournament, because there's 5 other teams in between you and first.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. It's insane. It would be like you need the 3LP magic of the 40-point game many times in a row to happen.
And we need to see if that will happen, as we are going to go over to the bans and see what actually ended up getting banned then. So let's have a see at the pick rate. So there we go. Top 3.
Oh,
okay.
Wow. Nyx does make it through, but look how close Bishop and Ghost were. I'm a little surprised by that. I thought there was a bigger spread between, like, even the third place. We knew that it was going to be Oath and Stars. Like, there's no questions on that one. But seeing how close that third place got, if a couple teams had just dropped that Nyx and picked up the Bishop instead, they could have held on to that going into the next 4 games.
Yeah, that's one of those weird things as well. So, like, for example, one comp, especially off the bat, that I'm thinking is, going to be punished by these bans is, of course, Rats, right? Like, they are running this exact comp. So, what do you think they can swap to? I'll ask you, Relic, first. Maybe I'll let Magical ponder over it.
So, it's an odd one because I think you look at Saros as one of the longest ranges in the game with that RMB boost. I think Shrike isn't the way forward, though. Saros's influence doesn't come from the fact that he's got a really long range orb and can shoot very far. It's the anti-heal that delivers. And so are you going to replace that like for like with a Shrike that, yes, has massive burst damage potential, but we're talking about tier 1 players? I don't think so. I think we're going to see a lot of different pivots depending on the type of player. We might see more of a tank composition. We might see a little bit more, for example, WAF, I can see them leaning more into damage per second, something that they were lacking for that first half of the series, and I think that put pain to the point as teams figured them out through 3 and 4. A first and a third followed up by 2 middle-of-the-road finishes ain't a good look, and now they're on the catch-up track. So
Exactly.
I think the correct answer is there's multiple hunters. And it's up to the players as to what they feel most comfortable with and what synergizes with what they've got already.
Exactly.
Hudson?
Maybe Hudson. Maybe Hudson. I mean,
You reckon
Hudson's
it's coming
had a bit
in?
of success in NA, right? I mean,
there's like one person I think who could potentially play Hudson, but back to you, Magical. What do you reckon in terms of like macro strategies now that the scores are in? That's going to potentially change the mindset of a couple of potential teams. Who do you expect to like shift gears potentially or have a different sort of strategy for these last 4 games?
See, this is where it's really interesting seeing the difference between NA and EU. Because in NA, once we see that Oath ban, Jewel becomes like the crown jewel, where everyone starts swapping over to Jewel because it just feels more empowered, no longer having to worry about that bright shield.
Sure.
But here in EU, to me, it's Shiv. I look towards, even with like some nerfs that, like the nerfs that took Shiv out for a while, Shiv and Brawl, I think are going to be the big ones I have my eyes out for that are going to start replacing a lot of that to try to give them more all-in potential, especially because you're not having to worry about getting chipped out by a Saurus from range anymore. You don't have to worry about that Bright Shield from Oath, nor the Abyssal Breaker. So you have easier ways to get into this backline without taking massive damage in the first place. So to me, I'm just looking at Shiv and Brawl. Those are like the big ones. Kingpin, I think is kind of like a good shout out as well, both with the Oath and with the Nyx ban.
Perfect stuff. All right, that's me heading out temporarily for a second, guys, and I'm going to send it off to Mad Magical and Relic.
Alrighty, here we go. Game 5, and it is Twister's Relic as we get to see some of our picks. I am seeing a lot of those Kingpins as I kind of expected. I'm not seeing as much of some of the other picks I was talking about. The Shiv, Brawl, not really seen. Zeph, I should have spotted out the Zeph pick. That one's a big one. We see a lot of players having swapped back to that.
Magical, I saw a Rogue Carbine in there. I saw a Jewel in there. I saw Hoodis going on to their nigh on Kamikaze Battle Bunny. Honestly, if you've not seen Hoodis on a Luna, literal insanity. Like, they would rather int than heal people. It is crazy. But we see a lot of drops early on. A couple people going into the academy. Stacks, books up for grabs. Time to do some reading and shooting.
And look at it, the changes of a lot of these teams too. Like the Melkers here playing a Krista Celeste Luna composition here. As you talked about, that Battle Bunny for Hoodis, kind of leading the pack here of the Melkers, chasing down Apex Hunters who are doing their best to farm up, try to stay away and in control of the Guardian. But it looks like that XP going to go Moo's way. Apex trying to snipe him out of the air. But it's not going to be too easy, especially with the Guardian already doing a little bit of work. And now separated in that fight. A nice dash back with the phase dash from Lizardo and from Rhapsody, trying to stay away from Moo. They've already got them that Guardian locked down for themselves as Moo now look to see if they can split up to Apex. But Apex doing a good job of holding their own for a long time. Hoodis finally getting the route to land on the Vipero. And then it's going to be the trade back onto Penumbra. But now with the fact they're jumping back in, Lizardo is going to be taken out by Dreadsy. It's going to be bad luck here for the Apex Hunters unless Rhapsody can pull off a miracle. But Hoodis picking up Penumbra. It is going to be a 3v1 and Apex Hunters getting hunted in Academy. They've been taken to school almost the Rhapsody, turning around, and then Wolf out of nowhere showing up, killing off who? Only leaving Penumbra, who is brought back by Hoodis on the run. Moo forgot about the ever-important third party as they get third-partied and eliminated day 1.
Apex Hunters owe all of Wipe and Flex a drink after this event. They have single-handedly saved this team from obliteration, and it's the milkers who pay the price. That's what happens when you get so lost in the source of going and thinking that you're getting easy pickings, Magicals. It's come back to bite them, and more than likely that is them out of contention now going towards the end game of this tournament.
And if they weren't already out, they were at the bottom half. You were talking about that spread between 6th and 7th place, and Moo found themselves in the bottom half of the standings already. That is the clincher that they are out of the running. That they might be able to play for some of the TC coins, maybe. That's going to need a miracle for Moo as well.
It's such a shame, but it's just how it crumbles sometimes, and we saw Treadsy utilizing so much of the utility already. Early spike here for the Stormbreakers, already with a level 7, by the way. It's no wonder that they're going for the chase.
Making sure they're picking up some more points here as they look to move up in the standings as well. They are one of our teams that is competing for a top spot, not only for cash prizes. Top 3 get cash prizes, but they want that #1 spot as they found Shy. The Bauer on the other side as well. You got to be careful. Gecko, he's been caught out. He tried to go up in the air with a thunderstorm, but it's going to be up the roof. He goes back and takes him down. Takes out the roof. Almost resets onto Hachi as it is going to be Orlando's instead getting that reset. Well, Gecko chased down to oblivion by Bao.
And it's not really great for his team either, because we saw Aurora there pushing in from the southeast. And so, although initially it was looking very good for Gecko individually, things collapsed pretty quickly. And it just goes to show that even in these early stages, Magical, we've seen it once, we've seen it twice. You imagine we'll probably see it thrice. The third-party threat is real. Don't throw yourselves into the midst without proper equipment itemization so that you have that backdoor opportunity to remove yourself from harm's way.
And looking at some more teams that lost a couple players here and there trying to get those respawn beacons. One of them being Bao. Orlando's getting chased by Waff. They did manage the respawn beacon to burying back up a roof, but unfortunately for Orlando's, he has been far away from the team, so he's an easy target for Shichi.
Really strong start from Wipe and Flex. From wiping one team to picking up another KP here. They're really putting that bad form to bed. Perhaps the band's really going for them instead of against them, forcing them into something that's actually doing a lot better. And now looking to Aurora, of course, we saw them collapsing in on Stormbreakers. Now doing the same to Ratata, this team that's already picked up a win today, Magical, and Blink's already down.
Cookies on the run, already fly the Firefox put down to burn damage onto Cookies. Looking to see if they can hunt him down even further as Ratter not getting out of gridlock too easily. The Flame Shield to drag back in this Kingpin for another casualty.
At the end of the day, they've got a choice there, Aurora. Do they split off and try and take down both parties, or do they just go for the 1 KP? It's always better to get that 1 KP because you can't guarantee that somebody's not going to escape. Speaking of this duel, unleashing the Thunderstorm, Gecko, you can see why they're trying to run away. Look at 3LP.
And Gecko on to their El Clasico here of Jewel. This is like going way back in the Hunter pool for Gecko. Back before playing a lot of the Oath. Used to be one of those the top Jewel players in EU. What a hook there from BBBlux, but unfortunately it was onto Celeste. So not the easiest target to lock down too quickly, and that's why they had to bail immediately. But looking at how teams are now moving around, only down Moo. So despite all that early action for Apex Hunters and losing players here and there, they have been able to find their way back in Wraith's Row to kind of slowly but surely claw back in experience.
You say it's a shame that they only clawed Celeste. You're forcing out the chilling finale with roughly a 30-second cooldown timer. With the Shies coming in as a third party, there was an opportunity there to really push. I don't think that the Shies actually had knowledge that the chilling finale was used, however, hence why they decided to take safety as the better part of Valor.
Very true. Good. You never know what those kind of situations. Right now, SB run into Waff, and Waff continue to be on this killing spree, looking for targets all over the place. Well, 3LP almost third-partied onto SB, but decided to go for Waff. Nice Vortex Charm to connect onto the Smolder, and because Waff had separated, Shichi was looking for kills. Made it an easy target for 3LP to now take control of the Hollows, running into Bao. Bao gotta stay far away from this for now, waiting for their moment to strike, or if they even want that, that's just what they experience, and now try to get out of there, as they have gotten the experience, they've gotten themselves dragged in. Ash having to hover wings back the wrong way from the rest of the team.
Talk about El Clasico, Aiden BY on the Kingpin. This is like Project Loki vibes. Third party no TBD.
Looking for the fight, TSD. You're not going to be able to find that. A nice pull back from Aiden to keep the team safe by the boat here in Hollows. But look at all these teams that are moving near one another right now. Everyone starting to move around the Hollows, and we are having very little territory as you are trying to play into the circle. Something's got to happen here right now as Apex, a team that had been struggling, have found a way to sandwich 3LP, but they got to be careful. Shroom's been taken low, but he was able to get the second win back with the rest of the team. As TSD, they pushed onto this island with Rat, and it's Apex who find themselves suddenly sandwiched between two teams, forced off their island, and now down a player. Rhapsody is going to be an easy target for TSD. Woof. See how Vi Puppies lurks in the brush, trying to stay undetected with Amphibian. They know someone's there, but they're instead looking to take down Apex Hunters, looking for the team wipe.
Go for the right-hand hook in mid-air. Minato Blizzard, I love you, man. But this is really not a good look for the Apex Hunters. I think it really is just a hands difference as the Arcane Railgun somehow avoids all 3 Shy members.
Somehow, and one of those landing is a death for Sprokane, who's back onto his classic here in Kingpin, but missing that hook, missing the slam, looking for the damage, but it's going to be back onto Hachi instead as Aurora take control, forcing Sprokane over the ledge. Yes, sir, right behind him in the cloud as Sprokane hoping to get that dunk. Barely any help, but sniped out of the air by Sebi.
Sebi with immaculate Vive knowledge, knowing it's day 3, the storm isn't going to damage my shield, let alone my health bar too much, so I can afford to stick around for a little bit and just lay down some covering fire. Really just balloons into this really strong rebuttal on the Shies, who did have the advantage, but weren't accounting for Sebi throwing hands.
And now Sebi with Aurora taking some control of the bottom quadrant of the circle as teams are moving into Academy. Still only down the one team, though. Only the Melkers, who are taken out day 1 after that catastrophe they had in Academy. You see how teams are now moving around, and we know how these walls can work against a lot of teams, and seeing the teams that are outside of the Academy right now, Relic, SB, 3LP, EV, all staring one another down, but it's going to be SB losing a target first as Shin's been taken down, almost getting the root with the lightning crash onto Shroom, but not enough damage just yet to get through the armor. So 3LP will stand strong.
3LP and WAF are looking leagues ahead of everyone else. I think maybe you can count Aurora in there. Now that I'm looking at them, maybe not so much. Blue armors across the lot, 10s across the lot. That's not the same sort of power scaling that we're seeing from WAF and 3LP. So you understand why a lot of teams are a little hesitant to try and go for those engages. They're trying to isolate and pick off teams that are in a little bit more of a precarious position. But talking of positions, Magical, how funny. We've returned to where we started, back to the Academy.
Right back to where it all began at the very beginning of Game 5, where we have that early action for the Melkers. Got eliminated after they beat Apex Hunters. Kind of the tragedy here of SUPERVIVE that can happen sometimes when you're not paying attention to your flanks. And now, look at how many teams now are attending school. Everyone wants to get a little bit of learning in, but there's only so much enrollment that is allowed here in Academy.
I was like, why are you trying to dash through the portal? And wait, why didn't you dash through the portal? That's why they didn't dash through the portal. There's literally fans on the other side. Some real BM from WAF there. We've got one, is that a Rat EV there, Mr. Ice T?
It is.
In the bushes, rather unfortunate. We've got a couple of summon napalm looks. And that's, a big hook from BB Blukes. Just misses Shichi. Massive mob boss taken there up to level 11 here for Noob.
And we see that it's going to be a Guardian
Archangel
too. Oh, what a grabby from Baby Blukes, but no slam. Golden Beam takes him down instead. And now Wayan a little bit low. Same with Numa. They got to be careful as they avoid the Mercury Mortars. But the dash in from Lasmolda looking for the lightning crash on the Wayan. But Wayan has done a good job at the moment of staying away until the Shy show up out of nowhere. They look to RKO. Poor newbie. Leaving only Numa, who was able to split away from the team. But now it's Apex, another team down to only one player, only one myth. The lockdown from the shock trap drone walls tries to phase walk away.
I'm surprised that with Noob's sort of middle of the road results, we've not seen Numa venture onto the void at any point. Clearly unfancied as we see 3LP there, one of our lobby leaders, rotating in from the north in a really odd position actually up there in Frag Isles. Of course, a lot of the platforms up there disappearing, so you've got to be really cognizant of what's looking good and what's looking bad and whether you can rotate further in. But the Academy is, if you don't mind the pun, Magical, absolutely stacked right now with a bunch of different teams. So it's going to be difficult to find that rotation path in with, as we can see, Bao covering off the north entrance.
And now with 2 teams down, still 10 remain, and looking at how we are continuing to go past Academy. Only one team on the very outskirts at the moment. 3-sitting ducks far away while we look at EV.
Oh, wow.
Golden beam onto Mr. Ice-T, but he is slowed down by the water, trying to see if he can wade his way through, get back up to land, but because the fighting had happened, forced out the chilling finale, and EV, they're about to join the bench, I fear, because right now Shy are hunting down this lone Celeste, trying to snipe him out of the air, but the Celeste doing their best to try to see if he can turn it around. EV aren't down just yet. I actually was wrong. Celeste was not the last one left for EV, but Waff going to lose Shichi in a fight against SB.
Once again, it's a third, fourth party that ends up really the better because it was only one kill point that was ultimately taken there, just the one rat that was taken down. And so Stormbreakers come in, they're able to rip another player away from one of their teams, slowly but surely eating away. Speaking of eating away, look at these health bars!
Wow, they just ate Duck easily there. 3 little pigs feasting well outside of the circle, finding more kills for themselves, trying to stay atop the pile right now and try to break the trend that we saw earlier where the first place team after a game would immediately drop early. But now, with more fighting inside of Academy, it's going to be Rat that lose Cookie's Bow, take control of the center part of Academy.
Really smart individual play from Maroof, held off on the primal slam because he's expecting that a player of Cookie's qualities will be able to dash away quickly enough, and so by that taking that half second to wait, putting the Celeste down, the slam eventually goes in. The Celeste gives him a nice AoE to ultimately confirm the knock. Speaking of a knock, Crouch going down might be the end here for Eevee.
Well, let's see right now, because Mr. Ice-T, he had put down the chilling finale, trying to skate his way away from a 3LP, but Levi, who's been brought back onto the feet as well, holding the line, making sure that the Celeste stays alive. But Rhapsody, and Apex do get the crown!
Oh my word!
Out of the air by Shin, and now Shy, as they come down the fragmented aisles, they take down Rhapsody. Viper is taken down by Hachi, leaving only the Lizardo left for Apex. Still in the game, but down to 1 player again.
Got to be careful here with the Deathbox revive. Really strong re-engage by Barek. Just going to scare them off. If you want to res them, you got to res them the hard way. But Stormbreakers is now outside of the circle, surrounded by Teams Magical. They played really well up until this point, but look at this. They've got Immorius and a Soul waiting at their beck and call.
As Levi trying to get away. This time it's Aurora hunting down the last player here for another team. Apex are killed off screen, and Levi about to join them. Flame Shield, not thick enough. Not enough health left as the Fox has been silenced and smothered. Leaving a few teams left here. More teams have fallen. We are at, what, 7 teams still remaining, Relic? And we see a chilling finale above the head, trying to get damaged. What an engage onto Shin. Now SB, as they had already brought back up Shin before, had to do so again.
Right, so they went for Immorius over the Soul. The Soul, of course, bearing the Arc Guardian Angel, so it wasn't really much good for Stormbreaker's composition. That's 1 Orb of Life, though, wasted. However, they have gotten away with that mobile res beacon, and so Stormbreakers just have to find a quiet place, if you can find it, in this stacked Academy, to go and find that res for Shin to come back into the game.
That's the problem, because you're an academy and there are still 6 other teams besides yourself that are all trying to lame claim, as now they put down that respawn beacon outside that's been stopped. They've been pushed off, and even with Gecko wearing the crown, he's got to get away. Rat knows, hey, no way, Gecko. SB only have Barek, their hopes left on their Bishop. As Shy, they try to go underneath the walls, but right into Rat's territory with Waff right above them. And look at another team. Yes, sir, this time the one on the respawn beacon. Shichi trying to stop it, looking for the spike grenades, but Shy back on their feet. Waff, Golden Beam, getting lots of damage onto Hachi, but it's been interrupted even with the contingency plan trying to heal them back up. That's a lot of healing. They've got Mercury still alive, but now Rat trying to pull him back in. Chaos brewing right outside of the walls of Academy. Shies are going to be the team that falls. Barek punching Shichi into the wall, trying to fight back, but it is a dog fight, and it's going to be SE to lose against Wuff. Blast back on a Rat who left their safety net of the walls in Academy, trying to get back through it, but it's up the Vibe Puppies, up the Shichi. They snipe out Blink, but they can't get on the respawn beacon. They've already, maybe they can get onto it in time, as they have gone under the walls. Shichi trying his best to see if he can survive. They brought back up. It's going to be still alive. The Smooley's back inside of Academy. Wuff aren't out just yet.
What on earth did we just watch, dude? Well, what we're watching right now is Rattata's potential elimination. We're into the top 5. Make that the top 4. Oh, make that the top 3 as the Smold was closed down by Fluffy Fish. Went all the way to the south side of the map. Caught wind of the dual thunderstorm. Top 3.
And right now, we have 2 teams that have already won. Actually, I think it's all 3 teams who have won a game. So we will have a repeat winner in this game. Bao, Aurora, 3LP. Saren won another down. No, I take it back. Bao has not won a game just yet, so they could be
true.
the next team to join. But Aurora and 3LP could be our first repeat winners of the day.
Look at Fluffy Fish. Baruf getting a little bit too close for comfort. Level-wise, equipment-wise, it's kind of even spread across the board. Sebi, the only level 15 that we can see on our screens with gold armor too. He's been in fine form today. A 3LP down to just a 2. Potentially, no, there is the 3rd. There's Accolix. In fact, never mind. Accolix with the 15 and exotic armor. But look at those relics. Not particularly good. Rampager and Festering Jawblade. That's where he's trying to bring in the anti-heal that you lose from a Saros. Not the 3LP would have cared. They weren't running Saros in the first place.
But the big one to me is Aiden with the P-Kind rewind. A good pull here from Aiden. We have seen insane plays out of this player when on Kingpin in the past. And here, where they have that lead for Acklings, if they can get a good pull, steal away some of those relics and put themselves in a better spot, could suddenly make it to the team in control of Academy. Well, Bao, they're being very sneaky about everything, trying to lie low, away from vision from both Aurora and 3LP.
Yeah, they're really looking to, at the very least, get Baruf into the play, and then VZ Orlando's with that Refractor is a really nice scare away tool. It's a bit of a fearmongerer there because obviously you've got those ricocheting bullets, and that could do a lot of vacant damage to anybody else who tries to jump in to make the save. But right now, 3LP in the best situation. You can see here, Magical, the ring is moving towards them. But unfortunately, there's not really much that either Bao or Aurora can do for the moment, mostly because of the third-party policy. You know that the moment that you full send, it's probably not going to work out best for you because that third party is going to make the jump, and Bao being invisible, you don't have actual eyes on where they're going to jump from.
His teams are just waiting, playing very cautiously. A lot of respect given to one another because of that lack of information, but also playing in Academy. Such an awkward circle to have. So few times do we ever have the Storm even bring us here in the first place. So having teams that have to position around this one with these walls and with the fact that we see the circle is starting to peel over towards 3LP. Oh.
The TP from Bao moving over to this side. That's a really weird teleport here, and Accolings has got eyes on them, but the emergency platform means that they're safe for the moment. They grab!
Nice pull. Oh, already forcing out the Chilling Finale very early. Acklings putting up the frozen barricade, but it was going to be a lot that has already been done to Acklings. Can they punish past this? Bao losing those platforms they created. They've been pushed off their E-plat, and they got to be careful. A lot of damage has been dealt to Orlando's already. Might start it off again. Great block with the frozen barricade. The 9-second win to push him back, but there's another use of the Vortex Charm, keeping him at bay. Another E-plat. There's the spike taking down Ash, as Proof has already gone past, putting up the Mega Avalanche above them, but not getting any roots, as the fragmented islands now giving way beneath them. Bao already having lost a player. They went for this TP play. They tried to be the first to act, and they're the team getting punished. Even with the double stun, there's no follow-up. Overkill rounds, a little shy as Proof taking a little bit too much damage. Now Aiden peeling back, looking for his own slam, pushing him into the storm. Baru, no armor has been left, as now it's going to be Aurora trying to intervene on their behalf, pushing back Bao. Orlando's sniped down. He's been sent sailing down to the breach as Baroof going to join him. We will have a repeat winner here in Game 5. Chilling Finale from Aurora as 3LP lose platforms beneath their feet. They have to create their own, hoping that will give them enough time. Missing the pull from Aiden, but Aurora waiting for their own resets, waiting for their own angle. It's going to be Greninja trying to go above their heads, but everyone utilizing altitude to their advantage to try to get back into Academy.
Really nice rotate. It's still dangerous though. Aiden BY looking for that Be-Kind rewind engagement to get out of there. Goes in with the slam, finds the stun!
There it is. Finds it, gets damage, second one sniping out Sebi. 2v3, now 3LP take advantage as Aurora get pushed back. They put down this shield, trying their best with Greninja to pull off a miracle like they did before. But even with the shields, you don't have the health left as they will stomp down this Felix. Chilling Finale for Aurora as it will be 3LP to find another game.
Oh, that's outrageous. Did you see that? The bungee onto Accolix meant that they couldn't actually get get out of range of the chilling finale. I really think that was kind of a throw, honestly, from Aurora, to be honest with you, because Bao went for the crazy play, TPing onto the other side of the wall, that immediately put them in a chokehold that kind of got 3LP caught off guard, because they're like, why on earth are you there? And then all of a sudden, the full turnaround, 3LP just, again, showing good hands, and that is back-to-back wins, right, if I'm correct?
Back-to-back wins for 3LP, and that is going to skyrocket them into first place. They were already in first by 10 points going out of the break, but another win like that going to make it so they are propelled far above everyone else, and it's going to be difficult for teams now to start catching up. There's only 3 games that remain. We're going to bring back in Samiri. So, Samiri, why don't you talk us through this?
Yeah, exactly. So early game, we saw that crazy first outing right off the bat. Here we go with the replays, Moo. So, what were we thinking? Like, it looked like it was going kind of good for Tredsy, getting that chase into Rhapsody. We're going to see that maybe in like a 20 or 30 seconds. And then, it gets really, really sour from there when the third party comes in from WAF. They already picked up a couple of kills. And then, here comes the insta out. It's so unfortunate, man. Like, I think it's probably like closed curtains right for Moo in this first scenario.
Yeah. I can't even think of like a good thing to say for Moo, unfortunately. I feel like that right there's only 3 games left. There's very little opportunities, and if we were already looking at how big of a discrepancy there's between the top 6 and the bottom 6, that right there for Moo pretty much puts their placement in the bottom half. That it just doesn't seem very likely they're going to be able to overcome that.
Yeah, exactly. It's super duper unfortunate. We did see as well, actually, again, Shy having a relatively nice, healthy early game. We are seeing them kind of struggling here a little bit, but they do manage to recover a little bit later on, Relic. So, what do you think in terms of like Shy? What could have they done something different, you reckon? Were there any sort of mistakes that you saw that they could have maybe corrected?
I just think that they choose their fights well. Yeah. They're just very unfortunate when it comes to third-party situations, and they just can't react quick enough when that pressure is up against them. And that's rather unfortunate, because we do see a couple of times in this game alone that when it comes to those 3v3 straight up fights, Shy are incredibly competent. It's a really strong composition that they've cooked together, but I think that Sprokane is far more well known now for the Saros than the Kingpin. There's a reason why he moved over from the Kingpin as soon as his character ran out, and this composition relies so heavily on that anti-heal that without the consistent amounts being laid down from the Saros, it means that their composition is a little bit more difficult to move away from than perhaps others. I will say, I think that in terms of the bottom half of the leaderboard going into this game, by the way, folks, I think everyone is now out of the running. If there was a minor miracle chance, that chance is now gone. I think that the likes of WAF will be kicking themselves. They're in such a strong position early game, only to fall out before we hit the top 5. And the fact that 3LP were leading and win and get a bunch of kill points as well means that it's a big uphill battle now for every other team as we head into our final 3 games.
And just as you're speaking about WAF, we just see Shichi with that amazing sequence, basically, not griefing, but just doing extreme harm, it feels like, to Shy. They got that res off on the left-hand side with the res beacon, and then Shichi just came in along with Chronoxius, and they just basically went to town on them, it felt like, taking them out. But then obviously just afterwards, WAF, had a really difficult time escaping. They couldn't really stabilize too strongly afterwards. And then, we're left eventually with 3 teams, as we are seeing that kind of outcome kind of unfold again with 3OP, of course, Bao as well. I don't know if they could have done something else in this scenario. Is there anything else, they could have positioned, like with their pads or something along those lines, magical, that to kind of escape the wrath of the other teams?
I think for Bao, they were just hoping that Aurora was going to help them.
Yeah, right?
To me, what it seems like, you make that play with the expectation that the other team is going to help sandwich the third team, right? You don't make that kind of play thinking I'm going to be able to outhands this team when I have no platforms and they have full control. It is purely that that you're one of 3 teams left and you're trying to play with the other team, but Aurora either they just didn't want to, or they didn't follow that lead. They didn't have the information in time to be able to follow that up in time, and by the time they kind of realized it was too late. 3LP had already won the fight, and they were able to already reset themselves to take on another fight against Aurora.
Exactly. And as you mentioned, Relic, as well, looking at the standings from what we saw just last game, now we've got, the kind of more additional set of points for 3LP. If they have kind of one more great game like they just had, do you think that they might be like in contention for first place at that point, or do you think they can still be a surprise upset with like another team?
I mean, 3LP are definitely in contention for first place. Let me make that absolutely clear. The question is, how in contention for first place will they be? If they have if they get a back-to-back-to-back wins, you might already call it there, even with 2 games to go. It depends on where particularly Rat, Stormbreakers, Bow, and Aurora at this point finish. But you'd imagine that 3LP, knowing them, they're going to pick up a whole host of kill points on top of that theoretical win too. So really, it's up to the rest of the teams now to try and, again, we have to be clear to people, suss out who 3LP is, and try to eliminate them early, because of course this is the beauty of being a mere spectator, a mere commentator, is we get to see these teams with their names. Nobody else in the lobby does. There are no names. Team colors are randomized every time, and so you've got to say, okay, last game we saw Shroom back on the Zeph, we saw Aiden back on the Kingpin. Those are our key targets. If we see a Zeph, this is most likely 3LP.
Alrighty, that's going to send it off into Game 6. So I'll leave it to you, Magical and Relic.
Alrighty, let us get back onto the breach and see how our teams are going to approach this 6th game, because I think that if 3LP win this one, even if it's like a top 3, that might be enough right there to clinch themselves first place, because 2 in a row, when we already saw how close everything was getting beforehand, they had a bit of a spread. They finally find that 10-point spread after 4 games, but that was a big win with a lot of kills for 3LP. And if they can pull off another game like that, I think that might be enough with how some of our top teams have had some early exits in previous games.
Magical, a table can 100% lie until things are mathematically in place, but doing the number crunching now is Ratata, who are crunching through EV. 1, 2 already down, sent them reeling.
Already looking for those kill points, and we see there's another team, Waff, who are going to intervene, but already with Cookie's gold armor, forced to take an anomaly, but Chi-Chi hunting down these kills on that little island. Gonna be safety until the blast back from that nade nearly caught Rat off guard. They are into the jet stream. They are back onto islands. Seems like they have escaped from the attention of Waff, but as we talked about before with Waff, a team that very rarely relents on these kills, always will hunt until the bitter end, until they no longer can reasonably do so. And it seems right there with the Sky Shark, it was too much and they could not chase. Oh no! Oh, it does seem that we had an unfortunate situation. A game crash. Unfortunate.
Controversy.
It does happen, unfortunately, and usually we have made the rule in the past where if it happens early enough into the game, especially within the first minute, we do reset the game. So a little unfortunate there for Rat with such a strong start.
All right, so are you just from that kind of initial glimpse, did you think that there are going to be any kind of changes happening in terms of macro strategies for, like, for example, like Apex or any other teams? Everyone is kind of set in stone, you reckon, in terms of what kind of ideas they want to follow through with?
I think that it's going to be Rat looking for aggressive plays. They're pretty much going to they're in this position where they want to 50-50 because they need those points to catch up to 3LP. They know that they are top of the standings, like they're close enough to the top of the standings, but if they want first place, they have to rack up not just placement points, but all these kills, because 3LP, like, one thing we didn't really talk about, they also not only were the top of the standings when it came to the points, but also kills. No team was really close to that. I think they were separated by a total of like 10 kills, which is a lot of kills compared to how everyone else was within 1 or 2 kills of each other.
And if you don't mind me stepping in, by the way, I think with these hot drops as well, you've got a lot of these teams who know that they're in the top half at this point, and so they're going to be avoiding hot drops like the plague. They don't want to go into hot drops because there's the potential for them to get early eliminated themselves. And so I think Ratata are looking at these hot drop scenarios and thinking, right, They don't want to hot drop here. They don't want to hot drop here. So it's more likely than not that any teams that we do encounter, we have the ego and the pride and the belief in ourselves that we can defeat them anyway. It's what we saw play out in motion with Rattata, and they are going to be frustrated because that, albeit, you know, it's only a couple of KP, but it's KP that they could, you know, by the end of this tournament, who knows if they're within 2 points of first place. Ooh. Carnage.
Yeah, and that's exactly, you know, everything you said was just completely on point. I've got the same kind of idea that, you know, I think you know, Rat are generally just sharing, and as you mentioned, with that kind of aggression, they know that they've found that kind of pocket of space. They're looking at the drop lines, who's dropping where. Okay, this team is isolated. We can go and just snap them up, get those free early kill points, and you know, that's going to be, you know, hopefully it. And we're going to probably see the same thing as we restart again for Unstable Portals. Take it away, Relic of Magical.
Alrighty, let us get back onto the breach and see how our teams are going to match up with one another with this drop. As wow, okay. What a weird southeast drop here, hovering over Underrot of all places.
This is, dare I say, do I dare speak it into existence? This is threatening a full Abyss end circle, potentially. That's a lot of scout.
We haven't had one in a long time.
We haven't had one in a long time, yeah. That's a lot of underneath Scav Bay that is available in the opening circle. So we'll wait and see, of course, we'll wait and see. But if I were these teams, I'd stock up on E-Plats.
As right now, we have, wow, 5 teams dropping at Scav Bay. EV, WAF were there, Aurora are there, Moo are there. Moo are going to lose their bunny as well. We even have Rat, as expected, another one of our teams that has hot dropped. We knew that they would look for these early fights, but it's right alongside that of WAF. We've already got gold armor for Shichi. Cookies sends it aggressively. Nice pull, dragging him back over towards the fan. But they got to be careful because they have been separated at the moment. With gold armors on Shichi, they push it back onto Rat, taking down Cookies, as now Blink sent over the Abyss. WAF take control of Scav Bay.
Fantastic work from that Mercury, brings out the concoction. At these early levels, the healing output is utterly insane. Big spike from Meki Mech there onto the Sky Shark. They're going to go and find the rest of their team that have made their way up into Machine.
Was right now WAF attempting their own respawn. Rat intervening, pushing him away, but a nice snipe from Shichi. Well, Cookies, his Wisp probably going to be brought back up, trying to get rid of some of that armor from WAF, putting down the spike grenade. Cookies sent sailing, only level 3. Blink is at 5.
Oh, no!
5 puppies is on the respawn. The dog, though! Shichi, you played into his hands! You got mind controlled into that!
Nightmare fuel for Shichi. Don't get lost in the sauce, especially when said sauce is in a pallet over wandering a bit.
No!
Bao is out at 12? What happened?
Oh, well, tragedy is what happened for France as Bao, their second game in Turbo Cup, that they have been out early. Not just early, but first.
Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. And at this late stage of the competition, that might be them cooked. I'm not gonna lie. Especially if we see the likes of 3LP, Rat, SB making it into the later stages. Yikes.
Maybe they were just a little bit tilted from that last game where they were hoping that Aurora would back them up, and here they fight against SB, get punished, and now SB, a team that you highlighted at the very beginning, Relic, a team that has been hovering and been a consistent thorn in everyone's side throughout the Turbo Cup today. They are looking pretty hot here in Game 6.
Yeah, so it was Stormbreakers who eliminated them. I'm just looking back at the feed. We've got Sprokane and Shies taking down Apex Hunters as well, although the Apex Hunters are still up. Good for them. But obviously they are once again suffering in the early stages, as there will be no majorly there will be no major Abyss end game. There will be an ending, certainly for Vipero, who falls into the Abyss. The Shy's actually getting a bit feisty. Big fisticuffs from this squad that need all of the points and all of the miracles to compete for the top 3 spots now.
But if we're looking at kind of the trends that we were talking about before, Shy, one of those teams that is in the bottom 6 at the moment, it is seeming like more than a miracle to be able to get past that of WAF, who are another team that are playing very aggressive out of the gates, looking for a lot of those kill points, as well as placing very well, pretty much consistently throughout the game. So Shy, I feel like it would be take back-to-back wins for them even to get to top 6.
Yeah, 100%. But I mean, listen, the only way that they are going to be able to do that is that's controllable within their own destiny, of course, is by getting those kill points first and foremost. And so that's why they are so aggressive early on. SB certainly very aggressive, aren't they? My goodness, they've already eliminated one team and a big team at that, and they're going after TSD now.
TSD, though, Godfroy does a great job of, in the battle, the 1v3, was able to at least get Shin into Wisp form, but sadly surrounded on all fronts, leaves only one left for TSD, and it is not looking good for that team as well. SB collecting more kills for themselves as they look to see if they can catch up with that of 3LP, while Shy moving down through Wraith's Row, pushing back Aurora. Might even look for some of these kills, see if they can snipe someone out of the air.
This has the, I hate to call it early magical, this has the feeling of a Shy win. It's just got that scent. They are level 8 at the beginning of day 2. Everybody is running away from them. They're feeling confident. They have nothing to lose. Why not, I say? Why not?
You know what? True. Very true. It's like, might as well go down with a blaze of glory. Go for some pride in this one, right?
Yeah, again, you have nothing to lose at this point. And listen, if you are going to get into the top 3, there's only one way that you're going to be able to do it. Other teams failing and you 100% succeeding. And we see here TSD not so much succeeding, of course. They were on the blunt end of an SB baseball bat, as is the case for Vipero as well. Stormbreakers are flying at this early stage. Level 9, way ahead of the curve.
With Gecko on Jewel, Shin on Shiv, Deprek still on their Bishop. Very aggressive, all in composition to chase down these kills. And no Oath, no Sours that you have to deal with. Makes it a little bit easier for SB in a lot of these fights. So I'm really curious to see if any team's even going to be able to stop SB. You talked about Shy, but SB right now, they're looking really good at the same time.
Well, it would be an SB. It wouldn't be a classic SB performance if they actually won a game. Now, come on. I mean, like, they've got to be consistently top 4,
True.
top 5, and then also not win the tournament. But we got a second wind going in there. Oh wow, Aiden BY going down. I didn't even clock who this was. 2 of our top teams are beast in a moment of disarray. But oh, that's a big exotic item going into the hands of Rat.
And Rat, so right now it's Shy's, I feel like Shy's, SB, and Rat, like the 3 juggernauts of this game that are looking like they are the teams to beat. And if they trade blows early, it could really shake up the standings and shake up how we expect teams to go. And when you're a team like 3LP, that you are playing for more survival than you are playing for anything else, because you are the team at the top by quite a large margin, having taken now 2 games in a row. You can just make sure you have another top finish. You will make sure that no team is near you in the leaderboard.
Look at Shy go. They have been on WAF's tails. The Milkers from absolutely nowhere. They popped through the unstable portal and they went straight back through. Nope. No. Absolutely no shot we're going to take part in this. And because of that confusion, it means that WAF have been able to get away.
Not fully, though, because Shichi went through the portal as well, chasing Moo, and then gets surrounded by the other Melker players. So they take out at least one player, making us a now WAF on the back foot as we look back at Mana Coils. Rat in control. TSD kind of scaring them off for now, but I feel like it's more because Rat doesn't want to get third party. They know that they have a lot of control, but they're right in the center of the circle, so teams can come from every angle.
Yeah, I think that it's a different look for Rat because there wasn't anybody immediately around them to go and throw hands with. So now they're honestly kind of just playing safe. They're looking to scale up so that when they hit endgame, they are at least going to be competitive. They've got, you know, that Ardent Songbow spawning in. That could be particularly useful given their composition. But now taking a look at Noob and BB Blues and Numa, who is on the void. My request has been answered, Magical. I'm delighted.
I know, just sticking to it. I love seeing players play their classic, their hunter, the ones they make the name for themselves on. So seeing Numa continuing to play this way. No! As we talk about it, caster curse immediately sniped out of the air, and poor Newbie now suffering the curse that casters provide, and now they're getting chased down by the strong SB, leaving only one left. BB Blukes open that he can get away from SB, while EV can't say the same out in the desert against Moo. As Moo finds Sue, but then Shy find the pull onto you, almost taking down Who Dis, leaving him with Treadsy and Penumbra trying to get away, but 3LP coming from the north of the desert and now hover their way, chasing Treadsy. Nice slam onto Treadsy. Penumbra now locked right in the middle. Now meeting this sandwich, an easy target for Shy, who decided to get rid of the kill first, then with the chilling finale, pull from Sprokane, continuing the fight onto Aiden, but second one pushing him back, waiting for Hachi to fall. And now Shy, they might be helped out by SB, but no, SB say, we just want kills. We want everything. 3LP now on the run. Aiden trying to get away. Nuke has been launched, barely missing, as still one left. Sprokane for Shy, trying to get away from 3LP, but where can you go? The storm does not work for you, as Shies have been eliminated by 3LP.
All that hard work for 10th place. You hate to see it, but fair play to 3LP because they third-partied that magnificently, but Stormbreakers were so cognizant to what was going on there as well. They pick up at least 1 KP in that scuffle. They know that the Shies are out of it. One more place up the ladder. Of course, we're into the points, the placement placements, I don't know. 10th place and up, you get placement points. It's as simple as that, folks.
Yeah, even if it's just 1 point, at least it's something, so Shy can at least have that. But unfortunately for them, like what we talked about with Moo, pretty much going to guarantee that they are going to be at the bottom half of our leaderboard, while 3LP deal with WAF, losing one player immediately. Acklings trying to hover away, but Chi-Chi on his position, skating underneath with the altitude. But they are hunting this down with Surge forward, up in the air, sniping him out. 3LP out at 9th.
Okay, that has thrown the cat amongst the pigeons. Eyes on stalks, looking at that kill feed and seeing the leaders of the lobby out at 9. Rattata and Stormbreakers on high alert, Magical.
They have got to be rejoicing after that, saying that they are out. Now anybody's game again for the leaderboard as WAF deal with the fact they're around that unstable portal. I believe it was actually the Smolder jumping into it, so he's going to be completely separated, while Evie and Aurora traded blows and chilling finales, but it's going to be Crouch, the first one to suffer, and then Chi-Chi, who's been back with the team. He recalled back into position, finding kills. Golden Beam on the Mr. Ice-T as he skates away, but WAF hunt these kills over and over again, always relentless, leaving Evie with only a Felix Levi. Somehow was able to make his way through, while TSD, they're in a battle against SB, but SB in full control, looking to wipe another team as they take him down on the picture-in-picture, while in Mana Coils, Rat deal with Apex Hunters, another team atop the pile, looking now that 3LP are out to see if they can take away first place.
Oh, that's a lovely flank. Look at that from Blink. Great comms from Mecky Mech to say, yo, he's got nowhere else to go. Yes, the storm does hurt that much now at night 4, especially on that lower health bar. This is, pardon the pun, a rat race now between Rattata and Stormbreakers. It's not just about placement points anymore. How many KP could you rack up to close the distance on 3LP?
I feel like even Aurora are part of this conversation as well, because they are one of those teams in the top 6. WAF technically are there as well, but if they get eliminated here, that is going to be the end of them trying to get to the top of it. They are surrounded by Rat. Another team gone. But look at how our teams are going to continue to move around Mana Coils. Lizardo holding on to a crown here for Apex Hunters, trying to make sure that no team will be left without double digits.
This is the best placement that Apex Hunters have had all day, so I'm actually very delighted for them. Looks like EV, though, are on the hunt. 30 seconds left. You got the shift Lizardo, you got the unstable portal, but the unstable portal on the wrong side of the wall. Blink is there. No, they're going to get through there just in the nick of time.
He thought he can get through that little corridor. There's like a little sliver that he thought his hitbox would get through, but it didn't slide through, so almost got him caught out. But actually, funnily enough, it ended up working against EV of all teams, because EV wanted to chase that crown, and then they got themselves caught by Rat.
And now, honestly, the churning machine is in full effect. Big stun, big slow, big knock. Mecky Mech on to weigh in, and here's Cookies looking for that hook. Just misses, but BB Blukes is still in trouble.
Don't call it mana coils, call it the grindhouse, because right now, Rat are absolutely destroying teams here. Anyone who tries to enter into their territory, they are just grinding up into kills, more points for the team. But one team could stop them. It is Stormbreakers, who found a flank. Rat so focused on what was in front of them, they forgot about what was behind, and it was SB to break open the mana coils.
I was just about to ask the question, where are Stormbreakers? Have the kills dried up? Well, no, they've come straight into the slaughterhouse.
As now Rat down Cookies, trying to survive, but look at how SB might move around. Apex, they did bring it back up the team with that crown. They have the unstable portal to get around, but now the EV, Newbie, and with SB right above them, all our teams are here in the small quadrant of the circle, ready to trade blows, but it's going to be a jump away into the anomaly. Unfortunately for Rat, taking a little bit of the storm damage unbeknownst to them, so have to be careful on how they're going to position. But the one team that hadn't been there, Aurora, now moving down the mana coils as SB had lost Deathbreak off screen.
Yeah, and so that's going to be gold armor gone. You can see that the collapse from Aurora and Noob on Amorius, but look at Gecko go. That's another KP onto BB Blukes. Aurora looking really strong despite the blue armors, 40s and 30s, but SB going for the steal.
Trying to see if they can hold on to that one. Not letting Amorius pick up. It is going to be Aurora securing themselves objective. But now they are surrounded, pulled in by Red. Cookies slamming back. Nice gate away. Trying to survive. Might be able to get out of there. But Fluffyfish has been sniped out of the air while Greninja was sniped by SB off the other side. So only Sebi left now for Aurora to try to get away. Hoping that he can get up to that respawn beacon. He places one right on the circumference of the circle while Eevee lose a player to Apex Hunters.
Stormbreakers and Rattata are playing dangerous games. Stormbreaker more than most. Look at Crouch. Doesn't even want to say anything here. Stormbreakers, though, have found Apex Hunters. They'd imagine that they'd win this, especially with 15s across the board and gold armors.
Fusel has been popped. Shen getting a little bit of damage, but taking a lot himself. Had to get things back. Gotta be careful, because Newbie nearby. Crouch in the bush. Might be able to third party. They've spotted him out. The nuke with a grounded onto Deathbreak, but a huge punch. Trying to push him back into the nuke. Not gonna get him into there. So instead, they get over the radiation. Staying alive. Apex holding their own against one of the top teams in the game. But how long can they hold? Their armor now starting to be disintegrated by SB as SB still being cautious on how they position. Rat and Aurora still nearby, and Aurora will push back Crouch out of his safety brush and finding the snipe over the abyss.
The sustain from Apex Hunters, absolutely crazy. And they're feeling confident now. Look, 14s against 15s, but Aurora have taken a bit of damage from Crouch and Crouch alone.
Oh no! They get sandwiched though! Apex focus on Aurora, and it is their own doom they wrought as they looked for that fight. Now an easy target as they are out at 5th place, but Aurora and SB left alone. Almost about to trade blows, but the fact they saw the crown right behind them, Numa above their heads, debating whether or not they want to look for that one or focus on the SB. But with Aurora having broken armor onto Fluffyfish, nearly broken armor onto Sebi, they try to skate back to the last platform they see. And a swap almost catches him off guard, but Newman's gonna be careful. Almost was able to find it. 40 seconds, he can't get it. So close, even with the singularity. It was too little, too late. And now Fluffyfish down. SB, they lost a player as well. But looking at Rat, our big team, ready to fight as SB get another respawn beacon.
Oh, tragic set of events for Numa, who got the singularity off. As Cymeri would say, literally 1 HP, but then the chilling finale puts a stop to that and catches Deathbreak as a stray. Deathbreak back, they've got a spare gold armor from somewhere, goodness knows where from, and now Aurora down to 2, Rattata on the chase.
Sebi can't really get out of that one. Bungie to drag him back into the fight, and then SB to intervene. Sebi gonna be the first casualty as now Rat trade blows with SB. Mickey's gone. It's gonna be Cookies. They chase, trying to get back into the rings, but out in the storm. Aurora have been able to get the respawn. Rat are down to only 1 player, but they're not out of the game just yet. They're still right in the middle of the storm, picking up a crown for Blink. They gotta be careful on how they want to approach this fight, because now that Aurora are fully formed, they're picking up a lot of the broken armor they found on the ground, putting down choggers, getting damage onto Deathbreak. The summon Napalm. Napalm.
Good lord.
Deborek is low, but not dead. And then the dash in from Gecko. He's behind enemy lines. He's up in the air with a thunderstorm, but he crashes back onto the E-plat while Blink waiting for his angle, waiting for the chilling finale. Can he pull off a Lemur like Lemur had last week on Celeste? Get the miracle play to bring back in Aurora. They put down the jump pad, the chilling finale too early, trying to hop over the wall. Barely able to get there. But keep in mind that Shin is on the other side as well. They might be able to Blink over there. Blink taking the anomaly to the very outskirts of the circle while SB and Aurora have to trade blows. Another chilling finale from Fluffy Fish's Gecko trying to go for the surge in. The Greninja is pretty thick. This far hard to kill. They missed the blast off, but Sebi punched back in with a haymaker. He's low to death. They find this time by the Deborek. Aurora destroying the Storm Breakers. They're broken this up, but now Gecko, he tries to dash away. He's gone. It's just Blink left against Aurora.
Take me back to Abyssal Cup 3. Aurora versus Stormbreakers, and Aurora have done it again. Incredible scenes. And what's worse is that Rattata have been able to play the blinder. 10 seconds left to get the most wanted crown proc.
He is Celeste. He has time. He can kill. Chilling finale could save the team. Summon Napalm. There's the chilling finale. He's got the team back up, but can they survive? Chilling finale right behind them. Fluffy Fish. The damage on the Blink. Snipe out of the air. Sebi landing it as now Cookies is on the run away from Meki Mech, trying to bring back up their fallen brethren. Might be able to bring back up Blink, but he can't stick the landing. Rat down to one player again, but this time crownless. This time nowhere to run, Meki Mech. He's got a crown out in the storm. He picks up barely, but look at the broken armor, the broken spirits. Aurora riding high on this game as they lay claim to their second victory.
Another absolute cinema finale. Aurora, Stormbreakers, forget 3. Take me back to 1, the one that Aurora actually won. Or was it 2? 2 and 4? I forget 2. Numbers at this point. But to be quite frank, what hands from Aurora. Stormbreaker's major faux pas. We talked about it very early on, about not being able to see who you're fighting, the name tags, not visible in lobby, and that lack of vision tells them absolutely nothing. They don't know that Rattata have got the most wanted. They don't know that it's Aurora that they're facing, but they will know now. Aurora with amazing work to get that win.
Dude, that was an absolutely incredible game. I feel like SB just found that kind of hidden gear on their car. They just turned it up again and again and again consistently this game. They were super duper fearless. It felt like, what were your kind of impressions of SB's kind of strategy for this game? Magical, let's start with you.
At first it was great. It was doing a great job getting so many kill points over and over and over again. Same with Rat. But that's the thing with SUPERVIVE. Even if it's working most of the game, it's about the final moments. You have to make sure that you're able to follow through, and sometimes, especially when it gets chaotic and there are 3 teams still remaining, you forget about the third party, the ever important third party.
100%. We are seeing this kind of a last kill sequence here from Shy actually losing to 3LP at the last second as well. They had such a rough game, it felt like 3LP. They couldn't really survive afterwards, it felt like, Relic. So, what do you think that, 3LP could do to kind of adjust their strategy? SB were running over everyone, it felt like. So I don't know if it's just kind of avoid the team that's just going head first. What do you think?
Yeah, I think 3LP were a victim of circumstance. For the first part, I think they were really fortunate not to go down to the Shies. I think there was a couple of misplays from the Shies actually in that initial encounter, but then you have Stormbreakers collapsing on top of what was happening, and it just completely threw them off their rhythm. Thankfully for them, because of that win last game, it's not like it's a complete disaster, right? Okay, it's a very low finishing position, not much KP or placement points, but it's enough of a lead going into our final 2 games that you'd suggest that they can recover that. I think the real question for me now, honestly, is looking at the amount of KPs that both Stormbreakers and Rattata picked up here. High placement points, of course, but what of Aurora in all of this? The last update that we got to the point standing, Sameri, was after Game 4. Aurora with 30 points behind the leaders at the time, Rattata. That's a huge margin to pick up.
Yeah, and we got to see if they can do it with a couple more games we have left as well. I remember Crouch, having, popping the popcorn, it felt like in the bush, and then finally revealed himself, getting caught out. Another free picking, of course, for AUR. So, Magical, what do you think, these last couple of teams that are in the top of the bracket kind of need to do to secure victory? Especially with a lot of Celeste being picked up. Are there any sort of other strategies in terms of picks that you think might happen now? People are getting desperate, sort of thing.
I don't think that there's any sort of adaptations you need to do with draft so much as how you approach the game. We talked about this before with 3LP. Just need to play a passive gameplay, not really look for some of these early. Oh, they're right there. Unfortunate dunk there from the E-plat. That's a feels bad right there that he gets dunked by that one. But going back into what you were talking about, it's more, you just need to make sure you're playing for that placement, because even though kills are important, getting these will help you out a lot. When you are far enough ahead, kill points are only 1. It's not like you're getting that much each time you get a kill. And if you're getting first place, that's 20 points. That's 20 kills right there. So that's going to get you enough of that leeway where you're going to feel a lot more confident into this one. And now I'm going to take over the hosting on this one, because we are getting ready to have both Relic and Samiri finish off our last 2 games into this one. But I'm going to pose the question to you now, Samiri, because you asked me what teams could do differently. But I want to pose it. What can they do different for you?
Different for me, okay. The main thing is just as Relic was mentioning in the previous game, it's more just for example, that kind of isolated strategy that Rap were kind of having in the early game, because I feel like that's the most open and free opportunity to kind of get a couple of free kills at least to start the snowball off, and then you can continue to accentuate it with the little minor picks in the mid game. Things like KP to just get that crazy hook and at least get 1 pick is at least 1 free kill point, maybe an armor upgrade and a bit of econ. So anything you can grab in those kind of safe manners, I think, is the best thing. Of course, having information such as scans as well is going to kind of accelerate what you can kind of do with the map in terms of how you maneuver, how you find safe pockets of space, or if you want to go for the kind of aggro engage. But
All right, guys, it is game 7, final destination. Relic, Samiri, get us into the game.
Not quite our final game, but our final destination. And there you see it on your screens, folks. We're heading east of Vanegrove. We've seen over the months, over the years, this is such an exciting spot for an end game, because there's a lot of Abyss and a lot of opportunity to play Fortress.
Oh my god, and how many teams? It's 3 teams. Kazaru actually taking the Shrike as well, of all things, so definitely pulling up the spice as well. Minato in a bit of a sticky situation here. Eevee on the left as well, Shichi just kind of above. Minato just find a bit of a space up the north side to kind of get a little sneaky escape. No armors are picked up just yet, it looks like, as we can see on the screen. Oh, Shichi has found 1, found 2 in fact, as who this plays with a bit anomaly, a touch. Crouch just trying to jump ship as fast as possible, picks up the armor as well, which is a nice little boon, but now it's met by Shichi. Instantly stops his maneuver up to the kind of left side, and this now has to, maybe back on his team. It looks like it's going to be a safe out. Maybe they just jump ship completely and start to look for other mobs.
Yeah, so it's always difficult to figure out what you should actually engage upon when you're level 1, level 2, level 3, because you're so brittle, you're so fragile that honestly, even if you get 1 gold armor, it's okay, we're pulling out from the table here. We're done. We're happy with our spoils. Lasmold, I believe, the only player to go down in all of that. But WAF also have the gold armor. Shichi's still sticking around looking for a snipe on the Guardian. That is surely going to go over to TSD. Indeed, that is 5s and 6s. It's time to hop, skip, and jump out of there.
Yep, and I think WAF did actually jump over, but they actually being potentially punished here. We do see Eevee also kind of in the same proximity, level 3s and 4s respectively. Shogi is obviously going to provide the armor boon if they do get the pickups, and I think Eevee might be having first dibs, but Crouch, I think, already realized, I've already got the armor, but he realized it a bit late and took an extra bit of damage unintentionally. We do see Levi trying to provide a bit of space though. Shichi's actually relatively low on HP as well. Small goes with an aggressive send in and gets absolutely punished for it. WAF, and now just 2 members.
Crouch crushing the skull of the Smold into the wall. What a read with the haymaker on the chase now. WAF not in a great position. Chronoxius and Shichi quite rightfully scattering in different directions for the preservation of the team. Meanwhile, scattering in the same direction here. Bao versus 3LP. I mean, Bao, are they out of it at this point? 3LP certainly aren't, and they're not going to risk the chase over Abyss.
Yeah, surprisingly, Bao actually jumped out in that scenario. Normally, I feel like they'd stand a little bit longer and dance a touch longer. But we are flicking over on Magebog to Moo in this scenario versus AUR. Looks like Sebi's already getting the force in. Looks like one of them has already been picked up as well. Maybe potentially lost here as the chase continues. Hudis gets a nice little spike at the last second, extending his survival. There is a myriad of red barrels as well that provides an extra bit of cover, it seems like, for his escape. And they are able to get out as a 4-3 man. We are seeing a potential fight on Underworld as well. And a continued maybe second fight here between AUR actually and SB in this instance as they go for an aggressive send onto Fluffyfish. Deathbreck unfortunately gets no value from his ulti, completely blocked by the ice wall, but it's still not enough. Fluffyfish is dead.
Do they know? It's the Riddler. Do they know that they're actually getting revenge for last game? It'll certainly be revenge most sweet and served cold if they're able to find the overall team elimination. I feel like Aurora's a little too wily to fall for those tricks, though, as we head into night one. Someone turns the light off.
Oh my god, there's like 4 or 5 teams on the south side as well. Of course, ghosts are going to be abundantly available in the majority of biomes to pick up an extra bit of XP. Maybe get the early level 7 if you found enough, or maybe if you've killed enough teams, of course. As Chichi does dance in the abyss for a split second against Barufus, found his way out there. It's going to be okay in this scenario. We're also seeing a couple of teams kind of relatively split, and as we look at Shy, actually against TSD, Yasa taking a monumental amount of damage at the last second as Hachi tries to fend off Minato from the left-hand side. Slugwave is popped by Sprokane, along with the dagger as well, getting that extra bit of damage, hopefully getting enough LMB to Okin doesn't get the snipe, unfortunately, so there's going to be all members surviving for TSD. Godfrey still on a bit of low HP as well. The back is also coming out as well at the last second. Hopefully that's going to ward off maybe anyone who's surrounding. Shin was maybe looking for some opportunities, gets hit by the bird at the last second. A couple more LMBs, and the backs and the rest of his teammates, as long as he can do it in time, it's going to be a bit risky here. I don't know if they can make it out of this one, Relic. Uh-oh.
This is bizarre from Stormbreakers, perhaps a little bit complacent as to what's going on around their base camp. Yeah, absolutely, Shin's going to go down. This is blowing up in their faces, unleashing a blast off. Deperek isn't going to get any value out of that. Gecko backs out. I have to ask, what on earth was that call from the Stormbreakers? Bizarre.
That was really, really questionable. I think, someone's going to get a bit of an angry shouting afterwards for that call. But either way, it's always a team game. You can always work things out. You're looking at, a couple of souls, dropping around 50 seconds. That's going to be a nice pickup potentially for a couple of teams. Bao, I'm not sure if they're going to change their strategy from going for bosses as they typically would do. As Levi already pops the defensive dagger, trying to get a bit of poke in. Bao obviously predicted. They've seen the dagger on the north side. They're trying to anticipate and get a bit of LMBs in future. They aren't able to completely ward off Levi. They've all gone their own separate ways, it seems, temporarily. Are able to back on each other, it looks like. In their picture-in-picture, it looks like there might be a potential free picking there. The last second, Deathbreak is actually dead. So SB are down to 2 members again on the bottom right-hand side.
Man, oh man. You reap what you sow, folks, especially in this game. And now Bao, they've planted some rather fruitful seeds, you would say. In goes the chilling finale on top, layering over Lasmold. They're going to be able to pick up the kill on Lasmold, and that forces WAF once again to scatter, going after the Carbine, who's already utilized that first empowered shift. And that's going to be another knock from VZ Orlando's Bao rebounding in fine fettle as WAF is fully eliminated. Actually, look at that by Baruf.
Yeah, WAF completely outed. That's really surprising to see this early on. I didn't feel like they're having that, that crazy of bad of an early game, but things can just turn sour in the instant. It feels like, of course, with the third parties or someone being low on HP, you can start capitalizing, getting the resets. EV seems to be back as a 4-3 man there, as we do see that though. Only Ice is level 6 though. That's a bit of a problem. Desperately needs to find a bit of XP, which is just available to the left of them. As NWB also trying to get a couple of chests and extra goodies. Looks like they got an extra bit of XP from it, of course, as Bao looks to rotate past them. We are seeing a bit of a convergence as well towards the heart. It feels like maybe a major fight on Magebog, it seems, between Shy and AUR.
Yeah, their main problem so far this game that I've noticed is that they just can't find that first knock. They're really struggling. Another layered chilling finale. Call it an ice cream tower. Call it putting them into the freezer. Mr. Fluffyfish is put on ice. And the Shies, finally, they get a kill. But here comes the rotate. Here comes the third party. I believe that's the Milkers who are looking to take advantage. Indeed, it is. On top of the Shies they go. And they're going to find Sprokane. Treadsy with the knock.
Yep, and hopefully they can make it out of this one, because Shy are going to be a bit split in this scenario. Well, they're stuck together for the moment. They might have to split apart to kind of guarantee the res, because they were chasing someone else, it felt like, at that last second. TSD, we are seeing the air blast as well on Kazara, along with the hoverwings trying to pull off some magic potentially in the abyss. Bao looking to encroach upon this territory though, very, very slowly and calculated, it feels like, as Kazara tries to get the poke in. Baruf is unable to get the dunk onto Minato, gets the dash back safely. And it looks like they're both going their separate ways again. Still 11 teams, of course, with the final destination being kind of potentially a bit heavy, at least on the left-hand side. A lot of teams may need to kind of at least start thinking about buying E-plats or getting the little cooks down to maybe get the resources they need to survive the end game.
The Kaizaro strike is so iconic. I love that.
Yeah.
That's got like Asia, who cares about defense, written all over it, and I'm here for it, Simeri. I'm here for it. Right, into day 3 then, and we've got ourselves a soul spawning in the next 40 seconds or so, but we now transition over to the Stormbreakers, who've honestly had to lick their wounds and take some hard medicine. Apex Hunters out-level them, and I don't think the Stormbreakers would be well paid to go and engage here. Indeed, the Apex Hunters are looking really, really... I mean, never mind. Shin's in with a Fuselage, but they eat the second wind. Back in with Gecko. It's 1-for-1. In for the trade. Thunderstorm down onto Lizardo through the anomaly to get out of harm's way. Back through the anomaly and looking for the res on Viparo. Stormbreakers again biting off more than they can chew. And Bow with a third party to basically clean up on the work that Stormbreakers started up against the wall. Viparo eliminated by VZ Orlando's, and the fourth party now to collapse on this. As Godefroy de Bouillon watches Ash take out Lizardo. They're in with the Shiv. They're in with the Celeste. The Shock Trap drone buying Bao a little bit of time as they make a hasty retreat.
Yeah, we used to that kind of jump over the Congo line by Kazar at the last second. And one thing I got to call out from SB, it feels like there's a conflict in philosophy at the minute that's not been resolved. It felt like Shin wanted to go with the aggressive send him. You're always seeing, Gecko already jumping over onto the top right hand side. Once Shin pops the Fuselage, but you see Gecko arriving a touch late there. I mean, they still managed to capitalize on it overall, but if things aren't feeling like completely aligned at the moment, hopefully they can reach some sort of internal decision, amongst themselves about the sort of strategy they want to kind of actually take, because that fight definitely again felt messy for the second time.
Yeah, it feels like a 4-story apartment building with the entrance to the building on the second floor, right? It's like, why would you put it all the way up there, for goodness sake? This feels a little bit disjointed, and now moving in is Apex Hunters going up against the employment victims. EV, who cares? Here's an avalanche, they say, big blast into the storm, up against the wall. Apex Hunters, who started this fight, might not be there to finish it, or are they? They're showing brilliant resilience. Crouch force all the way back, his golden armor almost taken down into the blast off, and Bao with another third party opportunity. Can they get the job done this time? There goes one over the wall into Kobayashi's. Doesn't matter, because Baruch's going to follow them through the shift walk. Rhapsody eaten by the bungee into the primal slam. Never mind. All it needs is the LMBs. It's Crouch. Are they the last alive? Indeed they are for EV, and Bao's going to clean up house.
Oh, dude, that little battlegun tech with Celeste with the dash to get that extra momentum, just fly over and send those LMBs, and of course they're going to hone in as they typically do. Depbrek last live as well on the train. Hopefully they're going to stick that rest without issues. Hachi does take down the last member of Apex. Lizardo outed, so Apex outed 10th place.
Milkers versus Noob. Is there nothing to play for down here? Well, there's certainly pride and a little bit of aura farming, a bit of clipping. Oh, speaking of clipping, clip this, says Numa, who gets the final say in Tredzy's demise.
Oh my god, and we are looking at Rat and Bao in this scenario. They're going to try and continue their snowball. The Battlegun has been hitting just that last one, missed at the last second by Baruf, but they've been capitalizing on third parties continuously. That feels like their strategy. Ash does get his second one. He sends it in with a little bit of a shift, and then LMB gets a nice little bit of damage onto Blink, but Baruf is going for kind of the wide flank. If he takes too long though, he might be punished by someone on the south side. We do see a couple of other teams also wandering up in this scenario. It is going to be Shy, I think, in this instance. They're not too far away. If they see the audio cues, they're going to start lining up. I think that might happen. We're seeing another Cookies potentially getting caught out. Pops the avalanche.
They got him!
To a snowman. Jumps away at the last second. Hopefully he can do it. Yasa does find Blink, as I was mentioning. So there we go. There is that capitalization on the third party. Cookies jumping down to the south side now. The train is there. Maybe an opportune moment, but it's going to be going quite slowly. And the nuke's also been dropped as well, forcing Cookies away.
Oh, but look at this. VZ Orlando's using the train, although the track's going to veer away from where Cookies is going. Other side of the map, Sprocade takes down Meki Mech. That's an important fight. And how on earth is Cookie getting away with this? No shot, dude. Absolutely no shot. That is absurd. But Bao have more present things to be worried about. Chilling finale, Bungie Tech. Get back here, they say. But no, the Kingpin able to wrestle their way out from underneath the clutches of the Shies. Fire off an arcane railgun. Wait, hold on a second. Shies don't have an arcane railgun. Yes, they do. Yazza back on the Ghost. Here comes TSD now with the tactical nuke thrown down by the Shies just to buy themselves a little bit of space.
Yeah, we've seen the G8 up for grabs, but a massive cacophony of people have congregated
That's
up to the
out!
north side. Shroom takes down Cookie's Rat. Are still out. They couldn't get the recovery, unfortunately, as Aiden tries to dunk. Unfortunately, gets knocked away, so can't do anything there. The Battlegums keep being sent. Orlando's potentially caught out. Shroom on the south side trying to get a bit of Vortex Charms and LMBs in at the last second. It looks like they're going to be able to hold their ground, it seems like, at the last second there. Got the Bonfire as well, so they can back as well should they need to. There might be a bit of a scuffle here, potentially, with Shy and SB in this scenario. There we go. Looks like one person potentially being caught out. Debrek finally onto Sprokane. Gecko looks for the secondary send onto Yasser just afterwards. 2 stacks already painted on top, but can't get them anymore. It looks like as he
Good lord, dude!
Hachi has picked up a Quran as well. 1 minute 25. Can they get the kill to Shin? He's got the dagger down to the south side. And I think everyone has split ways for the moment.
Oh my word, Shin again going in too deep. It feels like the red mist has come down and he thinks that he's better than he actually is. He's absolutely cracked, but he's not that good. He's not invulnerable to being third-partied. Chilling Finale goes down. Aurora watching brief as TSD buy a little bit of time for themselves. I'd say it's looking really good for 3LP, but we still have Stormbreakers and Bao still in the mix. Who dis taking down Mr. Fluffyfish though, so Aurora with some scars from this contest.
Yep, and I feel like we're able to solve global warming with the amount of Celeste we're seeing with these shift level 4, just rebuilding the glaciers one shift at a time. It feels like as Ash is found dead quickly afterwards. Bao in this scenario gonna have to jump ship and find another res on the left hand side, not too far away. There's a crown beneath them as well. Meteor Beast is about half HP, probably up for grabs potentially first by TSD unless it gets contested randomly. I think in this scenario AUR just have Greninja last alive as well, so that's really troublesome. We are seeing a bit of a res attempt that is successful at the last second. Debrek getting that meaty punch ulti follow up onto Orlando's, but he manages to jump up to the northern side. Ash hopefully can make it out too with that monumental leap across the tree trunk as well. As trying to chill as long as possible. Sprokane tries the hook, unsuccessful, and now has found it himself in the eyes of TSD. Now the TSD go down to the south side of things, like they're looking for another opportunity to get any kills they can.
Low-key, I'm really excited about TSD, late game, not TLD, different region, or is it? I mean, the USA did pretty good last week, didn't they? Greninja is a tree, and he's going to swear by that. Big shout out to Stormbreakers who waited out the storm and are now reaping the benefit by scaling up through the levels. TSD is back on the scene along with Bao to say absolutely not. No. Amorius is ours, and Bao are going to continue the chase, leaving TSD to take down Amorius for themselves again, falling into the hands of this orange squad, falling into the hands of 3LP, going for the chase on Stormbreakers. They know that this is one of their closest competitors. Bungee Gum is out, brings Deborah back in. Thunderstorm goes up over the tree stump. They go. Shroom looking for a chase as Vortex Charm. Shin goes back in again, and this time it pays dividends. A huge snap kill onto 3LP, but can they finish the job? Second wind goes through. Shroom with the shift away, looking for the flank here. Shin on the back line, going after Shroom. Avalanche goes down, and it saves Shroom for the moment because his shies. Sprokane finishes off Shroom. It's just the one player left for 3LP, or is it? Chilling Finale.
There's no way.
Finale. Singularity. 3LP ripped apart.
And it's just like someone dropped their purse at the last second. We're seeing so many goodies on the floor. Some have been picked up already. It looks like Sprokane is found dead amidst the chaos, though. Numa finds one at least, as Bao looks to maybe get a second one this time onto Gecko. Jumps up to the north side, it looks like, at the last second. He's got the walls for an extra bit of cover. The drone's already unleashed, but they can't do anything else to capitalize on it. There is a crown on the north side, I believe, that they're trying to go for, as Orlando's continues to chase. A little bit of healing has been done by Gecko. Nearly at full HP, actually, so hopefully can make it out this one. Tries to reunite with Shin to try and provide a bit of support, but Gecko is running out of options rapidly, even with the red GA. There could have been options there, but I think they're going to be running down to 0. Gets a dash at the last second. Deprek's there with the reinforcements. Okay, there we go. Should have get a couple of LMBs. It might have been the perfect bait. There goes the Fusillade.
Oh my word!
Kill at the last second.
Maybe Shin's plan was the best plan all along. Maybe they really are those guys. Stormbreakers with a huge response. Bao torn asunder. Shies torn asunder. And here comes Aurora to run through this like a freight train without no brakes. Big res though coming through for the Shies. All three are back in town. Bungee Gum goes down yet again. TSD don't know what on earth is happening. To be quite frank, I don't blame them. Stormbreakers third party. Down goes Sebi. Bao looking for the rotate around the walls. They're not going to find much joy as Shy collapsing on them. Through the wind ring, back again into danger. Barouf's goose is most surely cooked. Out they go. Big dive. Shin, they're playing with their life right now. But Barouf is eventually felled.
And that's what Bao ending off with what, like 13 kills as well. So it's not a bad game overall. 7th place, as you mentioned, with the placement points being a big chunk of the kind of scoring happening here. So hopefully they've got, just enough. We've only got like one game left after this, of course. So we need to see what's going to be happening with the scores. But Shy slowly encroaching upon NW's territory. They picked up the amphibian. They found 2 members. There goes the hook. They get the connection. They may be able to kill at least 1 member here, but it kind of scuffs at the last second. Never mind. The napalm gets it. We are seeing Nardhot also being dropped as well. NWB a bit like headless chickens running around in every direction, not able to get any kills at this moment. On super low HP, Yasa with 1 HP as well, just about to be rested by Sprokane. They need to jump ship at the last second. Sprokane might even be the sacrificial lamb. Actually, man, just escaped the singularity. What is going on? Crazy
Absolute insanity. Here comes Stormbreakers now, in for a third party on this side of the map. It's going to be Kaizaro falling first. I was so excited about TSD. Maybe there is still reason to be excited. Aurora eliminated. Aurora eliminated at 6. 5 teams now remain. Here comes Stormbreakers now, looking for more carnage, looking for more bodies, looking for more heads. Down goes TSD. Health bars eviscerated. Gecko taking down Godfroy, but it's going to be the Milkers who finish the job.
Oh my god, and it looks like Wayne's on his last legs. I've already found dead as well, and I don't know if he's got anything left in the chamber, to be honest. Every chilling finale has been used. Shin gets spiked at the last second as well. Unfortunately, Hachi looks to maybe capitalize upon Gecko or anyone else on the south side. Maybe Penumbra and Treadsy. It looks like they're trying to get a couple more LMBs onto Penumbra. He's like 1 HP, about to be dead. Hopefully he can get out of this one. He's a bit stuck, it feels like, at the last second. Oh no, that's a bit unfortunate. We've seen Gecko with the cramp pick as well. 1 minute 25. He's dashing everywhere like a lightning speed pinball, but he gets dunked at the last second. Manages to dash down to the south side. They do get the kill at the very last second. Yasa does kill Gecko. And then look who this goes in for a very aggressive send-in. This is looking like it might be a bit of a reset, hopefully for Shy, if they can do it in time, but they're running rapidly out of space here, Relic.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow, that's huge from Shin. That's massive from Shin. Double kill, but now they've got the entirety of the Milkers in front of them. Not usually a bad thing, I will add, but in this case, a very bad thing. Shy's go down at 3. Deborek is going to be claiming that one. Numa takes out Shin. Stormbreakers on their last legs as the noobs face up against the Milkers. Deborek with the most wanted. Deborek with the most wanted. It's insane. The singularity, though. Unbelievable play from Numa, who brings back BB Lukes. It's the Milkers now going for the ultimate chase down. It's Stormbreakers last alive. It's Deborek last alive. Treadsy punched away. Don't matter, because the Milkers are here and they are looking juicy. Noob last alive through Wayan. There's going to be much they're going to do here. Treadsy, one of the established names, one of the best names in EU. He's going to walk away from today with a win with his team.
Dude, we need to just give Deborek the new nickname, like the Hammer or something, man. The way he was just continuously punching people in like nails into a wall. He was doing it absolutely cleanly over and over again. And then that singularity pop as well, dude. What was that? End sequence was just infinite chaos, dude. What's going on? Wow.
Where was this before from the Milkers? Where was this? Oh my, like, you have the final 2, Milkers and Nuvi. 2 teams that are out of the running. They're not in a top 6 position. Like, even with the, sadly for the Milkers, it is too late. But it just makes you wonder the woulda, coulda, shouldas of the tournament sometimes. When you see teams like this, there's pride on the line. Picking up a win is still going to feel great for the team. You can go out of this one and be like, hey, you still won a game in the finals for Turbo Cup. It is great for them, but I just wish it had been sooner from them. I wish that we had seen more of this from both teams. Numa, too, showing up great on the Void. Sadly for them, it was a little bit too late, but this game was carnage, Relic.
Dude, the amount of inting that Stormbreakers did alone, and they got 3rd out of all of the remaining runners and riders. They did the best. I'm sure they got the most kill points as well because they wouldn't stop looking for them. Oh my, 3LP must be wondering where it all went wrong. Seriously? But I think the correct answer to that, Magical, is that everything went wrong all the time for every team, except the Milkers, who I'd be surprised if their kill point eclipses 5. They were nowhere for half the game. They picked up the scraps of everybody else's death boxes, and because they're not fighting, it means that when it comes down to the numbers game, the pure mathematique at the end game, they're the ones that come out on top.
And this is where my mind just goes right to the leaderboard, because going into game 5, you're right. It's like we have this idea, 3LP ahead of everyone. They win game 5. We're like, oh, they're far ahead of everyone. Then back to back, game 6 and 7, early exits for 3LP. Like very uncharacteristic for this team. And then, so we're like, okay, well, SB, Aurora picking up a big win in game 6 as well. SB doing consistent, but at the same time, it's not consistent enough. Or is it? It's like, what is the top of the standings now going to look like after game 6 and 7 absolutely destroyed all expectations here, Samiri?
Yeah, this was just absolute insanity. This whole everything, like even early game and mid game was like super duper crazy, unrelenting. It felt like, you know, Bao as well were kind of like the official chewing gum mascots. They had the battle gums just consistently being unleashed on every team they saw, managing to like maximize like a dunk or something along those lines over and over again. It felt like on numerous teams. And you know, Depbrek was always finding this crazy clean punch angles. Shy actually did I feel like a lot better this game. They had already, I know, like at least in the early to mid game, they had like 8 kills. So I feel like that was you know, all things considered, that was a game they could be proud of at least.
So I have seen the scoreboards, but I'm going to wait. I
Okay.
don't want to spoil anything for anybody until we get to there, because I want to finish talking about this game 7, the penultimate game where the Milkers, a team that was at the very bottom of the standings, pick up a win against Newbie, another team that was at the bottom of our standings. So somehow 2 teams that are out of the running for even top 6 were able to move their way up, and now actually might be in a better position to maybe steal away one of those finals top 6 spots. Remember, top 3 are where the cash prizes are. The top 6, so 4th, 5th, and 6th, they get TC coins as prizes as well. So there is stuff to gain by just getting top 6. And looking at our teams that want to really move up, you know, for Newbie or Milkers, that could maybe get them up there, but it's still hoping for another win in this one with some other teams like doing poorly. But teams that we got to talk about that were still around, unlike 3LP, unlike Rat, unlike Aurora, was SB. Even though all this chaos happened, we're talking about Moo, we're talking about Newbie, SB still get 3rd place here, Relic.
Still haven't won a game. Still haven't won a game. This is, well, I mean, actually, quite ironically, I say this is classic Stormbreakers. Classic Stormbreakers is winning half the games and still not being able to win the entire tournament, because that's genuinely how close EU was back in the Abyssal Cup days. This time around, and I gotta say, I was getting real frustrated with Shin halfway through that. I'm like, what are you doing, lad? You're throwing away so much opportunity to scale up into the late game. But because of the nature of how it worked, as we can now see on our screens, Stormbreakers exceptionally is leading the lobby, albeit by 3 points. It is
with
nothing.
no win.
0 wins. The 2 teams below them directly, 3LP and Aurora, both have 2 wins each.
Yes, and that is the wild thing here, Samiri, that Stormbreakers have yet to pick up a win, but 67 kills that they have going out of 7 games. They are the top kill leaders of the lobby right now. And do you think, Samiri, that there's a chance SB win Turbo Cup without winning a single game?
I mean, it feels like because Relic's here casting for the last game, it's gonna have to be that way. It just has to be that way. It's just written. He written it in stone. He etched it in. That's gonna be the case, though. I feel. You know, typically, you know, from scrims and stuff, 3LP are typically like the total kill leaders. And really back in the days, you know, it used to be SB that were like the kill leaders. They should just take like 20 kills, 20 names straight off the bat every time. But you know, now it's become 3LP's domain. But now, you know, with this kind of shifting gears, we've seen that in that kind of change in aggression from game 5 onwards. You know, they've just racked them up over and over, and now they're just leading, as you mentioned, by 3 points. This is so close. You know, of course, if they have like an early out and AUR get like a mega kill game, they could maybe contend still. You know, there's still an option. You know,
there is. But getting us ready for our final game of the Turbo Cup to determine who our winner of Turbo Cup is, we have to bring up the spinny wheel and figure out which storm ship we will have. Final Destination, Cross Country, Bullet Train, or Unstable Portals. So one of those 4 is going to be what we have. So let's bring up the wheel. Let's give it a good spin. And of course, we all know what I'm rooting for. It will always be Bullet Train every time, even if I'm not casting it. So let's see what we get for our final one.
It might be.
Oh!
No.
Close. Close, guys.
Spin again. No, I'm kidding.
Final Destination. And we had Final Destination in that last game. And we saw with that, there was an Gnarled Heart that got placed down. But also the Milkers of all teams won. So, Samiri, going into this final game, any expectations?
Just even more chaos, I think. There's just no level of predictability. There's nothing you can say. It's just someone might just drop in the most craziest position amongst 5 teams, as we saw. I think was it Game 6 or something along those lines. Yeah. We saw like 4 or 5 teams dropping on Scav. So I expect to see something again similar like that. People are really trying to instantly suss out as soon as they drop off the ship. This is this team. We got to focus them. This is SB. This is a 3LP. We got to go for them. So I expect to see that again.
What about you, Relic? What do you think?
Stormbreakers are either about to drop a 12th place donuts absolute all-timer stinker, or they're about to win Game 6. And to be a little bit nuanced, I don't see why they should all of a sudden freeze up here. You got here and you somehow fumbled your way to a 3rd place in Game 7 because you threw caution to the wind and said, "What the hell? Let's just go for it." And what a way to win their first major tournament in SUPERVIVE. If that's how it's written in the stars. I'm not going to say that I'm scripting this, and I definitely don't want to put the pressure on them, but the pressure is going to be on them because they know that honestly this is probably their best chance to do it.
But we do have quite the running for that first place. SB might be in the lead, but it's only by 3 points above 3 Little Pigs. They have stolen away that spot after 3 Little Pigs that have back-to-back pretty devastating dropouts early into those games. But that's the whole thing with 8-game series. You have more leeway to make said mistakes. Now it's about bouncing back in this one and clutching up in the most important one. Aurora have already clutched up twice today, and probably some of our 2 craziest wins that we've had of the day. And now, even though they are behind 15 points, that is still reasonable to catch up to first place, especially if they can put up a banger of a performance like they have in the past. So I'm looking at our top teams, and even Rat, they're not that far out of it either. 19 points behind first place. One of these four teams could be your winners for today. I think it's only between those 4, though. Bao, they have now dropped 40 points behind first place. Might be able to get a podium finish, but it's going to be really dependent on how they perform because they have really suffered since the ban, Samiri.
Yeah, 100%. And it's just something I kind of wish we could see a bit more in scrims because people sometimes don't ever take that kind of serious attention towards them. But, it's that you never see what's mirrored, for example, in scrims, for example, like to game 6 or 5 onwards where, people are just absolutely hunting. It's just like I'm watching a completely different game, It's crazy.
I mean, that's what I love about SUPERVIVE, though, is it can get so chaotic. And EU, they live and breathe the chaos, the bedlam, the mayhem of the game. Because every time we ever cast EU Relic, it is always a crazy photo finish right at the end. Doesn't matter how the teams change. It doesn't matter where the winds blow. EU will make things fun.
EU always finds a way to help me find a new octave within my vocal range. It's just, it's always been that way. It'll always be that way, Magical. Here we go.
Final game, guys. Get us in, and let's find out who is our winner of the Turbo Cup here for Europe.
Okay, then, into the actual final destination we go. It is game 8 of 8. 141 are points leaders, Stormbreakers. Realistically speaking, Rattata in 4th on 122. 3LP and Aurora sandwiched in between. Those are your runners and riders. And our initial ring, Samiri, starts very northwest.
Yep, and just looking at as well the final destination itself on Fragile, Armors on Dawn Caps. We've seen 2 teams potentially dropping kind of early, potentially onto Shards. And some other goodies as well, of course. Like we've got a couple of souls up for grabs as well, blue armors. Not sure how teams are generally splitting. There's a lot of jumping over to Cobra, it looks like, to start things off, as well as we're looking at Rat, I think, and to the left of them, Apex, I believe, trying to get the armors. First dibs, looks like Cookies is going to be able to get maybe a level 2, or I guess the armor as well, and a nice little anomaly pickup.
Wow.
We're seeing if there's any other goodies that can be found in quick succession, but hopefully Apex can really stabilize this one. Their consistent strategy of armors is not typically paid off, but things can always change for the last game at the very least, so
I mean, at the same time, I think that Armors is one of the only ways that they're going to be able to outmuscle people in these one-on-one fights. They're already finding good levels, but Rattata are doing a decent job of clearing their own spawn. Got our Vortex Charm out, Rain of Arrows down, Vipero moves back though, and we've got the anti-heal moving forward onto Vipero, who's very aggressive, looking for the steal but can't quite find it. Now over the Abyss, Rattata goes, slightly dangerous. Vipero's going for blood. We've got Cookies on this Tetra, a slightly different look than for Rattata in our final game, and that might actually pay dividends for Apex. It's an eye for an eye here as both Vipero and Cookies go down. Shin taking down BB Blues on the other side of the map. Lizardo, though, with green armor, decides that safety is the better part of Valor Rhapsody. Still looking for the pokes here as Rattata will eventually fly away.
Yeah, and surprisingly, Tetra is being picked up by Cookies. You know, it's something that he was became pretty famous for. You know, maybe 1 to 2 months ago when Tetra was really strong. But of course, the nerfs came in and really diminished her strength. So that's why Cookies doesn't really pick her anymore. At the same time, we are seeing a bit of a potential agitation here happening from WAF against Bao. They're trying to fight against their territory, trying to maybe claim it, but I don't think they're going to have any chance of doing it as Chronoxus is found already. Super duper low HP, already found dead as WAF, hope to complete jump ship. One spike already found now, this time by Yasa, coming out of nowhere. Smold last alive for WAF now. And that's clean spike as well to Yasa. So Shy already lost one member. Smold is trying to hover as long as possible, nearly in combustion state, but manages to dash down. But the hook connects at the last second. That is like to be our first team out.
Wow.
Oof.
In what, a minute? That is wild. WAF, who were our first winners of the day, lest I remind you all, are our first eliminated on our final game of the day. They will say no more, but I tell you what, Noob is having a massive say. I spotted the way in and taking down Shin. That's a second Stormbreakers player down. I mean, listen, that's kind of how the day has been going for them, and somehow they've survived. Avalanche, meanwhile, for the Apex Hunters. Big ground, Crouch is gone, EV is gone. Apex Hunters are living life. Here goes Rattata, though, for the re-engage. The Tetra, the double stun. Outstanding work from Rattata, who are looking for the full return. Oh, wow, Rhapsody able to clutch it up against Blink. Cookies to go down too. Apex Hunters could eliminate Rattata. There's absolutely no shot. Rhapsody with the crucial pop-off that might see Stormbreakers breathe a little sigh of relief.
I don't even think I'm going to get a chance to talk a bit more about this because there's even more action happening on Vega this time. A nice little bit of rapid healing. A couple of teams temporarily going vegan. It looks like as Godefroy gets a couple of LMBs on the last second onto Broof. Unfortunately misses the dunk because of the Zelaxis difference, and hopefully can make his way out this one. Minato already found dead in an instant. Godefroy is last alive now for TSD. Broof is desperately hunting for the chase, but they actually decide to go against it. Maybe they're looking for more kill points. They're trying to go for that super duper 40 kill point game if possible. We've seen it happen a couple of times before, but we are seeing a nice little kill at the last second as well, picked up by Aiden as well. Wow.
The colours that you're looking for, folks. Dark red Stormbreakers, orange 3LP, and mint for Aurora. 3LP, they've picked up 1 kill point here, collapsing in on Noob, who were collapsing in on Stormbreakers. We can see Stormbreakers actually very far apart. Now they TP to each other. They're going to be encroaching on the Milkers territory, although Milkers, I think, have actually TP'd away back to their base. And so the Stormbreakers going to move through the Mage Bog uncontested. 3LP, meanwhile, level 7s, level 6, but it's now day 2. And so everyone's going to have access to those ultimates.
Yeah, and I think we've got a bit of a chance now to just talk again about what happened there with Apex in that scenario. Absolute craziness, it felt like. It was like they were playing a wave-based survival game. They just had one wave coming in. They just took out that team. They didn't even barely have a chance to breathe or lose any goodies. And then the rat came straight afterwards. They managed to take them out as well. Even the Mech had the crazy bolus to start things off. They just couldn't capitalize on it enough. And yeah, surprisingly, Apex coming out on top. That's a nice really sequence that they can really be proud of, I think.
It's precarious, and having lost 3 teams already, remember, those placement points really do scale down from 20 for first place down to 1 for 10th. 10th, of course, going the way of Rattata, who are going to be absolutely devastated. They are not going to be hitting top 3, let alone contesting for the win. But here are the Stormbreakers. We saw Noob take down 2 of them, and for the first time, really, in a long time, Stormbreakers choosing to go for a different direction, looking for the farm, looking for level 9 first and foremost, still Deperek level 8. Noob are going to watch Brief, but Stormbreakers are prioritizing the rotate, or are they? Because Shin has been caught, I think, partially by the grapple. Deperek with the re-engage. There goes Shin super deep and gets caught out big time. Say that Stormbreakers, and they leave town like a whip it out the blocks.
Yeah, and hopefully they can make it out this one. We know that we have actually a lot of teams actually dead very early on in the game, but as well, we've got the souls as well present, already dropped on the ground, relatively separate from each other as well on the edge of Mageblock. We're seeing a big fight here potentially unraveling. It looks like Penumbra's holding his own. It looks like against who's in this case Lizardo it must be, and they've just got the counter who this. It looks like Rhapsody's holding ground as well as Orlando's also finds Godefroy. TSD seem to be in a troubling predicament as well as Depbrek has to send the ulti up to the north top right hand side, still not being able to res Shin just yet. So hopefully they can still do that. Otherwise, it's going to be very, very troubling for them to recover.
There's a vacant res tower just south of Dawncaps. Ash takes down Kaizaro, TSD in the mud. It's just Minato Blizzard left. Oof. Decent health, kind of in no man's land, I should say. But shout out to Apex Hunters. Oh, wow, big surprise through the base camp res by Penumbra. And look at that, the route is on. And Rhapsody is going to be felled here by Treadsy, surely utilizing the rock as best as they can. They're going to be collapsing upon by Hoodis and Apex Hunters. It was all looking so good. It's all blown up in their faces as the Milkers threatening to maybe go for back-to-back games. Who knows?
Yeah, but you are seeing Apex looking for the rest on the top right side of Fragile. AUR, spike grenade at the last second. You're doing a big connection onto Shy, but they're both together in separate ways, it seems. Not going to be too harmed in this scenario. We did see AUR as well, just farming super duper far left for the majority of this kind of early mid game. But now when we get into the kind of the meat of the mid game, I think that's where things might change potentially. You're going to see more wilder rotations happening for these teams. So spike grenade doesn't get the connection, unfortunately. Fluffy goes for the dash down to the south side, met potentially by 3LP as well. There goes a nice little heat shield at the last second from Greninja, trying to buy an extra bit of space or time for his team as Hachi is taking a bit of damage at the last second. Looks like all teams are going to be going their separate ways though. And at the last second, we are seeing Bao as well, just checking out on what's going on there. Oh, we are seeing a double pickup, triple pickup by Gecko, taking down Apex. What just happened there? Wow.
Explosive from Gecko. That's exactly what the doctor ordered for that team. Aurora backing up, backing up, backing up. They don't want anything to do. No. Wow, cutting it close, Sebi, but here's 3LP with the flank. 3LP have maybe sussed out that this is the Aurora side that currently does lie underneath them in the table, but it'd be nice if they stayed there, right? Noob, meanwhile, taking to the Sky Sharks to retreat away from the Milkers, who still reign supreme in Mageblock.
Yep, so far Shy have picked up 3 kills. I'm sure, SB have at least maybe like 6, it feels like, because obviously they got that triple right at the last second. So they're doing pretty well, of course, as well. Placement scores are going to continue to be going up as teams are removed from the game one way or another. Forcefully, it feels like, by anyone who wants to aggress anyone. It feels like as Mu go for an aggressive stun, and it looks like onto Minato. He's let the dash down, through the left-hand side, through the wind tunnels just temporarily, trying to reunite with his team, get a couple of heals, and potentially in the Abysses, Godefroy tries to get a couple of LMBs in. Doesn't get the bonus connection with the stunners, who this unfortunately misses the route as well, as Kazaro tries to get a bit of LMB damage if possible with the 2 stacks, maybe getting like that 2 shots if possible, but they've been forced off this island and now have to completely go somewhere else. There is a lot of space though, centrally located, which is kind of the direction they're going in, but I think afterwards, they want to farm up any last of objectives or data mobs, things of that nature, which there will be quite an abundance of, to be honest, where they're close to.
Yeah, it's a knock-on effect, isn't it, of the 4 teams being eliminated so early, as there's a lot more space to play with. Not that Aurora care. After running away for what seems like the last 2 minutes, they fancy a re-engage onto Shies, but Shies have the high ground, Anakin. And look at this, they've got the grab, Anakin! It's the pink side Bao, who's threatened to throw a cat amongst the pigeons. Aurora going to have to complete a longer rotate, but it's a rotate that Greninja will not be able to complete himself. Into the fight of the Firefox, surely, yes indeed. Lovely skip, hop and a dash around the corner, just out of the range of VZ Orlando's ultimate from the carbine, and they're going to return to the safety, the relative safety, I should say, of Mr. Fluffy Fish. But where is Sebi in all of this?
He's on the Sky Shark on the top side, just managed to reunite, just put up the car. Put up the whip for hopefully an escape. There gets the battle gun play from Bao. If they can get the connection, do it right at the end onto Fluffy Fish. He's got the dash to kind of negate that one at the last second. As Greninja goes in with the send in with the heat shield, but gets knocked away at the last second by Orlando's on that carbine. I think these guys are going to continue having a mini LMB face-off. We do see Yas coming in from the left-hand side. Pops the E-plat as well, trying to get the spike onto Greninja if possible. He's lasting as long as possible. Has to pop the ulti again. There goes the Arcane Rogue, trying to get a long-range spike if possible. The Sky Shock again is picked up by Sebi from hopefully a clean rotation out, but Shy of running potentially on thin water, thin ice, you can even call it. But the battle gun, unfortunately, doesn't get the connection as well. We're seeing absolute chaos unfell on the south side relic.
TSD being closed down by the Stormbreakers. Maybe we can have a little look now at what their kill total is. We know that 3LP was on, 1 or 2 at best?
Yeah.
But look at that, Minato Blizzard has obviously got Amphibian, and so he's just keeping a little scouting eye on what Stormbreakers are doing. But my goodness, from a while ago, so what have we got here? So that's 5 kills already for the Stormbreakers. They've been able to suss out Minato, but Minato heads over into the Abyss. But gold armor for the Stormbreakers, good relics for the Stormbreakers. It's a hell of a sight, a lot better than what we were seeing in the opening minutes, that's for sure.
Yeah, 100%. You're looking at Red G as
also
also being a potential option.
Whoa.
Minato on his last legs, maybe getting caught out in the Abyss. There's a nice little convenient sky shock there for the escape, but Treadsy's maybe looking for a potential inning onto Shin. He's had to use the dagger, go to up to the north side to relocate with his team. On the top left-hand side, we are looking at Shy as well. They managed to maintain their position. Bao also trying to get a little bit of a pickings potentially onto 3OP as they're temporarily split. Akalink's looking to shift up to the north side onto the island again, and there might be a massive fight there brewing on the left-hand side. TSD in this scenario being potentially split in all different directions again, by who's in this kind of scenario? TSD, it looks like already split. You are looking for the chase. Can they get it is the question. There goes the heat shield. LMB's coming in. They do find at least 1 kill, and that's probably going to be very, very troubling. There goes the second one. This time Sprokane getting it, and there's just 1 member left, Godefroy, trying to fight for his life.
So it's 2 kills for Aurora, 1 kill for 3LP, and we just saw Stormbreakers pick up their 6th kill. So they are already streaming ahead. All they've got to do, I say all they've got to do, is continue that trajectory and find a decent placement. 20 points for first, 15 for second, 12 for third, 10 for fourth. Those are the margins, folks. Keep those in mind if you can, as Godefroy will keep in mind that he now has the entire responsibility of the team on his shoulders with Most Wanted. And here it is, Cymeri. Stormbreakers sizing up 3LP.
Ooh.
Big grab, though, from Aiden. Bungee rope, weird interaction. Still going back in. What on earth? Deborek is wondering what he has to do to save himself. And somehow he has saved himself without any help from the rest of the team, without help from the game. It's a miss this time from Aiden BY. Stormbreakers looking to throw hands. Base camp goes down, but Stormbreakers have got to be careful. This is up against the circumference of the ring. Third-party threat is very present.
Yeah, and surprisingly, they just don't. Aiden doesn't care about his armor at all. They still want to go for the send and Shin. I hope he's already popped the dagger. There we go. So they've lost a bit of utility. If 3LP can manage to capitalize on it, the battle comes. Unfortunately, doesn't get the connection. EMP Nade actually does get the connection onto Aiden. Luckily, he was the potential correct victim from 3LP's standpoint, because obviously they don't really care having white armors destroyed, as SBA potentially being lurked upon as a Shy. Oh, there on the left hand side. Yeah, hopefully they don't fight each other. It looks like they're not going to go for any sort of aggressive play, as we are seeing SB maybe looking to jump ship at the last second. The hook, unfortunately, doesn't get the connection again. SB continues to rotate down to the south side. I think there's only 1 member left, Greninja, actually, on the bottom left-hand side, and 10 seconds left for Godefroy.
I completely missed that with Aurora. I'm shocked that it's just Greninja left.
Yeah.
And being chased down by the Milkers, Greninja over the top of the rocks. And with the safety of the wind tunnels, they should be all right for now, but no Most Wanted. Same cannot be said, as we'll see TSD pop their Most Wanted. Baroof here with the Most Wanted, maybe looking for a kill, looking for an opportunity, looking for a slam! It's Sprokane instead! Bao eliminated with 6 teams remaining. 7 teams, sorry.
Yeah, from the top rope, man, the classic KP player that we've seen 100 million times on EU, but Kazara is still trying to get the poke if possible onto actually have to jump ship onto the north side. It looks like this scenario, 3LP are looking to apply as much pressure continuously onto SB. This is probably like round 3 or 4. It feels like the ulti's been popped by Gecko, jumps down to the south side, but Treadsy's there waiting with open arms, and he's had to do the double dash with the best specialist. That's basically his only chance of escaping here. The E-Plat's also been dropped. 3LP, they're trying to do as much as possible. Maybe he can actually skirt away Mr. Chaos. No, it's not enough. The Chilling is also popped, gets a nice little 2-man stun onto move, but Akalix does manage to make it out. Crazy work.
Where's Deborek? Where's Deborek?
Yeah,
He's the last alive
exactly.
for Stormbreakers, our lobby leaders. Down at 7th? Nope, that cannot happen for this squad. There they are, in the middle of Trouble Town. They're fortunate that TSD are rotating and keeping a closer eye on Milkers than they are Deborek. But that res beacon is well covered, we can see there, by the lime green team. Here comes Aurora, recently revved. Very low glider fuel, it should be said. Milkers looking for a rebuttal. Fluffy Fish down to half health already. In goes Treadsy. E-Plat is out. Summon Napalm. Here's a chilling finale to buy a bit more space, as Fluffy Fish will be the front line and will be the first to fall. Greninja and Sebi watch in horror.
And hopefully SB do manage to get a res off of Mr. Chaos. Who this is trying to find out where Sebi is. Finally found him at the last second. We are looking at the Nod Heart being planted as well. And there is a kill, I think, believed by Hatchet at the last second with the LMB. The kind of lingering in the midair. Kind of only Celeste, it feels like, can do that. We do see Deprek on the left-hand side. He's lingering over a crown that's organically dropped on the floor near him. So hopefully he goes for that other most opportune moment. He's just waiting to see those audio cues on the map. And then maybe capitalize on a free third party. But he's got to be careful because TSD are kind of lingering over that position. Same with Shy as well. He's just got to hopefully play it safe. He's backing at the last second, so hopefully can make it out, hopefully safely.
So there they are at the bottom of the map. We still don't have eyes on the gnarled heart that has changed our final destination. Penumbra taking down Yeager. Shy, it's a dangerous rotate. It's a rotate that they have completed, but at what cost? Aurora is gone! Aurora is out! They will not be our winners. It's down to SB and 3LP. Deprek's got the res on Shin!
Yeah, they got the
box
res.
The Milkers!
Oh no, this is looking troublesome. There's not that much space to play, and they've got to make that kind of small kind of line through directly above 3LP, but Shin has already failed at that one. Deprek being last alive again. The Sky Shot might provide a potential opportunity. Hopefully he's still got the Air Blast or something because he's running extremely thin on options, but it looks like he's clicked the NOS button on that Sky Shock. He's managed to make it out there at the last second. Hatchie also finds Minato at the last second. A hook is unsuccessfully performed by Bibiblukes, but it looks like as well, at the same time, go for it, finding another counter Sprokane. Shy, last alive Hatchie. Hopefully he can make it out this one. I think he's going to be in his last legs. Unfortunately, Shy are outed. And we are left with even less teams. Crazy work. He's been caught by the root. Oh no!
Oh my word! Wow, unbelievable. But can they finish Kaizaro off? Big send, and they have to go back. They did actually claim the final kill there on that last player. So Deprek gets another kill point, making it a total of, what is it, 3, 4? I want to say 7 total. I don't think that's going to be enough, especially if 3LP make it into the late game. But there's another one falling. TSD are done. We're into our top 4, so it's 12 placement points guaranteed for Deprek and Stormbreakers.
And there is the Crown again. He's doing the same strategy as last time, waiting for the opportune moment. He's hearing enough audio cues. The Crown just below him. There's also a Crown kind of next to the bonfire as well, as we do see 3LP taking a pretty much a heavy beating from Moo. SB, hopefully Deprek doesn't get caught out here. If he lingers a bit too long, he's just finding enough space to not take damage. But I'm wondering if Shroom is going to check this bush, or Akalinks, or Aiden. Hopefully that is not the case, because Deprek needs to survive here, Shroom. Oh no, he's making a slow walk over. The body language just telling him. Does he know? I don't know.
There's no way. There's absolutely no way that he would. Oh. How's your nerves, lads? How's your nerves? Deprek living on a prayer. I actually think, Cymeri, that if they're able to make it to top 3, maybe top 2, and Noob and Milkers. By the way, Noob and Milkers making it to the top 4 for the 2nd game in a row. Excellent work. Is the Shroom? Oh, they're going to use the blast off though. They did have a sense. Round they go. 2nd win. Manages to get the hit onto Deprek. Down to 25% health, and they're going to get eliminated. Surely, Deprek, the last survivor. Chilling finale, and they are eliminated at 4. Oh my word!
God.
But look at that. Akalinks has gone down. Aiden's the last alive. Can Noob slay Aiden BY? The last alive. It's Milkers going in for the kill. Oh my word! Have Stormbreakers just done it?
Oh, I can't believe it. This is going to be so close, finding out, at least between these top 2s. The Avalanche at least gets a couple of connections.
No way.
There goes the hook, the dunk. Unfortunately, Penumbra actually dodges that one, so doesn't get the spike. Numa is already found dead as well. There goes the battle connection. I don't think they're going to be able to get a full connect, though, to actually pull someone back. They actually do a bit of yeetage, but at the last second, it looks like it's not going to be enough, as they already lose way in. It's just Bibiblukes last alive, if I'm not mistaken. For NWB, as Hudis gets a nice little air blast. There goes the Squid as well to
my god, they got the crown.
Zone. The crown's been picked up. That might have bought them a bit of space. But it doesn't matter, because Tredsy seals the deal for game number 8.
What? What an end game for the Milkers. What an end game. A little bit too late. A little bit too little. Wow. But I think Stormbreakers have done it, folks. I think that Stormbreakers have actually done it.
Dude, the one thing I've got to say, Magical, is just like, did they know? This was this question that's infinitely going to stick in my head. Did they know that he was in there? Because they just full center afterwards. It's like, we take the chance and we find out if it's Bishop or not, you know? Like,
I think, no, if you look at how they're positioning, they were looking to go that way regardless. I think that's the way they were looking, and it just happened to be that's where Deprek was. They knew they couldn't really go because there's so many walls that had been placed down in front of them by both Moo and Newbie. They couldn't go that way. And they're going to go around where Deprek was. It just happens to be they run into a lone Bishop who almost makes a heroic play of taking them down. And because of how much damage Deprek had done to them, they end up falling immediately afterwards. But I want to put a pause on all leaderboard conversation and say, Moo, Newbie, where the hell was this all day long? Guys, twice in a row. If they do half the energy they put into these last games and the other games, they are a team in the top 6. Like, Moo wins 2 games, and yet they might not make it into top 6.
I mean, WAF was first eliminated, weren't they? And Shy were middle of the
There's
road.
the possibility, yes.
So I think Moo might actually make top 6, and I'm not even joking about that. I think that the amount of kills that Noob didn't get might fall against them. A really good point being discussed in chat right now is, why did 3LP chase into the storm? I think in that split-second moment, they knew that had to be Deprek. It's a Bishop. They've already chased down the rest of Stormbreakers. They're keeping that mental count. And so the first instinct is in their mind is, these are the guys who we can't allow to get any more placement or kill points than necessary. When in actuality, and as chat is rightly pointing out, they really should have just saved it and hoped that Noob or Milkers would do the job that they would expect them to do against Deprek, who would have been coming out the other side of that storm with barely any health to speak of.
But keep in mind, 3 points separated Stormbreakers
I know.
and 3 Little Pigs.
I know.
The difference between 3rd and 4th place is 3 points.
I know. But at the same time,
do you think that 3LP had enough kills, though? Yeah.
Well, I mean that is the thing, is that, I mean, what was it? Stormbreakers by that point had 7 kills. I want to say that they finished on 8 with Deperek's last kill via DOT in the end by the Bishop. I want to say they. I don't know whether they have Blazing Palm on or not, but either way, the point is that they did get 1 final kill confirmation before they themselves went down. 3LP, the last that we checked in on them, have what, 1? I mean, they probably had 2 or 3. Here it is.
Drum roll.
Leaderboard.
Drum roll.
Come on.
WAF moved down to 9th. Moved
Relic knows best.
They did it.
Relic
They broke the Relic
knows
curse.
5. Don't you ever doubt me again, chat. Stormbreakers are washed. Nonsense.
They didn't win a single game yet.
Nonsense.
Your champions of the Turbo Cup, the Stormbreakers, as prophesized by Relic, win with 6 points above second place. 3 Little Pigs. Maybe had Relic been right, like if they had waited out and just tried to play for placement, that could have been a different story. But it's a game of woulda, coulda, shouldas. The Stormbreakers are your winners.
By the way, Milkers did make top 6 on countback. On countback.
Wow. Look
that
at
is
Newbie.
extraordinary.
Newbie tied in points.
That's correct. Dude.
On countback, they got 6th place against Newbie. That's insane. Also,
1 point ahead of Shies.
What a final, like, 3's Turbo Cup of the year. Because, of course, if you haven't heard the news, we're moving to squads next month. So it's very exciting. Returning to Classic Project Loki, this might be the end of trios as we know it in a competitive setting. And what a way, at least for EU. We still have NA later, of course. But what a way. Yes. Can I just say, I'm absolutely, I'd swear, but I'd say I'm freaking delighted for Stormbreakers. They have plied their trade for so long. They were the new gen open beta best team, consistently at the top of the power rankings, despite never winning a tournament. And finally, one of their last opportunities to do it, potentially, they do it. Wow. Absolute cinema. Absolute
feels
cinema.
like an apt way for them to do it without winning a single game, too.
Incredible. That's so them. It's so them.
Consistency speaks volumes in SUPERVIVE. Consistently placing at the top, finding lots of these kills, well deserved from the Stormbreakers, and also to all our teams that participated, as well. A huge shout out to everyone in production: Shivam, Tsunani, Numbers, Izuna, helping out behind the screen, making sure that we can bring all of these games to you. Relic, Samiri, before we head out, any last words? We'll start with you, Relic.
Oh, you're starting with me?
Yes.
Guys, I don't want to get too mushy necessarily, but thank you so much. Seriously. From the bottom of my heart, right back from August 2023, when I casted a game with Qualifier and everybody was up in arms saying, whoa, this guy's so exciting, so cool. I was incredibly flattered. I still am flattered. Y'all are an incredible community, and whether we've disagreed or agreed in the past, I think one thing is for sure, this game had lightning in a bottle. We were able to capture it. We were able to have a lot of fun through Abyssal Cups, through show matches, through this Turbo Vive stuff, which is so wonderfully organized by all of these incredible people around me. Wherever the winds take us next, whether that's more SUPERVIVE, whether that's going off to different places, be sure to be safe out there. Stay in contact with each other. We're all friends here. Whatever's on the next horizon, I hope that there are big and beautiful things there waiting for you. So thank you very much for your time.
We appreciate you, Relic, and everything you've done for the community. I wanted to start with you because as much as I'd love to end the broadcast on your note, we do have more NA later. So
it's very true. It's very true. And that is fair, by the way. That is fair.
So that's why it's and then bringing it back with Samiri. Any words you'd like to say before we toss it to a break and get ready for North America later today?
It's just, to me, it's like the infinite question. Did they know? Did 3LP know? I'm still thinking of that. I'm gonna be having nightmares. Did they know? Did they know? I'm never gonna know the answer. It feels like I need to probably speak to like.
Just dropped. New lore's just dropped of theories that happen. It's like, you know, you always see like game theory and all those things like, that people talk about. Like, look at the movements, the little pixel movements that you see here. They had to know, right? No, because they didn't do this, they had no idea.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just one of those things. It's just something about Shroom's body language, the way he just slowly walked up there. I don't know. It's just, he did it like 2 or 3 times as well. He was trying to tell us something. I'm telling you, on that 1040-second frame, he was doing something specific there. You know, I'm calling it right now, guys.
All right, but that is going to do it for EU, and for EU trios, like we said, next week it will be squad, so make sure you are signing up for that, as well as make sure you get any of your highlight clips submitted if you want a chance to win some awesome prizes. We are going to toss it to a break because we will be back later with North America for more trios action and more Saturday night SUPERVIVE for the Turbo Cup. We will see you there.
Peace.
The Turbo Cup might be our first team to be eliminated. We've got the Abyssal Breaker run and return, and the Summon Napalm ain't gonna hit nobody. That Ghost is getting super isolated. Still alive, however. Ninja finally finds his target, as Penumbra is gonna be thunderbolted nearly out the sky. Arcade third party scenarios knocked off the Sky Shark. Heater on the engine. Down the...
looking to get that potential easy pickings. You know, they've already picked up the armor, so looking really, really healthy.
Awful position for TSD. They are going to get torn apart like vultures in the Grand Canyon, tear apart their prey. It is disgusting. They're down. BZ Orlando's as 3LP stopping up here onto employment victims. Ratata looking for an opportunity to third party, and third party they do in the blink of an eye. Crouch taken out by the Abyssal Breaker, but TSD.
And all the damage that's coming his way. There goes the orb at the last second. The shift, the ulti used to get the kill onto EV. Just left with 9 teams, but I think it's not stopping there. There goes a little bit of squid play in Wisp form. It's not enough. Win, being last live now.
For those who have held off, who've waited south, waited for their moment, they are reaping the benefits. Shy are taken out, leaving us with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 teams remaining. Surely make that 6.
Yes, Napalm does come out as well, and Blink has completely caught them out, being that, you know, you're seeing a raw being used by Cookies, not acquiring too much value. That's obviously one of the negative.
Oh my word!
The Abyssal Breakers use a massive catch out as SB finally come out of the bushes. Maybe they've been caught out, potentially his Gekko's on super low armor. Health, he's got nothing left in the chamber. It feels like he's probably going to be dead here. The Napalm also comes out. Rat also out as well. What is going on this game?
In goes Shin around the outside. A lot of health done. The shield broken for BZ Orlando's for the time spent in the storm. That might be time badly spent for Gekko, who's pushed out and eliminated. Deperek, though, who's been able to rotate tunnel, is really horribly placed for any sort of dogfighter. Stormbreaker's out at full state of that health bar. Count how many tickets it's got. Look at the Abyssal Breaker, though. Bow up against the wall. Surely they're going to be killed. Indeed they are. Ash is down. 2v3. WAF playing this beautifully, but can they find the...
Drop the cook for an extra, potential bit of goodies. The smoke sends in. The Abyss of Breakers dropped by Aiden, trying to ensure that he can at least keep this member alive, but can't get out. There are only 30 seconds. WAF are looking to try and seal the deal here. Maybe hopefully Orlando's can pull off some magic here, but it looks like Bruce is already in a very, very troublesome situation. Oh, it's already found dead. There goes the spin by Orlando's at the last second. Virus got the self-res on himself. It's already been stepped on there, unfortunately, so it's going to be a 3v1. I don't think Orlando's is going to make it out this one. Trying to survive as long as possible.
Wow, look at the health regen.
Insane lifesteal. No, actually, that's to be back on the south side doing some more extra prep there. They got the res off. Oh my god, crazy work, but I think it's still not going to be enough with Broof live. Oh, it's 1 HP. He's trying to fight as much as possible in this Coliseum, it feels like. So much damage is being sent his way, and there we go. It's WAF taking game number 1.
What a third party that was. I'm shocked that he didn't get more damage. But here comes a fourth party. The Milkers are eviscerating Rat out of contention for the moment. Blink is taken down. There's still no second kill. Surely Crouch is going to be the second eventually.
Oh, no.
That's going to go over to Bao. And it's on Nyx. Going to activate
that kind of venomous LMBs, and there goes Kazara with the dash in. Gets the dunk, and the slug wave do mega damage. Renato gets the kill onto Lizardo. 1 member left now for Apex. RMB doesn't connect, unfortunately. There are the win rings to provide an extra bit of distance. Maybe just enough, but now they run into Aurora. This is looking so troublesome. The bomber runs also come out as well. Ash finds Huli with that nice clean death break ulti. Continues to send in those LMBs and displacement charges. Also taken
by Pero in an awful position. Not as bad as his teammates, though, who are very deep. Here's Rhapsody last alive again.
Oh, and there might be a bit of a catch-out hit situation. Bao are looking in a very, very sticky situation. Broof couldn't wait. Poxy, Abyss Breaker right at the last second as this kind of almost dying wish. And you're looking at Ash going on the south side trying to get a little bit of RMBs and orbs in if possible. Gets a nice little dash.
Bao cooks. We were talking about their health display there.
Along with the Fusillade and Kazaro to seal the deal on Lizardo. But AU actually noticed this and potentially take advantage of this. Already popping the Abyss Breaker, completely forcing them off. Apex are fully outed. That was kind of expected. Maybe, Cal, I'm not too sure. Minato is taking so much damage from Sebi. A couple more LMBs will seal the deals. Hachi actually gets a nice little ulti and not kind of... Oh, he gets the spike at the last second. What is going on? This is so crazy. And just below that, SB looking for some French free breakers onto Hachi. Abyss Breaker absolutely catching him out of guard. And Death Break is getting the kill. Wayan just managed to feather like an absolute god. There goes the Arcane Railgun. A couple more LMBs.
DLP and Ratata are looking pretty strong, but only one team's coming out of this battle on top, and that is Ratata. So the ever so brief res for 3LP. It's ever so short-lived. Aiden BY with the anywhere but here.
Rapidly, Shrew is probably going to be dead here very, very shortly, I think, because Rat and both the AU are looking to feast. They've got one piece of the meal already. There goes a nice little reap to continue things as the Abyss Breakers finally dropped by Blink, and there goes the Avalanche. And not really sure if that's going to catch anyone. They've managed to skirt around it, and Cookies has also managed to find his way out. I think AWAR luckily get away. I think it was a little bit risky, but I think he's made it out there as a WAF go for a full send-in onto 3LP in this scenario. Aiden's taking so much damage potentially here. At the last second, he has to jump down to the south side. They found Death Break now. And there goes the punch. Unfortunately, not getting the connection. There goes the Abyss Breaker by a Gecko as well. It looks like there's going to be at least one person catch out here. Oh, no, it's going crazy now. Gecko getting that kill cycling. The Beast was popped by Shin. And now Shrew is now trying to have a little mini fight. It looks like against Cookies. A small...
It was bold, but it's somewhat paid off. But now they've been turned around by Wipe and Flex. 3LP is gone. So it's another top 4 appearance here for the Stormbreakers, but once again aside, it's into the welcoming arms of death. No matter where you look, if you're the Stormbreakers, unless they can go for another flight through the abyss, and somehow they still are managing it. Shin
gets a couple of bit of LMBs for a bit of momentum, and there goes the bomb and run. There goes the nuke as well, potentially as well.
There's tower!
Knocked by Death Break. He's going to be able to stick the rest of
Aiden
dropped a long time ago at the last second. There goes the flight of the Firefox Bag and Ninja, get with the massive send-in. Hopefully no one dies to the nuke at the last second. So the bombing runs, luckily they're not going to. Ninja just found a kill onto Chronoxus, and he's picked up an absolute monstrous size shield as well at the last second. It looks like Waffer actually might be able to meet the demise here. There goes that still LMB.
Oh, they got him!
Get the kill. They do get it the last second. Smold. It's got the self-press. Oh, they do notice this there. He's trying to get a bit of money from the box or any of the goodies. There goes the ulti pop that was talking about before. He's trying to time it properly, but I think it's not going to be enough. Unfortunately, Cookies trying to get that kill right at the last second. Does get the kill. Just 2 teams left now, and another fight seems to be erupting. Double Abyss Breakers are popped on both sides. Cookies is flying in the air, just temporarily trying to tank for any more armor repairs. There's going to be easy pickings as
Breaker. Oh, and but they may be able to turn it around. They've already taken a 1 versus definitive 2v2. It potentially looks like a Sebi's back now. It's a 3v2, and it looks like Blink will be dead very, very shortly after. I don't think he can get the red G8 stick. It seems like in this scenario, consistently blocking the majority of the damage. Blink tries to, finish off at least one member. Meki gets the kill of the Sebi at the last second. He separated them. Now it's a 1v2 potentially. They've cancelled the Whispers as well. There goes the LMBs, the dashboard by the Oath. Meki making sure that the kills have been confirmed whenever possible. They've really tried to send it on Greninja. This is surely going to seal the deal, unless he's got another heat shield. I think it's still going to be a cooldown.
Oh my word!
The dash is not enough.
Greninja's still alive. He has to go in for the save. Abyssal Breaker down to Greninja. Q to speed up the process. They've got another big block on Blink. In fact, can they find the kill on Blink? Greninja's back. Unbelievable turnaround. Look at the shield in front of Greninja through the bungee rope. Unbelievable. Outstanding. Blink gonna be stomped. Aurora gonna be flexing.
Gets under the wall, barely trying to shoot some damage back on his shin, but being overheated.
Maybe even a bit worse, as we do see kind of who's in this scenario. I think AWash, SB. Yeah, it is, and NWB. Oh no, they're getting absolutely outed, stuck in this sticky situation, and just after the NWB. Oh my god, so they are back as a full 3-man. Kazara on 1 HP, maybe even dying to the zone, unfortunately. So 3LP now have potential even more free pickings to get even more kill points.
And this is the problem for TSD, is how do you get into the circle too easily? You just don't. They try to go through too many teams that surrounded him. Godfroy had to be taken down by Meki, who now fights against EV, fully formed. Respawn Beacon out in the storm. TSD going to be back on their feet, but they got to fight their way through this one. EV right in front of them. Leve trying to go for the Oblivion spin, but Rat are hunting down these kills. Blinking backwards, going to be fine for now, with the chilling finale separating TSD. TSD spiked by 1. Here's the train, though.
Punishing there goes the chilling finale as well, to try and force out as much as possible in terms of utilization from Aiden. And there's a free picking there from Meki right the last second onto Aiden, and then
they moved up north and they're going to fight against SB. But SB, no, barely paying attention, getting back as barely missing the heart. Aiden on the other side, hoping to revive 3LP, but they've got to jump their way through it and try to see if they can fight back through SB. But keep in mind, it is Bullet Train. You're fighting in the hallway. They're low. Portal's out. They might dash away. Shin's got to be careful. Little health left. Has got the bullet. Almost taken down by Rabbit. Snag. Doesn't matter. They still have the heart. And unfortunately for SB, spotted out in the storm. Have in your inventory right now 3LP. They use the portal, but it's right into Bao's hands a little bit too early. They have to take the portal back. The train eliminates 2 more. 3LP are gone. Bao hold control, but this is giving Rat an angle. That's Ash, gets pulled back in, tries to portal back up, but the nuke fight. Rat have control. They go for the slam in the back line, but it's going to be the 2 standing in front of 1 as they try their best. They've already been able to get the revive with the help of the little cook, but now the portal back in. It takes down Ash. It's down. It formed back up, but their shields are broken. SB, they found the targets, but they're trying to spin dash backwards again with the Fusillade pop, losing Aiden in the portals. 3LP will survive, but SB now chased down by Orlando's, barely getting away with the Abyssal Breaker, trying to help him out. Then they're trying to snipe down this.
A little bit low, but he's still got the last fight proc potentially to get, as long as the Festering Jawbait to get an extra bit of healing in. But the punch gets a mega monumental connection, and
Their angle back in, but it's going to be Newbie looking for the singularity play to pull
to happen. Roof gets a decently sized Abyssal Breaker, and the massive clean surgical dash from Orlando's takes down 2 members in the blink of an eye. A couple more LMBs are sent with the Reap and the spin, and hopefully Godfroy can somehow make it out of this one on that shiv, but his time might shortly be up if Orlando's has the next dash up cooldown again. But there goes the dagger from Godfroy. Only 1 member left for Rat, if I'm not mistaken. Shin actually getting that kill. Second kill, yeah, exactly. Oh no, there's the third one, it seems like then. Maybe they're all back. The strike at the second. TSD.
Anybody's tournament. We said that before here in EU. They're going to die 2 of the storm. And now Newbie, as they fight their way through, it's right into Shy's territory, as well as EV. They almost were able to avoid a nice dunk onto them. Procane can get back with the team, but Bao, they've already pushed down south with 3LP right behind them. Stormbreakers, Jin is going to narrowly get away while Numa try to see if he can swap out of there. Bao now going to be pinched by Shy and 3LP. Newbie, Farouk is gone, and now as Newbie try to get away.
Actually goes with the punch. Fluffy trying to get seal the deal with the kill. It was successful. He's managed to escape. Should actually manage to kill Hachi, and I think SB might be very shy. Maybe they're in trouble now. I don't know if he's got the singularity. Hopefully he can pull off a miracle here, but the Abyssal Breaker's popped. It's not enough. And
with Aiden, Abyssal Breaker has been put down by Farouk, but has been blocked by the Bright Shield, but the Bright Shield now broken for Aiden. While Stormbreaker is coming in from the... They're looking for the fight against Bao. We're cornered. They've got them trapped, but now you gotta fight your way out of this one. Low health, they try to portal out of there. Bao barely holding on, putting down the chilling finale, but now they've been separated. They've lost Ash. They're about to lose Farouk. He's got no health left, but somehow he's healing.
It looks like Levi just get a nice little reap onto Gecko. Bismarck and Avalanche is popped, but Gecko's getting absolutely chunked at the last second. Crouch was going crazy mode.
Now EV, they see Aurora and see an easy target, try to chase them back into the keep, and with cross country playing into their hands, Aurora, they have to escape. It's going to be a chilling finale as they blow up Aurora, sending him to the heavens, taking 2 kills, but now SB, they try to fight back as well. EV do a great job of throwing that, eliminating another team. Just EV and 3LP, but they block one, snapped out of the air, but it's going to be
Spikes were in the zone, extra damage being taken.
To ask if you believe in miracles there, Samiri, but unfortunately, none to be had. Doing a good job of holding their own for a long time. Hudas finally getting the route to land on the Vipero, and then it's going to be the trade back onto Penumbra. But now with the fact they're jumping back in, Lizardo is going to be taken out by Trenzy. It's going to be bad luck here for the getting hunted in Academy. They've been taken to school, almost the Rhapsody, turning around, and then whoop out of nowhere about the ever-important third party as they get third-partied and gotta be careful. Gecko, he's been caught out. He tried to go up in the air with a thunderstorm, but it's going to be up to Baroof. He goes back and takes him down, takes out Baroof, almost resets onto Hachi, as it is going to be Orlando's instead, getting that reset, not getting out of gridlock too easily. The Flame Shield to drag back on to their El Clasico. Apex, a team that had been struggling, have found a way to sandwich 3LP, but they got to be careful. Shrooms been taken low, but he was able to get the second win back with the rest of the team. As DSD, they push on, missing the slam, looking for the damage, but it's going to be back onto Hachi instead as Aurora take control, forcing Sprokane over the ledge. Yes, sir, right behind him in the cloud as Sprokane hoping to get that dunk. Barely any help, but what a grabby from Baby Blukes, but no slam. Golden Beam takes him down instead, and now weighing a little bit low. Same with Numa. They got to be careful as they avoid the Mercury Mortars, but the dash in from Lasmolda looking for the lightning crash on the way in, but Wayan has done a good job at the moment of staying away until the Shy show up out of no land, but because the fighting had happened, forced out the chilling finale, and EV, they're about to join the bench, I fear, because right now Shy are hunting down this lone Celeste, trying to snipe him out of the air, but the Celeste doing their best to try to see if he can turn it around. EV aren't down just yet. I actually was wrong. Celeste was not the last one left.
From one of their teams, slowly but surely eating away. Speaking of eating away, look at these health bars!
Wow, they just ate the easy. That the Celeste stays alive, but Rhapsody,
Rhapsody!
and Apex do get the crown.
Oh my word!
Snapped out of the air by Shin, and now Shy, as they come down the fragmented aisles, they take down Rhapsody off screen, and Levi about to join them. Flame Shield, not gonna heal him back up. That's a lot of healing. They've got Mercury still alive, but now Rat trying to pull him back in. Chaos brewing right outside of the walls of Academy. Shies are gonna be the team that falls. Deborah punching Shichi into the wall.
Oh no!
Trying to fight on a Rat who left their safety net of the walls in Academy, trying to get back through it, but it's up the Vibe Puppies, up the Shichi. They snipe out, gone under the walls. Shichi trying his best to see if he can survive. They brought back up. It's gonna be still alive. Lasmoli's back inside.
Just watch, dude. Well, what we're watching right now is Rattata's potential elimination. We're into the top 5. Make that the top 4. Oh, made that the top 4.
First to act, and they're the team getting punished. Even with the double stun, there's no follow-up. Overkill rounds. A little Shy as Proof taking a little bit too much damage. Now Aiden peeling back, looking for his own slam, pushing him into the storm. Baru, no armor has been left, as now it's going to be Aurora trying to intervene on their behalf, pushing back Bow. Orlando's sniped down. He's been sent sailing down to the breach as Baroof going to join him. We will have a repeat winner here in Game 5. Chilling finale from Aurora as 3LP.
Engagement to get out there. That goes in with the stab, finds a stun.
There it is. Finds it, gets damage, second one sniping out Sebi, 2v3, now 3LP take advantage as Aurora get pushed back, they put down the shield, trying their best with Greninja to pull off a miracle like they did before, but even with those shields, you don't have the health left as they will stomp down this Felix, chilling finale for Aurora, as it will be 3LP to find another game.
Oh, that's a SV certainly very aggressive. Oh my goodness. They've already eliminated one team and a big team at that, and they're going after TSD now.
TSD though, Godfroy does a great job of in the battle. As we talk about it, cast or curse immediately. Sniped out of the air, and poor newbie now. suffering the curse that casters provide, and now they're getting chased down by the strong SB, leaving target for Shy, who decided to get rid of the kill first, then with the chilling finale, pull from Brocane, continuing the fight onto Aiden, but second one pushing him back, waiting for Hachi to fall.
Oh no!
Shy, they might be helped out by SB, but no, SB say, we just want kills, we want everything. 3LP now on the run, Aiden trying to get away, Nuke has been launched to get away from 3LP, but where can you go? The storm, not the altitude. They are hunting this down with Surge forward, up in the air. So he's going to be completely separated, while Evie and Aurora trade blows and chilling finales, but it's going to be Crouch, the first one to suffer, and then Shichi, who's been back with the team. He recalled back into position, finding kills. Golden Beam on the Mr. Ice-T as he skates away, but WAP hunt these kills over and SB, but SB in full control, looking to wipe another team as they take him down on the picture-in-picture, while in Mana Coils, Rat deal with Apex Hunter there as well, but if they get eliminated here, that is going to be the end of them even trying to get screen.
Yeah, and so that's going to be gold armor gone. You can see that the collapse from Aurora and Noob on Amorius, but look at Gecko go. That's another KP onto BB Blukes. Aurora looking really strong despite the blue armors, 40s and 30s, but SB going for the steal.
Trying to see if they can hold on to that one, not letting Amorius pick up. It is going to be Aurora securing themselves objective, but now they are surrounded, pulled in by Rat. Cookies slamming back, nice gate away, trying to survive, might be able to get a punch, try to push him back into the nuke, not going to get him into there, so instead they get over the radiation, staying alive. Apex holding their own against one of the top teams in the game, but how long can they hold? Their armor now starting to be disintegrated by SB, as SB still being cautious on how they position Rat and Aurora still nearby, and Aurora will push back Crouch out of his safe.
Crouch alone.
Oh no! They get sandwiched though! Apex focus on it! They looked for that fight. Now an easy. Newman's gonna be careful.
No!
Almost was able to find it. 40 seconds, he can't get it! So close, even with the singularity.
Oh my God,
chase. Sebi can't really get out of that one. Bungie to drag him back into the fight, and then SB to intervene. Sebi gonna be the first casualty, as now Rat trade blows with SB. Mackey's gone. It's gonna be Cookies. They chase, trying to get back into the rings, but out in the storm. Aurora chilling finale from Fluffy Fish's Gecko, trying to go for the surge in. The Greninja is pretty thick. This ball hard to kill. They missed the blast off, but Sebi punched back in with a haymaker. He's low to death. They find this time by the Death Barrack. Aurora destroying the Storm Breakers. They're broken this up, but now Gecko, he tries to dash away. He's gone. Survive, killing finale right behind them. Fluffy Fish, the damage on the blink, snipe out of the air. Sebi landing it, as now Cookies is on the run away from Meki on this game as they lay claim to their second victory.
Never mind. Shinzin with a fuselage, but they eat the second wind. Back in with Gecko, it's 1-for-1. In for the trade. Thunderstorm down onto Lizardo through the anomaly to get out of harm's way. Back through the anomaly and looking for the res of my party to basically clean up on the work that Stormbreaker started up against the wall by Paro, eliminated by BZ Orlando's, and the fourth party now to collapse on this as Gofroid the Bouillon watches Ash take out Lizardo. They're in with the Shiv, they're in with the force all the way back. His golden armor almost taken down into the blast off, and Foul with another third party opportunity. Can they get the job done this time? There goes one over the wall into Kobayashi's. Doesn't matter because Baruch's going to follow them through the shift walk. Rhapsody eaten by the Bungie into the Primal Slam. Never mind, all it needs is the LMBs. It's Crouch. Are they the last alive? Indeed they are.
Looking the G8 up for grabs, but a massive cacophony of people have congregated into the north side.
Oh my word, shit, again going in too deep. It feels like the red mist has come down and he thinks that he's better than he actually is. He's absolutely cracked, but he's not that good. He's not invulnerable to being third-partied. Chilling finale goes down. Aurora watching brief as TSD buy a little bit of time for themselves. I'd say it's looking really good for 3LP, but we still have
overwhelming with the amount of Celeste we're seeing with these shift on the floor. Just rebuilding the glaciers one shift at a time, it feels like.
They go. Shroom looking for a chase as Vortex Charm. Shin goes back in again, and this is it. Chilling finale.
There's no way.
Finale. Singularity. 3LP ripped apart.
just like someone dropped their purse at the last second. We're seeing so many goodies on the floor. Some have been picked up already. Looks like Sprokane is not dead amidst the chaos though. Numa finds one at least as Bao looked to maybe get a second one this time onto Gecko to provide a bit of support. The Gecko is running out of options rapidly, even with the red GA. There could have been options there, but I think they're going to be running down to 0. Gets a dash at the last second. Depbreck's there with the reinforcements. Okay, there we go. Should just try to get a couple of LMBs. It might have been the perfect bait. There goes the
TSD don't know what on earth is happening. To be quite frank, I don't blame them. Stormbreaker's third party. Down goes Sebi. Bao looking for the rotate around the walls. They're not going to find much joy as Shy collapsing on them. Through the wind ring, back again into danger. Barouf's Goose is most surely cooked. Out they go. Big dive. Shin. They're playing with their life right now. Whoa.
Never mind, the Napalm gets it. We are seeing Nardhot also being dropped as well. NWB a bit like headless chickens running around in every direction, not able to get any kills at this moment. On super low HP, Yasa with 1 HP as well, just about to be rested by Sprokane. They need to jump ship at the last second. Sprokane might even be the second. Actually, managed to escape from the singularity. What is going on? Crazy
Absolute insanity. Here comes Stormbreakers now. In for a third party on this side of the map. It's going to be Kaizaro falling first. I was so going for it, but it's going to be the Milkers who finish the job.
Oh my god, and it looks like Wayne's on his last legs. I've already found dead as well, and I don't know if he's got anything left in the chamber, to be honest. Every chilling finale has been used. Shin gets spiked at the last second as well. Unfortunately, Hachi looks to maybe capitalize upon Gecko or anyone else on the south side. Maybe Penumbra and Treaty. It looks like they're trying to get a couple more LMBs onto Penumbra. He's like everywhere, like a lightning speed pinball, where he gets dunked at the last second. Manages to dash down to the south side. They do get the kill at the very last second. Yasa does kill Gecko, and then look who this goes in for a very aggressive send-in. This is looking like it might be a bit of a reset, hopefully for Shy, if they can do it in time, but they're running rapidly out of space here, Relic.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow, that's huge from Shin. That's massive from Shin. Double kill, but now they've got the entirety of the Milkers in front of them. Down at 3. Depbreck is going to be claiming that one. Numa takes out Shin. Stormbreakers on their last legs as the noobs face up against the Milkers. Depbreck with the most wanted. Depbreck with the most wanted. It's insane. The singularity, though. Unbelievable play from Numa, who brings back BB Lukes. It's the Milkers now going for the ultimate chase down. It's Stormbreakers last alive. It's Depbreck last alive. Treadsy punched through Wayan. There's going to be much they're going to do here. Treadsy, one of the established names, one of the best names in EU. He's going to walk away from today with a win with his team.
Dude,
they've survived. Avalanche, meanwhile, for the Apex Hunters. Big ground. Crouch is gone for the re-engage. The Tetra, the double stun. Outstanding work from Rattata, who are looking for the full return. Oh, wow. Rhapsody able to clutch it up against Blink. Cookies to go down too. Apex Hunters could eliminate Rattata. There's the base camper. Res by Penumbra, and look at that, the route is on, and Rhapsody is going to be felled here by Treadsy, surely utilising the rock as best as they can. They're going to be collapsing upon by who this?
Potentially by 3 LP as well. There goes a nice little heat shield at the last second from Greninja, trying to buy an extra bit of space. All time for his team as Hachi is taking a little bit of damage at the last second. Looks like all teams are going to be going their separate ways though, and at the last second we are seeing Bao as well, just checking out on what's going on there. Oh, we are seeing a double pickup, triple pickup by Gecko, taking down Apex. What just happened there? Wow. I got to Greninja if possible. He's lasting as long as possible. Has to pop the ulti again. There goes the Arcane Rogue trying to get a long range spike if possible. The Sky Shock again is picked up by Sebi from hopefully a clean rotation out, but Shy of running potentially on thin water, thin ice you can even call it. But the battle gun before she doesn't get the connect as well. We're seeing absolute chaos unfell on the south side, Relic.
DSD being closed down by the Stormbreakers.
Ewar looking for the chase. Can they get it is the question. There goes the heat shield. LMBs coming in. They do find at least 1 kill, and that's probably going to be very, very troubling. There goes the separate
kill. Looking for an opportunity. Looking for a slam. It's Sprokane instead. Bao eliminated with 6 teams remaining.
Specialist. That's basically his only chance of escaping here. The E-Plat's also been dropped. 0P.
Oh,
they're trying to do as much as possible. Maybe he can actually skirt away.
In goes Treadsy. E-Plat is out. Summon Napalm. Here's a chilling finale to buy a bit more space, as Fluffy Fish will be the front line and will...
SB do manage to get a res off of Mr. Chaos. Who this is trying to find out where Sebi is. Finally found him at the last second. We are looking at the Nardhot being planted as well, and there is a kill, I think, believed by Hatchet at the last second.
The map. We still don't have eyes on the gnarled heart that has changed our final destination. Penumbra taking down Yazer. Shy, it's a dangerous rotate. It's a rotate that they have
line through directly above 3LP, but Shin has already failed at that one. Depbreck being last alive again. The Sky Shock might provide a potential opportunity. Hopefully he's still got the Air Blast or something, because he's running extremely thin on options. But it looks like he's clicked the NOS button on that Sky Shock. He's managed to make it out there at the last second. Hatchet also finds Venato at the last second. A hook is unsuccessfully performed by Vivid Blukes, but it looks like as well, at the same time, going for it, finding another counter Sprokane. Shy, that's live Hatchet. Hopefully he can make it out this one.
Blast off though, they did have a sense. They did have a sense. Round they go, second win. Manages to get the hit onto Depbreck, down to 25% health, and they're going to get eliminated surely. Depbreck, the last survivor, Chilling banana.
His top two is the avalanche. At least gets a couple of connections.
No way.
There goes the hook, the dunk. Unfortunately, Penumbra actually dodges that one, so doesn't get the spike. Numa is already found dead as well. There goes the battle connection. I don't think they're going to be able to get a full connect though to actually pull someone back. They actually do a bit of yeetage, but at the last second, it looks like it's not going to be enough as they already lose way in. It's just Bibi Luke's last life, if I'm not mistaken. For NWB as Hudis gets a nice little air blast. There goes the squid as well to
Oh my
bring
God,
it
look
back
at
to
the
the zone. The crowd's been picked up. That might have brought them a bit of space. But it doesn't matter because Trenzy seals the deal for game number 8.
Hello, welcome back. We are here for North America now for Saturday Night SUPERVIVE. I am Mad Magical, now joined in by Zikrik. Zik, we had some awesome action earlier for Europe where we saw Stormbreakers not win a single game yet. They took home the Turbo Cup. They were our winners for Europe, which goes to show anyone out there that anyone can win this one. You just got to make sure it's consistency through the games.
I think a first of its kind, absolutely insane EU event earlier today. And yeah, like just the way the whole thing played out, the fact that they're able to scoop first by 6 points and never actually claim a first place win throughout the tournament. And you know, like I've been rooting for Stormbreakers just like Relic, and Relic kind of called it at the beginning, a legendary call, basically saying these guys need a tournament win. This is their time, and they show up massive. So some really exciting action in EU. Magical. Now we have the absolute pleasure of witnessing the action breakdown in NA, and it's not 6 games today, it's 8 games of utter chaos madness. Let's go.
Yes, it is. But before we start talking about those games, we got to talk about what happened last week, because we had some awesome plays. You submitted your clips, we judged them, and we picked 3 winners for our clip submissions. So let's take a look. Yes, no, maybe so. Yeah. Okay, back to Hims. Back to us. We had a little bit of a technical hiccup there. We'll hopefully get that resolved in a minute. But we did just kind of talking about that, just so everyone knows what they are, what we're getting everything set up for, is each week we do give out prizes for our best clips during the Saturday Night SUPERVIVE games. So all players out there, make sure you submit your clips, because you could be one of the winners. Now we should be ready, so let's take a look.
Every weekend, players can submit their best plays for a chance to win cash prizes. And our 3rd place goes to Pineapple.
I'm ulting.
Big, triple nade.
You.
It's like a double triple nade. New team. I'm down.
Try to get the kill. Oh, they got it.
Wait, I'm alive. Oh, these guys suck.
2nd place goes to Orlando's.
Le cœur leur apparaît dessus là, s'il
On
reste.
va être sandwich, on va être sandwich, je passe.
J'ai déjà mis.
Faut pas d'os.
No, it's not.
Oh.
We all died tower.
And our 1st place goes to
I'm
Lemur.
I broke all their armors.
I might be gettable here.
In all of you.
He's gonna hold out this, yeah. There's probably live actually. I might be able to live. Gamer's alive. Pick up the crown. Wait, kill him? Get that guy!
Yeah.
Oh!
Resets. I'm ulting.
Oh no!
Idle. Oh, is that?
Wait.
You keep pressure on him. Dash 2. He's one.
I can go this guy. You can go bottom.
No, I got him.
Roll on. Dead. No. Frick, I'll let him rest. Good stuff. Nice, well played, man. You're too good.
Thanks so much for joining us for this weekend of SNS, and we hope to see you next Saturday night for more SUPERVIVE.
All right, and congratulations out to Lemur. That moment was wild. It happened in the European games, because they played in that tournament. And honestly, that whole sequence of them getting the res, but then winning the game off of that was well deserved for Lemur taking home the prize.
And Lemur's laugh is just golden. It's so contagious. Like it's just like pure joy the moments he gets out of SUPERVIVE sometimes. And yeah, just absolute awesome to watch. That the opposite side of that is Aiden POV on that heart teleport. He's like, he sounds so disappointed in himself and his decisions.
But it's also one of those things that we've seen teams, you know, like we've seen players get eliminated by the hard TPs before, but never a full squad wipe, instantaneous.
And like if you just and if you don't have visual on that TP circle, it really can just come out of nowhere, and that was extremely well placed. And yeah, it's just like, it's awesome to see both sides of that SUPERVIVE emotion just raw. So guys, send your clips from this tournament series if you are indeed playing. This is, like Magical mentioned, cash prize, 150 for first, 100 for second, $50 for third, with a little bonus if you can provide an extra POV. Huge shout out, by the way, to both Kaya and Zodag for collaborating to put this whole clip event together for us. So
I already know that I'm rooting for the Mr. Fluffy Fish one. Mr. Fluffy Fish, please submit that clip. The one where literally was the Wisp went out into the storm to make sure they couldn't stop him, got back in because of Orb of Life, got back on their feet, turns around the game, and the team wins because of it. Like, awesome plays out of Aurora to take that second game earlier in Europe. But that's also why I am hyped about North America that we have right now, Zick. We're getting ready for our 8-game series that we have today. And because it is Turbo Cup, there's way more on the line than teams are normally used to. Instead of just, you know, the normal $750 prize pool for Tier 1, it is boosted way up to $2,500.
Let's go. That's some big money, baby. And yeah, big splits, not only per team, but also per player. I believe $1,350 to first place split among the three. And so, because we're basically, it's 5K total, it's 2,500 per region. And yeah, it's like, you know, it's some juicy payouts if you're able to claw your way to the top of the ladder. Easier said than done, Magical, the competition that we are going to be seeing today, because these are the best teams in North America. And I mean, some of the heavy hitters out here, who do you got your eyes on today?
I mean, if we're looking at one, I want to give a huge shout out to Name in Progress, NIP, because that has Aiden and Tredsy teaming up again. A throwback to the old days of Bomba, but also bringing in Paz out of retirement, the NA GOAT, the former Last Door representative, back into the game, playing with a new team. Yes, but it is just cool to see that they were able to get him out of retirement to play today.
Yeah, playing a little Phil. These guys going back to back. Magical looking to cast, what is it, 16 games? These guys looking to play 16 games. Can't get enough SUPERVIVE. Love to see it. And yeah, of course, having Paz back in the mix, going to be super exciting. Some of our normal culprits, though, dominating the North America scene. We, of course, have The Last Door, Phenom, Lemur, Lods. Lods been really locked in his spot as their third member. Extremely strong with this comp they've now formed up. And right along with them, we have the likes of BAP. It's Pine, aka Shrikle Jordan, Height, and Chicken Microwave,
that's RTK,
who is
RTK. Right.
Okay. I was like, I feel like I know who that is, but so many name changes, and we are already into match one. Let's go.
Already into match one, and I want to see how things change up when we have our hunters locked in. I'm not saying too much of a change. We're seeing a lot of SARS, a lot of Oath, a decent amount of Nyx, and a little bit more on the Nyx hype train than Europe was previously, but EU has been following suit in picking up more of that Nyx, so I'm not too surprised to see that. But looking at our teams, we see BAP. They're rocking all three that got banned in EU, and right now, if we're just using this game one as, you know, our magnifying glass of what is to come, I'm expecting those three hunters to be banned again.
Let's go. Yeah, I mean, it's such a powerful kind of meta, right? Like you see it, it's the front line of the Oath being able to negate so much with the Bright Shield. He's got the recovery with the heal, the like extra res on top of that. Saros has become so dominant. Look at this comp though, Magil. It's a Kingpin Void Jewel. Let's freaking go.
Love it. Stealth Ninja, another player that's been brought out of retirement, still rocking their quintessential hunter here in Kingpin. Wubby Bay, of course, on their Void, and the legend is always on Jewel, but another player always on Jewel, Afro, rocking that hunter again. She always loves to play that here with LC. This is another team I have my eyes out for, not only because Afro with the team, the Toilet and Jet Ski have been doing great jobs in previous tournaments to kind of become that new number 3 team now that we don't have 10 around.
Absolutely, and there's actually so many teams to watch out for. Just like the EU scene being like extremely close, the North America scene has like really like, especially kind of like the top 6 have like really started to. And there's been a couple tier 2 teams that have been breaking their way into tier 1 as well. S&T, you know, being one of the big ones here. But
getting a good
nice little chip damage traded.
I just like that. Just immediately sees Berserker there and just like, nah, just think the Dragon Slam to the face. They're doing their best to defend this hatchling, though. But SVI, it's another great team to see back on their feet. And they're fighting against YER. You're doing their best to hold strong. A new team with Dylan, Diamond, and Halcyon. Cool to see these new teams forming and making their own namesakes for themselves. But Dylan, formerly part of 10, already being the first one to fall here for Urine. Halcyon might join soon, but barely any help. Is still help enough to be able to get out of danger.
And this is indeed Pamu, our unpaid intern here, helping out so much with the whole PBE experience, is Halcyon with the new name. So they're it's hard to keep up with them all, for being real. But I mean, like, yeah, really cool to see, you know, kind of some new mixes. Here is our NIP squad, name in progress. Eyes on the Burgundy team.
I really want to see how they do. I love the free cam here. See that Pamu there, Halcyon, barely making it into Kobayashi's, but again, still making it there all the same. And looking at NIP here with Paz on Oath, of course. Back to the tried and true, our Oath legend. A lot of players and a lot of people out there who are newer to SUPERVIVE might not remember this, but back in the day, back in squads times, Paz with the Last Door helped them dominate North America, was one of the pillars of the team, especially with their Oath play.
Absolutely. And we take a look at the map here, pretty spread out for the most part on day one. A little bit of poke, but one of the trends we often see in these tournaments, Magical, especially over the course of an 8-game series, is the violence sort of slowly ramps up further and further. The more teams realize they're maybe a little behind or have points to play for, we start to see the violence increase. So here in match 1, pretty slow, calculated start across the board. Everyone kind of getting their early farm, finding their little bit of space, even positioning for this day 2 turnover for level 9.
LC, nice pull there with the Reap, and a nice Vortex Charm to land. Look at that damage, getting a lot on Taricha, but Taricha was able to get back with the rest of the team, hoping to stand behind that of Jake Braun, who's putting down some spin barrels, but unfortunately for them, Barbats could not have the same. Not going to get out of this one. Chased down by Afro, who uses that to reset herself, get back to land, and now Taricha has been separated from their damage dealer. Another easy target for LC.
Man, this LC squad and Afro just so cracked on the jewel. Love to see her just picking that up right off of the bat. Hopefully going to rock it throughout the course of most of the series. And normally on LC, we are used to seeing Misfit in that slot on the Shiv. Unfortunately, Misfit not going to be around today, and it is going to be Afro. I'm not sure if that's like a permanent change or a sub. I haven't actually got to catch up with them, but for now, it is Afro in the mix. And Magical, that, you know, if you had to replace Misfit with someone, that's like a pretty good choice.
Yeah, it's a good choice. Gotta say, for sure. Afro, she is quite amazing on Jewel. And even though, you know, looking at the changes from region to region, I'm seeing a lot more Jewel than obviously we normally see in EU. I'm not expecting that to be banned. So having someone who's that good at a Hunter get to play that consistently is going to be a big boon to LC. And to me, even though Misfit, I think, is an amazing player, great Shiv,
Absolutely.
like super awesome to see how they're able to pilot that Hunter. I think that it's like a lateral change. They haven't really upgraded because both Misfit and Afro are amazing, but you're definitely happy having Afro on the team.
Absolutely. And yeah, both like big playmakers, big carries in that role. So I think we've already seen them doing very well. Like, you know, basically clawing at the likes of TLD and BAP right there at the top of the ladder, like locking in that 3rd place spot in several tournaments. I very much expect them, you know, to be doing the same, if not maybe a little more. And like Misfit being a lot newer than Afro, right? Afro definitely having that experience. Engage here on S&T.
Surf and Turf not looking too good right now. As Squid's already been sniped out of the air by Pine. Nice snipe, getting themselves that free kill. So S&T back on the run. Hoping to find some safety lands, some promised lands nearby, but the Heart's being defended by BAP while we look at another fight. TLD taking their own victims, finding Goroy of SVI, and Dog only down to Park Ninja. Very low health, a dragon slam to the face, and the remnants of Dog, not sure exactly where they are, but they're gonna have to see if they can find a way to bring back up their fallen Nyx.
Yeah, and a little bit of trade here as they're trying to position around the boat. Dylan, Bright Shield up, probably going to get broken here. Dash in from Phenom is going to take down and grab the Wisp. Oh no, over the top. Wait,
doing a good job, almost being able to get Halcyon. There's going to be Palmugon and looking for Diamond. You're fighting the wrong team, and now the first team in the Turbo Cup eliminated.
There we go, TLD locks one in. Bao is here though. Some heroes from our European tournament showing up to fill North America. Taking a look at TLD actually backing off, seeing this level 11. These armors, though, a little chipped out. TLD needs to get, Phenom needs to get a repair in. Looking their normal, very strong, Magical.
Yeah, exactly. And beating a team like Ur is going to be great for them as well, because Ur is going to be a team we have to keep our eyes on one of those potential top 6 teams. And really, we look at a lot of teams. BAP and TLD, they have been our perennial top teams of NA, but a lot of the other ones that are going to vie for a top 6 finish, I'll have to talk about that in a second, because a nice pull started off by Stealth Ninja, starting off a fight against LC, but Jetski, Afro, they both get out of there. They're not going to get that respawn, so they can't bring back Toilet into the fight.
Yeah, and looks like a Wisp picked up here by the Nyx on OSC. This is Saucy Hack, Spy, and Vader. Oh, spicy team showing up here, and they're working the kind of normal meta comp, but no Oath. Magical trading the Oath for the Ghost, just going full damn.
And looking for other fights as CTT down to Jake Braun by himself, having gotten the lockdown on the salvage hook, but without any armor. Had to hover wings backwards, putting down the spin barrel. That's an abyssal breaker onto Jake Braun. He's trying his best to get away, but Bao from EU take down the legend of NA. Jake Braun gone.
Huge takeout there, and I believe, yeah, our second squad eliminated, so down to 10. A couple early casualties as TLD roams their way into coils. S&T is here. Nottleberger on the bush, but giving himself up there. Lemur catches a sight. Definitely knows something is lurking.
I don't know if you want this fight, though, if you're S&T. Gray armor on Squid, blue and green for the other two. They fight against TLD, and they have already been beaten up. A Sunday might be licked clean as they look for Squid. They got Nottleberger. Squid's the next one. Sunday, last one left, running into a tree. An easy target for Lemur to beat up and eliminate another squad.
Damn, so a couple, pretty early casualties. Teams committing maybe a little too far. Nice res from Dog. They're going to get pinched here. Huge collapse on both sides. Can they make it out? Park Ninja, huge shift through the wall, alive.
But wait, does Bao chase onto LC? LC, they turn to look for Dog, but Bao don't chase down. Instead, they're just staring down Toilet, doing a great job of just bluffing at the moment that there are more to defend this ledge, and that's why Bao didn't go over. They didn't have the information, but now they do. They've gotten themselves free passage as this entire time they had chased down Dog.
Wow, and like a pretty brutal res there, like a nice res, but collapsed on by a squad from both sides, and then getting pinched from the south by a fourth. Very hard to make it out of there. They are going to get fully eliminated in the end. Taking a look at a couple squads positioning here around the tracks, we did just see, I believe that was a Soul Stealer exotic on the team to the south. Meanwhile, BAP, their normal 3 gold armor magical positioning around objectives like they do, fighting anyone that comes their way, but happy to just take it if no one contests.
Very passive gameplay from them right now, just going for the golds, farming up, making sure they have their levels, experience, everything locked down right now. While we've seen TLD on the kill feed a lot, I'm expecting to see BAP soon. Now that they've locked in another soul for themselves, they are looking quite powerful already, despite having not had a single fight.
Yeah, and NIP are sort of our wild card squad. Like, we have sort of no idea what kind of chaos these guys are going to cause. What we do know, Magical, is all 3 of them are goated players. Not sure how practiced up Paz is, but hopefully that muscle memory kicks in. Well, I'm saying, like, if I haven't played basketball in like a couple months and then I go play some basketball, usually that first day I'm like lights out. So maybe it's some of that.
Maybe, but also we don't know how much practice he's gotten. Maybe he's been practicing when we haven't been looking, you know, getting in some good ranked games in.
Okay.
Trying to see if he can get some reps.
He's got the bug, the SUPERVIVE bug.
Yeah, getting that back in and playing some more games, but up against his former team here in TLD. I'm curious to see.
Dude, that's a great storyline, actually.
Right. I want to see how they're going to face off against one another soon. But right now, it's SVI staring down TLD. And TLD,
Nice
they've been
read.
fighting their way through this first game. They have already locked down 7 kills in this one, and they're about to add to that count. What we see on the picture-in-picture, LC fighting up against NIP. NIP, though, in a bad spot as Paz is going to be attacked. Cannot get away as broken shield and broken hopes, leaving only one left. Tredsy left for NIP, hopping on the Sky Shark to get away from LC.
Yeah, it looks like he is going to make the ride out of there on the Sky Shark. Is there anywhere open to res? Going to find his way to Suicide. QA right here to the north. Legend with that Soul Stealer is going to push across. Definitely going to try to cancel. Bumped off the Shark.
Bumped off, but shooting backwards. Hoping to grab some damage on to Stealth Ninja. Will get rid of the Sky Shark and use the Shock Blast to get away. But QA hadn't stopped quite yet. Unfortunately for Tredsy, while he might be away from QA, he goes back to the territory that they lost out to LC at. And up north, we see that TLD still on this Meteor Beast, looking for the Dragonfire rounds, but this time it's BAP. They haven't been fighting up too much, but they are powerful. Their levels, a little bit behind that of TLD, though. TLD utilizing the Reap, grabbing them with an Abyssal Breaker, ripping BAP apart, but BAP, can they get out of this one? They're about to be sandwiched. Does SBI try to intervene? They look for the damage BAP and try to get some damage onto them, but BAP have been able to kite backwards, get back onto the tracks away from SBI and TLD.
Yeah, and I just realized, bro, Golroy is on SVI, and it's actually such like a cool kind of pickup for them because of the way like they've been so good at playing together. Thank you and Berserker with the Bebo Oath combo. It's so reliable. They're able to play more defensively than literally any other team in the game, and they're able to use that to find pretty creative windows. It's very cool having SVI in the lobby because of how different they play from these other squads. Now with Golroy in the mix on the Saros, adding that like backline damage, the anti-heal, just the crazy off-screen value that he can provide, chipping armor and stuff. I think SVI going to be certainly a team to contend here in our second Turbo Cup.
But SVI making a smart call on that one. They had base camp control, but it was TLD contesting them, and TLD level 14s. We see 12 for SVI, 12 for BAP.
Ooh.
TLD so far ahead, only really Bao kind of keeping up pace with them, and even Ash is a level behind.
Yeah, and like, you know, obviously there's something to be said about playing further ahead as far as like position around creep camps, but at this point it's really the PvP XP that's boosting them so far ahead, like you mentioned earlier, really on the kind of kill spree. BAP shortly behind, just a couple levels behind, still holding on his gold armor, is looking to maybe threaten LC's position, pretty much on edge of circle here. Looks like height up on jump pad, maybe gonna look.
Looking, noticing that Jetski has been separated, but Jetski making a good call to pod race over the Abyss, wrap around to regroup with the team right around what Amorius is going to spawn soon. But there are so many teams still left on the breach here, Zik. With 5 teams gone, that's still 7 remaining, ready to fight with one another, but I'm still staring at TLD, our #1 NA team. They had dropped in Season 1. It had been taken away, their title, by BAP before, but in Season 2, TLD back in the form that we know them so well to be in.
Absolutely, and I think it really has been like locking in Lauds as that third like kind of spot on their roster and really getting the practice in with him there's really solidified them back to being one of these top squads, because you know we're comfortable seeing Lemur and Phenom play together. Those guys are very comfortable to playing together themselves, but they needed a bit of practice to make it work with Lauds. And the other thing Lauds did for them is really open up their composition with the hunters Lauds likes to play. Right. I think it opened up a lot of different options, especially for Lemur. So I think he's, you know, is an awesome kind of addition to the permanent TLD roster and has really been showing the full TLD form again, especially over like the last month.
Looking at the picture-in-picture, LC and one-shot combo here. We haven't seen too much of them, but with Lord Vader, Saucy Hack, Chinese Spy, pretty powerful team. Though seeing Chinese Spy not on Kingpin is one of those things. It feels like heresy, not seeing them on the one that he had been well known for before. But we got to look at BAP right now. Going back up north, they fought against TLD, and you fought the law, and the law won. TLD eliminating BAP at 7th place.
Holy, so we catch the back end of that fight. We pan in as it's just height left trying to escape, but somehow, some way, TLD crush BAP. They are, yeah, like you say, eliminated very early, and that's you know, TLD in their eyes, that's one of their main kind of competitions out here. So huge early W for TLD here in game 1.
But the team that I still am looking at is around LC, one of these teams that named themselves after what they consider it's their last chance here with this squad. Toilet had said it before. He formed this team as what he saw as the last time, like the last new team he would want to make in SUPERVIVE. And slowly but surely, tournament after tournament, they've been climbing up the leaderboard. Even in the last couple of Tier 1 tournaments, LC, they've been able to find themselves in 3rd place, right behind TLD and BAP. So now looking at them here up against TLD, if they can win game 1, we could see a brand new winner for North America. We haven't seen that in a long time. It has only ever been TLD or BAP.
That's actually so true, bro. That it would be very like kind of wild, unexpected upset to see another team claim that #1 spot. And you know, really especially over the course of 8 games, even just a couple mistakes, like for example, what we just saw there from BAP. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but something like a 7th place, like early, and even doing that one more time can really hurt those chances at the top of the scoreboard with how competitive it is. I hear Mega Avalanche out, LC getting pressured.
Really bad spot there, sandwiched between TLD and the French team Bao, one of those representatives that we have playing from another region, actually getting a good fight against LC. And now LC have been sent in many different directions. Afro going by herself up against one-shot combo, trying to see if they can one-shot them. But then it's the team that shows up to get some damage back on OSC. And now with them sandwiched, it is going to be again LC on the run, trying to get away, leaving OSC on the tracks with QA.
I like that team name too. So that's why they don't have an oath and they have a ghost instead. It's the one-shot combo, just trying to delete anyone in them. Will they be able to do it here as QA exits the scene over the top? They're going to get engaged on by LC again. Afro in.
We see that Afro goes in, Afro goes out, lets the team reset, and now they try to see if they can reap what they sowed there against OSC. But OSC, the team that's on the run, running into territory that does not belong to them. SBI had already put down the walls, and they've locked down, while QA try to have the legend, the last one remaining, holding on for the team's hopes, while LC has taken control of the northern part of the circle. But soon, the storm will push them down south to OSC, TLD, and BAO.
Yeah, and LC under pressure here. Nice dash in, push into Storm so much. Damage coming out into Afro instantly. Toilet trying to get out as well. Is going to get the dash, but right into the QA. Will the legend be able to end this? Another jewel shift over the top. Toilet under so much pressure. He is stacked. He does go down.
But Jetski still alive on mainland, while OSC have Saucy Hack with an E-plat to survive. Still Jetski surviving. Then the legend, Nine, taken out by GoRoy. SBI looking for another team, but OSC going the wrong way to TLD. Another team out of there. We are left with 4.
And like when you're in a strong position and everyone's kind of in tatters, run away from fights, the Eaton's so good. TLD scooping it up there as they try to run from SVI, and SVI in a pretty strong spot here as well with this position. I think like especially with the comp we mentioned, the way they're able to play that Bebo Oath so defensively. Bush Nix shenanigans.
Jetski spotted out there by their fellow Nix Enjoyer Phenom, spotting him out. So now Jetski, where do you go from here? Where's the crown? Where's anything left on the map? I just don't see a good spot. Power in control of the crown that you see on the ground right there by their base camp. So Jetski, no real good angle unless you can squeeze yourself right through that tiny bit of vision to get towards the shop and grab yourself a crown. But Bao, double fan with a wall to hold on to the waterfall, while SBI suddenly find their space getting corralled. They try to go over to Jetski and over to LC, but portaled back. GoRoy snapped that away, stole the kidnap on the Jetski to eliminate them, but unfortunately for them, they are now in a bad spot. A double portal back. This Bao, stay away from the fight with SBI onto the waterfall. That little land, their only salvation, while TLD still the team atop everybody. The team in control, level 50s. Look, they have 5 gold exotic perks for everyone. All souls for TLD. SBI missing the Tonk. Berserker holding up the wall, but now about to get sandwiched as the reap from Phenom. And they've already locked down SBI, who are doing their damnedest to fight back. But with the storm, with too many teams, something had to give and they crumble under the weight. Bao, TLD now face off, and Bao will love to get a little bit of revenge against TLD, but it's hard to when they're so far ahead. Absolutely destroying the lobby, taking game 1.
that finish was just so definitive by TLD. They knew they were so far ahead. Yeah, you mentioned it. I was staring at it for a while there as the play-by-play is going. 5 exotic perks on all of them. We see the damage at the end there. So much coming through in that little burst window right at the very end. But that was such a bold move from SVI to sort of pad up over the top in between all the squads. And I saw the kind of vision to try to get a new angle on the circle shift going to the left. But, you know, it's one of those decisions that could pay off big, could bite you in the butt a little bit. And I think the way they got collapsed on there, especially that nuke to push them into the arms of Bao afterward, very, you know, kind of tough to recover from. And then that left them as in a spot where it's just Bao versus TLD, and TLD just ship it on them and crush.
TLD were just in control from the first moment of the game. Any team that fought against them, they just absolutely destroyed. I think they only lost like one person in a fight, and they didn't even lose them. It was just a wisp created so they could pick them up pretty quickly afterwards. From there, they cleaned up S&T. They were able to beat Bat pretty handedly too. We talked about that. And then,
oh my God,
it just was TLD's game to win and to lose, and they are not likely to lose. TLD have been the top NA team for ages, and there is a good reason why.
Yeah, absolutely. And like really just showing form here, like warmed up, ready to go, bringing the violence. And they are also rocking, you know, what is basically agreed on as pretty much the most powerful comp in the game right now. It's the Oath, it's the Nyx, it's the Saros. It's likely what the 3 hunters we're going to see banned at the halfway mark if things are similar to earlier today. And so putting that to very good use with such a strong start in game 1. Yeah, this kind of move from SVI almost was able to work out for them. But after they kind of make their way to the waterfall here, it's really this nuke. I think someone from TLD launches a nuke here, and it forces them into the arms of Bao. And from here, it's kind of so hard to recover. And then I think what happens here is Bao uses most of their cooldowns trying to kill SVI, and then TLD, who are kind of just waiting on the wings here, just ship it in. And there's this huge burst spin from Phenom right here as he goes in. Look at that damage from the Nyx, bro.
That's what happens when you have all 5 of your perks are exotics. Like, you just destroy everyone in front of you. You're level 15, Sue. You have the red armor. You are so kitted out that, like, I feel like even for Bao in this one, they knew. They knew they weren't going to beat TLT. And SVI was the weaker team. They just wanted to eliminate them, lock in second place, so that way at least they get the points.
I think, like, Bao's one of these teams, like, being towards the top of Europe. I definitely think Bao thinks, you know, even on ping, kind of the confidence of these players, I think Bao thinks they can win against TLD, maybe even in that spot. I think there was maybe a situation where they play that differently, and it turns out, but it's a huge uphill battle. Completely agree with the fact that you're fighting against, you know, they were able to equalize the levels pretty good at the end there, but the exotic perk difference, it is a huge kind of power gap. So it would have had to have been, you know, them basically doing the opposite, where TLD burned some resources pursuing the third squad, and Bao is able to capitalize on those cooldowns. So in the end, TLD showing their dominance, locking in a solid victory for game 1. Let's go.
Yeah, and looking solid, but I do want to give props to Bao, as you were kind of talking about, because like how we saw Team USA last week when we played in Saturday Night Super 5 in the Tier 1 for EU, it was Lemur with Pine, with RTK, playing together and joining in and actually picking up a win, despite the fact they were playing on ping. So I feel like for Bao, even for NIP, it's a bit of like, hey, if you can do it, we can do it too. We want to show that EU is just as good as you. And right there, Bao getting second place. That is definitely nothing to scoff at. Starting off really strong.
Absolutely. Yeah. Very strong start. So, like, you know, very much kind of in contention. If they can repeat that play, you know, even if you play a little more of a cautious strategy, if you're able to get some kills through, we found out earlier magically, you don't need to get first necessarily in a game to win a tournament.
It's consistency. It's about making sure you're consistently doing well. Stormbreakers doing a great job of breaking open the leaderboard without winning a single game. Kill points matter a lot, and one team that I kind of want to focus on with that is BAP, because BAP, 7th place in this one, did struggle quite a bit. They ran into TLD fairly early, even though they went for their typical farm it out early, make sure they got the goals, make sure they had some good perks. It wasn't enough.
Yeah, and I think we saw some shimmers from other teams there, but, you know, you mentioned it like during the cast, TLD kind of running the lobby for the most part. I really, you know, maybe like we'll afterwards maybe go back and watch Lemur's POV on that BAP fight, because I'm really curious how we kind of got to that situation where it was just height left, kind of the battle of titans up there. We'll have to see if, you know, something similar plays out in game 2. And BAP, you know, I think it was an exit at 7th. Really want to kind of pump it up here, turn on the gas, go for a win in game 2 here to bring them back up in stride.
And one fight I really want to see is NIP versus TLD. I want to see Paz versus old team against Lemur and Phenom. He never was on the team with the Lods, but Phenom, Lemur, his old teammates, I'd love to see how those match up with each other. And like, if Paz can take down his old team and say, hey, I was the glue that held us together for so long, and now I'm on a different team. I'm back in it, baby, and I'm here to win.
I mean, it's definitely one of those, like, you see your old friends, you know, like on the enemy team for your like local sports, like rec league, and you're like, for this moment in time, you are actually enemies. And always like some of the most epic battles come out of that, you know, kind of camaraderie. And it's going to be very cool to see those teams clashing over the course. We still got 7 games, Magical. Plenty of time to see some heated action between those squads.
As now we get ready for our second game, bombing runs, and seeing how our teams are adapting or not adapting, as we often see going into game 2. A lot of teams sticking to the composition they ran in the first game. Usually it's in the 3rd or the 4th game that we start seeing those changes, trying to get some bans to either go through or not go through. Doubtful, though, we'll see much of that today, since we know that it's going to be Oath, Saros, and likely Nyx as the 3 bans.
Yeah, and we do see a couple 3 squads dropping near Heart here. I was trying to see where the objective was that they are kind of peeling for. I missed the early look on the map there, but we do have, I did see Affluence, but racing either way to the north here. Got multiple squads. It's LC, it's Bao, and it is CTT to the north.
And then down to the south in Prisma and Underrods was OSC. But OSC not even going to try to contest anything, allowing a lot of this to go towards the teams that actually dropped in the Heart. But likely to have some fights, especially between CTT and LC. We look at our other teams and where they've dropped and whether or not they're even going to look for some fighting. I see a lot of teams over in Molten Fortress, surprisingly enough. Well, CTT already in that fight that I thought was going to happen between them and LC, and this is not looking good for CTT. Jake Braun doesn't have spin barrels, already locked down, and even with the barbed wire, cannot escape from LC, who are looking to clean up a team on day 1. Taricha, the People's Champion, trying to get away, will narrowly escape the clutches of LC.
Yeah, and Afro just so scary on the Jewel because of how aggro confident she is in playing forward. You'll very often see her just shift into the middle of 3 people on an enemy team without any stacks because of how reliably she knows she can hit the R&B with an auto, get herself to 3 stacks, and then be right there ready to shift again as soon as it's back off cooldown. And like most Jewels do not play that aggro. And I know this from having played against her back in the day. Grab here, pause that thought. Nice stun on the Park Ninja.
And a nice engage attempted by the Legend, but unfortunately for them, the pull to drag them back into the fight against Dog. But Dog got to be careful. TLD flanked the 3rd party as they crash the party, separate Dog. Park Ninja gonna be the one they hunt down first. It's Fox hunting season as they got rid of Felix, Sleepy, Rowlet, Jemmy, the 2 to escape for Dog, but it's not looking good for them as there's not a real easy way out of the fortress.
Yeah, nice engage. So now someone hiding on bush, just waiting for that res. Engage from here. Pamu looking onto QA. Reverse grab, though. Can he go for the dunk?
Looking for it, but not enough damage in time. Was able to mantle back and stay alive. Pamu not gone just yet, while QA might have to run out of this one, getting themselves back to the ledge and back into Chaos Steps and Molten Fortress.
I do love Stealth Ninja continuing to rock the Kingpin despite the significant fall-off we have seen from Kingpin in competitive play. Meanwhile, to the right, LC in more action, this time taking a look at Bao. They find themselves on the boat. Ash kind of split here on the flank, taking some poke shots with Saros. LC doesn't like it. They are going to move their way up into Vein Grove.
But seeing on the kill feed, more points being stacked up by TLD. They are now just feasting on those teams that dropped with them in the fortress. QA was another one of their targets, as they had already beaten up poor Dog, now beaten up QA and probably any other team that tries to venture into their castle. But I'm looking at how teams are going to move afterwards and where TLD are, because TLD has gotten themselves out of Chaos Steps, and the circle is kind of honing around Imhotech and Chaos.
Yeah, pretty, you know, the Lava shifts, they've become a little less spicy with the prevalence of thermal suit, but spicy nonetheless. Stealth Ninja, our Kingpin hero, trying to live it out here over Abyss. The full force of SVI chasing him. No, they have the Bebo Islands to pursue. Stealth Ninja doesn't care. He's just going to start burning out here as he makes his way deep, deep away.
Deep away, and might be able to get to that island. Narrowly does with enough health, but Bao beating up CTT, who already struggled from the drop as they had lost that fight against LC. And now, I think it's just Taricha again. CTT, they are already out of here. It is night one. They're gone. Bao now staring down LC. Bombing run right behind LC as they try to kite backwards away from Bao, knowing there are other teams. Dog, they could have third party missing the pull. Bao hunting LC out of Site 38.
They are going to force him out of there, but it seems like every other time we pan, it is to LC. Basically, our #1 insider of violence in game 2 here, taking TLD's role from the last game. Bao looking for engage onto Dog. Dog a bit split here, trying to just get a bit of space. Ash with the portal through, trying to separate this Kingpin. Is going to get the stun on the wall. Actually, barely wide. Rowlet missing his stun as well. Is going to find his way back to Jemmy somehow. Parkinja's here.
Doing their job as the front line, trying to make sure they can separate the fight for Dog. Going right in front, but that's an Abyssal Breaker to lock them down, and they're broken armor on every one of Dog. Because they all have to scatter, tails between their legs. They don't got a real way out of this one as they are looking to see if they can hunt down some more kills for Bao. But Dog, even though they have escaped, they don't really have anywhere to go.
Yeah, and I'm a huge fan of Dog, our Long Claw aficionados there. Doing a huge kind of, help to the tier 2 scene after themselves coming out of the training grounds here in North America, like really bringing together the tier 2 community and continuing on, that sort of camaraderie between those players, and definitely have been scaling up themselves, like just like the likes of S&T, some tier 2 squads really starting to make a name for themselves in tier 1.
I love to see that. I love to see these teams really joining into these tier 1s, trying their best, because you are going up against the best of the best when you join the tier 1. The TLDs, the BAPs, the LCs. So to face off against such strong teams and sometimes actually even beat them every time that you practice against them, you're going to get better and better to the
100%.
point where you might be able to surpass them one day. But right now, we do see that fight I wanted to see. NIP getting destroyed. The survivor, the former TLD player, has hunted down by his former teammates.
Oh boy, that was pretty brutal. that was maybe a statement piece right there from TLD. Ooh, nice kind of collapse and finish. Are able to just get a very quick squad wipe there. Fighting continues to the right. Wisp pickup by the likes of BAP, trying to make some kills happen for themselves on this other side of the map. Bao is here though. Overkill rounds are out. Big damage and dunk kick. Oh, actually it's Ash that gets the kill and not confirmed for the Wukong, but I do think that slam connected.
It did. That's so unfortunate for Dumpkiss on that one. Had the slam, but the damage afterwards dealt to steal that away by Ash, while then falling to BAP. BAP will be down height though, so it will take him a little bit of time to reform as we look at this fight. In the engine, SVI getting destroyed by LC. SVI, you did a good job in the last game to make it far into the game, all the way into the top 4. But this time around, LC are starting to pick you apart little by little.
Dude, the way LC plays is just so forward. It's so aggro. I love it. They're just in, working great for him here in game 2, stacking those kills. TLD not quite as kill frenzy. Actually, I lied. We just haven't seen them. There's like 9. Yeah, we just haven't been panned on them when they're getting these kills, but I saw at least 9 there on 2 of them.
I mean, they almost killed Dog right at the beginning. This is TLD. This is the most winning North American team for a reason. They don't relent. They find their early leads. They find their mid-game leads. They find their late-game leads. They eliminate every team before them.
S&T is going to fall to the Titans there. Panning back up to one-shot combo. Have position in Site 38 here. Taking down a little bit of a gold hatching. Teams all around them. We do see LC on our new little island around tracks here. Jemmy for Long Claw aficionados, position to the south. Picture in picture, Bebo Bomb resing. That is for SVI. Thank you. Locking in a nice heart res. Are they really got the decent bit of storm damage?
It's a decent bit, but it's only day 3, so they should be fine. They weren't that far, but The problem is on the tracks. There is a team. Already QA were waiting for them. Knowing that Rez was taking plays, taking them down, picking up some free kill points for themselves. While back at site 38, LC have helped to pinch onto OSC with BAP. But BAP, they almost got rotated. OSC were trying to go for the long flank around and not be the sandwich in the meat in the sandwich anymore. But these three teams still kind of locked in this teardown over the hatchling. Debating, do they want to go for the objective? Do they want to look for the fight? You got to be so cautious on how they position.
Yeah, now that BAP takes the high ground, OSC is going to surrender that space. They're going to surrender the hatchling so well, and is going to be claimed by BAP. Meanwhile, to the north, it's Berserker, pod racing his way away from the likes of Ur. Maybe going to get chased down, but it looks like he's going to have a little bit of space to operate. Got to be careful with that glider heat going so deep. Fighting, continuing over the hatchling here, Magical.
Afro already playing aggressively against BAP, and lightning crash onto height, getting rid of his shield, while the rest of BAP trying to make sure that they can defend their protector. While LC get out of site 38, there is a TP onto the hatchling. Is it going to peel down south and be stolen away by a team? You see the big picture here and see where all our teams are right now. QA way up north with that of OSC, who had bailed out of site 38, but the big one to me, TLD, have ventured into site 38 around that hatchling. BAP already having lost their armor. Dog, they have nothing to speak of. Their armor way behind the curve. Well, TLD got to be careful. Lemur has been separated. They found their pick onto Lemur, getting rid of the captain, while Dog tried to intervene, getting some damage onto BAP, but not enough to take anyone down, even with a broken armor. The ball landing. Nice from Sleepy Rowlet. But Pine, he kites backwards, staying alive, portaling away. Dog trying to chase him down. That is portaling, juking them every which way. Nobody can get heads or tails of where Pine went.
Dude, crazy action breaking down. As we take a quick second to pause, look at the map. It is a bit of spacing, a bit of a second to breathe, and bombing runs Magical back on the venue for competitive. Extremely mixed opinions on this storm shift. I love watching it. It is cinema because of the amount of chaos it creates. It can create such tricky situations. To me, though, for these level players, really flexes that creativity as we see fight breaking out between one-shot combo and your a little bit of poke damage traded. It looks like OSC backing off for a moment.
OSC, though, trying to stay away. Unfortunately, Vader caught chopping a little bit there, and he got jumped on, which means the rest of the team, having tried to back him up, they're going to take a lot of damage. Saucy Hack tries to get back with Chinese Spy, and around them it's going to be Vader looking for the Reap. Then he saw what he needs to, but it's going to be the Dragon Slam on his position, then the Mega Avalanche, as nobody was there to back up the team, and Vader is gone.
Dude, you're a nice kind of sequence here. Saucy Hack now last member left for one-shot combo. Gonna dash out on the Ghost, get a little bit of room here. Nice stun coming through from Pomo onto Stealth Ninja. QA just taking a look, trying to decide if they want to find this engage against YER here. YER looking pretty strong. These are all strong players, Magical, and I think we've seen them play together at least one time, taking on, I think, a different moniker, but definitely a team to be contending here.
Yeah, but it is still a new team all the same, because they had been some of the members of 10 splitting off into different directions, and now here with your kind of trying to take back the mantle that 10 had as that third place NA team. But it is now contested with that of LC being another one of those teams that we got to keep our eyes out, especially because you're in the last game had a very early exit, very early defeat for them. So now with an 8-game series, you have that luxury where you can have 1 or 2 bad games and still be able to battle your way back through it. But that's about it. You don't really want more than even just like 2 games is kind of pushing it if you're trying to get into top 6.
Absolutely. LC now throwing down a fire. QA continuing to look. LC for the first time maybe not holding W key at an enemy team. Stealth Ninja grabbing in that Bungie. Nice shift from Jetski, canceling that. Take a quick look at our position here from our free cam view. Goroy, sliver of health on the lava for SVI. Last member left, I think, here. TLD looking at him. Oh,
no. Running right into BAP. A free kill point for BAP as they get rid of SVI. And SVI, they had a good finish in game 1, but here, unfortunately, they never really got a good foothold of the breach. And now, more fighting breaking it out in Imotech. As we'd seen LC way before in the heart, they won out early, but now they're struggling Legend with a nice turnaround, making it a 1-for-1. But Toilet's already picked up a crown and has picked up the Wisp while they're trying to do the same for QA to bring back up Stealth Ninja. No kills confirmed, but Afro has already gone aggressive. Second win trying to push back QA, but they are going to be able to escape the danger zone they have themselves in for a moment.
Well played from QA there. Honestly, the legend doing a nice job trading back. I feel like we're back in like February, Magical. The Jewel v Jewel team fights. Legendary breaking out in SUPERVIVE. Meanwhile, to the south, it's TLD versus BAP. Kind of damage straight across the board. Lods getting isolated with the Masamune. Is going to have to portal out solo here.
This is deja vu, because BAP fought against TLD when there were 7 teams remaining last time, and they fell out at 7th place. Almost having the same right there, but TLD, this time around, they got third-partied. Bao had already separated them, and TLD, because Lemur had been taken out earlier by BAP, had lost his gold armor. Now, a little bit more vulnerable teams chasing the now broken TLD, looking to see if they can eliminate them, while LC are looking to chase down Legend and QA. Dragon Slam not going to connect. QA now sent in opposite directions. Dumpkus going for the bombing run. Can he get away in time? They're both on it. Afro's the one who falls to the bombing run. Dumpkus should be able to stop the Wisp, but he got to get away from that one. They've gotten rid of Afro, but Dumpkus giving their life for it.
Are they going to get the Wisp? I couldn't tell if Afro went down or not. No, they're going for a death box. Okay, so is going to be a kill confirmed there, or a box confirmed, so they are going to have to commit to the death box. I was Stealth Ninja was nearby, and so I was wondering if they were going to maybe look off the box res, but probably too bold of a play, going to just hang out and look for a res angle. Meanwhile, over to the right, it's Longclaw Aficionados getting poked at by this Pine Sorrow. So consistent on the damage. The anti-heal, the armor, look, it's just 2 armors already fully chipped out. It's only Park Ninja with half a blue. In goes Chicken Microwaved.
Just every time he lands one of those shots, it's disgusting. The pull from Sleepy Rowlet, it's not helping you. In fact, it put you in their sights, and now you are going to be the target that BAP claim, leaving you with only 1. Park Ninja managed to sneak their way out. The Sly Fox got away, while Bao get rid of Toilet. LC down a player, but they brought back up Afro.
Yeah, so nice anchor play there from Park Ninja. Going to be very tricky to find a res angle here. We see him looking Stealth Ninja with a crown of their own. 2 solo members posturing. Dog knows where QA is. QA does not know where Dog is quite yet. Park Ninja maybe going to wait for a moment where Stealth Ninja gets pressured, and it could be happening here, but he is going to shift away.
Trying to bait him over the abyss, has been grounded, but over the ledge, had the ability to mantle back, and now needs to look for a pull onto anybody. 50 seconds remain. TLD got Afro, so now LC only have Jetski, and if that can be stolen away, Jetski can bring back up the team, reap damage with Oblivion Spin, but dashing back towards TLD and towards BAP, has to go back to land in Emotech, while Bao had already pushed up. Now Jetski tackled down by your LC, out early in this game. While QA might still have hopes. Less than 30 seconds remain on the clock. No! Sniped down by RTK. While you're will claim to Emotech.
Dude, so a couple monsters falling there. Like, LC was on a tear, bro. And it getting shut down here. What was that? Out at 7th, I think? Because we're down to 5. And someone went out right after them.
QA
so
right afterwards, yeah.
Very kind of, you know, sometimes that aggression certainly can get punished, and super fun to watch. I wonder if it was a little bit of that overaggression. Oh, speaking of overaggression, it's a Mega Avalanche shipped in jump pad from Bao. Returned with one from Ur.
Gotta keep Bao from chasing Ur, but Ur gotta be careful. Right behind them. They don't realize the remnants of Dog remain. They aren't down out of this game just yet. While down south, both BAP and TLD on opposite sides of the engine. Could trade blows with one another depending on how they want to rotate. BAP don't really need to feel forced. They have already the inside track of the circle that is pulling us back towards the train tracks. Bombing run will separate the fight, while RTK might have to wait out the bombs.
Yeah, and a little chonker tagging TLD here as a gauntlet set up from BAP on their way out. Bombing runs kind of coursing through. We do see double evolved reds for the side of BAP. Taking a look at TLD, though, it's Lods with the Masamune.
But right here, unlike in the last game, TLD, the team that's a little bit behind that of BAP, who have some control. They got red armors. They got the advantages in levels, but they got to be careful because they are fighting on the tracks. They're going to be behind. Who tries to see if he can portal away, leaving RTK behind. But they have room to grow. They have room to heal and to try to see if they can reform a fight against TLD.
Yeah, and we see the exotic on TLD side. It is a red GA in the hands of Height on that oath, too. So definitely very scary on the defensive side, being able to recover those wisps. It looks like action continuing with TLD this out. They're going to find a pick on about. Meanwhile, Longclaw under pressure here. Can Park Ninja survive? 10 seconds left.
I see that is a crown for Park Ninja, but a crown for Orlando's as well. A lot longer of a time for the French squad to survive, while Dog might be able to just do it. Bringing back up the team for another chance to fight. Well, Bao hoping for the same, but there is very little real estate, especially looking at the next circle, Zick. We're being taken off of the track over a lot of Abyss, and Bao have already been sniped down by Lods.
Dude, this Reap ability on Nyx is so strong. Just so much damage done there from just the pull into the Scream from Phenom, setting up that kill perfectly. Eliminated before they have a chance to do anything. Huge pro from TLD on a map. They're going to ship it across. Abyssal Breaker out.
Abyssal Breaker out, but look at how they separated. A Reap came in from the side of BAP as they try to fight, but they are low. Healing back up with Oblivion, but it's going to be Height taken out. No longer that GA on their side. And now Dog, they find their fight. They find BAP separated, but it's going to be RTK taken down by Ur instead, because Ur, they fifth party the whole fight on to Dog, sending it all in. The Monkey's there. The Monkey King ready to topple him, but they've already lost because TLE, they joined in as well. Dog are the team that's going to suffer, though, in the Dog fight. Taken out of the air while Ur barely were able to get back to land. Pine has picked up the crown. TLD have stolen away the former base camp of Ur.
Yeah, and like TLD also get the spoils of that whole fight. We see it here. Dragon Breath rounds, Masamune, 2 exotic perks on Lods, Lemur with the red GA, Phenom hanging tight with his normal relics, but still 3 exotic perks in hand. So TLD, just like last game, Magical, looking extremely strong. Pine shift over the top, nice schmoves there. Gonna bypass this crown timer and go for this res.
Diamond, he could try to go for a kidnap, and he's got to be careful because they got to fight with TLD. That's going to be the portal over. BAP have brought back up the team. RTK trying to spin back onto Lemur with a broken golden armor. Not going to be nearly as tinky as he needed to be, but kiting backwards, jump pad at his feet, has been able to get back with Phenom. But where is Lods? Not to be seen right now. Too much damage onto Phenom. Trying to heal back up, almost sniping him out of the air, but the E-Fly was able to keep him alive as they stay above with their own respawn beacon they've placed down to make sure even without E-Fly, they'll have land beneath their feet. But Lods has been taken down so low, looking for the Dragon Slam. They, with the help of the Storm, Lods barely any help, looking for the Nova Orb, but he's got to go back into the Storm while they try to fight with BAP on the south side and with the snipe into the air, and then sandwiching TLD between Ur and BAP. They got nowhere to go. The spin, Lemur above their heads, broken armor, barely alive, barely holding on to the platform, but even with the portals, it wasn't enough. With Pamu trying to slam back onto Lemur, Dragon Slam has connected, broken shields, TLD out at third with BAP now fighting against Ur. Ur doing their damnedest to fight back. 7th place before for BAP, 10th place before for Ur, but now they fight one another, and it's only Diamond left for Ur as BAP have taken full control of the train. Will pass on by a portal away from Diamond as he tries to set some damage, but now he too has to go back through the portal. Bombing run might interrupt the fight, but BAP have already got control of the game. They will take game 2.
Dude, what a wild final 3 there. I mean, really, final 4, you're just inciting the violence. It all began with that fight against Dog, who I feel like we're doing a really good job kind of positioning and playing out that end game there, finding themselves in top 4. That pinch, though, coming in from the likes of TLD from the south, Ur from the north. From that moment on, Magical, just utter chaos. Right after the Dog wipe, you're also forcing, along with BAP, that crazy amount of damage from the Sorrow Spark, forcing them off of their E-plat in the middle of bots in Abyss. In the end, doing everything they can to survive. Literally gets up over the wall, lives for a tiny bit longer, but you're and Pamu connecting those slams over and over and over again to set up the damage, you know, coming from Diamond, and then Dylan, you know, supporting. It's like they were looking kind of very strong with those last couple engages, not quite able to first. It's BAP who held that position to the south, able to kind of come from that angle, capitalize on everyone's kind of everything being on cooldown, health bars, low armor chip, clean up the fight to claim victory. And I called it earlier, Magical. That's exactly what BAP needs to do. Find a W in game 2. Don't let TLD get that W. And that's, you know, the best shot to recover from a 7th place finish in game 1.
But the thing is, TLD still finished 3rd place, so a lot of points they picked up, and TLD continue to play very aggressive in these games, picking up a lot of kill points, so they're going to be still in 1st place if I had to place my money on anything. But it is a good showing for both BAP and Ur, because Ur, I said 10th, I think they actually were the first team eliminated in game 1, so a huge early exit for them in that game. And here, getting 2nd place is going to be a great start, but now they got to continue that. They cannot drop any games further from that. They got to finish second, maybe even start picking up some first places now if they want to be one of the teams contending for first.
Yeah, and there's kind of almost like a couple squads in that same boat. I was really sad to see LC go out a little early on here because they were on a roll. They were farming kills, like constantly playing forward, Afro shifting into enemy teams over and over again. Some really nice follow-up from Jets, and then Toilet, we know, just so cracked. I think right here, Magical, is where it started to go wrong for LC, because we see after this Deathbox res, I'm not sure if it's positioning or what, but they seem to have a hard time recovering. It results in what we see right here, Jetski going down as the final member.
They just didn't have a good spot after that. They overcommitted a little bit too hard for the kills. Couldn't really get themselves back into Imotech in a good way to fight anyone. But I gotta think that's the same for TLD, even if it's not as extreme. Because TLD, they had, unlike in game one, where game one, I don't even think they had a single player die on their team. They only had the Wisp, as I said, but they were able to bring that back up. But in game two, they did lose Lemur at one point in a fight against BAP. And from there, BAP were able to snowball a lot of control. They had themselves in great position. Even though here, they did get down all the way to only Pine. It's still Pine on Soros with a crown with a lot of Abyss to play with. And we've seen Pine do crazy things before. So I'm not too worried for BAP, especially because they are one of those teams that just, they got the hands that nobody can really match up against.
For sure. And like that, so we saw the sequence just start like 20 seconds ago right there, where Yer ships it onto Dog. Dylan just does such a monstrous job actually just holding that E-plat against all three, causing so much disruption with his Bright Shield that Dog kind of really forced into the corner. The rest of you are able to follow up. It brings them to a point where they're able to pinch TLD between themselves and BAP. Then they're able to finish off Lemur as he escapes. In the end, though, I think kind of the split from maybe chasing Lemur results in BAP able to find one, turn it into 2v3, and then off of that kind of momentum, claim the final kill for the victory there. So GG's BAP, very well played in that end game, but we expect nothing less, just total kind of chaos mayhem in our final four there.
Yeah, so looking at how the teams are stacking up right now, obviously BAP now moving up. They really needed that first place win after a 7th place finish.
Absolutely. And like, you know, like it's going to be pretty much like they're going to have to make a mistake, or they're going to maybe have to get kind of griefed a little bit to slow down this TLD momentum. Because sometimes we see TLD start out a little slower, Magical, and then they scale. But if they start out strong, they're so hard to beat over the course of a tournament, right? So here, claiming the first and then even going at third with a high kill point game, you called it out, being at the top of the scoreboard. But speaking of callouts, what is this? 4 or 5 squads dropping golds at Imotech.
And right now, one of them being NIP. Let's see if they can bounce back in this game, because they did struggle in the last one, fighting early against TLD. Well, BAP, one of our teams that always drops 4 golds, gonna already grab that for a height. Should be RTK grabbing that as well. QA, S&T, 2 of the other teams that try to go for the hot drop at S&T. Sadly, the team losing out on the drops. An early kill for BAP. Well, NIP pushing back BAP from actually claiming the kill credit. Gonna be stolen away for now, while QA farming up on hoping that they can get good RNG. They haven't gotten any golds outside of Stealth Ninjas.
I do love to see the confidence in these teams contesting, the likes of QA, the likes of S&T. They are unafraid of the BAP gold drop that we've seen just so dominant. Meanwhile, little 1v1 action between Asaros and a Carboy. Nice tree angle from Orlando. Can he survive? Vader misses the dash, but doesn't matter. Finds the R&B right after the 1v1 duel claimed by Lord Vader on the Saros.
Yeah, getting a nice kill there, making sure they're picking up these kill points, because it is getting important for a lot of our teams, especially those teams that are struggling so far in the tournament. Because from here on, it is do or die. If you are at the bottom of the standings, you can't have one more bad performance. We saw earlier that you start off pretty rough, like that of Moo, the Milkers. They did not have a good start to the tournament, yet they won the last 2 of the EU Turbo Cup. But that didn't matter. That barely got them 6th place. That's all it really did for them, because they struggled so much in the first half.
Absolutely. And that was just like, it was so fun watching that play and that run from them at the end of the EU tournament. just like, I don't know, like just classic SUPERVIVE to me. The way the whole thing shook out, just amazing. NIP our kind of wild card squad farming up. SVI to the south also farming up. It looks like Parkinja is going to be the last member left for Dog, if I see the cone correctly, on the run here.
No, I think there's something.
Oh, did I not see a cone?
There's more right there.
Sorry.
Yeah, there's Jemmy and Sleepy
I thought
Rowlet.
I saw the,
maybe soon the Parkinja's going to be the last one because Sleepy Rowlet is already getting attacked by NIP, and I don't think you're getting out of there. So you just saw the future. That's all it was. Nick. You're peering into the future. You knew that Dog were only going to be left with Parkinja.
That's like, but that makes me kind of sad because I do not want to doubt Dog. These guys are the homies. I really hope they do well, and a really nice showing from them in the last game, making it to that top 4 spot. But it is going to be them getting claimed here, or no, not quite claimed. One member left. Grab claimed from NIP here, though, fighting against TLD. Round 2 here, Magical. Round 1 was extremely definitive on TLD sides. Will it be a repeat?
I don't know if it's looking too good right now for NIP. They are levels down. They got to be careful. Paz putting up the wall, but it's already going to be a broken shield. Spin dash. Lemur's down. NIP have taken down the captain, and now with Lemur already over the lava, TLD will run away. Paz will claim a moral victory.
Okay. So NIP's doing something. I like it. They're cooking. They are able to find that victory, get a kill against TLD. Meanwhile, BAP in the Mage Bog fighting against Bao. Another battle of regions here. Nice. Abyssal Breaker is going to lock down our Baroof on the Oath. Is going to go down. It looks like picture-in-picture res coming through for the likes of TLD. They're going to be back at full force. Meanwhile, such a low health bar for Bao. Orlando's is going to grab the Sky Shark, make his way out.
Should be able to get into the storm, though. It's very early, so even with low health, not scary enough to not go for that res. While we look at TLD, they've brought back up Lemur, and they're fighting SBI. Might be a bit easier for them to face off against this team, because looking at the armor situation for the SUPERVIVE Illuminati, only grays, and even though Lemur, same position, Lodge is not, but then intervening, LC, out of nowhere, get rid of Phenom, crashing the lightning onto SBI, while NIP, they come in from the north, they found Lodge, it's only Phenom left for TLD.
Wow, so TLD finally getting put on the back foot here, and going to be up to Phenom to keep them in it for game 3. Like you mentioned, definitely kind of on top of the scoreboard right now, but a low placement with not any kills, I don't think, so far in game 3 would really kind of hurt that kind of momentum they've established. But meanwhile, speaking of momentum, NIP feeling themselves maybe a bit of overcommit as Afro here on the flank. Going to find the shift. Beautiful bright shield.
What a bright shield from Paz. And as we said, doesn't matter how long it's been since he last played, still got those mechanics on Oath to deny Afro their way into what could have been a great reset fight.
Yeah, and there we witnessed the true downside of Jewel. It is, in fact, Oath. Gonna completely cancel what Afro is trying to do, but you mentioned it. Well played from Paz to utilize that effectively on the timing. And NIP looking pretty strong here in game 3. Let's go.
Love to see it. Love to see that turnaround. And it feels like as we watch these games that Paz has gotten a little bit more comfortable back in the seat of Oath, back in the SUPERVIVE.
Makes sense.
Exactly. You got to get the rust off of you. And playing with players like Aiden and Treads, he absolutely titans in their field over in EU. Going to be great to kind of follow their lead. Looking at Bao, our other European squad here, chasing Parkinja off the ledge. Dog, they are back in this game. Sleepy Rowlet and Gemini might have fallen earlier, but now Parkinja doesn't look like you're going to be getting out of this one too easily.
Oh, no.
And with a nice spike, Baroof gets rid of the Fox, and now Sleepy Rowlet Gemmy, even if Vortex Charm connected onto Baroof, they cannot fight up against Bao.
And I think even from behind here, Dog is doing a nice job trying to play this. They're not trying to fight anyone. They're just trying to find any free land to find some camps and recover. And now going to get found by another squad. One-shot combo going to do just that. Jemmy getting deleted there from the damage. It is Spy on the Kingpin Magical. Let's freaking go.
You love to see it. Playing El Clasico's here as Orlando's burns to the might of the one-shot combo. But fighting on the track's got to be careful because even with Baroof sent sailing over the abyss, the train almost came right behind them.
We are on bullet trains. I almost forgot. Almost forgot.
Cannot forget. I got the whistle at the ready while Ash has brought back up Orlando's, who's ready to fight, but they're already separated. Baroof nowhere to be seen. Orlando's, you just got back up on your feet and looks like you're about to go back into the grave as Saucy Hack takes him down. Baroof a little bit late to defend Orlando's, but has at least given a path out for Ash, putting him down Abyssal Breaker. Now you got to find your own path out of this one.
Yeah.
It's not going to be an easy one, though. Missing that pull, the damage from Saucy Hack helps to make sure Baroof had no escape.
Baroof is like, Ash, you better live here, because Baroof just master protect on the Saros. He literally recalled to soak the hook that was going to grab Ash. In the end, pays his life for it, but does buy enough space for Ash to get out. So hopefully Ash able to recover there. Well played for Bao. Meanwhile, engaged north here. Bap shipping it in right over the top onto the likes of CTT.
CTT over the Abyss. They've already been able to get back to the ledge. Where is Jake Braun, though? Because they've already lost to Richa. Barbat's about to join them in the gray screen as they could not get out of there. Jake Braun, I don't even know where they're wait, he's not even playing Honey this time. He's playing Felix.
Let's go on the Fox.
No! Where's the Honey?
Hey,
Jake, come on.
I bet he'll break it out, dude. We'll see. It's a patience game. After the bans, when Fox inevitably does not get banned, he'll switch to Hudson.
Ah, man.
Man. I don't know. We like the Fox, and we hardly ever get to see the Fox, too. The Fox is Nyx in disguise, maybe not quite as good looking and talented. Little slideshow here. We got one more frame through.
It's okay. We can do interpretive dancing, I think. Oh, wait, is that how it goes with slideshows?
6 more frames?
Yeah. I'm sorry, guys, about the technical difficulties right there. But it looks like CTT thwarted Bao and actually won the fight.
Yeah, and so on the other side of that little bit of difficulty there, we do have a lot of kind of madness happening here. TLD under pressure. OSC is going to find that lemur. Last member left. One-shot combo. Making a name for themselves this game. Kind of on a run here.
And again, the second time in game 3 that TLD are down to one player. This time it's lemur, while former TLD player Paz here with NIP staring down SBI over the tracks. But be careful, Paz. It's been a while. Do you remember the train? And we'll be able to get away from it. Not going to be claimed as a victim of the bullet train this time around. But that B-bomb doing a lot of damage to Paz. Healing back up the best he can. Putting down an Abyssal Breaker and the Bright Shield to defend the team. But that bomb again blasting NIP to bits. There's Trenzy's been sent sailing down to land. Bao show up out of nowhere. NIP are on the run because not just Bao, but a new team of Ur intervening as well. It is going to be just up to Aiden to try to bring back up the team at the heart.
Yeah, and like it's like Goroy's gotta kind of love this comp around him. They're so good at protecting, but when you do have an offensive angle, just like so much damage coming out from the Saros. And thank you, that fight, bomb after bomb, and then connecting the Zeeps. Now you're continuing the violence from last game. Abyssal Breaker over the top from Dylan. Huge damage on a thank you. Nice Bungie out.
Good Bungie out, but the chase down is there. They've broken the shields of Oath, and they've broken SVI. Looking for Goroy, but Goroy is trying to see if he can at least get one down with them. Will be over the Abyss. The hunt from Ur, but the interluding team, it's LC showing up out of nowhere, looking for poor Goroy, keeping him out in the storm the longest they can. Lightning not crashing around him, doing his best to try to avoid their attention, but only for so long.
So tough to outrun these hunters on LC, especially the way they play him, especially on the Saros. Goroy doing his very best there. Does have some hope left in thank you. Our hero Bebo, our last Bebo remaining on the breach for North America here, is hanging in bush, looking for the res angle. Meanwhile, Bap over the top, Abyssal Breaker onto the E-plat. Huge damage onto Toilet. Will they be able to recover? Very unlikely with the anti-heal on. Toilet is going to go down.
So another team losing a player as Dog do get spotted out. Park Ninja killed off by Dumbkiss. So one more team to join the bench with S&T. While NIP, they have reformed after that heart. They are now staring down Bap, but not the best team for you to look to fight this early on, especially because you have broken armor. Abyssal Breaker, it hit the rock, didn't hit what you want to. Paz, unfortunate, now has to defend the team as they try to heal back up, but an ice portal almost dragged out Trenzy over the Abyss, but it's going to be Aiden to defend, make sure that NIP can get back to land and heal up.
Yeah, so NIP able to survive the BAP engage as well. BAP does claim that kind of superior creep space, gets the XP for themselves, makes their way out with their gold armor. speaking of armor, NIP have basically none. It's only
Dylan,
Aiden. Big,
where's your
bold
team?
shift forward. Yeah, with this red J, I'm not sure what the play is here. Is just going to go down. I think was expecting them to come back him up like we saw last game. Nice spike, though, from Bap.
Oh, no! Oh, and it just won! Trenty in the jet stream, NIP! You've been playing so well in this game, and now, again, you're left with one player, and this time, it's not looking hopeful. Trenty had no health and has no angle into the heart. It is controlled by OSC. To your south is Ur as well, who now have to deal with OSC, as it's going to be Diamond, who's caught out in the storm, separated from the team as they are hunting down these kills and looking for Diamond, who's now been sent sailing. But it's going to be an early exit again for Ur after getting second place in that last game. Unfortunately, Palmu couldn't pull off a miracle.
And like, I think maybe like getting a little over punished for aggression. It looked like there was maybe some split comms in the initial engage. Too many engages to count here as TLD finds one onto CDT. They do have a member down. Lod's under pressure as well. The Fox is cooking though. Jake Braun returning, maybe killing a lot. He gets that heal through.
Looking for second win, tags Lodge, finds him, and now Phenom has to kite backwards to make sure that he can defend Lodge. Jake Braun looking big in that fight. Unfortunately, though, no kills going to be confirmed.
Nice kind of recovery and way out, though. Definitely hard to survive over the top engage like that from TLD. Magnetic Vacuum, nice E-plat recovering from Abyss for Bao, but huge damage pressure onto Baroof. Will he be able to get out somehow with the Bright Shield and the shift? Does find some space to the right. Looks like QA going to call off that push for now.
On get off, allowing it Bao to sail south as well as themselves, trying to get off of the tracks before we get sent back to it with Bullet Train on the heart. Is Jake Braun trying to bring back up the team? What the?
Let's go. The flight of the Firefox into the warp. He just whoops out of there. Like, doesn't get the res, but has plenty of space. Taricha is going to trade their life over on the side too. One-shot combo. One-shot combo. Farming kills this game. We do see the Masamune in the hands of Vader with the Refractor in the other with the double grips.
Looking for TLD, and this game has not been TLD's. Game one, they dominated. Game two, they had good fights, but fell at third place. In this one, they have been hanging on by the skin of their teeth. While Bao hanging on in this fight against QA, but QA coming out the better as it's going to be the snipes on a Bao. Ash now into the jet stream, while QA too getting sniped by OSC. Always got to be cautious of those third parties. Nearly was able to drag back Legend to see if they can revive him, but unfortunately not quite far enough. And QA back onto the tracks. It's just Dumkiss here, separated from his team. I think he still got Stealth Ninja left.
We do see. Whoa.
Thank you.
Thank you. Working the Bebo Shroom and just flying across our screen in the storm. It's going to somehow live, it looks like, for a moment. OSC still on the front foot. Magical not letting up the pressure. Now onto TLD.
Oh, no. Right behind them, though, is LC. OSC didn't realize that, and now they're going to be the target as they have been separated. Good look for the fight and look for the kill onto Lodge, but instead, it's going to be Saucy Hack. Gone. Chinese Spy. Gone. Afro, she's cleaning up OSC. Speeders getting hit by the lightning. Crash around them. The thunderous crowd cheers for LC as now they got to deal with TLD. Pulled back in. Afro healed up. No, sniped down by Lodge. The second one barely missing.
And she's so quick. She sniped that Masamune out of the box, almost was able to make it out after securing that kill, like instantly looted that Masamune, almost makes it out with double exotics. In the end, is going to go down, traded back.
Thank you.
Meanwhile, Dumkiss, last member left, trying to get this round. One on the slam, trades his life in return. QA down, and it's SBI right after. Carnage as two more squads fall.
How is TLD one of the three teams in the top three after so much struggle, so much trials, and so much tribulations?
It's TLD.
They still hold on, and as he said, it is TLD. But their nemesis, BAF, are one of the teams they stare down with the wild card LC on the outskirts, ready to intervene.
Yeah, and so LC definitely has an opportunity to ruin these teams' day here, and this is classic Magical because these are kind of the top three squads we've been looking at over the last couple tournaments. It has been, you know, LC claiming some thirds, BAP and TLD constantly fighting for this first place spot. So I think, you know, especially we see exotics in play. Who got the so the Masamune is on Lods. This Ardent Songbo has been on Afro for a while now, and I don't think anyone actually grabbed the other one that went down.
That it was the songbow. Nobody grabbed the songbow when Afro went down, so she was able to pick it back up.
Wait, how did she get that back? Okay, yeah, that's what I was missing. Thank you.
So because no one had taken it, they didn't really feel the need for it. They went for the Masamune, and now they're going for the fight against Bap. Bap already off the ledge and on to the platform that TLD controlled. But guess what?
Oh my
LC, the team you forgot about. Bap, they had already lost one. They lost two, and now LC cleaned up TLD. It's only Lods left trying to get away, but same with Height. Both players, the last one for the team. LC have taken control of the tracks. They're hunting down the stragglers of BAP and TLD. Are there any crowns to play with? Can either team try to bring back up their team and have a miracle fight against LC? It's going to be hard when you can't get away, and LC are hunting you down over and over again, looking for Lodge. The train right behind them, paying attention, not going to be hit by the train this time around, as the Lodge still staying far away. But I know Height might have, oh no, couldn't get the respawn. So close to finding that wall. Lodge has put down the platform.
Lod's a crazy escape there on the Stars. Is going to somehow continue it with the jump pad up over the top. I was going to say Height doing a great job trying to set up LC to kill Lodz. So back here a second, looking to do the same. Portal through for Lodz. The 1v1 in the things. Bright Shield bump through the portal. Lodz now forced back out. Overbiss trying to trade through the portal with those long shots. Is going to Pengu buy himself a little bit more time, but the scream.
Where can you go here, Lodge? You've already used the portal, and you can't get to the beacon. No way out of this one. Lodge, wait. Pintle, they stop it. There it is. They stop it. No orb of life, and it's just Height left. LC, they will claim game 3.
Beautiful finish for LC. Height in the end does win the victory for the battle for second and third there. Is going to isolate Lodz out to where LC able to catch him first in the game and kind of hide a seek around the giant island there. But in the end, really strong finish from LC. We were calling out during the cast, if LC can find the opportune moment while TLD and BAP are battling, which they're gonna fight. They have, these two teams love to, prove themselves against each other. And in the chaos of all that, LC find the perfect timing on the third party, able to clean up both, claim victory here in game 3.
Yeah, so right now, we have had a new team win every game thus far. TLD game 1, BAP game 2, and LC. I said to keep your eyes on them before, and there in game 3, they pick up the victory. And in this one, they were quite aggressive. Like, even here, you see there's only one team eliminated, yet they already had 6 kills to their name. While losing Toilet a couple times, they battled back and found even more.
Yeah, and we saw a couple nice showings from several teams this game. Our NIP European Heroes plus Paz squad, a couple nice moments. They did win a couple little battles against TLD early on, but in the end, not able to find that placement. You called out, it's the experience of TLD, their skill playing together, even on the back foot, even when things are looking dire in the beginning, they're still able to find themselves into Final 3 with a shot at winning.
That's the wild thing to me, though, is that they were... There are so many moments where I'm like, this is it. TLD are having an early exit. We've got a really close tournament after only 3 games. Like, it could be anyone.
Dude, Jake Braun was pumping here real quick on the Fox.
He was. I am a little sad. Like, it looked good on the Fox, but it's not Honey. It's not Honey.
That's all Magical can think of is he's just not a big guy with a turret, so it's not cool.
It's not as cool. Fox with fire is pretty cool.
Fox with fire, it is pretty cool.
But not as cool as a giant guy with giant gun. I gotta love my Hudson play. Don't see it too often. But going back into what happened in this game, it was quite a chaotic game, and another team that we kind of had our eyes on that ended up getting out early was Ur. They finished second place in game 2, but another early exit for them. Is that it? Is that the end of Ur looking to win this tournament?
I think with 6 games, maybe that's a yes. With 8 games, I think there's still hope. And I think, some of that hope revolves on other teams making mistakes, so it's not 100% in your control, but you still have to go for it. And that's why we've seen over the course of these tournaments, things just continue to heat up match after match. Teams realize more and more how important it is to lock in these kill points, and stuff just gets scrappier and scrappier. Here was the moment where LC finds the beautiful third party, that connection on the Nade's second win to finish those members off after they were already caught by the likes of BAP fighting them. Just really kind of nice combos. And here, I thought Lodz did an incredible job living as long as he did. He finds his way all the way around the circle a full time as Height's trying to set him up to get killed by LC. In the end, he is eventually going to go down as Height forces him out of that little cheeky spot behind the rock. And Height trades his life for second. In the end, LC very clean kind of final three to find a perfect third party, lock in that victory.
Yeah, so I'm really imagining now that we are having quite a good running towards the top. TLD, another top 3 finish is going to be at the top. Like, we'll take a look at the standings after our break, after game 4, but already have that in mind. That TLD first place, BAP and LC probably neck and neck for second and third place. And then outside of that, though, I'm not too sure who would be in the running for a top spot. Like, we've seen SVI now, their second time having a decent finish in that one. OSC been slowly moving their way up the standings as well.
We did see that was a much better look from One Shot Combo. Like, yeah. OSC with Spy on the Kingpin and them just playing more aggro, I thought they looked way better that game than they did in the first 2. So I hope they stick with that playstyle, stick with that combo. But yeah, I think it's going to be pretty dang close below kind of where we expect these top 3 to fall in. And it's kind of what we've been seeing a little bit with the North America region as a trend over these last couple weekends, especially with these 3 squads kind of solidifying their dominance. And you know, I think as stuff starts to heat up here, as we dive into match 4, which is going to be cross country, you know, one of these storm shifts, Magical, where it is a little bit easier to make a mistake as a team, like with the kind of macro strategy, as stuff is shifting, as the RNG comes a little more into play with how things kind of play out. So I think, you know, all eyes on those top 3 squads, but I think there's definitely other teams in the lobby that are still here to play for that first place.
But we will see as we get into game 4, cross country storm, what we are playing with. And it is going to be Imotech. 4 squads immediately drop at Imotech, fighting for gold.
I love it, dude. It's hot. It's hot. It's super hot. And Imotech, always one of the spiciest ones to fight over. They're very likely going to be BAP here. Our normal corporals instant fight over this first creep camp between Longclaw, Aficionados, and QA. It looks like Park Ninja going to get isolated out on the Nyx, taken down by the Legend. Very likely is going to do so right there.
Oh, and the Legend playing not Jewel this time has swapped it over to the Nyx themselves. So they're playing a different style here in game 4. And BAP also on the run, level 1 only for RTK. Nice reap from Legend. Another kill confirmed.
Yeah, QA, very strong start. I mentioned it last game. I love these, like, you know, quote, newer squads, not quite as new anymore, but these tier 2 squads unafraid to contest these objectives. Like, we saw S&T and QA hot drop last golds at IMO. QA shows up again. They're actually able to win the battle. NIP shows up a little bit late, but I think it is going to be, there's a little bit of a split here for QA. So if if the Legend, but he gets grabbed by Aiden.
Nice pull, nice slam, nice damage, but Legend still standing, stealing the key too, holding on to that. But now where do you go? Having missed your Hal and no health and no team around you, an easy target for Paz.
Yeah, it's kind of tough to recover at that point. I was literally about to say, because the Legend is split, might be caught here, and it looks like that's exactly what's going to happen. So they make their way up with 2. I think they got at least 1 gold for their efforts. They did win that early fight against the likes of BAP, and in the end, it is NIP that claim victory over Imotech, going to find themselves with the ball. TLD fighting down here. Manacles, you're unafraid, Magical.
Despite the level discrepancy, I'm a little surprised to see how they're so willing to fight against TLD. And they're continuing that. They're not relenting, but they are going to be behind the curve. And look at how that is working against them. Diamond was an easy target. And now Dylan, having tried to defend their teammate, is going to be sent into the rings to try to escape from TLD.
Yeah, and maybe is going to be able to, but we have the classic Oath v Oath air battle here. Both overheated. Lemur is going to shift forward onto track. Train lurking. Dylan maybe trying to do on it. Recall coming into Dylan is going to get canceled there, looking extra sketchy as the other members of TLD do show up. The odds of Oath getting out of this extremely low, confirmed with the kill coming through for TLD.
Sad there for your, like I said, it was, I get they want to play the aggressive style. They want to look good in that one, but you were down a level on every player against that at TLD. It was never going to be your fight unless you had a miracle, and got it showed right there why I thought the case. TLD took control of Mana Coils. They got themselves 2 kills off of it, while will be back in the game. Diamond was brought back up by Palmu. Dylan still got to wait a little bit longer, but they'll be fine, but they are going to be behind now.
Yeah, and they do lose that gold armor as well. Unfortunately, LC riding directly into NIP, completely unafraid. Jetski through the wall, looking for the read, is barely going to miss. It looks like Afro maybe isolated by Paz, trying to shut down what the Jewel is trying to do with that Bright Shield. Nice kind of pressure out as they trade.
Looking for a lot of damage, but now that the Bright Shield is gone, easy for Afro to find those resets. Surging forward, Treadsy locked in the vault with no way out of this one. Already Afro was in position to make sure they can lock down those kills.
Actually, very well played. Kind of just waiting out the Bright Shield. As soon as it is chipped out, that's when Afro goes for the combo. Able to finish off the Oath, who thought they had Jewel isolated on the flank, but it was in fact Paz on the Oath that did get isolated and deleted. In the end, nice fight coming through from LC, finding 2 kills on the NIP, pitting them a little bit on the back foot. QA, off of that gold armor play north out of Immo, is going to be looking to recover through Mage Bog. S&T showing up down here to the south, looks like they got their farm online, no armors or anything to show for it, but are kind of playing the slow game. And against like a lobby of this caliber, Magical, there's definitely something to be said for playing like the edge of circle strategy.
I really liked seeing more teams playing that style, looking for a lot of the fights, looking for a lot of the kills, trying to see if they can ego some of these fights. But right now, CTT, not one of those teams looking to ego, instead looking to see if they can regroup, because Taricha is nowhere to be seen with the rest of the team.
Go,
Jake Braun,
Taricha!
Barbats, I have no idea where they are right now. And we see on the respawn beacon, it's actually TLD. They had lost what looks like LODs on a different fight, and as we saw on our screen, SVI taking full control against CTT.
Yep, and QA poking. Ooh. Oh, nice big spin with the ulti in the back coming through from Dumbkiss is going to take down one member of NIP. Nice reap to lock in Paz on the second. So NIP again, kind of on the back foot in these fights. Aiden going to be last member left, looking for a res now, getting to be a steeper and steeper hill to recover from here, Magical.
Especially because we are looking at where our teams are. TLD was to the south of Heart and already rotating upwards. Can you hear that Heart being chimed? So Aiden's got to be very careful on whether or not he wants to alert the hordes or not. And looks like he's not even going to bother with it. Going to get away from that one. Might have enough gold to build up his own respawn beacon.
Yeah, and all 3 of these teams we just panned to on the south side have plenty of space as they kind of play in here for the day 3 shift. Definitely want to be positioning to find those creep camps in the storm. Though nice catch coming in from Jetski forward with the reap. Aiden, last member left from NIP, as we mentioned, has a prayer, Magical, but going to be a tricky situation to extract yourself from here.
Definitely living on a prayer, but it is not looking too good right now for NIP and for Aiden, though.
The jukes.
Looks like LC got baited by the range, but the wrong way. So he does have an opportunity. While TLD, they are losing this fight. They got sandwiched and separated. Lemur health is nothing. Same with Lods. Phenom is the only one that's really healthy.
As we just banned this fight, both these guys are literal no health. Like, what is happening over here? It is violence, violence, violence. Oh, I see one-shot combo. They are going to get Saucy Hack down for the likes of Bap. Bap continuing to show force here. Looks like Super Vader isolated on the south side as well. So they confirmed 2 kills against OSC.
And that TLD having gotten their health back, but not their armor. Thought they could fight against Bap. But Bap, base camp control. They've already repaired their armor. Dog, die off screen to LC, but TLD staring down Bap early into this game. Lots of damage, sniping RTK. Beautiful fight for TLD, destroying the team that might topple their throne.
Really nice collapse there. And like, especially once they're able to get 1 kill down, not only do they have numbers advantage, but Phenom, one of the best players at utilizing the unstoppable with Nyx, like going directly for enemy wisps to utilize that kind of power on consumption. And you know, it's really hard to win against the Nyx team with a good Nyx once you're already down that first member. Showing it right there. Bap looking to recover. It looks like they are going to be able to escape to the north with Saros and look for a res. Meanwhile, Wisp picked up from S&T with the bunny in play. Love to see it. Let's go.
Squid swapping it around. A little bit of a different look here before we get into bans. Don't think it's going to change anything. Not for the bans, not even for their own hopes right here, as Notaburger barely surviving. But LC, they are very aggressive in this one. Nice. It was a beautiful air blast there from Squid to make sure to keep Notaburger alive, but they are still struggling. They are still on that poverty run, trying to see if they can escape. And speaking of poverty runs, NIP here.
Yeah.
They too are on a similar path.
Yeah. And Dumbkiss the same. Does able to find the train res, get Stealth Ninja back up. But here in day 3, Magical, so important to find these level 11s. And if you're out here scrapping, not able to get those, teams like Pamu, but is going to get gripped, is going to have to burn the iframe in return. They're going to shift forward, though. OSC not slowing down.
And Dylan helping to provide some support so their monkey can get away. Well, you have Diamond ready for base camp control. The rest of the team moving around, try to see if they can hold on to the high ground, while OSC, they slowly but surely are going to migrate around Vane Grove. And in fact, they're going to completely disengage.
Yeah, they are going to turn around, look for a different angle here as Ur claims the high ground and the level 11. Same thing with LC on the left. They do have hatchling kind of angle over here. Abyss Specialist so good on Afro. They for sure are doing everything they can. Wonky hook from Aiden, yoinking this hatchling way back, trying to split it from the LC1. Ur looks like posturing over the NIP.
NIP, careful though. You are way under leveled, and if you get this hatchling, it will skyrocket you back. But that is why you're not even focused on the objectives. They just want the kills. They want the free play, and they want to make sure that NIP pay the price.
And they are gonna pay some small price. They do make their way out, but here LC, after they did claim Abyss Specialist, it is on the Jewel. Extremely terrifying. Now nice second win following up this beautiful engage coming through from Jetski. Jetski looking very strong on the next Reap, connecting on the Diamond. Huge pressure out onto Ur. Can they recover? Beautiful portal take from Dylan there. Is going to be able to survive on the oath somehow, but him and Pamu running into the likes of Bao to the north.
And for Ur, a bit of a problem there because they were so focused on getting those kills, beating up NIP, they let the Abyss Specialist go over to probably the worst team to let that go over to, a team with Jewel. You never want to let that be the case, and now you are suffering. You have no real angle to get back outside of the train. While we look at this fight between S&T and Bao, Not a Burger is going to be kept afloat on their feet, trying to portal away, but they have just jumped right over to LC, who hop in the portal themselves, claiming more kills, even with that crown. Nothing for S&T to gain. Back over the best second win to make sure that LC is going to be perfectly fine. They've already beaten up Nero, they've beaten up S&T, they've beaten up Bao, and they control the Vane Grove.
Yeah, and I love the way they're playing together today, especially these last two games, looking very strong. Toilet already so aggro on the Zeph, known for playing exclusively LMB Zeph. Loves to just pump that damage. And the beauty of that is not only are you doing big damage, every auto you're connecting is resetting the heals on the R&B. So like very effective at keeping members alive. We see able to do that very much with Jetski, pushing kind of the tempo forward, continuing that momentum as they are going to engage on the Bao here. We saw split someone in the bush to the north.
Oh no, Orlando's though, broken armor, has to be defended by Baroof. Not going to get tagged by the Vortex Charm with an Abyssal Breaker from Bao. But Bao now separated. Baroof over the Abyss. LC debating whether they want to hunt for the easier prey or if they want to go for the squishier one. Afro, she's going to be the lone one hunting with the Surge. But got to be careful because Orlando's pretty tanky on the Fox and putting down a lot of damage. But damn, that damage from Jewel is insane. But you are now caught out. You've used so much trying to get away. Dodging from the Tonk, healing up, but it has left your teammate alone. Jetski sniped above land, pulled back in by SVI.
Nice opportunity from SVI, but nice out there from LC, somehow able to make it out with both the exotics. Probably the most important thing. They very likely are going to be able to get Jetski back up. Meanwhile, CTT having a battle. Looks like Taricha was able to find that Whisperez as we pan away for a second here. It looks like that's going to result in QA with just Stealth Ninja fighting in kind of a 1v3. Not sure where the other two members of QA are.
On the opposite side of the circle, completely separated from the team. While we look at teams that have stragglers here, Paz for NIP, staring down the old team, but hey, taking those hover wings away from the heart, no longer looking for that heart res. Boys, a snipe out of the air by BAP, taking down a member of OSC, not OSC, CTT. And CTT, wait, no, is it OSC? It was OST.
And in the picture-in-picture, NIP is going to go down. Dumbkiss finds Paz, so pretty early exit for them here as well. Not able to have that third rematch against the likes of TLD, but a decent amount of squads left here as we close into, I believe, cross-country this game. So going to get pretty messy here, Magical, as we see these last couple shifts come through with so many squads still in play.
Only two have fallen. Dog and NIP are two that are out here before we get banned. Just looking at our other teams that still remain, a lot of them kind of in good spots. We look at SVI, a team that's kind of been hanging out. They've been able to get some decent finishes, but not been able to get one of those top 4 spots just yet. Here, Goroy, exotic armor for Sorrows, looking really strong.
Yeah. And it looks like for OSC, like you're mentioning, Vader is going to be down here, soloed out. LC continuing to just W key. Afro, oh, I thought it was going to just dash straight
Afro
forward.
has 7 kills
she
herself.
reads the hook. Yeah, look at this. Red armor, bro. Double exotic, and it's the very beginning.
As BAP, they find S&T. They've split them away, and a Sunday is going to be their target. But be careful, because CTT right behind them, LC as well. But LC, CTT, they're going to fight each other before they fight BAP. And it gives BAP this angle to try to intervene and look for the easier target. But Afro is cleaning up, looking for those kills, having to dash back over to the train. While on the train, S&T, they had hopped the board to bring back up Not a Burger while they had to disembark away from LC.
And right at the end of that, Jake Braun for CTT trying to find the train as well. Action not slowing down. QA engaging onto TLD, pushing them to the right. TLD is going to back off this fight for a sec, seeing the third party angle from huge. Nade going to connect. Squid barely able to make it out. Is fully stacked. Has to not get shift here.
Surf and Turf about to be devoured here because they did not have a way out. They were sandwiched between 3 teams. It was impossible for them to escape. Not a Burger, the last one left, means that S&T, they fall.
Yeah, rough for S&T there. Just the angle they got pushed into. So they get the train res off, but as they retreat, they go right into the arms of all these squads trying to murk each other down to the left. Ooh, almost a dunk coming through. Jake Braun able to live a little bit longer. Avoids the grab as well. Our hero Fox lives another day.
As the Storm is quickly chasing these teams, SVI nearly caught out. They were so focused on Bao, but OSC get taken out by Bao on their retreat into the Storm. And look how fast that Storm is going. It is so fast as a crown's been picked up by Jake Braun, but it is going to be a lot of damage. You already see the armor getting destroyed, the health bars getting whittled away. Jake Braun, the shield's there. Get back in. He tries to burn him, but he is burninated by the countryside. If they look for the slam back on the SBI, the SBI now have to escape from LC as it is pandemonium in the heart. So many teams here. Orlando's on the heart themselves, trying to bring back up the team, while Berserkers chased down by BAP and QA at the same time. But it's TLD to claim the ultimate wipe.
Dude, this sequence is nutty, and it does not slow down. Abyssal Breaker popped for TLD there. Nice value. Oh, but tries the spike. Lemur is going to go down. So down to 2 members. They still have a crazy stack with those double exotics in the hands of Lods, but now with Lemur gone, Dump Kiss gets found as well from LC. So just an insane amount of squads getting taken out with this Storm Shift. And sometimes the angle magical, it's so kind of quick the way it moves. And we saw 3-4 squads getting caught in the momentum of the shift there. We were talking about how cross-country Storm can cause mistakes. Very clear right now. LC continuing the hunt through the rings.
And we might see more happen. TLD, they barely got their respawn beacon to bring back up Lemur, while QA not going to be nearly as fortunate. And because the heart is now out of the cross country, not going to be that easy path to bring back up the team, while we see the one team already in position, LC, ready for teams to move down south into their territory.
Yeah, and we can kind of see the above angle on how everyone is positioning here. Bao going to be in a rough spot. Look, you're holding this Abyss Gap, BAP to the left. I think Bao probably in the roughest spot on this next shift. TLD trying to find their angle. They do see LC in the water here. Got to be careful this waterfall angle. Vision blocked for the likes of QA to the north.
I'm looking at Afra, though, holding on to Amphibian. Very sneaky Jewel, while QA not nearly as fortunate. Bao already pushing them out of their territory, while TLD ready to fight whoever is above them, but they gotta be careful of who is beneath them. LC could always third party this. Nice portal from Bao as they continue to try to skate away from the attention, try to get around TLD, not realizing that in the circle already is a strong team. LC are in control, and now they have to fight against TLD at the same time, losing Ash, their damage dealer gone. Orlando's the next target, and here's LC having heard the call to action. They know there's fighting happening in their territory, but it's Bao who suffer the first casualties.
It was actually such a nice portal out angle from Bao there. In the end, they get caught by the double spike over the land from Lod. So huge connection sets TLD up for success. Puts Bao down to just 1 member. LC, who was lurking on the flank, never opting to fully kind of capitalize on that fight, but still looking so disgustingly strong magical. It's level 15 Afro, fully evolved red armor, Masamune, Abyss Specialist. What are you going to do?
I don't know, but I'm looking at BAP as they just took down Dylan, lighting Afro, take out another player of your 2 teams down to 1 player. TLD fight against BAP. Two teams at the top of our standings, trading a couple of blows, but debating whether or not they want to fully commit, because the other team, that dark horse, the third team in this story, is lurking in wait. They have been this whole time, utilizing that amphibian to find a flank angle.
Yeah, and TLD playing it patient here. Bap is going to find out Pamu from Ur. Pamu working the Wukong angle, is going to spot the death box from Baroof. So Baroof calls it off out of nervousness. Definitely the play there as Bap looking right on the flank. Pamu doing everything he can to live. Bap continuing the chase, maybe not wanting to overcommit too hard, but they do have a pad out. Maybe going to look over at Phenom here, though. Split from TLD is going to find one member of Bap.
Pine is going to be the first one to go, but it's going to be traded for Lodge. Both Saros is down, and now Bap, TLD, they got to deal with LC, who now intervene, but it's going to be the battle between Height and Phenom, while Lieber tries to help out. Height has gotten away. LC didn't claim any of those kills. Team's still alive, even if they only have one player left. Bao and you're still down to only one player. Well, it is going to be RTK for Bat taken out. Another team, I think, down to only one player left.
Dude, LC, this is LC's game. They're looking so strong. Look at this. They have middle position. They have high ground. If they can get TLD weak, that's kind of, I mean, TLD already weak with one member down, but I think that's who LC's are eyes on. We see the way they're posturing on the map. They see the TLD crown. They know this is probably the highest value team they need to take out. Is so good at living, though. Is almost able to get that mobile beacon before stopped by LC.
Afro stopping the Little Cook res for BAP, so they still only have Height. Phenom, Lemur, the only two for TLD. I talked about Bao and Ur. They only have one player as well, and they're kind of chilling with one another, realizing that it is a handshake, that they all have to just survive against LC and hope that LC, it's hide and seek in this game. They are the seekers, and they are looking to take out teams as Hyde barely gets away. Abyssal Breaker has stopped LC, and LC, gotta be careful. That's a crown on Phenom's heads, and they've already got 40 seconds down onto it. Gotta be careful with how you look for the fight while they try to re-engage. The Reap on the Phenom, surviving and healing back up the armor.
Yeah, and Height continues to live. Afro knows they're there, though. Is going to force him out. It's going to dash through, take a bit of storm damage. Pamu here with a crown of his own. Maybe has the opportunity. Is going to hide on tree. Doesn't want to get found out. Jet Ski is here. The full force LC likely to follow. Height living for a moment longer.
Do you do anything? It's going to be Height the fall. BAP, the first team out. Pamu, the next one, as LC are cleaning up. Baroof in the waterfall. Nobody the wiser that someone might be hiding right behind the falling trends. They finally spot out Baroof, who takes their own anomaly out. But it's into TLD, who got their crown play. They've got the team back fully formed, and they've got the fight against LC. But Toilet has been able to get away, but not Afro nor Jetski. They're still locked in the trade. Jetski has to get away with one going up in the Thunderstorm. They have been able to regroup, but look at the armor and the health on TLD. Second win, trying to bring back up Jetski while Afro is waiting for the static electricity to build up onto TLD. They didn't have time yet to strike, while Baroof this whole time has just been this rat trying to see if they can skate away through any hidey hole possible. Finally, has been spotted out. TLD getting some damage on to Baroof, but LC does not care about Baroof. They care about TLD. They care about the full fight. They need to take this team out if they want to claim first place, but Afro had to get away. Barely she survives, missing the Vortex Charm as well.
So while all that chaos was going down, TLD do prop their crown. Now they're posturing against LC. Very strong. Nice entry from Lemur into the Bright Shield. Almost able to combo into the wall. Just barely short of getting that wall stun through. And so LC looking to do a quick recovery here. Jetski definitely wants to repair that armor. No value from that red if it's completely broken. Lod's looking to do the same to Afro's armor right here.
Oh, the Little Cook on the heart. The team's back for Bao. Nobody knows. Nobody realizes right now. LC and TLD so focused on one another. When does Bao join in? It's going to be the Abyss Specialist at play for Afro. She tries to get away, but Lemur and Phenom make sure that she could not get out of there. They pick up the wish, but here's the third party. Bao from nowhere. They're going to separate the fight as LC still have to get away. Toilet tries to take the Zephyr out of the fight from Phenom. TLD have already got this fight. They've locked down Jetski, but now it's LC down to one player as TLD faces off against a newcomer. Bao taking on the French squad, doing their best to stand up strong while the second one trying to push them back, but no crown for Toilet. Bao are down low. TLD, how are you managing this? They've gotten a trade trade of Wish for Wish. They might be able to bring back up the team, but Orlando's trying to make sure they can stand in front of them. But with the Bright Shield and the Abyssal Breaker, Ash is going to be brought back up, both res, but it's going to be Orlando's immediately put down as well, losing their Firefox. Behind them has been Toilets this whole time, surviving. How has nobody killed Toilet? How did nobody kill Bao before? How is TLD now the team on top everybody as they got rid of Ash? Only have one left. A little cook interrupted and no respawn again for Bao. No, never mind. That little cook was still there.
Baroof just working the magic about insane. A second cook res on heart keeps Bao in it. TLD though continue to fight out of their minds. They find Ash, isolate him on the top, find that kill. Can they kill Orlando's here? We have the 1v1 duel on the left. Baroof versus Toilet. Orlando's now going to try to get back to his teammate. It's not going to be in time. TLD finds a kill, but no, Firefox lives with H shield.
Oh, and Toilet's playing for their life. Second wind heal up. They needed placement. That's what they were playing for as they try to get away.
Oh my
but taken
goodness.
out. It's Baroof who claimed the kill. And guess what? Ash not down just yet. This game ain't over just yet, Zick. Wait, what?
It certainly wasn't over. I'm wondering if it's still going. I'm not sure why we cut out there. Here we go.
Oh, here we go. Oh. Okay, so a little bit of an unfortunate situation, but it is TLD. It seemed impossible to get through their resistances. No team was able to do so. I'm looking at Lemur's stream to see what happened after that fight, but it looked like it was pretty much just TLD in control.
I mean, we know, yeah, we basically know what happened. TLD was fighting out of their minds. Bao was doing an insane job trying to recover. Two little cooks into Storm for the heart res for Baroof after already finding some res angles prior to that into the game. Like Bao showing an incredible amount of tenacity. LC the same, but remember, LC was kind of the team ahead. They were running that match. They had the armor. They had the exotics. That was their game to win. Somehow, some way, TLD find this miracle fight with both these squads on either side. So good at kind of playing together and recovering, trading kills back and forth. They find their way into a situation where in the end they're up on numbers, and at the very end, that final fight, it's a kind of full force TLD versus a Bao coming out of Storm off a heart res, no armor, no pots, just trying to recover. An extremely uphill battle. In the end, TLD able to close it out.
Second win of the day for TLD as well. And this just shows you that experience, the clutch factor TLD's always brought to every game of SUPERVIVE they've ever played. Is they can be down to the wire, yet somehow they will find their ways to get back into the game, to win these games and take a hold of the leaderboard. It doesn't matter if it's EU like they had Lemur last week doing for Team USA, or this week for TLD to take what I imagine is a commanding first place here after 4 games.
Yeah, very, 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 very strong game for them, putting them in a great position at halftime. Bao can't be in too bad of a position themselves. Nice kind of showing on the EU ping for, you know, what they've been able to put together repping Europe out here, similar to what you mentioned USA doing last weekend in the European tournament. So, but, you know, the real story of this game was LC kind of running things and then not quite able to close out in that final 3. We saw so many good moments from them this game. They did have a mega kill game, Magical. So
yeah.
Certainly going to be big points on the board, even with not the first place placement, but they definitely wanted that one.
I think the biggest thing for LC is they're going to be a little disappointed they didn't get second. Because even you can make an argument, sure, you lose out, you don't get the win in that one, but at least you get second points. That's not so many behind first place, but they ended up third place because of Baroof's insane Lil Cook plays.
Yeah, that was just nutty. How long Bao stayed in that when they certainly should not have been in the end game there, giving them multiple chances to try to recover. But I think really you got to hand that game to TLD, the end game specifically, the way they played that end game, just fighting out of their minds. Not quite in this sequence yet, but as we get toward the final circle, they really kind of put it together.
And that is a typical TLD thing. They just have this ability where it feels like most other players, most other teams, they might get a little tilted in certain scenarios where it's they feel like they're doing so well and then something bad happens and they're like, oh, it's over. TLD, it never feels like that. I feel like a lot of that is the positivity of someone like Lemur. He is just a great leader
For
the team, like that we've seen so many times, even when the team has been struggling in the past. He just gives this aura of like, hey, it's okay, we got this, we can bounce back, we can clutch this out, we can win.
And you know, he has the hands, the experience, the skill to back that. We've seen Lemur do that over and over and over and over again. So if you're his teammates, you 100% believe him, and that faith can carry, that confidence can really carry you forward in these dire times when stuff isn't looking good. And especially now, you know, like Phenom and Lod's extremely kind of established in their own rights, having claimed multiple tournament wins as TLD, as this version of TLD, like also have the confidence to know, despite what's happening in the moment, they're still playing for that first place.
Yeah. And now we look at how the games have gone so far for TLD. Their composition is going to be permanently banned. All three of those hunters, I don't see any of them making through. It's going to be the same bans like we saw for EU. Obviously, we haven't added them up, but this is just me speculating, looking at how many of them had been played across the game so far. And I'm looking at what is going to come next for some of our teams. And for TLD, it's what can they do besides this? The thing is, unlike some teams that might actually be hindered by some of the bans, TLD are not one of those teams. They have so many different styles that they can play to such a high degree.
Yeah, absolutely. And TLD clean it up there at the end. But I just like, you mentioned it right there. The bans, despite that being the main comp TLD playing, that being kind of the meta comp, it's showing very strong for them. I don't think the bans really are going to slow them down too much. And I think something I've noticed is, like, especially in EU, we saw a little bit of a bigger showing of it. I was feeling it a little bit in Domination myself last night, playing that for the first time, really fun. But Celeste is kind of cooking right now, bro. With the touches to Celeste, I think the Lemur Celeste making, you know, a showing here in the second half of the tournament, definitely a very real possibility.
I expect that to be one of the ones that gets played a lot going into the next half, but we are going to toss it to a break so we can get ready for those bans, for the leaderboard update. So make sure you stay tuned. We'll be right back. Hello, hello, welcome back in. We are here for Saturday Night SUPERVIVE, and we've had quite some amazing games already taking place for the Turbo Cup, but we already know how the standings are looking. TLD with 2 victories, gonna be the first place team. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that in my mind, Zick, but it's how everything else starts to shake out. Before we actually look at the leaderboard, what are your thoughts?
I mean, there's actually so many thoughts. The first one that comes to mind is like, where is LC at exactly? Like, especially after the performance in that last game. Like, I'm really curious of where LC is at versus BAP, and I'm curious how far TLD is in ahead. And then beyond those 3, I think there's like kind of a lot of contenders for, at the moment, like those 4th, 5th, 6th place spots. I think that kind of middle of the pack is probably going to be really close. But like, all eyes at this point, in my mind, for that top of the scoreboard are TLD, BAP, LC.
I agree. But before we do that, we do have to check in with our clip of the week from last week. We have our 3 placements. So let's hear from Kaya and hear who our winners are.
Here are the top 3 plays from the 3rd weekend of Saturday Night SUPERVIVE. Every weekend, players can submit their best plays for a chance to win cash prizes. And our 3rd place goes to Pineapple.
I'm ulting.
Big, triple nade.
You.
It's like a double triple nade. New team. I'm down.
Try to get the kill. Oh, they got it.
Wait, I'm alive. Oh, these guys suck.
2nd place goes to Orlando's.
Le cœur leur apparaît dessus là
On
s'il
va
reste
être
un.
sandwich, on va être sandwich, je pad.
J'ai déjà mis.
Faut pas d'autre.
No, it's not.
Oh.
We all died tower.
And our 1st place goes to
I'm
Lemur.
I broke all their armors.
I might be gettable here.
Can all use.
He's gonna probably ult this, yeah. Just try and live, actually. Thor might be able to live. Look at us. Gamer's alive. Pick up the crown. Wait, kill him? Get that guy!
Yeah.
Oh!
Resets. I'm ulting.
Oh, no.
Idle. Oh, it's zap.
Wait.
You keep pressure on him. Dash to 2. He's one.
I can go this guy. You can go bottom.
No, I got him.
Roll on. Dead. No. Really. Rick, I'll let him rest. Good stuff. Nice, well played, man. Oh, you're too good.
Thanks so much for joining us for this weekend of SNS, and we hope to see you next Saturday night for more SUPERVIVE.
Lemur with the godlike Celeste play on ping. Mind all of you, that was on ping. And they ended up winning that game too. So don't forget, everyone out there, those that are playing, submit your clips because you could win some cash money for your clips. We've had some awesome plays earlier in EU. We've had some awesome plays here in NA. And we have 4 more games. That means many more opportunities for a lot of our players here, Zick, for them to try to get their play of the week.
Absolutely. And all that's leading up to next week, where you could be featured in the clip of the week as well here on the live stream on the official channel. So certainly even more to play for than the giant cash prize we're looking at here today for the Turbo Cup. Remember, 2,500 on the line for both regions. First place battling for the lion's share of that, 1,350 split among the team. So certainly a lot to play for. It's maybe a little reading into the future, seeing Lemur on the Celeste. We were talking about it right before the break, but we might get to witness some Lemur Celeste not on ping in the back half of this tournament.
Well, we'll find out. But first, before we look at what our 100 bands are, we pretty much know what they are. We should look at our leaderboard, which we pretty much know what they are. Because if you look at the top, if you avert your eyes from the bottom of the standings and go upwards, you see how that is looking. The biggest surprise to me is not that TLD has a 32-point lead. Is that LC has a 10-point lead above BAP in 2nd place.
Yeah, actually, like a little more significant gap than I was expecting. And LC and BAP pretty close to 10 points ahead. But yeah, the pretty sizable gap between BAP and TLD at this point. Like, BAP really need to kind of turn on the afterburners here if they want to close the gap and go for first. They certainly are going to be playing for that. This is, you know, that's kind of that caliber of player. If we take a peek just under that, it's Bao, our European squad, flying in at 4th here halfway. We have seen some very nice placement finishes from them, so if they can continue that momentum, Magical. And if someone at the top makes 1 or 2 big mistakes, you know, Bao still has an angle into the real money here.
It'd be a big opportunity for them to kind of get that retribution against Team USA from last weekend if Bao was able to get some of the cash prize here in the Turbo Cup in an NA contest. But looking at that, they do have a pretty good gap between Bao and BAP, 21 points, but they have a good lead above the 5th place team. A nice 22-point lead above One Shot Combo. But now that we've looked at our standings, we know how the teams are looking. We got to look at our hunter selections and which ones aren't going to be seen anymore. And to the surprise to absolutely nobody out there, it will be Saros, Oath, and Nyx.
Yeah, pretty much exactly what we were expecting. And a lot of these teams, you know, not only is this an extremely strong kind of just like meta comp pick to go with, they're, you know, very much expecting these hunters to get banned. So they have basically a first half comp strategy and a second half comp strategy. And just like we saw in EU, these 3 hunters, especially when you put them together, just kind of showing so much dominance with those kits kind of paired together on the breach. And it is going to result in all 3 of them out of the mix, which is exciting for especially our viewers coming into the second half, because it's going to mix things up quite a bit. We're not going to see nearly as many of these bright shields canceling things. We're not going to see nearly as much of this long range Saros poke. We are going to get a lot more different hunters entering the mix. And here, Magical, you know, there are teams like TLD that have this champ Ocean, but some teams, when the bans come through, are going to go back to comfort.
Right. And that's where I think it's good. We're going to see like the biggest discrepancy between EU and NA. While the bans are the same, I'm expecting that we are starting to see the hunter diversity really change up. Probably way more jewels. We did see 2 jewels that were picked up over in EU. I believe Lusmolda and Gecko switched off of once the Oath was banned, they went over to Jewel, but those were the only 2 players. Here in NA, we already saw Legend playing that one, Afro was playing that one, and we know that there are a lot of really good Jewel players out there that can easily pick that one up as well. But to me, that's not the one where I have my eyes on, because we already are seeing the Jewel. I'm actually looking back towards things that other players are playing. Well, we don't have Misfits playing today, our resident Shiv, Maestro on that one. RTK is really good at that one as well. We know that Height loves to play his Brawl. Wukong is something that we tend to see a little bit more in NA as well. So I'm looking towards more of those options, along with things that we saw in EU, like Zeph. We saw a lot of Zeph starting to crop up after the bans.
Yeah, I would, you know, RTK almost has this choice like Shiv, Jewel. I would love to see RTK back on the Jewel. And we talked about it earlier, really the viability of Jewel as a whole really scaling as soon as Oath is off the board. We do see at least 2 more Jewel pickups here on the board. It's Vader grabbing it, and it is going to be RTK for the likes of BAP grabbing it. Height opting into the Wukong. Like you said, Pine moving from Saros over to the Myth.
Not what I expected. Normally, once you lose that Saros, we tend to see Pine go towards Zeph, but going for something a little bit more long range to kind of help back up the team. And looking at our other teams and what they are opting for, if they are changing at all, unfortunately, it looks like we do have a disconnect, so we are going to have to try to get that going. Thankfully, it was right out of the gate, so nothing really happened there, so we can get that all figured out pretty quickly, but gives us a little bit more time to talk about other things that we're seeing. I know I saw an Aluna. We already had an Aluna in the previous game from Squid. We know over in EU after the bans that Hudis had swapped over to Aluna as well, but I am still looking at like things like that Monkey. Even Kingpin. I saw a couple more Kingpins than I expected.
I wonder if, and I wonder if BAP and Pine are opting into the Myth because they want to go for more of that kill damage pressure instead of going for more like the support angle of Zeph. Like Zeph definitely can help exert some of that kill pressure with the second wind and the nade, but I think, you know, maybe the Myth look is opting more into this aggro strategy because they know, looking at that scoreboard, that they do have a significant gap they have to recover playing for first, almost 40 points there if they want to kind of size things up and be right there in the running with TLD. So I think maybe that's the angle they're looking at, is like, let's trade the support, the healing, for more damage, more range, more kills.
So I don't know if you had time to see, but did you notice what Lemur had locked in?
I did not.
It wasn't Celeste like we both had thought it was. It was Brawl. going back to a very old style that we had seen so much before, while not having height on the brawl. That to me is the weird thing. So I'm wondering if maybe it was like, as we try to get more information about what happened, the disconnect, if we can get that figured out pretty quickly, maybe it was something to do with like locking on the wrong thing. Maybe someone disconnected, but it looked like a PC blue screen for someone. So we're gonna have a minute, but I'm expecting our teams like BAP and TLD to keep locking in the same things that they had before. So brawl for Lemur.
Yeah, and like we've seen a massive fall off from the days of brawl. Like this hunter used to be so unstoppable, especially like played at a high level and competitive. He's been chipped away at time and time again from nerfs and different changes to the game to he's finally in a spot where he's not this insanely dominant hunter, but definitely, especially when certain other hunters are off the board, situation to make him work. Doesn't have the health pool he used to have, doesn't have quite the damage he used to have. The TTK changes hurt him a little bit with what he's trying to do. But, you know, in the end, if someone could make him work, it's in the hands of Lemur. It's in the hands of Height. You know, these guys that have put on an insane amount of hours onto this hunter. So I'm excited just to see the brawl, because I want to see how does it stack up in the current state of the game, because we haven't really seen, you know, what the brawl looks like since the patch on Wednesday and how those changes have affected all the other hunters on the cast.
And just more surprising that it's Lemur, not Height. Like, I was ready for Height to play the brawl, not Lemur. I thought Lemur, with how we were talking before, Celeste, I feel like, is in a really good spot right now. That with a lot of the changes that have happened through metas, through shifts, that Celeste has kind of been able to skate her way past a lot of the nerfs and being something that's been slowly but surely climbing up in the standings of like where you tier hunters, and something that's really good, especially once you start taking away things like a Saros and like an O.
Yeah, absolutely. And remember, Lods is the third member of TLD. Lods can play the brawl extremely well. So they could, at some point, if they're liking the brawl, they could hand the brawl over to Lods, pick up, you know, something like the Celeste on Lemur. But I'm curious to see what is Lods locking in if Lemur is on the brawl.
He was on Zeph. That's what he was playing.
Okay, interesting. So I think that. Did you take a screenshot? Who's their third, or what's the third? What's Phenom on?
It was Ghost for Phenom.
Okay.
But I didn't take a screenshot. I used my brain to take a screenshot. So
I wish I could do that, my friend. My brain does not take screenshots, unfortunately.
I'll be honest, it's like very, very like honed in ones where it's really cropped in on certain things. So I didn't see like full roster changes and full lock-ins for everybody, but I at least got to see, like, I was paying attention to some of the big ones.
I think, yeah, and Ghost, one of these hunters that does a very good job filling that role, the role that Saros plays in a team comp, just being a very reliable kind of ranged carry, consistent damage, doesn't have quite the kind of like off-screen range and anti-heal that Saros contributes, or the portal escape, but I think Ghost a little more self-sufficient in his own right, with the dash about half the cooldown with the short dash than the Saros dash, and better over Abyss in my opinion. Like, I think Ghost has more angles to like outplay in sort of the solo environment or when outnumbered. So, you know, we'll have to see how these different, you know, hunter changes stack up. But if you were to have someone on Ghost like Phenom, extremely practiced on that hunter, extremely proficient, and you were talking about Height earlier, also very proficient on the Ghost, so that could be a look that even BAP opt into if the myth isn't working out for Pine.
But more important than all of that, you know what I'm going to bring up?
What?
More important than any of that.
Is it? It's not bullet trains, is it?
No. Bullet trains already passed. It is. Well, hold on. You know what it is? I can hear it in the wind. You're going to find out after break, because we're tossing down break, and then you'll find out what I'm talking about. We'll see you on the other side. Hello, welcome back in Saturday Night Super 5. We are here for the Turbo Cup, and we apologize about the tech issues, but it seems like we are getting ready. We had an unfortunate blue screen incident just now. Our player has been able to log back in, get ready as we are preparing for Game 5. Now that we've introduced the bands, to go over them really quickly. Saros, Oath, and Nyx all taken off of the board, now having to go into new strategies as they adapt for 4 more games.
Yeah, and along with bombing runs getting added into the mix with the 8-game set, we also get a Twisters game back in the mix as well for competitive. So going to be a fun Storm Shift to watch after not getting to see Twisters in comp for a little bit over the last few weeks. As we fall into Game 5 here, it is going to be Gold Armors in Scav Bay. Comps completely mixed up with the Band's Magical. Going to be a whole new look for the second half.
And a lot of teams are dropping Wellsprings and Chaos Steps as we are honed pretty far south for this drop, down towards Enshrine, Manicoils, and Prisma. So looking at our teams on who is going where, like I said, there's going to be quite the action all the way up in Chaos Steps and in Wellspring, but down in Coldfang. QA, TLD, the 2 teams to drop and fight for gold control.
Yeah, and more looting than fighting so far. Nice level advantage from QA. QA have been completely unafraid to rip the gold armor strat, and they've been doing really well at it. Nice levels with the camp secures here from QA. TLD opting for more of the split kind of loot strategy, and it looks like Phenom going to be... Okay, yeah, so Lemur and Lod's kind of split to north. They're just looting what they can as they make their way up through Catacombs.
Looking at where teams have dropped as well. We got BAP, of course, going for gold armors. They were contested, I believe it was NIP who had dropped with them. And cool to see these changes in our metas that we have for a lot of teams. We talked about it before, that Lord Vader here playing that Jewel, but a big one for me is Paz. Our player coming out of retirement, losing Oath as they got banned away, is on Bunny duty this time, playing a Luna for NIP.
Yeah, and we remember Paz as like the Oath main. Like he definitely kind of like spent probably the most time in his career in SUPERVIVE playing that Hunter and was very proficient at it, but not nearly as much time on the Bunny. Definitely a little bit of time, I'm sure, but going to be still in that support role, which he is very good at in other games. Meanwhile, TLD and QA finding each other in the south after the gold posturing in Coldfang.
Lodge taking a lot of damage as the monkey tries to stay on his heels, but now even with the legend there, they couldn't take down Lodge. Tree Prison trying to lock in a fight. As Dumkus hopped onto the tree with the Dragon Slam. Lots of damage on the Lodge again, allowing Legend to start cleaning up, getting resets. But TLD, they've sent Lemur one way. They already sent Phenom in the other one with the bungee, but there's nothing to really grab onto that for Dumkus to drag back in Lemur, who's doing his best to see if he can feather for a long time, but it is Lemur on Brawl, especially. It'd be very tricky to actually follow up. Dumkus doing their best to follow this
just so
very far.
right here, bro.
It is a Brawl versus a Monkey, which isn't, I mean, honestly, it's more of a skill matchup on that one, but it looks like both of them getting back to land because they were heating.
Yeah, that was kind of a spicy little chase down. Dumkus really wanted to find cheeky dunk angle onto Lemur. Lemur on a very strong Abyss champion himself, though. Orlando's maybe getting caught here on the Sky Shark, forced off by LC. They're going to find an early kill, start that kind of kill pressure they need, Magical, to claim TLD's spot at first.
But and Bao being one of our teams that was fighting for a top 4 spot, kind of with a good gap between them and 5th place, but a good gap between them and 3rd place. Unfortunately, starting off this game in a really difficult spot. Well, we see on the kill feed that NIP, rest in peace for them, RIP, because they are the first team eliminated after bans.
Dang, unfortunate. We got 2 boys over there with significant EU ping. Either way, they are going to go out here at 12th. Nice catch. QA playing this gold armor against TLD very well, and they are refusing to stop chasing down these kills. Phenom certainly going to get caught here against the full force of QA. So nice fight, nice early fight from QA to put TLD on the back foot.
As we have a poll here, LC, 3rd party, CTT, Jake Braun back on the hoodie, but unfortunately, when you're 3rd partied, doesn't really help out. Now Barbat's onto their signature here with Felix. No longer having Nyx, has decided to go back to tried and true, but unfortunately for them, not true enough. LC eliminate our 2nd team of Game 5.
Oh no, I just realized Afro didn't make it back in. That's Mocha subbing in for Afro. So Afro was our player who crashed with the blue screen. So it looks like she was not able to recover in time. Mocha stepping in to sub but last minute here for LC, but definitely going to be a different look for them, Magical.
Yeah, big change for LC. We'll have to keep our eyes on them and how they're able to perform. And speaking of performing right now, BAP got their gold armors, and we already saw them on the kill feed. They completely wiped out NIP and already picking up some more kills as they move into End Shrine, trying to take away some of the camp control from Bao.
Yeah, Bao comfortable, like farming up. They have a nice position for level 9 here. Got to be careful with your right to the north, contesting over Prisma, sorry. LC over in Mana Coils. Gonna look for their day 2 XP as well. Looks like Orlando's was able to snag a little bit for the likes of Bao. The other 2 members in Desert, not a ton of camps to fight for in this direction.
TLD still struggling. Like, Lemur got back the team, was able to get them back on their feet, but unfortunately, Lod still couldn't really find a good spot here in the desert. And looking at our other teams that are moving around this area, I will say pretty apt that we are going back into the desert with Twisters. So we have where the Twisters are meant to be in the first place.
I love it. And then we did see right there in the picture-in-picture, a Boxer has come through for TLD. They are able to get Lods up on the Zeph. So even though we saw Phenom on the run still, hopefully he's able to recall. They can recover and link back up as a squad. Oh, 3rd party here from One Shot Combo, almost catching Orlando, somehow skating away on the rail.
Now chasing Orlando's instead of focusing on the team that was right in front of them, wanting to pick up a kill on to another team, while Orlando's hopping from ledge to ledge, island to island. That is not looking too good for them right now, especially because Saucy Hack is in pursuit. Don't think you're the last one left for Bao, but unfortunately could be a casualty that you have to pay over to OSC. But OSC not getting close enough to the train. Train hopped the boulder by Bao to be able to bring up the rest of the team.
Yeah, and if Bao caught that with them getting on, very nice play and is going to be able to get out. Big fight breaking out down here in Colvin. QA versus LC, huge trade from Second Wind.
Look at that damage they were able to do to QA as well. Vortex Charm, it was only there to provide defense for Jet Ski so they could take down the Monkey King. Stealth Ninja has been separated as Q Arena. Maybe they want a Q Arena because they might be out of this game early with Stealth Ninja getting chased by Jetski. Grabby Squid going right past Jetski, who was already on to land, but in the picture-in-picture. BAP on top of OSC. forcing him into two different directions as well. While Jetski has not stopped this chase onto QA. Stealth Ninja taking a lot of damage. Another grabby this time. Successful. Picking him up, but unfortunately grabbed himself by Mocha.
So answered back after he does it to him. And Mocha finds one, coming in with the sub Kingpin. Able to keep the kill stacking for LC rolling here. Nice entry with the face steal chain. Gets the anti-heal out. SVI under pressure. Railgun connects. Can they finish off this kill in the backline and turn in the 2v3? Huge kind of outplay to the flank for our brawl there. Lemur doing a really nice job splitting this fight.
As Goroy could not get on top of Raw, and now it's up to Thank You to crash back into the back line, getting damage onto Talodge, but not enough to actually pick up the kill. Well, Lemur has reset with the team, but did you want to be in that position when you have no armor, barely any health? Putting down the bungee, dragging back in Berserker, throwing the damage onto Goroy, sniping him out of the air with a second win. TLD find their perfect fight against SBI's Berserker, hunted by Phenom. The blast back with the spike grenade does not stop Lemur, who's already slicing right through SBI.
That's the Lemur brawl we know, bro. Disgusting. Sets up the bungee, reads it exactly where it's going to get pulled in, finds the slam, finds the kills. Yer finds some of their own, taking out Vader from one-shot combo. Other two members maybe going to try to posture for this Guardian. No, Saucy is going to call it off. Roll with Spy down to the left here. Got to be careful with multiple other squads lurking.
Without Lord Vader as well, maybe repair the beacon, bring back up Jewel, but you're pushing through mana coils, might force the hands of OCE. While down south, QA and BAP, it feels like QA had some good fights initially against TLD, but ever since then, they have been struggling. Losing Stealth Ninja, who got pulled in, almost had his own great play with that grabby before, but sadly, just not enough. Now it's up to LC, who intervene on their behalf with that flank onto BAP, forcing out the 6 monkey strike from Hyde, who's onto his perch with the Dragon Slam, but not enough damage. Instead, it's up to RTK and Pine to hold up a defense for Hyde to be able to heal up health, but not armor.
Yeah, nice recovery there, especially without kind of the crazy amount of heals in play, but they are going to be able to call that off and be just fine. I think they're getting nice value out of the Mocha Kingpin so far. Even though they weren't able to lock in that kill officially, they set it up, had the opportunity to. You're fighting over the hatchling. Nice stun coming through. I think it was Dog that was able to snipe that.
Dog, though, in a bad spot because they are surrounded as they try to escape, but the Long Claw enjoyers, there's a pull, might be able to bring back up Jemmy, allow Ur and TLD to fight over the hatchling, looking for the Dragon Slam that misses from Palmu. Instead, it's the Lemur pushing them back again, grabbing onto the Zephyr, making sure that Dylan keeps the rest of the team alive, while Dog, they've brought back up Jemmy. They've healed up some of their health. They're ready for a second fight, but who do they want to focus on? TLD or your Sleepy Rowlet's got to be careful because they overextended a little bit, missing the pull, cutting back through the mana coils.
Yeah, and TLD is not slowing down. This is the TLD that's looking scary. This is the TLD that's really hard to get first from. They're going to third party this fight between Dog and Ur if they're not careful. Dog doing a nice job kind of playing cautious out. Ur reads it as well. Is going to kind of peel to the north, find some space for themselves to operate of. Very sketchy having TLD now with fire vision lurking on your right side here.
As we see on the picture-in-picture that S&T in the desert chased down by Bao, who claim a squad wipe off of them. Wow. Still in the mana coils, Dog.
S&T, my goats.
Yeah, they're trying. Hey, they're doing their best, but it is a tough lobby here for Turbo Cup.
Absolutely. Extremely competitive out here. And a lot of these teams have been playing together for a significant amount of time. Nice punch into the napalm. Huge execution. QA showing up massive this game. This is like their third fight where they're just taking it to some of our big name squads. Berserker opting out of the Ghost, or sorry, out of the Oath ban into the Ghost here. SVI having a bit of a different look. Goroy having to surrender the Saros over to the Bishop is down right now. Berserker just trying to live against this pressure from QA is not going to be able to.
Yeah, it's really rough when you are in the desert and you see a bunch of boulders, a bunch of cats rolling everywhere, a bunch of teams in front of you as well. Lots of scan grenades. It is going to be tricky to traverse through this tundra and try to get through these fights.
Yeah, and when you're talking about things in SUPERVIVE, you got to add just rolling giant cat balls to really keep things spicy, keep you on your toes. If it's as if there weren't enough things to pay attention to, you sometimes have the cat gauntlet to deal with as well. But as we pan to the south, QA continuing to kind of aggress forward. SVI looking to recover after that last fight. Vader recovering for themselves. Last member left from OSC getting caught here, maybe.
SVI, even though they were out for a moment, they brought back up the team, lost Goroy, but traded for an elimination on another squad. So SVI got to be more than happy about that. While Bao, their backs to the wall, forced to hop over to new territory, but it's into TLD's lands. They've been controlling this for quite some time. They've chased away others who try to steal that away, but BAP, if any team's going to fight against TLD tooth and nail for it, it is this team.
Yeah, and it's already armor shredder rounds on the Phenom Ghost, so TLD looking scary as they fight over this Blinkstone, wanting to lock in their second exotic. Big shift forward into the Mega Avalanche for height, trying to just cause a little bit of mayhem. You're lurking to the north of TLD's fire. I think they do have intel now with them stepping forward. Picture-in-picture fight breaking out. Napalm.
Dog in a bad spot, kiting backwards the best they can to get away from LC, but Grabby has landed. Mocha is in. They've got the lockdown. Jemmy is gone. Long claw aficionados. They can respect the long claw from the sidelines because no longer are they going to be in this fight. They are getting chased down by LC, and even with the anomaly, that might have juked them because now QA intervened, saving the life of the long claw. All hail the glorious long claw as they get away for now. But still, LC have been hunting this entire time. You got this, Barkinja. Oh, finally he falls.
Just like the nerfs to Longclaw is going to eventually go down there. TLD getting huge chip damage from BAP. BAP really exerting some nice or damage pressure here onto these health bars. They are going to be able to get out. TLD throws down a jump pad just in case. Phenom way split to the right here. Els gets caught by the slam into the boss, taking so much damage. The rest of BAP collapse, surrendering the armor shredder.
But look at they're fighting over the Meteor Beast. BAP do lock in control. Grabbing the armor shredder as you talked about as well. Pretty much gaining every advantage possible from that treasure trove.
Yeah, and not only do they get the Blinkstone from the boss, that Phenom is also there, and they claim that right next to the boss as well. So double exotics picked up for BAP, definitely going to help their chances. We were talking about LC has actually been looking very strong, but after that third party that happened to him just a minute ago, it's Mocha, our hero sub, playing in on the Kingpin. Last member left in Bush.
As TLD locked down the chains on to Proof, but no follow-up. Instead, waiting it out, waiting for Lemur to slice through. And now Mocha disengaging, trying to get out of danger, but with the twister, Bao go over the rock, over the wall, away from the clutches of TLD.
Yeah, so many people up in the air in these twisters with that pan out free cam. Actually sick in the corner there, showing kind of the verticality that people are getting down here in the desert. Oh, hook barely wide for the likes of Stealth Ninja, but QA continuing to impress this game. They got the double golds. They got level 13s, definitely putting themselves in a position to try to close this game out.
I'm still looking at TLD and looking at BAP as they continue to trade blow after blow, but TLD this time around, they are the team on the back foot. They have spotted out Mocha, the solitary player for LC, up in the twister, where Bao have been kind of bouncing around this entire time as well. But then QA trade blows with but they are going to be in a bad spot because Legend is the first one that falls for the team. But they were able to do the same to Dylan. But can they make sure they stomp the Wisp while they're trying to see if they can defend the Legend? But Legend now going to be stomped down by Diamond, trying to see if they can push him back. They've done so successfully. Dumpkiss bringing back up their Jewel.
Such a close fight there, but in the end, QA actually wins it because they're able to play forward to the Wisp, push You're off. Now you're in the arms of Bao, maybe collapsing on them from the flank. You're looking at Mocha, last member left, really want to run down LC here, get them out of the lobby if they can catch him before they get engaged on.
Saw a crown that was picked up by Yer. So there's the potential for them to make a crazy play. But looking at so many of these teams with only a player or two left, Bao this entire time have been trying to utilize the altitude to stay above everyone. But finally, Baroof going to be chased away from their rocky helm and now over the abyss out into the desert. We know that you are up north. Same. Looking at where other teams are right now, BAP, they've kind of been able to move down south. Bao, they've been able to get over the rock, while TLD, they're in this awkward spot, separated by the desert before them. Same with SVI. SVI now, the team that is finally going to have someone fall. Oh, thank you, missing the grabby tech with the B-bomb. Instead, just has to hop onto the cart to get away.
Yeah, it looks like gets out nonetheless, able to reconnect with Berserker here. Phenom completely split, like you said, for TLD. Lod's getting pressured by Ur over to left. It's Lemur and Lod, super low health bars, gliding with full heat, but BAP doesn't notice. BAP collapses in. TLD gets behind them free. They kill the Wisp on the side of QA. So somehow TLD live there, hopefully able to reconnect from Phenom. All of a sudden, it's the legend for QA alone here on the Jewel, trying to find an angle. Does have the Kingpin with him, fighting in the 2v2.
Getting Stealth Ninja over the Wisp. Mocha nearly stealing away that kill as well with the slam, but no crown wouldn't matter too much. Well, thank you, hops onto the Talk car, dragging away Stealth Ninja, but it was more for safety to try to get away, putting down the Frozen Zeep while QA are now over the Wisp. But look at TLD, as they had been separated, they had lost Phenom, and now they're fighting back with their own crown, but they've now lost Phenom, and they're down to only Lemur. TLD, very early exit here in Game 5.
So the TLD momentum is finally thwarted after looking so dominant in the first half. Lemur honestly looking very good on the Brawl, but I think that split play really spells their demise here. Speaking of split, QA split as well. Dumpkiss getting isolated to the north by Ur. Kind of nice execution on breaking that fight up. BAP continuing to just comfortable, completely comfortable holding this spot to the south. They got the Blinkstone, they got the Fire, they got the Armor Shredder. They're just going to hang out, wait for these kills to come to them.
Mocha, did you see that?
No, I missed it.
I was watching. The last player for LC had been waiting for waiting for Stealth Ninja to come up close enough for him to Primal Slam, and he slams them, kills them, then gets the kill. Oh, no, he didn't get the kill there to steal the crown away, but instead is going to be the one attacked by Ur. Mocha for LC, the legendary sub, coming in last minute to help out with a blue-screened Afro, has made sure that LC are at least going to get top 5.
Making Afro proud for sure. Doing a great job kind of hanging in there as the Kingpin. Still alive, still plenty of room to play for. But thank you, comes over on the crown. Maybe exactly what Mocha's looking for. Can he have a second shot at it?
No, he's going to let BAP have it. Goes for the anywhere but here. Where do you go? Right past BAP, past anyone.
Mocha.
Thank you as well is now going to get attacked as Ur take out Bao, who have one player out in the storm. But Ash was able to get around the wall, trying to survive, while Mocha, looking for the kill on a Berserker, instead has to hop away, but there's no longer a crown. SBI are gone. Mocha, third place. No way, Mocha. From the only player since there were 8 teams left. Mocha survives. Make sure that LC at least will get 3rd place. LC, you better buy him a drink, damn it.
Epic showing from Mocha there. Eventually, finally gets ran down by BAP, but the Twister survival on another level with the warp there at the end. Now we have the final fight here. You're finding the engage. It's Pamu over the top with the slam. The Mega Avalanche a little short. BAP doing a great job kiting it out. Big kind of power differential here for the exotics magical. It's the Blinkstone. It's the Armor Shredder. It's the triple exotic perks for the side of BAP. It's going to have to really be an excellent fight here for Ur.
And normally BAP, the team that struggles after bans, looking to win the first game afterwards. They're destroying Ur, but they lost Pine in the process. 1-for-1 trade, trying to make sure that Diamond will die, and it will be that 2v2 battle. But they got to be careful because Bomba was over the heads, trying to see the game of the resets. But RTK make sure that BAP find the 5th game victory.
Nice finish there from BAP. Nice. Ur was putting up a really good fight. RTK and Dylan kind of battling it out there. Ex-teammates finding each other across the breach. In the end, it is going to be RTK finding those jewel shifts, locking in the kill for BAP. Crazy kind of sequence in the end there, but a couple things come to mind. TLD going out a little earlier than we'd expect, combined with LC without Afro with a sub, making it way deeper placement than they should have after not being able to kind of find like a quality team fight. And so, you know, definitely keeping the scoreboard a lot closer than maybe it could have been if TLD runs away with another win.
Honestly, like I said, LC, you better be thanking Mocha, because Mocha, it wasn't like Mocha just purely ratted to. Mocha picked up kills without a crown during the process, making sure not just to get the placement, but also picking up extra kill points for the team to keep them within that standing. And like you said, TLD, very early exit for the team. Their first time dropping out of, let alone the top 3. That was, I think, a 7th place finish for them in this game.
Pretty sure it was 7th. Yeah. And that's like, it's not last, but if without the big thing there is like they don't have the whole back half of the game to try to get kills, and they were a bit on the back foot at different parts of this game anyways, so definitely going to be hurting that momentum. Certainly not enough to completely stop them, but it's going to give a little bit of hope to the likes of LC, the likes of BAP, seeing, because if TLD go a big first place in game 5 here, then that gap looks really separated, really dire. But I think the fact that TLD does kind of get caught a little bit and BAP is able to come away from with a win, all of a sudden that first to second place looking a lot closer.
I think even LC getting 3rd place in this one is a big boon for them as well. While yes, it won't kind of get that 30 almost 40 point difference to really catch up to them, at least it keeps them relevant. It keeps them 100%. In the conversation. So if TLD or BAP have another bad game, they're right there hot on their heels.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there's certainly a shot for LC to potentially come away with the whole tournament. If it's going to have to come down to some mistakes or some intentional targeting on the likes of TLD or BAP, because it's really close between those three, or it's going to take more kind of knockout performances for LC like we saw in, I think it was game 3 or 4, where they just went on a crazy killing spree. But what they really need to be able to do is finish that game out in first.
And looking at our next game, looking at game 6 for both LC and for BAP. BAP, it's their 2nd win of the day, tying that with TLD. Yes, they'll be behind because they had the very first game where they finished 7th place. They had a couple games where it was like, okay, but they're at least going to be really close with TLD. Well, LC, another top finish for them. Good amount of kills in that game, keeping them well above the 4th place team for 3rd place. If they pick up a victory, now they suddenly are looking like that team, just like how BAP now are looking like they're probably not tied with TLD. I think TLD still are very far ahead because they had a lot of kill points going into that game.
Closing the gap for sure.
But definitely closing the gap.
Yeah, and I think LC right there as well, like you say. So our top 3 really kind of locking themselves in for contest for number 1. Those are the cash prize payout spots. Those are our kind of podium spots. We do have Theorycraft coins from Theorycraft as well. Huge shout out to them for hooking us up, not only with the prize pool of cash, but also the coins to pay out 4th, 5th, and 6th. So a lot more to play for still, even in those lower spots, picking up free skins, etc. And, I think like we're also this battle we're seeing for top 3, we're going to see that same kind of battle for the 4th through 6th, because everyone kind of below LC, we saw at the halfway scoreboard a pretty tight grouping of the points there as well.
Right. And I think for Ure, that kind of brings them into this conversation because they had the very first game, first team eliminated. 2nd game, 2nd place. 3rd game, another very early elimination. I think 10th place in that one. The 4th game, it was a decent finish, but here, getting 2nd place again, gonna make him a little bit more relevant against Bao, our French team playing here from EU, playing with Ping. Yet they found themselves with a good, sizable lead above 5th place going in after 4 games.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love the call out for a year too, like showing up a couple of games pretty big. We've seen some very big, like kind of highlight moments from them. I think for them, it's really about putting together some consistency now for these last 3 games. If you do want to claim that 4th place spot, or even have a crazy running for 3rd, if something happens to one of these top 3 squads, like you really got to lock in not only for moments, but over the course of an entire game, not just one game, but 3 games here as we load into Unstable Portals Game 6. Magical, let's go.
And I see some changes. S&T, Not a Burger, is on to Jewel Squid. No longer on that bunny. Now it's Carbine time. And looking at other teams, not really seeing too much change from our top teams. Everyone's sticking with the strategy that they felt like they wanted to bring after the bans. Even like TLD didn't really see too much changes. They'd have to check back in once they drop.
Yep, and we see gold armor in Dawn Caps here, plane going on this kind of southwest angle, right over the golds. We're going to see plenty of teams dropping hot here. A lot of X's hitting the board. It's NIP out early. It's BAP, our normal gold culprits, out early. NIP playing the camp, BAP playing the chess.
Trying to get that gold armor before, looking for the fights, and then clear out afterwards. They have hit level 2, and now going up north out of getting golds, but missing one for RTK. Trying to see if maybe they can get that level before then contesting against NIP, who now find their gold, their first one.
Yep, and NIP kind of claiming control of the space. Got to be careful with one-shot combo lurking to the south here. Maybe going to threaten BAP very often. If they can have the XP advantage, they'll find the 2 golds and then engage on the team that kind of has the position after they play chess. Maybe not the angle to do that with OSC lurking. So it might just be a little bit of an outright victory for NIP. Looks like they were able to gold key the vault, so I think 3 armors already online for them.
And now, as NIP have gotten all gold on all 3 players, they were chasing down one-shot combo. Well, we look at our other team. Okay, so LC now having Afro back on the team. Like I said, you guys all... Oh, Mocha. Get Mocha something just to celebrate. Getting 3rd place when everything was working against them. Huge shout-outs to them.
Yeah, absolutely. OSC Sasiak finding a nice pick onto Tredsy there. Gonna spike into Abyss. NIP losing a gold armor. Oh, wait, no, it's way over here. Somehow the death box completely zoned away from Zasiak. He's gonna force him off, get the gold anyways. They want to call this off. Don't want the rest of one-shot combo to show up.
No, don't want to give up any more of the golds. Already losing 1 is bad enough. 2 would be detrimental to the success they had earlier, forcing BAP out of Doncaps. But looking at SVI, they're struggling in this early fight against QA, chasing Bebo, leaving him, I think, only with 1 player as QA now in control of Enshrine.
We saw in the kill feed right there, Dumpkiss double kill onto SVI. Not sure exactly how or where that went down. Perhaps a dunk, as they both did look like they got eliminated at the same time. And Goroy himself over Abyss finds his way to suicide. Looks like has some space for the monkey, as we see on the minimap. No one really around, so SVI right back in it.
Very early game. Don't really need to go for that chase. QA got a lot for that one. 2 kills. Gonna be nice. They can farm up Enshrine. And even looking at our other teams right now, as we are getting past the farms, we are hitting those level 6s. Nice Vortex Charm on a dog, but with the armors lacking for LC, maybe biting off a little bit more than they can chew, because that's going to be a tough fight until Afro just does that.
Back.
Disgusting, nice Vortex Charm from Jimmy, trying to get away, but it might be too little too late, because now LC are on the hunt. They have caught your scent, dog, and they're looking for the dunk on a Jimmy. Barely missing it, but you're overheating, and it's an easy call for them to strike back and take a kill.
That's tough, man. This LC squad, like, they're so, when they're playing aggro, which they are almost all the time, they're so hard to kind of get away from it. If they find 1 pick, like Afro finding 2 there with the 2nd shift, it's just so hard to get away from their comp. Not only the Jewel, but now I think I saw Jetski on the Brawl, so even harder to outrun once you're outnumbered. Longclaw doing their very best there to fight that out, but in the end are going to go down here fairly early on in game 6.
And so for Dog, they've been doing their best at one of our teams that came in from Tier 2 that's been slowly making their way into the Tier 1 scene. But that's the thing. It's about constantly playing over and over again, getting this practice, because you're going to struggle at the beginning, like we see for Dog. Even for S&T, they've been struggling today. But a team that has not been struggling is TLD, our perennial NA team, as they get QA split in separate directions, picking up an easy kill on a Dumpkiss. I think they even were able to get the hatchling away from QA.
Yeah, vehicular manslaughter on the Monkey King there are going to lock that kill in. TLD continuing to look strong, as you say. A lot of teams pretty spread, just playing farm here, looking to get the early buys online, make sure everything is ready to roll as we move into the mid game. QA on the back foot, 2 members down. It's just the Legend left on the Jewel, has a lot of space, 2-way portal all the way across the map, looking for a res angle on the other side.
Yeah, but unfortunately for them, you go to Kobayashi's, NIP were nearby. Thankfully, the sun had risen. Day broke. Now you have that liberty to go into Kobayashi's, bring back up the team, have another chance, but getting out of Kobayashi is going to be a little bit tougher because there's just not much left. Already, a lot of that farm's been taken by the teams that surround you.
Yeah, and it's kind of gonna definitely have to look for another option for farm. Not gonna be under too much pressure from enemy teams though, as all these teams are busy finding that level 9 on the day 2 turnover. LC have theirs as well, stopping by a shop, stocking up as they continue the pressure. Dylan trying to peel from probably get back to his squad. Not sure where they're at, but Afro so hard to escape.
God,
the proc
so good
from the grip just doesn't even do anything to slow him down. Dylan lives for a second longer, trying to get off the hill, trades the second wind, does have Afro marked here, but Toilet has shown up. Magical looking very dire for the lone Zeph.
And poor Dylan facing off against Afro did a great job of trying to disengage over and over again, but
this is what I'm talking about. It's so hard to get away from her on the Jewel, man.
That's what I'm saying. She's so good at that, Hunter. It's ridiculous.
And like just like when she does catch you, like the burst that comes through, and then the rest of Pamu, like just cheeky hanging out in a bush versus all of SVI is gonna peel out, looking for a res angle of their own. We do see one more member of them up to the north looking for a train res.
Probably going to be able to grab that. Or Kobayashi's. Being only day 2, the Storm seriously does nothing right now. So an easy angle for Yuri. They can even reset. Have Pamu just go for the recall back onto their position. Make sure they're now grouped around that instead. But looking at some of our other teams, especially those towards the bottom, CTT, staring down Bao, find themselves still in 4th place right now, but they would like to make sure that they continue to hold on to that position. Maybe even move up here in NA with a fight against CTT, holding on to the ledge, but they've already lost Ash, and now Jake Braun! He's going for the engage. He's got the hoodie. They've got the lockdown, but it's a trade back onto Bar Bats. Orlando's going aggressive with his own Felix, trying to burn the competition, as now they got the flank from Baroof, as Jake Braun, he might have been able to pick up the one kill. That's not going to be enough to turn it around on a Bao, because Bao have found 2, and now Tericha, the people's champion, trying to escape the danger as Bao, for France, wants to win and beat up NA. Show that EU greater than NA. Tericha over the abyss, but it's going to be Ash already awaiting their arrival. Second one blocked by the frozen barricade. Good wall, but unfortunately for Tericha, that means it's his death that is locked down, and he's doing a damn good job of surviving for a long time.
Our Zeph's making a big run for it here. Out of mana, though, really tough position. Fly to the Firefox burn for this out of Bao. Ulti's out. In the end, to reach a heroic run, but does go down. I think like there was an angle there for them in the 2v2. It was that shield pull on Jake Braun combined with the anti-heal.
I didn't mention it before, but Lemur is on to Celeste this time around. This is what we were waiting for. Chilling Finale for Chilling Finale. Frozen Barricade trying to lock in Ash as they already got Baroof. Bao used so much to beat and wipe CTT that they had nothing left to fight back against a third party.
Yeah, and Orlando's, I think, recall going to get canceled by Storm. It, in fact, does. So is going to have to look for a different option. Back to base, maybe still able to get it off. TLD still lurking nearby. NIP and SVI looking at each other on a little island here, just trading some poke damage, trying to find the right angle to engage. Nate a little wide there.
Little wide, NIP still debating if they chase SVI over quite a large amount of abyss right south of Kobayashi's. B-Bomb not connecting, but got rid of the terrain beneath Trezzy, while Paz deep behind enemy lines and swapping off of the bunny onto Zeph this time around. While they've got the reset, Aiden also onto something a little bit different here, playing Jewel, while SVI are going to thwart NIP.
Yeah, Aiden going super aggro there. Really wanted to spread those stacks to the team. We saw him go up in the air trying to land down and just barely wide on the shift as well. Likely a little bit of ping coming into play there for the Jewel. One of these very high kind of like skill expression champions. Performs certainly better on lower ping. Could be said for basically anything. But Aiden doing his very best. The big aggro play is not going to pay off, but he's still holding on to that 1 gold armor from that early game start.
Making sure they at least got that, but running into TLD, who spotted him out and gonna chase him away. With the rest of NIP already grouping up behind him, they are now surrounded. S&T were nearby. TLD, your Bao getting out of Chaos Steps, trading a couple blows, and Bao, who suffered in that fight against TLD, they see that Ur are in a weakened spot as well. Might be an easier target, but the 6 Monkey Strike will get a lot of that health down, forcing out Chilling Finale, while Pamu tries to escape from Ash, putting down Frozen Barricade. Dragon Slam not connecting, but already over the lava, trying to make sure that Bao not going to chase this down, but Bao will not stop. They've got the fire beneath them. They've got the damage to provide. They're chasing down with the Napalm summoned, the second wind to heal him back up. Atlanta's a little bit shy of being able to lock down the target in the back line, while they're onto the track, still getting away. We saw on the kill feed, more fighting was taking place. QA are losing out against OSC, who only have to get rid of Stealth Ninja, and it's going to be up to Vader trying to crash that lightning on him while they got back Chinese Spy.
Yeah, our Jewels in the lobby doing work here. More kills coming through for the Jewel on OSC there. It is going to be QA surviving. Stealth Ninja making his way out to the bottom left. Has some good space to play for, but not a ton of res options down there. Maybe that repairable beacon if he has the cash. To the north here, it's LC taking a look at SVI, playing for these creep camps. SVI trying a little bit of catch up, 2 levels down. Afro in with the ulti.
And with that, ulti already having static built up as well on a 2 of SVI for possible resets, but not enough damage followed up just yet. Too worried about thank you behind him. That's why they had to focus on a Berserker and making sure they got 1 kill first, while it is going to be a separated fight. Afro chasing Goroy with the surge forward on top of Goroy. No escape from her as she is mighty. She is vengeance.
The warp surge right there just blasts right on top of Gore, able to finish off that kill, continuing the farm for LC. TLD trying to find some farm of their own, putting pressure onto Yer here. Looks like Diamond is going to get isolated, taken down by all 3 members of TLD. Lods locking in the Masamune Phenom with the Soul Stealer. Yeah. TLD actually looking stacked on the exotics here.
Looking really strong with a new look for their composition, and this is kind of the look we were expecting after bans from TLD, and really showing why we were expecting it, because they are looking really strong here game 6.
100%. Now Dylan trying to keep Yer in it. We saw it earlier, doing his very best to live on the Zeph. He has 30 seconds left on this crown, making his way up tracks. Actually has a lot of space to the top left, so he continues on his current trajectory. Probably going to be able to play time. Orlando's running out of time themselves. Full force of LC right on top of him are going to be able to take out that kill. LC, every time we pan to them, Magical, it is just forward violence kills.
I mean, for LC's sake, they are looking not just for a podium finish. They want first place. They want to upset the normal pendulum swing that we have had in NA between BAP and TLD, BAP, TLD. They want to have a new victor, a new monarch to take the title in NA.
Yeah, and what an epic way to do it here in like such a big kind of money tournament. And like these teams are so hard to bring down. Like it would be such a monumental accomplishment for Last Chance. It really would prove that their last chance was all worth it.
And for the sake of NA, we have never in the history of North America had a team besides TLD or BAP win. It has always been, well, BAP being Moonlit Battlegrounds beforehand, the core of Height and Pine. They have been the perennial winners of North America over and over again. So we'll see right now, as those two teams are the first and second place, LC are nearby, but look at BAP, as BAP are cleaning up kills themselves, saying, we're not going to make it any easier for LC. We still want to make sure that we are one of the top teams.
Yeah, and BAP also exotics online. It's RTK with the Jewel Art and Songbow, and it's Pine with the Soul Stealer on the Myth. So very strong in this fight against OSC as they posture over Dragon Breath rounds, looking to find a third exotic for themselves, trying to get one-shot combo out of here. One-shot combo not shying away, though. Looking like they want to opt for maybe an engage off of the Kingpin play. Has the Bungie out?
Got to be careful, though, with how much damage was dealt to Saucy Hack, but helping out that of OSC is going to be TLD. A new opponent has entered as they are now in this arena looking for the Meteor Beast, looking for those Dragonfire rounds, but realizing that BAP are kind of scary right now. Phenom only with gray armors. They only got blue armors as their max, while they do have level 14s. Not an easy fight against BAP.
Yeah, definitely not. And I think like whoever this Dragon Breath rounds go over to is going to really give themselves a nice kind of advantage here with those other exotics already online. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, it is S&T still in it. Let's go, boys. Making a nice run here in game 6. LC playing for the exotic on the other side, or Bubba's there. And to the north of them, it's QA getting chased by Bao, it looks like.
That Bao, it feels like they're a cat with 9 lives. You just can't get rid of them too easily. They just keep coming back over and over again in this game. While Afro's got to be careful. Her armor has been shattered. Amorius is nearly dead. And OSC, they might have been chased off of one objective. They locked down control of Amorius, nearly getting the pull on the toilet.
Yeah, but nice grab from OSC there to snag that. And here's the fight to the north. A different fight, actually. It is S&T getting pressure from TLD moving in with the E-plats from north. Got to be careful right into the arms of LC. And there's a fourth squad. It's SV on the left. S&T all of a sudden in such a dire position. Ult up, trying to get out. Notaburger very likely going to get caught here.
Zick, it's not a fourth team. There's like 6 teams on my
it's
screen
everyone,
right
bro.
now.
Everyone left.
S&T, sad days for them, and now it's going to be SVI as they try to get away from Afro, but she is hungry. She is mighty. She wants all these kills for herself, chasing SVI onto their frozen platforms while the rest of LC making sure they secure kill control while SVI try to get away now. New opponents, TLD, chasing them, sandwiching them between LC, and there is ultimately nowhere to go except when you have a grabby squid combo like that from Thank You to get away, leaving SPI with their Bebo alive.
Great, huge movement from Thank You to keep them in it, at least for a moment longer. And now, after that fighting, LC wants to pressure the likes of TLD. Jump pad out. Second win catches him off the pad. Lemur sticks around, trying to catch it. He's going to get stunned out, able to get away with a shift while fully stacked and the second win mark. Pretty sketchy here.
Behind them, Pow, with the chilling finale. They've already got the spike doubled up with the help of LC because they couldn't play into the chilling finale. It's only Lods now for TLD.
No way, bro.
This could be another early exit for the team. Lods, where do you go from here?
Dude,
OSC, they're utilizing LC to make sure TLD are out at 7th place again. While OSC, they might have put themselves in a compromising position. They have now helped both BAP and LC try to claim control of the Turbo Cup.
Man, what is this sequence? LC making such a name for themselves out here. And it's looking so clean, like the aggression they're able to exert with this comp. Not only Afro, but Toilet backing him up with the Zeph. So many reliable connections. Nice air slam from Jetski. Back on the brawl, baby. Has the Masamune. They finish off Orlando's. LC going turbo.
One crown gone, another one in front of them. Ash right behind them for Bao, while Mocha was a hero for LC in the last game, making sure they got 3rd place. It looks like Ash trying to replicate some of that magic here for Bao.
Yeah, see if they are able to do it. And we see the 1v1 between SVI and OSC looking at each other on the south side. One of them with crown, one of them without. We'll see if they go for the 1v1 duel for all the marbles. Meanwhile, BAP was able to pick up those armor shredder rounds, Magical. So all of a sudden, it's Pine on Myth, Soul Stealer, Dragon Breath rounds.
With a
Dude,
myth.
the amount of damage that's going to be pumped, like, and Pine, one of these players that very rarely miss. They are going to catch. Actually, we do see a B-bomb res. I think that's SVI's bomb for Thank You. Going to be locking in this team res. So has an angle to get back in it here.
All right, and here they run, getting back into the circle, but now look where they are. They're surrounded as OSC. They get the crown in the nick of time to be able to battle back, but they have been blasted back by that Mega Zeep from SVI, but it gives OSC that time. They're outside of Ion Acres while Bao finally spotted out, but this has started off the fight between LC and QA. This QA debating whether they want to help that Stealth Ninja. They're a little bit late of defending their Kingpin and now having to utilize E-Plats to survive.
Yeah, got to be really careful with BAP still to the south, though. But SVI maybe looking for the third party, but OSC looking for the third party. A huge grab coming through into the slam. Chinese Spy connects.
Getting rid of Go Roy, the engaged tool is gone insane with Thank You. The hope for SVI has been shattered as Berserker, the last one left, having to hop from the bushes, hoping to play that guerrilla style and avoid the attention, but has been spotted out. OSC are hunting down the last player of SVI, while QA have been scattered, but it started off the fight between LC and BAP as they get the kill onto the legend. Dubkins is still alive. Afro in a bad spot. G needs to re-engage. They got rid of Pine. They might be able to get it back, but RTK's got his own static electricity, taking down Afro as LC still got 2. LC have Toilet and Jetski alive, while OSC, the team had been waiting this whole time. Their crown worked. They're back in the game. They're fully formed. LC have been split away. Toilet trying to stay above their heads, while Jetski debating if he needs to back him up. They've got the Vortex Charm, the blast back. They've sliced through. Second wind pushing him back. As Vader trying to get on top of Toilet, who's doing their best to stay away. Well, BAP, they remove QA. LC is still in this game. Jetski still looking for some health back, some armor repair, but Toilet might have to pay the price.
I can't believe LC is doing a great job surviving. And now BAP is going to catch OSC. Can LC survive in a second? Or they are. OSC just gets eliminated so quickly by the BAP collapse. Toilet trying to just buy some time for Jetski over on the left, looking for the res angle. Does get the teammate back. So all of a sudden, LC at 3 here, Magical, stand a shot for finishing this off against BAP.
They got a lot of damage. They've got Pine low. They're trying to slice through. Jetski's got it. Afro's alive. LC, they might have done it, but there's a nice snipe taking down Afro. It's going to be a crowd now for RTK. They have Jetski playing so aggressively, but it's up against height, going from tree to tree. He's Tarzan. He's doing what he can, but he's too low, and it's overshadowed. They got the revive, though. And it's going to be a double spike as Jetski tries to go for round 3 up against Pine and height, getting Pine low, but look at RTK chasing Toilet while Jetski missing the chains. Toilet has landed the vortex charm, almost getting Pine, sniping out Pine as we're back down to 2, but Pine might be revived, making sure that Jetski takes away Pine. They go for the re-engage. Dragon Slam missing, but look at Afro back in the game as well as we are back, though losing height, and now LC have taken control. It's only RTK left for BAP.
I cannot believe it. LC fighting out of their freaking minds. If they finish this off against BAP, it's going to be such a monumental comeback. These are the teams vying for first against TLD. If LC wins this, it's so massive. Can RTK finish it with a miracle? He can't. LC claims victory in one of the most insane endgame fights I've ever witnessed. Holy bro.
LC win game 6. We have now 3 teams with 2 wins, and TLD another 7th place finish. This means our top 3, it is truly anyone's game now.
Dude, the way that endgame played out, I actually cannot believe LC was able to close that. The TLD, or I mean, BAP comes up on them after they're already fighting forever with numbers disadvantage, with 3 exotics in hand, like everything they need to close out the game. But fate would not have it. LC knew, they saw the vision. They play for so long with just 2 members. Jetski making some monster plays over the course of that whole sequence, but it's really Toilet with the crazy amount of clutch heals coming in. Eventually they are able to pull Afro back up and close it out. But a couple monster kill confirms from Jetski off the back of this crazy survivability from Toilet. Somehow, some way, LC find the miracle.
I just can't believe it. That is just a crazy finish for LC in this one. And now making it so that 3 teams with 2 wins. There are still 2 more games to play, Zick. We are not done just yet, and our top 3 teams are making it as competitive as humanly possible.
Dude, yeah, it is so spicy at the top, especially with another pretty early, comparatively early drop for TLD there. This top 3 is going to be way mixed up from what it looked like at halftime. Like, I think especially with those 2 in a row, like even at this point, it might be BAP or LC right there with TLD, or all 3 like right next to each other.
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if LC take first place, because that was a very early exit for TLD. I think they got like a couple kills, but barely any points are going to be gained by that one. And what they had a decent lead after 4. If I look back at what they were at, they had a 32-point lead, but we did have an update during that game that after game 5, it had shrunk to a 12-point lead above that of BAP, 17 points above LC. And when you have a chaotic game like that, like right there, Afro has 14 kills in this game, 15 after that. There's even more later on just from this duel.
Yeah, disgusting. The amount of tempo they were playing with this game. Constantly forward. Yeah, here we're starting to get into this sequence. So Afro goes down there, right? It's Jetski and Toilet left. The length that they live against the full force of OSC, and then somehow Toilet's alive here as all of OSC just gets collapsed on by BAP, and then somehow, some way, Toilet and Jetski are able to fight this out against BAP, even after a crown proc, bro. Triple slam from Jetski there to stop the re-engage. They're somehow, some way able to recover, get Afro back, and finish this fight against BAP. This is BAP up 3 exotics, by the way. LC never backing down, stealing those along the way. Right here, it's Armor Shredder in the hands of Toilets, Masamune in the hands of Jetski as they snipe those. And with just one member left, LC pulls off the miracle. They find their second dub in game 6. Let's freaking go.
And like, I was hyping up Afro through a lot of that game. She was playing out of her mind on Jewel, but that end game sequence was Jetski and Toilet putting on a masterclass of how to play both Brawl and Zeph, just showing when you have that practice. Like, we know how good Afro is on Jewel. She is the best Jewel player that we have along that of Spades. But Jetski, same can be said about Brawl to them. Toilet, same can be said to them about Zeph. These players are so good on those hunters.
100%. LC is 1000% on comfort here for the second half. And, you know, they were kind of on comfort already in the first half, but Jetski opting back into the Brawl, certainly his most played hunter, extremely proficient, you know, with every part of that kit, and really showing in the end game there that, you know, even not having played it at all in the first half, an extreme amount of value can be extracted from this hunter, putting people into wisps and then into boxes. So extremely well played end game from LC to close that one up. BAP now, you know, after a really strong showing, they were kind of looking very comfortable, like, you know, trying to surpass TLD for first place. All of a sudden, LC, like you mentioned, perhaps surging by them a little bit, especially with that finish in first.
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we have a situation where it's LC in first, BAP still in second, and TLD slipping down to third after that game. But all of them, if they're not within 10 points of one another, I would be very surprised, because this is getting incredibly close, going down to the wire, and we have 2 more games to play. There's still 2 whole games at SUPERVIVE left. Anything can happen.
Let's go. And a hype 2 games they are certainly going to be, especially with how close these top 3 are, and a lot of other squads still vying for those 4 through 6 spots for the TC coin payouts. So going to be some continued action, but I just like that end game, man. I'm basking in the glory of that sequence. I was like, that is SUPERVIVE, bro. That is what makes this game so freaking epic. Is it's never over till it's over, and the craziest things can happen. And in fact, they happen literally all the time.
All the time. And that's what makes it so much fun to watch and just see what is going to happen between our teams. And I will say I have an update, but I'm not going to spoil anybody because we will wait until after Game 7 to really talk about those. But my suspicions are pretty accurate, I will say, on how the points are looking. That's all you're going to really get on that one. It's just that I'm not too far off of the truth, which means it is a very exciting race at the top of the standings of which teams might have it, but also looking at the teams towards the middle of the pack. Because if we look after 4 games, how the scores were looking, it was Bao in 4th place with a considerable lead against that of OSC, but OSC tied with QA. You're right behind them. SVI in contention as well. Then a pretty big gap between 8th place and 9th place between SVI and Dog. So looking at not just our top 3, but the next 3 for the TC coins, that is a hot race as well.
Yeah, and like 4th place, it's like pretty fat payout. It's like 5K coins per player. So it's like equivalent like $50 of skins. You know, suit up with some coins, a coin stack of that size. So definitely going to be a lot to play for still in those spots. And remember, we're still clip farming. So
yes,
anyone that puts together, even if you're not able to get in the money here, if you're able to put together an epic clip for yourself, still could have a little bit of a payday. And I mean, it's just like, it gets more and more. This is exactly what happened in EU. It's exactly what you would expect for an 8-game set of SUPERVIVE. Right. It gets more and more hectic. Every single game we enter into is slightly more hectic than the next. And all that's leading up to this 7 and 8 to close it out, Magical, going to be spicy.
And see, we keep talking about the storyline with LC because it has been so long since we've had any team that's been able to topple the dynasty that TLD have built besides that of BAP. It has been TLD, occasionally BAP here and there. To have a new team, a new dog in the race at the top, just makes us so excited to see how LC are going to continue to perform.
Yeah, and like literally could be anyone's game here rolling into Game 7, especially in that top 3. So it's going to be very exciting to see. I think we got a little bit of a crash as looks like they are able to recover, trying to see if it's going to be a quick toss to a break or if we are going to be loading in pretty soon here, but just waiting on
All right, here we are loading up into the game. We've got
Let's go.
everything rocking and rolling. And now, looking at the top of the standings, TLD, they did opt to change their composition from Game 5 to Game 6 to a composition that we more expected, but it didn't work. It didn't end up working out for them. So it makes me curious if maybe they'll kind of follow suit like what we're seeing from Jetski, where they're playing their Brawl. They're back onto Comfort and looking really good. Does the Lods pull out the Brawl? Do we see another new composition for TLD as we load up onto the Breach? It's final destination for Game 7.
Let's go. Opposite of cross country. We know exactly where we're going. It's looking like over Mage Bog area, just to the left of Hollows there. Right on all the exploding barrels, Magical,
I love it. Yes, let's go. All right, explosive end to an explosive series that we've already had. And looking at what we have elsewhere, we do see that we got our Codex that is dropping right outside of Underrot and Wraith's Row. Seeing a couple teams contesting for that already. I see one team going for an Academy drop, which is very unusual. Even earlier, we did see a very unusual circle that ended in Academy.
Yeah, and Final Destination is one of these storm shifts that like influence drops a little more than normal. Like a lot of times you obviously got to play to the storm shift, but it's not enough to affect how you drop. Sometimes Final Destination is. We do see still 4 squads riding up to the top, battling over these gold armors, which have returned up here to Dawn Caps.
No surprise to see that one of them is BAP. They always will drop for golds. Does not matter where. Doesn't matter who they're against. But
double.
A lucky drop there for NIP as Treadsy and Aiden both pick up their own golds, which means BAP, seeing that it is a golden competition, they don't really want that fight. A nice lockdown, and then OSC, they could intervene. We could see an early exit for BAP, and that would absolutely crush their hopes. But OSC not really feeling too confident, missing that pull. The rings at the back of BAP. And RTK trying to give a little bit of breathing room for the rest of BAP to escape.
Yeah, OSC does gamba a gold armor of their own. Spy gets one on the first chest, and OSC looking to play that. Couple creeps outside and then play in, look for kills, steal gold armors away. Are they gonna be able to do it? Now with 3, they gold key the vault. Actually, advantage here against this NIP squad, and BAP fully forced out at this point with NIP claiming 2, OSC claiming 3. Actually, BAP still here, unafraid. Down levels, down armor magical. They refuse to give up their golds.
No, they really do. Look at this. The chase here onto OSC as we are watching them try to run away, which I would think that they would want to actually fight NIP since they have the experienced lead, and I think they might have realized that now, but only when they're on it to solid land. Lightning crashing onto Treadsy, an easy target as they snatch away golden opportunities from NIP.
Yeah, OSC, nice, strong start, playing into the gold armors, working out very well for them. Beautiful kind of play onto the vault to snag the 2 out of there. Aiden looking to survive, has 2 seconds he has to stand. On the speaker, is going to shift forward a little bit. Again, I think of a ping situation there. Able just barely wide on those shift resets for the Jewel. Is going to get punished for it, taken out. Over Abyss, OSC claiming another one.
Their second gold lost. NIP, both that they had snatched away at Dawn Caps with that lucky roll. Both of them are now gone. It's up to Paz, the out-of-retirement player here for NIP, to bring them back in as we look at a fight at Ion Acres. LC already starting off great with a pick on a legend, but it is traded. Jetski is down. Won't be brought back up too easily, but they're not even looking for that. They got the kill point. They're looking for that respawn beacon up north.
You know what? QA has really been impressing me actually over the course of this tournament. They are completely unafraid to fight even the best squads in the lobby, and sometimes it even going their way. This is what you have to do to compete to be a first place squad. Afro finally getting caught here, maybe able to be finished off of SVI, shifts out, trying to just ride the wind tunnel to safety. The full force of SVI really want to punish her for it. QA is continuing to lurk as well.
They're really chasing onto Afro as well, seeing that blood, and they're like, we can get this kill, we believe. But now Afro into the storm,
gonna make them work for it.
These rings really is making them work towards it. Has gotten past the train, has many opportunities. I'm waiting to see where that train is. It has already passed by, so gotta wait some time before it will get nearby, while the other players of LC already in position around the heart.
And she anywhere but here's. I thought she was going to kill herself because they were already on the heart rest, but she actually has an anywhere but here. Uses it, ports herself to Mage Bog with 0 health. Probably going to look for the recall. Does so. Reconnects. Nice plays from LC Afro. Burning a lot of time. Picture in picture fight breaking out between Ur and S&T. Duking for the on here. A nice dual shift there as well. Barely why the second one is going to result in S&T going down. Ur finding that early squad wipe.
And our penultimate game, already one team gone. Maybe a second to join as Barbat is hopping around as a little carrot. Jake Braun going to be doing the same, having swapped off of Huddy. They're just anywhere but here. Get out of there.
Dude, a second gangster anywhere but here. Taricha gets the escape for CTT. Looks like a safe space.
Very lucky one.
On the right here. Yeah, good RNG. Probably play for this stacks res. Nice from Taricha.
Very well done. Very lucky, too, to get out of that one and get into the safest spot possible. Nobody's nearby Academy, so pretty easy to be able to get inside of Academy, through the portals, to that respawn, bring back up the team, even farm out a little bit of Academy into Hollows.
Okay, look, Magical. It took the whole first half of the game, but BAP did get a gold armor out of Dawn Caps. Let it be known. Even though 5 were taken out early, they'd find their way out with a 6. It's not... Their strategy is not cooked. They're still in it.
Hey, they're not out of the game, so it's definitely not cooked. But right now, might be a tug of war as pulls happen from both OSD and QA. But it's going to be Stealth Ninja, the first casualty, as now Legend going up into the air to try to get away from one-shot combo. But they are hunting these kills themselves, and QA haven't had good fights earlier on. Now locked in to the Mage Bog with very little ways out of this one above their heads, but they already know where you are at, Legend. They leave you now with only Dumbkiss left.
Both those teams doing a nice job scaling over the course of the tournament. OSC and QA really kind of turning it on, especially in the second half, showing us what they're made of. TLD finding a kill for themselves. TLD has a lot of ground to make up here, Magical. That's maybe...
I called it. Lodge is on to brawl.
Let's go. Love to see it. And like maybe that's the missing piece of the puzzle that they need to put together in this second half to bring the kill farming, the points, the placement back online. Nice singularity after the stun lock combo. Stealth Ninja literally cannot move. Ended there by the likes of Bao.
The fact that Orlando's no longer playing that Carbine has swapped up to Void of all hunters here with Ping. I gotta say, very impressive to see out of Bao, a team that is competing for at least a top 6 position right now, while we see NIP, Treadsy, an easy target for TLD. They already got rid of former teammate Paz, and now it's only Aiden left alive for Name in Progress.
I love as the Ghost dropping the napalm on the Celestial and giving her very limited options, and then the follow with Lods on the face steel chain there. Absolutely nowhere for Treadsy to go. I do like the Celeste pickup for Treadsy. It was looking pretty strong in EU earlier, but NIP still looking to put something together here. OSC putting together a nice game 7 themselves. Got the level 10 lead here in night 2, rocking the 3 gold armor still. Vader rolling around in the Sky Shark hunting for kills.
I'm curious, though, can Treadsy replicate magic again? In EU, I was playing with a new team called Moo, or the Milkers, team that struggled at the very beginning of the tournament and then ended up winning the 7th and 8th game. Of all things to happen, did not expect that. And now here with NIP, I wonder if they're going to do the same kind of thing where they struggled in the first 6, and that's where they really hit their power spike, was in game 7.
And I don't know how you guys were keeping a straight face during the EU cast. Calling these guys milkers the whole time. I was dying on my end. But they did make a very nice showing in the end.
Some of these names that they come up with, you gotta act like nothing is different. As right now, Treadsy getting comboed by the bird bomb, but Paz landing that Vortex Charm, putting himself in a bad spot because he does not want with that lockdown onto him. Jake Braun on a Shrike, playing another new hunter, went from the Huddy to Felix, back to Huddy, now on a Shrike, as they are playing a different style for CTT.
I definitely like the Zeph pickup on Paz more than the Aluna. I think, like, you know, we think of him as the Oath, but also very much think of him as the Zeph. Literally, I think, you know, was the person that figured out B-hopping on Zeph at the very beginning and made the first kind of like video on showing how to do it. So extremely proficient on that hunter as well. Going to be a different look for NIP, or if they can put it together with their SVI. Looking for the swap into the finale combo. Not quite able to connect there because SVI reads it.
Very close, though. Good call from SBI to spot that out. And unfortunately now for Bao, sandwiched between two teams, an easy target. But we are about to have a fourth one join the fray as TLD find themselves with a great flank on a QA. But QA, they don't have backup. The one team that could have saved them, SBI decided to get out of there, and now it's sniping them out of the air. A pull, but blocked by the Bebo, putting down the Frozen Team. No dunk for Stealth Ninja, as now SBI, they helped to eliminate QA. Lemur, he might have gotten the credit, but it was SBI fishing out those fish.
And like, you know, right there, it's like QA continuing to play aggro, continuing to look strong. It's so easy to get punished if for a little bit of an overcommit from these kind of more experienced squads. It happens right there. So despite a really strong showing, QA is going to go out fairly early here. Aiden trying to not do the same for the likes. NIP has the crown or pass under a lot of pressure here from the jet ski brawl. Somehow Aiden's still alive.
Oh my goodness. No way. The Sky Shark has avoided Afro, but Afro gets close enough. Just that last auto was able to land. NIP and Tredsy could not make the same magic happen twice.
Afro saying, I am the jewel. Dude, that was like, I was actually so close. The shift into the auto, Aiden just so close to getting away on that Sky Shark. Paz does get caught on the bottom by Jetski as well. So NIP is going to get eliminated. A couple squads out decently early here. Not too early, but going to be, you know, a limited amount of space to play for pretty much as usual. But, you know, the scrapping continues, like a lot of kills points being traded, a lot of teams trying to continue their tempo. TLD and BAP, you know, are kind of the ones we're looking at besides LC here to really try to run that up, because it's going to be basically at this point, whichever one of those teams can claim the most kills and find the highest placement in this game is going to put themselves in the lead for our final game 8.
I mean, this is getting crazy right now for LC. As you can see here, only with 4 kills, which is a little bit low for how they have been in these past few games. But even looking at TLD, they're still alive. BAP, they've been looking pretty strong. They've got 2 gold armors now, not just the one. They've doubled it as they've been slowly fighting their way. And did Pamu steal that away?
I actually couldn't tell, man. It looked like he might have, but I'm honestly not sure. It's so hard to tell sometimes where the coin flips go if you don't see like an XP jump.
As Taricha, he was amphibian, but spotted out by a scan grenade, and now SVI blasting their way through, pushing back CTT, and with the Sky Shark, it's going to help blast them into the zone, as Taricha separated OSC on the hunt for the People's Champions, but Taricha has been able to get away. Jake Braun might be able to rejoin with his team, because SVI are going to be the team that gets the attention from OSC, not wanting the easier prey, wanting instead SVI and killing them off, but Mega Avalanche place down will keep the one-shot combo away.
And Jake Braun on the Shrike, I just realized. So opting out of the Huddy into the Shrike. I think our only Shrike out here this entire time. Chinese Spy getting caught in a nade there. Ground slowing him down a little bit, trying to get back across the water. OSC got to be careful, though. Trying to fight on 2 flanks. It's SVI on the south, LC to the left.
Vader taking low as well over the abyss. Grabby squid for both of them to get back to the ledge. Slassy Hack, unfortunately, could not get away as Jetski finds another victim while SBI somehow slip away from OSC. But we look back down south and it's Dog this time. TLD bowling. These teams are looking to get that farm and make sure that they are still the team at the top.
Yeah, Park Ninja clutch amphibian here. Maybe going to have some space to live, but TLD doing what they need to do, continuing the kill farm on their side. SVI finding one as well. OSC down Lord Vader. It's going to be just Spy left whirling on the Kingpin over here in the wind ring or in the wind tunnel, trying to find an angle. But if we look at the map, Magical, there's not many angles for Spy on the Kingpin here.
No, there pretty much, I don't see any angles really. You go through the hollows, we already have 3 teams there. You go through Mage Bog, there are 3 more teams there. You go down the middle and you're running into TLD and CTT. This is just looking really difficult here for Chinese Spy.
That's why he opts to just hang out in the wind tunnel for as long as possible up there, just kind of chilling, continuing to chill up there. You know, we see 2 crowns to the south, but with that fire in play, it was BAP's fire. No way you kind of risk going for that. Oh, finds a death box res on a little island here. So they have at least 2. Oh, no.
And then you're like, hey, wait a minute. We saw that. We saw what happened up there. Easy kills for ourselves, picking up 2, putting them in their pocket.
So nice try there, Spy. In the end, Yer finds him out. Pamu finishes it with the Dragon Staff Slam into Abyss. TLD here, stacking their exotics as normal. Park and Show working the
Is that Sly Cooper there? Because, man, he just gets away with that robbery, getting right past both TLD and LC.
I love how he's actually sneaking. He's like controlled. He's like tiptoeing as the Fox, just trying to do everything to live. LC finally finds him out. Go, Park and go. Find the Firefox.
Run, Fox, run, get out of here. Oh, they've got him. There is nothing you can do here. Second win, bouncing him around as LC, the team. You do not want to see that on the kill feed if you are BAP or TLD.
Remember, guys, it's LC, it's BAP, it's TLD. These are all 3 of our squads vying for first place. They're all still in this game. They all have some kills on the board except BAP Magical. 2 gold armors and a blue, but no kill points stacked up yet.
But they have a Guardian Archangel. They see Yer, and they are level 15s on some of their players.
It's on the Wukong too, by the way.
Sorry, 13s on their side, but they can easily find this fight. But looking at TLD, as they have lost Lodge, you're doing a great job of stopping that engage, but realizing now they played a little bit too aggressively because it's BAP. They're trying a third party. Bambu up on his perch, scares BAP from chasing him any further. TLD have picked up a crown along the way. See how low Diamond is? Lemur, watch this. He remembers last week when he played for USA up against EU and was a heroic play, but that is denied as TLD, another early exit for them. This time, 6th place.
Right there. That is tragedy striking for TLD. They could not drop another game in this second half. And we witness it before our eyes right there. So the momentum from TLD just dominating, absolutely crushing the first half of this tournament, significantly slowed down after the bans come into play. Not the usual story for TLD, usually able to soak bans pretty well. So all of a sudden, it's BAP and LC clawing their ways ahead of TLD. Which one of these squads can find themselves with a victory in Game 7?
Well, right now, it looks like BAP, they've been slow, patient, methodical in this game. They didn't have quite the explosive early game they tend to have, but that is A-okay with them because now they're starting to clean up those kills. They've got good control. They know where the storm is going, and they just have to wait until those rain of arrows time out before they move up north.
Yeah, and you're also, one of their on games showing up here on the odd numbers, finding a nice stun connect. Can they isolate Height here after the ult is burned? Is gonna go up on the pole, find his way out. Definitely wants to hold on to the red GA you mentioned. It is RTK again with the Songbow locked in for the jewel. So BAP certainly rocking that exotic advantage, making their way into endgame.
Jake Braun wearing a crown has already gotten damage on Tajetski, but needs to land some of these shots. It's so difficult when they're so mobile and you're playing Strike, trying to get away, dunked as well. Crown denied. It's just up to the people's champion, Taricha. And he spotted out LC. They are on point right now, firing on every cylinder, looking like they are now the new kings, the new queens of NA, looking to take that from BAP, take it from TLD, but they still got to win here, Game 7, to make sure they have full control of the tournament. Azure are going to be the first team that has to fight their way out of it, but they are surrounded. BAP couldn't pick up the kills, but now LC looking for BAP on that other side with a flank angle, but they have to disengage, regroup back in the Mage Bog.
And Pine finds Afro on the way out. Big chip damage with that Virides Fury. Burn. Huge catch there. That connects with the main. LC just combos all 3 of them in one. Can they continue the fight into BAP with no cooldowns? Afro's caught early, eliminated. LC now fighting in the 2v3.
This is deja vu. We've seen this before. Jetski is already in the back line, looking to rip through them, trying to dash away. He's got barely any health, and it's all up the toilet, wearing the crown. Zeph against 3 of BAP as BAP look for their 3rd victory. LC, they can do the same, but Toilet, you need a miracle here. You need some heroics like I've never seen before as he lands a Vortex Charm, pulling him into the storm, but not enough damage just yet. He's staying far away, doing this to make sure this is going to be a long, drawn-out fight, but the storm doing so much over their heads. He goes, tries to go for the second win, is almost going into the storm, missing, the lightning crashing back as BAP find their 3rd victory in Game 7.
So much heart there from Toilet, doing literally everything he can say in it. But BAP, you got to hand it to him. Clean finish for game 7, doing exactly what they needed to do, not playing crazy high tempo or anything like that. But in the end, where it matters, the team that they're facing up against for this first place spot, they stare him in the eye, they find the victory. And, you know, a little bit is the LC aggression. They are the ones that pushed. It looked like a little bit like the other team kind of came up on them. LC finishes it with that crazy kind of one-shot combo, claps all 3, but then they're instantly into the fight with BAP. And I think that is really what hurt them, because they're down cooldowns, they're down armor, you know, they don't kind of have that front foot, and BAP already had the exotic advantage.
But for BAP, it was a difficult game for them, because their normal hot drop where they go for the gold armors, it was contested, and as we called out, there's 5 gold armors. None of them were picked up by BAP at first. They had to go back after everyone had left on caps and find the scraps in order to get their gold armor and play a very, very slow game in order to win.
I mean, it turns out that's exactly all they need is 1 gold armor to find the victory. Like, it doesn't matter if they get all of them. The gold strat works. BAP claimed victory in game 7. And I think right there, depending on how many kill points LC had, going to be extremely even between these two squads. And I don't know, Magical, exactly how the points are going to play out, but all of a sudden TLD for the first time after that finish in a spot where they maybe like are behind enough to not go for first. I mean, we're gonna have to see what the split is, but I think, you know, if they do claim first, it's gonna have to be a monster mega game 8.
I will say though, we have seen that from TLD.
We have, dude. They are the GOATs for a reason.
Any team is going to clutch up. It has always been TLD to do so, but it is going to be tough. Usually, it's only one team they're facing off. They only have to beat BAP. They only have to beat Moonlit Battlegrounds. They only have to beat GAP, whatever you want to call them in the past. But it is no longer the case. It is both BAP and LC that now stand before TLD, ready to close the door on the team that usually is the one to shut the door closed.
Absolutely. And very much expect TLD to show up. These guys have such kind of like high caliber performance. They're so good at bouncing back. You mentioned it earlier, the untiltableness of Lemur and how the comms from him can kind of help carry the team in dire straits. Well, we are in some dire straits now. If you're a TLD fan, they have to have a turbo game 8 here to bring it back against the likes of LC and BAP. LC and BAP need someone to slow them down themselves, though, because even if TLD puts together a monster game, if BAP or LC mirrors that, even in the slightest, going to be really hard to actually claim that first place victory.
Just so everyone is aware, this is the closest we've ever been in North America going into our final game. We have never had a tournament where it is not just 1, not just 2, but 3 teams realistically vying for first place. LC, BAP are 2 right now that are ahead of the other third of TLD. But we look at the standings, and shout outs to our teams at the bottom. So they're playing their hearts out, but the story is at the top right now. LC still above everyone else. 13 points above BAP. Even though BAP won that game, it's the kill points that are coming in clutch.
LC is just farming kills, actually, and it's like a much more significant gap than I was honestly expected. And it's exactly what you said. It is the kill points coming through huge from them. And there's a, you know, moderate point difference between first and second, but like you know, like that amount of gap made up with kills, like you mentioned, very slow game for BAP after that kind of losing the gold armor battle, having to go back, get it. They play through objectives, but in the end, it's not quite the amount of points, even with the first place victory, to stop the momentum of LC. So here we see, you know, kind of TLD 28 points gap between third and first here. It's going to have to be LC getting griefed or making a mistake and TLD having the game of their lives.
And a lot of this, I mean, pretty much all of this lead for LC is off of the back-breaking work of Afro right now. Not only does she have the most kills of any player in the tournament so far, it is not even close. She has 48 kills alone.
Oh my God.
The next closest is Phenom at 33. Afro is playing out of their minds here right now on this duel.
Yeah, like that's insane for sure. But we also can't forget how kind of like prolific the other two members of LC have been over the course of these games. Like it is Afro leading the kill charge, but the amount of space Jetski has created, the amount of setup he's been able to provide, peeling for Afro when she gets in trouble with these overcommits, and Toilet just insane on the Zeph, extracting so much value, not only out of the heals, but also the combos, you know, setting up huge grenades into really such a good team synergy for a team that's, you know, it's been Jetski and Toilet playing together. I know Toilet and Afro are good friends, so they've certainly played together, but it's not the normal LC look that we're used to with Misfit in play on the Shiv. Afro stepping in on this Jewel, you know, it's like, it's very impressive, the showing they've had.
All right, as we get ready for our very final game, we'll find out who our winner is, but we'll also now find out what our final storm shift is as we go over to the wheel. We'll spin the spinny wheel.
Let's
see
every
which
weekend,
team is going. What storm shift? As I hear audio in the background as well. But here we go. We have our spin. Bullet train, bullet train. Come on. Yes, yes,
It's
yes!
easy bullet trains here. This is the energy magical needed for a 16th game. The legend here. Going both EU and in a 8-game sets each. So we land on bullet trains. The magical energy is summoned, going to be a chaotic game 8. Let's get it.
Oh, this is beautiful to end up our Turbo Cup here, to end trios as well. Best way to do it is with the bullet train. So we got to see how our teams are going to approach this final game, especially those at the top. LC, they are in first place, 189 points, but below them is BAP at 176. TLD a little bit further down, 28 points from first at 161. After being in first place after the first 4, they have got to put up their best game we've seen in a while if they want back-to-back Turbo Cup championships.
Absolutely. We talk about the storyline at the top with these top 3. Cannot forget the middle of the board here, playing for those TC coin stacks in 4 through 6. It's Bao at 94, holding onto that 4th place spot very impressively on the ping as one of our top EU squads make an entry into the NA scene. And then right behind them, just by 11 points, it's You're at 83, and then 3 teams above 70. It's QA at 76, OSC at 72, SVI at 71. So that clump right there, that could be anyone's game for those 3rd, 4th, 5th spots.
Hey, we saw over in EU that Moo, they struggled in the very first part of the games, but then they were able to pick up those last 2 wins and narrowly make it into the top 6. We'll see if any other team is going to do the same as we load up onto the breach. Final game of Turbo Cup here with trios, and we'll see which team gets to take that moniker, being the royalty of trios. Which team of 3 is the best? We find out now as we load up and look at where our golds will lie.
Dude, after that intro, there's actually so much riding on this game 8 bullet trains game. We see gold armors and Imotech, drop path coming in from the northwest. Instantly 3 teams hot dropping for those golds.
Bao, BAP, and who else are going to be our 3 teams trying to fight for it? And I see that Bao, they have swapped over. Oh, no, don't tell me. Don't tell me we got a disconnect here. I'd be so sad to see a disconnect in this one. No!
Hey, at least we don't have to respin the wheel, bro. We're still on bullet trains. We're still in it. Quick reset, quick reset. Very likely a disconnect. And once players do disconnect, there's a bug where they can't get back in.
Right.
So
that's why if
it's early enough in the game, can't start a team at such a crazy disadvantage just based off a bug. So we're doing a quick restart. Happens every couple games, but we are going to be right back in it here. And I'm very likely we're going to have another hot drop to play for in the next map here.
Yeah, so that, just so everyone knows, that's why we make sure that we reset the game instead of just continuing forward with it, because we want to make sure everyone's on the same foot going into these games, especially when there are prizes on the line for teams to compete for. We don't want any team to be at a disadvantage and to feel like they got robbed of that one, so we are going to reset, hopefully be able to get back into this game soon. I am just a little sad because we have the 3 teams hot dropping in Imotech in our final game.
I mean, I'd be surprised if we don't get a similar sequence coming for wherever our golds are at in our next game. The odds are at Imotech decent as well, because that is one of our normal culprits for the golds, but we're going to have to see like that, you know, the way Bullet Trains plays out, depending on where the drop comes in, makes for such awesome end games. And, you know, what if, Magical, we have one of our Kobayashi's Bullet Train endings for game 8, bro?
Please.
Like, what a way to
SUPERVIVE
end
gods out
this
there,
series.
please give me this. I need this in my life. This is how we need to
Summon,
end
summon.
trios. We need to have this kind of energy for this. We need to have an end game circle at Kobayashi's.
Let's go. I'm here for it. We're summoning it right now. We'll see if we can get it on this next drop. Still getting a quick confirmation on what went down and if we're going to have to wait any more time here.
All right, so I think we have a few more minutes that we are waiting for our players. So in the meantime, we are going to toss it to a break so that way we can get ready for this one to figure out exactly what is going on. So guys, we will be right back for game number 8.
Don't go anywhere.
Alrighty, we are back and we are ready for our final game of SNS Turbo Cup. It is trios. We are about to round it out. Bullet Train was what was spun on the wheel. LC, our surprise third team, not BAP, not TLD. LC right now are in first place and looking to be the first team, not BAP, not TLD, to win a North American tournament.
And the emphasis Magical is putting here, guys, is because we've seen for so long TLD and BAP dominating the top 2 spots in North America tournaments very consistently since the shift to trios. Just these 2 squads have been almost impossible to dethrone. And LC making a showing here. Last chance, Magical. Their last chance in trios, at least for the time being, to make a heroic showing, close out a tournament, prove to themselves that they are the best squad in North America SUPERVIVE.
As here we are loading up onto the breach for one final time. We'll see how our teams are going to maneuver around the bullet trains. Who will be the final team to win, not just on the map, but also in the tournament. As we look at where the goals are, all the way over in Gridlock, is where we are going to be taken and seeing some of our hatchlings and where they're going to be landing. It's going to be really interesting to see how our teams drop, and even looking at the dropship right now, because it is actually going to path fairly over towards the eastern part of the map and a little bit over towards Gridlock.
Yeah, and no one opting could go out early for hit the map early dawn farm cap, so that whole side of the map completely open. A lot of teams waiting for this gold drop in Gridlock, at least a good chunk. 1, 2, only 2 down actually, so not our 3, but a ton out for Heart playing these other objectives we see just to the south of Heart, 2 hatchlings to play for.
We know BAP is going to be one of the teams that jumped at gold. They always do, and it seems like it's going to be BAP and BAO. These 2 teams, very similar in name, only separated by literally 1 letter in the alphabet. As now they might have to fight one another and see if BAP, they really need these kill points. They are 13 points behind first place, behind LC. Wiping teams out, getting an early lead, and snowballing that into a 4th victory for themselves could cement their title and their first place.
Yeah, and it's going to be like TLD want to be really going hot, fishing for kills. BAP looking to do the same against BAO here, connecting maybe onto Orlando's fully stacked. RTK has the shift on cooldown. Can they follow up through the angle here? Is going to get angle through the wall.
Almost found that, almost got the damage, but I'm looking at Ash, looking for those 360s, but it's a Dragon Slam nearly landing onto them. But still, BAO have been able to hold their own and waiting to fish for some of these angles, while Pime this whole time trying to utilize that pillar to make sure that Ash can't land any of those headshots. Get it stacked up quickly, while RTK sniped by the bird bomb, nearly sniped out, while Pine now aggressed by 3 with no way out of this one. Not easily, at least, tries to push him off the ledge, but could not do so. BAP are losing control of Gridlock, while QA and TLD trading blow for blow, but it's QA actually coming out the better of this one right now. Phenom has been sent into the abyss, chased away by QA, who now have a new sub themselves, Despy, playing in for QA.
Level 7 on the Dumb Kiss Wukong right there, bro. Instant level 7, right? Like a 1 minute into the map here. So QA, again, completely unafraid to contest even the likes of TLD. So they do it there, and I think come away with a fight victory. We saw a bit of it in the picture-in-picture, but very impressive from QA. And TLD, not the start you need to have in a game where you're looking to cover this kind of point gap. You have to be firing instantly from the beginning on these kills. So hopefully TLD able to look for a very quick recovery, get right back in it here. Speaking of recovery, BAO doing a nice job in Gridlock, finding 2 golds for themselves. BAP not backing down either, though. A little bit of an XP disadvantage for BAP. Maybe they finally do surrender this year.
Remember, LC in first place by 13 points. BAP, second place. They are above that of TLD by another, what is it? Another quick maths, if I can do that. 15 points. They're above them by 15 points. I can do it. Aha! Because TLD are behind 28 points behind LC in third place. So as you were talking about, for TLD, it is firing on every cylinder. It is picking up all these early kills, the mid-game kills, the late-game kills. They need kill points, not just placement.
Yeah, and, you know, like, we'll see if they're able to get some stuff rolling here after that. But sometimes losing that early fight, hard to recover tempo. If anyone can do it, it is TLD. So eyes continue to be on them. SVI on the hunt, no. BAP kind of in tatters here now, too. We do see a half-health member running into Storm. It's RTK. Is going to bump off the Sky Shark. Crazy steal with a nade. Oh, Berserker trades it with the Ghost. Well played, both sides.
Nade. I thought RTK just GTA'd right there, but unfortunately, there was the spike grenade already on it. So only height now for BAP, but he was already in hollows ready with the respawn beacon. So BAP not quite out of this, but kind of like how they were in the last game. On the back foot at the onstart of the game, which means if it's anything like last game, even though they won, LC had way more kills than them throughout it.
Yeah, so we'll have to see if they're able to match that tempo in this game. TLD want to do the same themselves. Nice sidestep there on the grab, but it's ults online for OSC, none for TLD. So really uphill battle here, Magical. But again, we see TLD maybe opting to force it anyways because of how desperately they need these kill points.
They really need it. Dodging away from Surge,
They're doing
pushing
it.
back Vader.
There's level
now
7.
they've already got that first pick, but they gotta be careful. They don't have Lodge. Now Lodge here, pushing him back into the wall. Might have that fight. They've got damage. They've got
TLD,
Chinese Spy
bro.
as they chase away. Saucy Hack. Last one for one-shot combo as they hope to have their one shot left in this game.
Here we go. This is our TLD, bro. This is what they do. Unafraid, able to win despite 0 ultimates versus 3 ultimates. They find the fight they need. They get the stun into the wall off of the back of the beautiful Lod's R&B there. Able to find the first kill, put it into a 2v3, put the rest of them on the back foot. So TLD doing what they need to do to recover here. Need to continue following this tempo with more and more kills.
But another team that was kind of put on the back foot initially, LC. They lost a couple early fights, and now they're slowly trying to make sure they claw their way back into the game. You see, yeah, they got a kill for Toilet, a kill for Afro, but having to already revive the team a couple times, not looking the best for LC so far.
I wonder if they do opt to slow it down a tiny bit, because they have been playing so hyper aggro for those points with where they're at on the board and them knowing that. I wonder if they opt into a little bit of a slower strategy, playing maybe a little bit more calculated for that long-term position, because one of the things of over-aggressing, we've seen it happen to them a couple times over the course of this tournament series, is you can get punished by that third party for playing so aggro. But the amount of tempo they've able to generate from those kills has surpassed that thus far. So, you know, is it even a good call to opt out of that strategy if it's been working so well for you already?
Exactly, because when you have a lead like LC have, it is about placements. Like, yes, you want to play your style. You want to play that aggressive, really fun to watch and root for kind of composition that LC have done a great job of piloting so far. But there is prize money on the line, and every fight comes with its own consequences and risks. You lose a fight, and especially here in the very last game, if you have an early exit, that could be it. You've blown the lead that you had, and that gives an opportunity
Here we go.
to let in BAP and TLD, but LC will try to fight against QA regardless. Toilet having to get out of their jet ski, probably going to do the same, and you even see there is a bit of that tempered attitude here from LC, where in the past they would fully send it and not actually even fall back in the first place. There they allow the fight to reset, then look to see if they can re-engage. Afro up in the air, but pushed back by second wind. Nice grounded with the lightning crash on a dump kiss, but he's over the abyss. Despy trying to get away as well as they tried to dash out of there, but Afro cleaning up more kills, as now this is the time to strike. They've gotten the kill initially. They've got Dumbkiss in their sights with the static built up. All they have to do is crash back once more and strike for a third time.
So LC find a couple more kills. QA, not quite the fight they were looking for. Have had a couple of very impressive moments. Unafraid to fight these top squads. You'll love to see it. It does look like the Legend was able to early out on that fight, play anchor for his team. Meanwhile, Bao continuing to kind of hang out, camp the heart res angle. We're going to find some cheeky kills themselves and maybe hold on to that 4th place. Meanwhile, NIP to the north on tracks, looking at S&T.
While we've been focused on that top 3 fight, that conversation that it's a lot of fun to talk about. Bao, they're in their own mini arc right now. They've got the B plot, if this is a sitcom going on, where they are just playing for 4th place. Nice pull here from Aiden, but not enough time to land on a Squid afterwards. Maybe that playing against them, as Squid was able to slip right beneath their fingers.
Yeah, I want to see Paz do something crazy here on this F. With the Paz return, we got to see a Paz pop-off moment. If there's any time to do it, it's game 8.
Oh no.
RTK, last member left for BAP.
It's just BAP with one left, as right on the train was QA. They got their own respawn. Bro. Nice block huge there from RTK to make sure he'll get away. There are plenty of respawn beacons now to look for, but for BAP's sake, this is not looking good.
They're actually, yeah, unfortunately, he actually doesn't have any beacons to play for the South. Maybe if he pushes into Storm a bit, but he does have one to repair to the left in coil, so it looks like he is going to be able to get it. Look at this, the full commit to the hard play for Val.
Tonk, huge.
Nice tonk on to NIP. Paz, Aiden gone. The U now with that one player left for NIP, as the train will go past. Thank you. It's a huge tonk there for SVI. One of our teams that's in that clump, working their way to try to see if they can move past and get themselves up.
Yeah, and it looks like a fight breaking out to the south. It's LC and TLD. This could be all the marbles here, Magical. Whoever wins. Oh, sorry, it's your. I saw the swords on TLD. Thought it was these fights. So not quite all the marbles, but you're one of these squads that's been ruining people's day all day. If they could do it against LC here, might actually give TLD a chance.
Almost had their angle. Afro got caught by Vortex Charm, but there was no follow-up. Not in time for Ur. They had already kind of disengaged Palmu, trying to get backwards. Even with the robber raccoon there, gonna steal away some of the loot and get themselves out of Enshrine.
Yep, kind of bail on that angle. We see, quick look at the map. Space is closing in, less and less room to claim here. CTT want to claim some of their own as they try to make their way into circle. OSC just so aggro, just like kind of like the way LC is playing, but OSC is even a little looser. Mega Avalanche here, busted out by CTT, trying to just defend their position. S&T is well to the right. 4 squads in play.
4 squads in play, and one of them is fighting for a top 6 finish. As the Heart got TP'd, it was Battle this time moving around, but they got pushed in by Tog. I saw it on the picture-in-picture. And then the air flash with a baseball bat thwack from Thank You, killing 2 with the help of the Heart.
Disgusting. So SCI showing up big in our final game as well. Such a staple of the competitive scene for North America. Was a small window where they weren't quite around, but like SVI, one of the names we know and love, always showing us some fun SUPERVIVE. Thank you on that Bebo, working the magic right there. Tog into the Heart, the bat knock to follow. Beautiful.
I'm still watching the Heart. Ash was able to get a nice knock, I think, with Bird Bomb headshot combo off of Berserker for SVI. So Bao, even if they're hanging around, they only have Shrike left, and with the Heart moved around, it's going to be difficult, but we look back towards the Meteor Beast. NIP try to steal that away. Keep in mind, not a single team has been eliminated just yet. Every team still stands in our final game of trios as NIP, a team formed with 2 EU players and 1 retired NA player, get away, and then right through the clutches, TLD try to escape, but it's going to be NIP, maybe chasing on a Lodge. Phenom has been split away from Lemur and from Lodge. Phenom's already gone. Lodge has been able to regroup with Lemur, but NIP, they have more to deal with. They see that CTT, LC, all nearby them, but CTT had to deal with LC instead. As Saricha got hit by the chains, trying to get back with the rest of the team, but we see that Lodge going right past them. Same with SBI, having missed the Tog, but scaring off Lodge and TLD from going towards the Heart, even from that respawn beacon, making sure there's no easy way back into the game. But hopping onto the bullet train, we saw that CTT, they got their way out of that fight, while NIP fight against LC, but LC, they too will escape danger.
Dude, yeah, nice kind of like nice movement. Look at how crowded this map is. You mentioned no squads going out. Everyone very calculated here, not overcommitting, knowing this is the last game, wanting to make a showing. Still, everyone in LC engaging QA on the boat. Nice.
Wait, LC, this is not a good look for you right now. You've already lost Afro, and now, with so many teams left, that means this could be a last place finish if they don't pull off a miracle. Lemur, he sees that as well, gets Jetski off of the bullet train, and now they have to look elsewhere to see if they can respawn the team. But Roof has already been spotted out by Thank You and SBI, while Saucy Hack as well, having to dash back towards the rest of the team, trying to get back over to the ledge, but it's going to be the pull too late for Chinese Spy, and now up in the air, trying to avoid. Vader has been able to take down Berserker, but now you have to deal with the other 2 of SBI. Batted away, but you already have the Wisp. Make sure you're building up that static electricity. Vader is so close. Pulled back by Chinese Spy, but batted away by Bebo. But Thank You to bring back up Berserker. Toilet, they join in as well, finding Chinese Spy. Crown picked up by Jetski.
SVI doing work this game. Thank You, showing up big. Jetski trying to do it for LC now. Grabs the crown. Afro is down. So Lod's in the Brawl v Brawl, trying to run down a crown for the sake of TLD. No. I think TLD may be down a member. Oh, so close to getting bumped in there. SVI continuing the violence. Nice triple second win from Toilet, buying a little bit of space. Huge B-bomb from Thank You. Thank You continuing to show up massive.
Jetski sniped crown. Stolen away by TLD, and the last chance is all on to Toilet, the player who made the team in the first place. Bao, they are out. So it's not a last place finish you are fighting for, but TLD, they are already scattered by QA, absolutely destroying them on the onstart of the fight. LC are out at 11th. This is anybody's tournament.
Oh, it's insane, bro. It never ceases to amaze. And at the same exact time, QA continuing the violence, trying to find Taricha, who's doing a miracle, but the Jewel deletes Taricha
right before the heart res proc, so no crown, no res. Very quickly through 2 squads down.
BAP TLD, they are now sweating because they know they have the chance to win this tournament. LC are gone 11th place, but they got to make sure they stand strong. They don't get eliminated too early. And with so many teams still remaining, 10 alive, OSC are now separated as they try to escape. SBI, they join in too. NIP right in the middle of everyone. Ur doesn't find any targets, instead will help out TLD sandwich SBI, who Golroy loses his life first, and then looking for thank you as it's going to be Ur on top of that Bebo with the fan to put him into the storm. There's going to be instead Lieber, though, looking for that Bebo. Well, NIP, they almost were able to find Pamu, pushed back by the second win, staying alive, staying away from Ur as TLD trying to deal with OSC and SBI. They're farming. SBI, they're gone as well. And now with TLD picking up more kills for themselves, they are getting ever closer to first place, ever closer to yet another title for themselves.
I thought it was about to be sketchy for them. There are 3 squads looking nearby. They go over to the north. There's 4 more squads up here, though. TLD fighting out of their minds, doing exactly what TLD's does, continuing to press forward. It does get dunked there. So finally, down a member, the TLD momentum slows, and it was from BAP. Now, with LC out of the lobby, the other team contesting the Magical for the first place spot.
Remember, BAP was ahead of TLD by 15 points. Quite a large lead. TLD, if you want to win this, not only do you have to win this final game, but you need BAP out early as well. You can't let them continue to stack up more kills. While you might have 9, they have 4. That's a lot less. Like, if you do the difference, that's not quite 15. You got a lot to make up here, TLD.
Absolutely. NIP and Ur continuing to duke it out down here. Ults blown on both sides. They are able to get the Diamond Wisp out of there. So nice res pulled through from Dylan. Pamu helping get the space so they can get Diamond out of there. They are able to get back to a full force of 3. TLD back to 3 themselves, continuing the hunt.
As they go up in the air, RTK trying to get away. A lot of damage onto Lodge. He's still alive. Phenom, Lemur, they stand onto the island waiting for Lodge to see if he can wrap around, but it's going to be S&T of all teams that was able to find the kill onto Lodge. Well, they try to see if they can snipe out of the air. Pine and RTK. Crown being worn by Gatsby. Can anyone steal that away? I saw that Notaburger does die to NIP. Well, Dog still find themselves in the fight. Looking for more snipes out of the air. Pine, you're the last one left for BAP. Might be snapped out of the air. This could be TLD. The miraculous run is still there. They're still alive. They brought that team back. Dog are down, and TLD, they find themselves in the top 5. They just gotta win. They gotta make sure nobody can topple their dynasty.
Dude, the TLD plot armor is just too thick, bro. I thought with the gap we saw at the scoreboard at Game 7, has to be a miracle. QA caught as well there. Nice dunk coming through from Pamu, finishing them off. Working our way down quickly, Magical, from all 12 to 4. And it's TLD with BAP gone, with LC gone, in a position to claim first place if they can find this victory.
28 points removed from first place. TLD, their clutch factor, it feels like whenever the pressure is on, they always answer the call, as their former teammate Paz was the first one they were looking to take down in that fight, removing one more in their way. Another point into their pockets. Notaburger tries to dash back on it to Lemur, but they kept them away, picking up more. S&T are gone, and now you're down to 3.
Nice from S&T making it into top 4 here against such monster squads and crazy teams playing tempo. It's Aiden for NIP, last member left on the Kingpin, trying to just kite it out. Going to be running right into the arms of Ur. Pamu looking for the slam, does connect very quickly down to our final 2.
2 teams remain. TLD, win this game and you win another Turbo Cup by the skin of your teeth. Out of nowhere, you claw your way back. You started off after first place, in first place after 4 games, but then you faltered. 5 and 6 were difficult. You battled your way through. You're trying to see if they can stand up strong against you. They've got Lodge. They might be able to find a split up Lemur with the bungee, but pulling him into the spike with the summon napalm. But now that Lodge has been brought back up to their feet. TLD have yet another fight against Ur.
I was going to say, yours been ruining some days today. These guys are finding moments, finding fights, not able to quite string it together. But can they finish off TLD here? Nice entry over the top of Palmer with the nade.
There's the change. There goes Dylan. And never doubt TLD. They are the best in NA for a reason. They do not falter. They do not stop. They will keep winning as long as SUPERVIVE exists. This is TLD's domain.
Dude, and Lemur closes out the last arrow there. Insane ending to our North America series. I actually cannot believe, I don't know why I say that, but it's every time the way these series go down, it's like, it's literal cinema. It's picture perfect. Like, how in the world does TLD find the opportunity to come back in game A after that 28-point deficit you talked about? And it's just LC and BAP, the RNG, the chaos of the BR, you know, even the very best squads. We saw it happen to TLD in prior games. Sometimes you just can't overcome the chaos, and here in our final game it is TLD that do overcome that. So now Magical on the edge of our seats to see how this final scoreboard looks.
Dread it, run for it. TLD, they win all the same as they find the most important win of their lives, with LC dropping at 11th place, BAP dropping at 6th place. This is when they needed to stand up the strongest. This is when that clutch factor really had to come online for TLD, and guess what, Zick? Like always, it switched on.
It never fails. It never fails. This is the TLD we know and love. This is the TLD that has, you know, just made such a name for themselves in competitive SUPERVIVE in the North America scene, like claiming, you know, at different times the top squad in the world, you know, for especially like for this region. So it's just like, it's such a pleasure to see them always be able to string it together. And it makes for such a hype tournament series because the storyline, like I was saying, it never disappoints. And I actually can't believe game 8 went down this way, bro. What the
Neither
heck?
can I. I genuinely could not believe that. Literally, you couldn't ask for a better finish for a final game where everything was building up to that moment for TLD. For BAF, for LC, of course, we still have to add up the points. It doesn't necessarily mean that they haven't won just yet. TLD were behind a massive amount of points to LC. 28 is a lot.
It is a lot.
Even though 20 points are gained for first place, and when you finish last, you don't gain any. You still have to make sure you're getting all of those kills as well for TLD, and hope that BAP, too, who had a 15-point lead against TLD, don't somehow sneak their way past, and they are the team that come out ahead.
Just such an exciting series, though. What an absolute pleasure to watch. Such epic SUPERVIVE starting in EU, such a like epic kind of fiesta, and then closing it out with NA in this fashion, like legendary second edition of Turbo Cup. And what an awesome way to, you know, kind of wrap up our current trio series for this month, doing an experimental squads month next month in December to see what that looks like. But, you know, picture perfect finish. We're gonna have to do a little review here to see who actually comes out on top.
I legitimately don't know. Like, I am waiting
Here we go.
on bated breath.
Here we go.
And our winners of our second Turbo Cup, our last one, 4 trios, is
my God.
TLD. Never doubt the last door. Lemur, Phenom, Lodge. They narrowly snatch away first place by 3 points.
That is absolutely wild. The last door, TLD, claim first place victory in North America, dethroning LC, who temporarily took the crown away for those, you know, the game 5, 6, and 7. In the end, TLD swoops back in from behind in game 8, puts together a monster performance, able to barely surpass LC, and it leads us also to BAP in 3rd place, just 10 points behind them as well. So extremely close finish in those top 3. Huge shout out to those 3 squads for just battling for everything here.
Like I said, you just can never doubt the last door. Somehow, I don't know what it is about
the
this
magic.
team. There's something in the air, especially when there's more pressure on the line. That's when they perform the best. They don't do well when they have a huge lead. That's when it's okay. It's when the pressure has built up that they are ready to explode and to win tournaments. And congrats out to them. Congrats out to Last Chance finding a second place victory.
Epic from Last Chance.
Very well done out to them. They played their hearts out. They will still get second place, a good prize pool to gain as well. And BAP, they find themselves in third place.
Great from BAP as well.
Doing a great job. And then, outside of that, our B plot that we were talking about before, Bao lose fourth place. Yer was able to beat them out with that second place finish in that game. So they actually will be fourth place with Bao in fifth. And then our sixth place team by 3 points was QA.
Dude.
OSC and SVI narrowly missing that.
That's crazy. That's actually so close between those 3 teams. I think QA earned that, though. I kept, calling it out during the cast. But QA, I love just how unafraid they are. Like, completely confident to contest these top squads no matter what. Always, very often hot dropping golds, looking for their opportunities. And it pays off big. They find themselves in the money against some of these players that have significantly more experience, kind of out on the breach, especially in the competitive setting. So big grats to QA for making it into the money there at 6th, and big shout out to our kind of top 6 here with QA Bout. And you're had a kind of game on, game off, but in the end actually able to put together 108 points. Magical claim that 4-spot victory away from Bout. Pretty solid from them as well.
And thank you everyone who's joined us here for SNS, for our trios, and as we've kind of been alluding to throughout the night and also announced earlier for Europe, next week, we will be moving to squads, a bit of an experimental month that we want to test out for our competitive scene. So make sure you are signing up for squads, 4 players per team, 10 teams. Lots of hype that is going to be built up for that one with awesome prize pools that we'll continue to bring here for SUPERVIVE, for Saturday Night SUPERVIVE, and for Turbo Cup. That will happen in 1 month's time. So, Zick, before we go, anything you'd like to say?
I want to shout out the teams on the bottom half of the ladder here, because all these guys showed up huge as well. I mean, min points being 20, everyone showing up to play. Our 12th place squad, S&T, continuing to claw their way up from tier 2, placing 4th in that final game 8. Like, all these squads, the gap in NA closing tighter and tighter here, and just awesome to see such a good series of SUPERVIVE. And it's like every time I watch this game, it just gets more and more epic. Like, the skill level gets a little bit higher, the chaos gets a little more chaotic, and the storylines, it's like again and again, it's just absolute cinema. So both in EU and then in a epic series of games today, guys. Huge shout out to all the players for playing. Huge shout out to all the viewers for hanging out and watching. This community is just absolutely freaking goated. We love you guys. Also, huge shout out to everyone behind the scenes making this tournament scene happen. Shivam on production, huge help from Afro, even helping do the scores while she's carrying kills, like an insane amount of effort. Dylan helping with admin while he's playing. There's so much, people coming together, numbers and Kaya on the observing. Like, it's just so epic to see the community come together to put these events on. And I'm just so honored to be a part of it. And I just, can't wait to see what the future holds with a month of squads. So shout out to everyone. Love you guys. W SUPERVIVE. Let's freaking go.
And we will see you next week for more Saturday Night SUPERVIVE with squads. Also, make sure you submit your clips so that way we can see what our clip of the week from this week was. And we'll see you then. Peace out.
GG.
Could not have the same. Not gonna get out of this one. Chased down by Afro, who uses that to reset herself. Get back to land, and that Taricha has been separated from their damage dealer. Another easy target for Elsie.
Engage here on S&T.
Surf and Turf not looking too good right now. A Squid's already been sniped out of the air by Pine. Nice. Able to get Halcyon. There's going to be Pamugon and looking for Diamond. You're fighting the wrong team, and now the first team in the Turbo Cup eliminated. Backwards, putting down the spin barrel. That's an abyssal breaker onto Jake Braun. He's trying his best to get away, but Green for the other two. They fight against TLD, and they have already been beaten up. A Sunday might be licked clean as they look for Squid. They got not a burger. Squid's the next one. Sunday, last one left, running into a tree. An easy, but now they do. They've gotten themselves free passage as this entire time they had chased down Dawn. So well known for before, but we got to look at BAP right now. Going back up north, they fought against LD, and you fought the law.
And LC under pressure here. Nice dash in, push into Storm so much. Damage coming out into Afro instantly. Toilet trying to get out as well. Is going to get the dash, but right into the arms of QA. Will the legend be able to end this? Another jewel shift over the top. Toilet under so much pressure. He is stacked. He does go down.
But Jetski still alive. Then the legend, dying, taken out by GoRoy. SBI looking for another team, but OSC going the wrong way to team. Corralled. They tried to go over to Jetski and over to LC, but portaled back. GoRoy snapped that away, stole the kidnap on the Jetski to eliminate them, but unfortunately for them, they are now in a bad spot. A double portal back. He's about to stay away from the fight with SBI onto the waterfall. That little land, their only reap from Phenom, and they've already locked down SBI, who are doing their damnedest to fight back. But with the Storm, with too many teams, something had to give. Now face off, and Bao will love to get a little bit of revenge against CLD, but it's hard to when they're so far ahead, absolutely destroying the lobby, taking game 1.
That finish was just so definitive by TLD. They knew they were so far.
T, who already struggled from the drop as they had lost that fight against LC. And now, I think it's just Taricha again. CTT, they are already out of here. It is night 1. They are gone. Bao. Now, Saren down LC. It's them one day, but right now, we do see that fight I wanted to see. NIP getting destroyed. The survivor, the former TLD player.
Nice kind of collapse and finish. Are able to just get a very quick squad wipe there. Fighting continues to the right. Wisp pickup by the likes of BAP, trying to make some kills happen for themselves on the other side of the map. Bao is here though. Overkill rounds are out. Big
Dragon Slam! Afterwards, dealt to steal that away by Ash, while then falling to BAP. BAP will be down height though, so it will take him a little bit of time to reform as we look at this fight. In the engine, SBI for a reason. They don't relent. They find their early leads. They find they're taking a lot of damage. Sazi Hack tries to get back with Chinese Spine around them. It's going to be Vader looking for the Reap. Then he saw what he needs to, but it's going to be the Dragon Slam on his position. Then the Mega Avalanche, as nobody was there to back up.
I think a different moniker, but definitely a team to be contending here.
Yeah, but it is still running right into BAP. Freak never really got a good foothold of the breach. And now more fighting breaking out in Imotech. We've seen LC way before in the heart. They won out early, but now they're struggling Legend with a nice turnaround, making it a 1-for-1. But Toilet's already going to connect. QA now sent in opposite directions. Dumpkins going for the bombing run, getting it away in time. They're both on it. Afro's the one who falls to the bombing run. Dumpkins should be able to stop the Wisp, but you got to get away from that one. They've already pushed up. Now Jetski tackled down by your LC out early. The same, but there is very little real estate, especially looking at the next circle. Zick, we're being taken off of the track over. A lot of it came in from the side of BAP as they try to fight, but they are low. Healing back up with Oblivion, but it's going to be High taken out. No longer that GA on their fight. They find BAP separated, but it's going to be RTA taken down by Ur instead, because Ur, a fifth party the whole fight on a 2-dog, sending it all in. The Monkey's there. The Monkey King ready to topple him, but they've already lost his TLE. They joined it as well. Dogger that's so low, looking for the Dragon Slam. They, with the help of the Storm, lost barely any help. Looking for the Nova Orb, but he's got to go back into the Storm while they try to fight with BAP on the south side. They put the side into the air, and then sandwiching DLD between Ur and BAP. They got nowhere to go. The spin, Lemur above their heads, broken over, barely alive, barely holding on to the platform. But even with the portals, it wasn't enough. With Pamu trying to slam back onto Lemur, Dragon Slam has connected, broken shield. Now fighting against Ur. Ur doing their damnedest to fight back. 7th place before for BAP, 10th place before for Ur. But now they fight one another and portal away from Diamond as he tries to set some damage. But now he too has to go back through the portal. Bombing run might interrupt the fight, but BAP have already got control of the game. They will take game 2.
Dude, what a wild final 3 there. I mean, really final 4.
Been magical, let's freaking go!
You love to see it. Playing El Clasico's here as Orlando's burns to the might of the one shot out for Ash, putting him down Abyssal Breaker. Now you got to find your own path out of this one. It's not going to be an easy one, though. Missing that down an Abyssal Breaker and the Bright Shield to defend the team, but that bomb again blasting NIP to bits. There's Trenzy's been sent.
Meanwhile, back over the top, Abyssal Breaker onto the E-plat. Huge damage onto Toilet. Will they be able to recover? Very unlikely.
Do get spotted out, Parkinja. Killed off by Dumbkiss. So one more team to join the bench with S&T, while NIP, they have reformed after that heart. They are now staring down BAP, but not the best team for you to look to fight this early. Dylan,
Big
where's your
bold
team?
shift forward. Yeah, with this red GA, I'm not sure what the play is here. Is just going to go down. I think was expecting them to come back him up like we saw last game.
Nice. Who's caught out in the storm, separated from the team as they are hunting down these kills and looking for Diamond, who's now been sent sailing, but it's going to be an early exit again for Ur after getting second place in that last.
Too many engages to count here as TLD finds one onto CDT. They do have a member down. Lod's under pressure as well. The Fox is cooking though. Jake Braun returning, maybe killing a lot. He gets that heal through.
Looking for second win, tags Lodge, finds him, and now Phenom has to kite backwards to make sure that he can defend Lodge. They have been hanging on by the skin of their teeth while Bao hanging on in this fight against QA, but QA coming out the better as it's going to be the snipes on a Bao. Ash now into the jet stream while QA2 getting sniped by OSC. Always got to be cautious of those third parties. Nearly was able to drag back Legend to see if they it's going to be Saucy Hack, gone, Chinese Spy, gone, Afro, she's cleaning up OSC. Speeders get hit by the lightning, crash around them. The thunderous crowd cheers for LC as now they got to deal with TLD, pulled back in, Afro healed up, no!
Traded back. Meanwhile, Dumkus, last member left, trying to get his ground. Trades his life in return. QA down, and it's
because no one had taken it, they didn't really feel the need for it. They went for the Masamune, and now they're going for the fight against BAP. BAP already off the Legend, on to the platform that TLD controlled. But guess what? LC, the team you forgot about. BAP, they had already lost one, they lost two, and now LC clean up TLD.
Is gonna Pengu buy himself a little bit more time, but the scream.
Where can you go here, Lodge? You've already used the portal, and you can't get to the beacon. No way out of this one. Lodge, wait. Pintle, they stop it. There it is. They stop it. No orb of life, and it just high left. LC, they will claim game 3.
Sketchy as the other members of TLD do show up. The odds kind of pressure out as they trade.
Looking for a lot of damage, but now that the Bright Shield is gone, easy for Afro to find those resets. Surging forward, Treadsy locked in the vault with no way out of this one. Already they are right now, and we see on the respawn beacon, it's actually TLD. They had lost what looks like Lodge.
In the back, coming through from Dumbkiss, is going to take down one member of NIP. Nice read.
Off their armor. Thought they could fight against BAP. BAP, base camp control. They've already repaired their armor. Dog, die off screen to LC, but TLD staring down BAP early into this game. Lots of damage, sniping RTK. Beautiful fight.
Huge pressure out on Gear. Can they recover? Beautiful portal take from Dylan there. Is going to be able to survive on the oath somehow, but him and Palmer running into the likes of Bao to the north.
And for Europe, a bit of a problem there because they were so focused on getting those kills outside of the train. While we look at this fight between S&T and Bao, Not a Burger is going to be kept afloat on their feet, try to portal away, but they have just jumped right over to LC, who hop in the portal themselves, claiming more kills, even with that crown. Nothing for S&T to gain. But damn, that damage from Jewel is insane. But you are now caught out. You've used so much trying to get away. Dodging from the Talk, healing up, but it has left your teammate alone. Jetski sniped above land, pulled back in by SBI.
Nice opportunity from SBI, but nice out there from LC, somehow able to make it out with both the exotics. Probably the most important thing they very likely are going to. And it looks like for OSC, like you're mentioning, Vader is going to be down here, soloed out. LC continuing to just W key. Got it, and it's the very beginning.
As BAP, they find S&T, they've split them away, and a Sunday is going to be the target, but be careful because CTT right behind them, LC as well, but LC, CTT, they're going to fight each other before they fight BAP, and it gives BAP this angle to try to intervene and look for the easier target, but Afro is cleaning up, looking for those kills, having to dash back over to the train. Jake Braun, the shield's there, get back in, he tries to burn him, but he is burninated by the countryside as they look for the slam back on the SBI. BAP and QA at the same time, but it's TLD to claim the ultimate wipe.
Dude, this sequence is nutty, and it does not slow down. Abyssal Breaker pops for shield.
LC are in control, and now they have to fight against TLD at the same time, losing Ash, their damage dealer gone. Orlando's the next target, and here's LC having heard the call to action. They know there's fighting happening.
Over at Phenom here, though, split from TLD is going to find one member back.
Pine is going to be the first one to go, but it's going to be traded for Lodge. Both Zaros is down, and now BAP, TLD, they got to deal with LC, who now intervenes intervene, but it's going to be the battle between Height and Phenom.
Oh, now Jet Ski is here. The full force LC likely to follow. Height living for a moment longer.
Do you do anything? It's going to be Height to fall. BAP, the first team out. Palmu, the friends. They finally spot out Farouk, who takes their own anomaly out. But it's into TLD, who got their crown play. They've got the team back fully formed, and they've got the fight against LC. But Toilet has been able to get away, but not Afro nor Jetski. They're still locked in the trade. Jetski trying to see if they can skate away through any hidey hole possible. Finally, has been spotted out. TLD getting some damage on to Farouk, but LC does not care about Farouk. They care about TLD. They care about the full fight. They need to take this team out if they want to claim first place. But Afro had to get away. Barely she survives. Missing down Jetski, but now it's LC down to one player as TLD faces off against a newcomer. Bao taking on the French squad, doing their best to stand up strong while the second one trying to push them back, but no crown for Toilet. Bao go down low. TLD, how are you managing this? They got nitrate.
Bao in it. TLD, though, continue to fight out of their minds. They find Ash, isolate him on the top, find that kill. Can they kill Orlando's here? We have the 1v1 duel on the left for Farouk versus Toilet. Orlando's now going to try to get back to his teammate. It's not going to be in time. TLD finds a kill, but no, Firebox lives with H-Shield.
And Toilet's playing for their life. Second wind heal up. They needed placement. That's what they were playing for as they try to get away.
Oh my
but taken
goodness.
out. It's Farouk who
I'm not sure why we cut out there. Here we go.
Oh, here we go. Okay, so
nice fight. Nice early fight from QA to put TLD on the back foot.
as we have a poll here, LC, third party, CTT, Jake Braun, back on the hoodie, but unfortunately, when you're third partied, doesn't really help out. Now Barbat's onto their signature here with Felix. No longer having Nyx, has decided to go back to try to true, but unfortunately for the team.
Yeah, and if Bao caught that without him getting on, very nice play and is going to be able to get out. Big fight breaking out down here in Cold Wind. QA versus LC, huge trade from Second Wind.
Look at that damage they were able to do to QA as well. Vortex Charm, it was only there to provide defense for Jet Ski so they could take down Dragon back in Berserker. Throwing the damage onto Gore, sniping him out of the air with a second win. TLD find their perfect fight against SBI's Berserker.
Right side here.
You see on the picture-in-picture that
been playing together for a significant amount of time. Nice punch into the napalm, huge execution. QA showing up massive. That was last member left from OSC getting caught here, maybe.
SBI, even though the lockdown Jemmy is gone, Long Claw aficionados, they can respect the Long Claw from the sidelines because no longer are they going to be in. Now QA intervene, saving the life of the Long Claw. All hail the glorious LC. I've been hunting this entire time. You've got this, Barkinja. Oh, finally.
Right here. Els gets caught by the slam into the boss, taking so much damage. The rest of BAP collapse, surrendering the armor shredder.
But look at they're fighting over the Meteor Beast BAP. Solitary player for LC up in the Twister, where Bao have been kind of bouncing around this entire time as well. But then QA trade blows with Ur, but they are going to be in a bad lost Phenom, and now they're fighting back with their own crown, but they've now lost Phenom, and they're down to only Lemur.
QA split as well.
And he slams them, kills them, then gets the...
Alive. Still plenty of room to play for, but
Thank you comes over on the crown. Maybe exactly what Mocha's looking for. Can he have a second shot at it?
No, he's going to let BAP have it. Goes for the anywhere but here. Where do you go? Right past BAP, right past anyone. Thank you, as well as now going to get attacked as Ur. Take out Bao, who have one player out in the storm, but Ash was able to get around the wall, trying to survive, while Mocha, looking for the kill on a Berserker, instead has to hop away. The only player since they were 8 teams left. Mocha survives. Make sure that LC at least will get third place. Looking to win the first game afterwards. They're destroying your butt. They lost Pine in the process. 1-for-1 trade. Trying to make sure that Diamond will die, and it will be that 2v2 battle. But they got to be careful because Bomber was over the heads. Trying to see if they get the resets. But RTK, make sure that BAP find the 5th game victory. Level 6 is nice. Vortex Charm on a dog. But with the armors lacking for LC, maybe biting off a little bit more than they can chew, because now it's going to be a tough fight until Afro just does that. Call for them to strike back. And you to hold on to that position. Maybe even move up here in NA with a fight against CTT. holding onto the ledge, but they've already lost Ash, and now Jake Braun! He's going for the engage. He's got the hoodie. They've got the lockdown, but it's a trade back onto Bar Bats. Orlando's going aggressive with his own Felix, trying to burn the competition, as now they got the flank from Baroof, as Jake Braun, he might have been able to pick up the one kill. That's not going to be enough to turn it around on a Bao, because Bao, long time.
Our Zeph's making a big run for it here. Out of mana, though, really tough position. Fly to the Firefox burn for this.
I didn't mention it before, but Lemur is on to Celeste this time around. This is what we were waiting for. Chilling Finale for Chilling Finale. Frozen Barricade trying to not going to chase this down, but Bao will not stop. They've got the fire beneath them. They've got the damage to provide. They're chasing down with the Napalm summoned. The second wind to heal him back up. But Orlando's a little bit shy of being able to lock down the target in the back line. Wanted 2 of SPI for possible resets, but not enough damage followed up just yet.
Time themselves. Full force of T, of LC right on top of him.
Always been, well, being Moonlit Battlegrounds beforehand, the core of height and...
Fourth squad, it's SPI on the left. S&T all of a sudden in such a dire position. Ult up, trying to get out. Notaburger very likely going to get caught here. Pretty sketchy here.
Behind them, Bao with the Chilling Finale. They've already got the
way, bro.
This could be another early exit for the team. Lodge, where do you go from here? OSC, they're utilizing LC to make sure TLB are out at 7th place again. While OSC, they might have put themselves in a compromising position. They have now helped both Bat and LC.
Slam from Jetski back on the brawl, baby.
They're outside of Ion Acres while Bao finally spotted out, but this started off the fight between LC and QA. It's QA debating whether they want to help that self-injured. They're a little bit late.
With everybody, a huge
nice pull
coming through into
nice
the
slam player of SVI, while QA have been scattered, but it started off the fight between LC and BAP as they get the kill onto the legend. Dubkins is still alive. Afro in a bad spot. Gene re-engaged. They got rid of Pine. They might be able to get it back, but RTK's got his own static electricity. Taking down Afro as LC got the Vortex Charm, the blast back. They've sliced through. Second wind pushing him back. As Vader trying to get on top.
LC's doing a great job surviving, and now BAP is going to catch OSC. Can LC survive in the second? Or they are. OSC just gets eliminated so quickly by the BAP collapsed toilet. Trying to just buy some time for Jetski over on the left, looking for the res angle. Does get the teammate back.
Aggressively, but it's up against height. Going from tree to tree. He's Tarzan. He's doing what he can, but he's too low, and his armor shattered. They got the revive though, and it's going to be a double spike as Jetski tries to go for round 3 up against Pine and height. Getting Pine low, but look at RTK chasing Toilet while Jetski missing the chains. Toilet has landed the Vortex Charm, almost getting Pine, making sure that Jetski takes away Pine. They go for the re-engage. Dragon Slam missing, but look at Afro back in the game as well as we are back. They're losing height, and now LC have taken control. It's only
if they finish this off against BAP, it's going to be such a monumental comeback. These are the teams vying for first against TLD. If LC wins this, it's so massive. Can RTK finish it with a miracle? He can't. LC.
War as pulls happen from both OSC and QA, but it's going to be Stealth Ninja, the first casualty, as now Legend going up into the air to try to get away right now, while we see NIP, Treadsy, an easy target for TLD. They already get
They did make a very nice showing in the end.
Some of these names that they come up with, you gotta act like nothing is different and run SPI to spot that out. And unfortunately now for Bao, sandwiched between 2 teams and an easy target, but we are about to have a 4th one join the fray as TLD find themselves with a great flank on QA. But QA, SPI decided to get out of there, and now is sniping him out of the air. A pull, but blocked by the Beepo, putting down the Frozen Teeth. No dunk for Stealth Ninja, as now, goodness, no way. The Sky Shark has a
entire time. Chinese Spy getting caught in a nade there. Ground slowing it down a little bit, trying to get back across the water. OSC got to be careful though, trying to fight on 2 flanks. It's SPI on the south, LC to the left.
Vader taking low as well over the abyss. Grabby squid for both of them now. Slip away from OSC, but we look back down south, and it's Dog this time. TLD bowling. These teams are looking to get that farm and make sure that they are still the team out the top.
So they have at least 2. Oh no.
and then you're like, hey, wait, there is nothing you can do here. Second win.
It's on the
Feel
Wukong too, by the way.
They, sorry, 13's on their side, but they can easily find this fight. But looking at TLD as they have lost Lodge, you're doing a great job of stopping that engage, but realizing now they played a little bit too aggressively because it's BAP who tried a third party. Bamu up on his perch, scares BAP from chasing him any further. TLD have picked up a crown along the way. See how low Diamond is. Lemur, watch this. He remembers last week when he played for USA up against E.
Victory in Game 7.
Well, right now, it looks like BAP, didn't have quite the explosive early game they tend to have, but and you're playing Shrike, trying to get a Doricha, and he spotted. They have full control of the tournament as are going to be the first team that has to fight their way out of it, but they are surrounded. BAP couldn't pick up the kills, but now LC looking for BAP on that other side with a flank angle, but they have to.
And Pine finds Afro on the way out. Big chip damage with that Viridian Fury. Oh, burn. Oh, huge catch there. The next one, LC just combos. You're all three of them in one. Can they continue the fight into BAP with no cooldowns? Afro's caught early, eliminated. LC now fighting in the 2v3.
This is deja vu. We've seen this before. Jetski is already in the back line, looking to rip through them, trying to dash away. He's got bare second wind, is almost going into the storm. Missing. Oh, the lightning crashing back. That's
running into storm. It's RTK. Is going to bump off the Sky Shark. Crazy steal with a nade. Oh, Berserker trades because of how desperately they need these kill points.
They really need it. Dodging away from Surge,
They're doing
pushing
it.
back Vader.
There's
now,
level 7.
they've already got that first pick, but they gotta be careful. They don't have Lodge. Now Lodge here, pushing him back into the wall. Despy trying to get away as well as they try to got Dumbkiss in their sights with the static built up. All they have to do is crash the people on.
Commit to the hard layer vow. Talk huge.
Nice talk on to NIP Paz. Aiden gone. EU now with that one player.
Into LC engaging QA on the boat. Nice.
Wait, LC, this is not a good look for you right now. You've already lost Afro, and now, with so many teams left, that means this could be a last place finish if they don't pull off a miracle. Lemur, he sees that as well.
Thank you, continuing to show up massive.
In the first place. Bow, they are out. So it's not a last place finish you are fighting for, but TLD, they are already scattered by QA, absolutely destroying them on the onstart of the fight. LC are out at 11th. This is anybody's tournament.
Oh, it's insane, bro. At never exact time, QA continuing the violence, trying to find to reach him.
As TLD trying to deal with OSC and SPI. TLD, if you want to win this, that's a lot less than, like, if you do the difference, that's not quite 15. You got a lot to make up here, TLD.
Absolutely. NIP and get back to a full force of 3. TLD back to 3 themselves, continuing the hunt.
As they go up in the air, RTK trying to get away. A lot of damage onto Lodge. He's still alive. Phenom, Lemur, they stand onto the island, waiting for Lodge to see if he can wrap around, but does die to NIP. Well, Dog still find themselves in the fight, looking for more snipes out of the air. Pine, you're the last one left for BAP. Might be snapped out of the air. This could be TLD.
Too thick, bro. I thought with the gap we saw at the scoreboard in Game 7.
Their way, another point into their pockets. Not a Burger tries to dash back on it to Lemur, but they kept them away. Picking up more S&T.
Running right into the arms of your Palmer, looking for the slam, does connect very quickly.
Down 5 and 6 were difficult. You battle your way through. You're trying to see if they can stand up strong against you. They've got Lodge. They might be able to find a split up Lemur with the bungee, but pulling him into the spike with your.
I was going to say, Yure's been ruining some days today. These guys are finding moments, finding fights, not able to quite string it together. But can they finish off TLD here? Nice entry over the top of Palmer with the nade.
There's the chains. There goes Dylan. And never doubt TLD winning as long as SUPERVIVE exists. This is TLD's domain.
Dared, and Lemur closes out the last arrow there. Insane.